Ancient 1 Chapter 1482 to Chapter 1536. Everyone's pupils shrank as they stared at the rain of arrows that filled the sky. Xiang and the Ghost King's gazes were icy cold. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of their mouths, completely unconcerned. Although the arrows were powerful, they were nothing in their eyes. Wei Qing also said coldly, looking down on us, "You deserve to die." 5 rays of light flashed at the same time, flashing towards Xiang and the Ghost King. "Humph." Xiang sneered and said, "Lord Ghost King, why don't we join forces and kill these humans first? The contract between you and Li is over. I have even better offerings that I can offer to you." The Ghost King's eyes turned a few times, then he laughed and said, "Hee hee, good. These people are all strong, they definitely have treasures on them, kikik." He laughed wildly, immediately giving up on fighting for the Dao fruit. In a flash, he walked toward the crowd. At the same time, he waved his hand, the space in front of him twisted, and the countless armor-piercing arrows were all shattered. Xiang's eyes flashed with coldness, and he also grabbed the space in front of him, immediately twisting the space in front of him, directly shattering the arrows that filled the sky. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. His body suddenly trembled, and he shouted sternly, "Ah! What are you doing?" Everyone was shocked by his sudden scream, and couldn't help but look over. Li Yunxiao's pupils also shrank, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He said in shock, "Hey! This kid, he's really daring." Amidst the sky full of arrows, a silent iron arrow suddenly appeared. Without warning, it shot into the Dao fruit's martial intent, pierced through it, and shot into the Dao fruit. "Ah?" Everyone's mouths were wide open in shock, and they were completely stunned. Xianxia laughed sinisterly, and said, "Haha, now everyone is happy, right? No one can think about getting it." "Ah! Damn it!" Xiang suddenly clenched his fists, and roared loudly, his anger soaring to the heavens. He was already at the half-god realm, one step away from stepping into the true god realm, but his Dao fruit was actually destroyed, and all his efforts were in vain. Wei Qing and Qi Xingfeng also opened their mouths in shock, and then their expressions became incomparably gloomy, and their eyes shot out with anger. Obviously, both of them had the intention of seizing the Dao fruit. Now that they had completely failed, how could they not be furious? Yao Jinliang and the others, on the other hand, were much calmer, their eyes flashing. Duan Muyoyu even let out a sigh of relief, smiled, and even gave Xianxia a thumbs up. "Haha, no one will be able to eat now." The Ghost King couldn't help but laugh. Then, his expression turned sinister as he stared at Xianxia and said in a cold voice, "Destroying a delicacy is the greatest evil." With a loud roar, he flew forward to kill Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled and spun the longbow in his hand. It transformed into a cloud-splitting arrow and fiercely shot out. Insignificant skill. The Ghost King roared and directly slapped down with his bare hands. With a bang, the arrow was smashed into pieces and disappeared in the air. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers and slapped the top of Xianhua's head. Xianxia chuckled and drew his star-shattering bow, turning it into a saber to meet the enemy. Bang! The star-shattering saber was slapped down by the Ghost King's claw, causing it to emit rays of jewel light. The body of the saber also trembled incessantly. Xianxia was knocked back several feet before he could stabilize his body. His face revealed a look of shock. Although such a strong battle consumed a lot of energy, especially in the battle with Yao Jinliang, where he was almost exhausted, the other party was able to withstand the sharpness of the saber with pure physical strength, which surprised him. "Humph, if you only have this much strength, then go to hell." The Ghost King shouted fiercely and angrily charged forward. Suddenly, a red light flashed. It was the sword intent of Fei Yong. The sound of the sword being drawn was slow and decadent, pleasant to the ears, causing the Ghost King to stagnate. Then, a red lotus flew up and bloomed under the night sky. It was red like fire and as bright as the sun. "Sword song," Lufian softly chanted. The water-like cold sword in her hand streaked across the sky and slashed at the Ghost King. "Humph, interesting." The Ghost King chuckled, but there was a clear fear in his eyes. He clenched his hand into a fist and a powerful force flew out and fiercely bombarded it. Bang! The red lotus exploded and burst into flames all over the sky, but it did not extinguish and circled around the Ghost King. Lufian lightly guided the sword art. The sword flashed and the talisman danced. She turned around and lightly slashed. The flames in the sky instantly condensed and turned into a huge red lotus. It flew around the Ghost King and constantly roasted him. At the same time, the sword chi was like the sea and the sword light was dim. It suddenly slashed down, the Ghost King's face turned cold. For the first time, he did not directly slap with his hand. Instead, his hands formed a seal in front of him and turned into a square seal. He shouted and spat out a strange syllable, then slapped down. Boom! A terrifying force blasted out from the seal, and the red lotus flames all over the sky were shaken and scattered. At the same time, the Ghost King clenched his right hand into a fist and fiercely raised it to meet the attack. Bang! The sword light slashed on the fist and suddenly collapsed. At the same time, the fist energy was repelled, and layers of chi stacked together, vast and boundless. Lufian's long sword fell in front of her and a sword barrier was formed. It suddenly collapsed under the fist energy of the Ghost King, and she was forced to retreat several steps. Haha, your strength is not bad. The Ghost King's eyes revealed a rare look of praise. He continued to step forward with a ferocious expression. Lufian remained calm. She raised her long sword and pointed it forward. She stared at the Ghost King with vigilance. Xianxia also drew his bow and an arrow. A dark green arrow was pointed at the Ghost King, and a circle of pressure surged out. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. An inexplicable feeling emerged in their hearts. They all raised their heads and looked into the distance in horror. The skin of the fruit that was pierced by the Xianxia arrow was constantly cracking, and there was a force shooting out from it. Is that the power of the Dao fruit? Everyone revealed a look of surprise. The light that was shot out was indeed the great void Dao. It was as if the heavenly way was flowing, quietly rippling in the starry night. Boundless anger surged in Shang's heart and he roared, "The Dao fruit, the great void Dao fruit that should have belonged to me. Your great void Dao fruit? Are you retarded?" A clear and cold voice sounded. Everyone's heart trembled. Li Yunxiao also exclaimed, "Tengguang?" His eyes were full of surprise. Next to the Dao fruit, the space gradually distorted, and suddenly turned into a fresh and beautiful figure with a slightly immature face. It was the throned Tengguang, sitting cross-legged next to the Dao fruit. Tengguang? Shang was also surprised. He revealed a look of astonishment and said, "You've been here all along?" Tengguang raised his eyes and said, "If I'm not here, where else can I go?" Boundless murderous intent surged on his face. He stared into the distance and swept his gaze across everyone's faces. He said in a cold voice, "It was you who destroyed my great illusionary land. Don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship. Today, no one can leave." Everyone furrowed their brows, a cold and disdainful look on their faces. The great illusionary land had been destroyed, and all the power of the illusory way had condensed to form the Dao fruit. Tengguang did not have the power to kill them. Shang frowned and said in a stern voice, "Impossible. The Dao fruit has always been under the surveillance of my armillary sphere. If it was hiding nearby, how could I not sense it? Pfft. The so-called heavenly Dao that your armillary sphere has evolved is a joke." Tengguang's face was filled with mockery. He said coldly, "That only means that your Dao is much weaker than my Dao. That's why you can't see through me when I'm concealed by the power of the great illusionary way." He raised his hand and made a gesture with one hand. A mark appeared on his palm and he slapped the Dao fruit fiercely, bang, the entire Dao fruit suddenly shattered. The black iron arrow that was stuck in it also broke with a bang. There was a rainbow-colored illusory light that continuously changed, slowly condensing into a humanoid figure that stood up. The human figure was white and his face was not light. His body was filled with the power of rules and Dao will. Just by standing there, he seemed to be the incarnation of the heavenly Dao. This is, Shang was shocked. He could not help but take a few steps back. His face was filled with shock. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even the Ghost King gave up on Xianxia. Rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the humanoid figure. Bei Chunnan suddenly opened his mouth and said softly, "Dao spirit." "Dao spirit? What's a Dao spirit?" Li Yunxiao could not help but ask. The aura that the white figure exuded was too powerful and shocking. At this moment, the sky was filled with silence. Everyone was a peerless expert. When they heard the conversation between Bei Chunnan and Li Yunxiao, they could not help but look over. Even Ting Guang frowned and looked surprised. He said, "Tsk, there are indeed many extraordinary people in the world. Someone actually recognizes Tao spirit." Bei Chunnan did not feel uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. He said slowly, "The so-called Tao spirit, as the name suggests, is just a Tao fruit transforming into a spirit. It's not rare." Pfft. Not rare? Will you die if you don't brag? Teng Guang's face turned cold. He looked extremely unhappy as if he had insulted his Tao spirit. Bei Chunnan said, "The rules and power of heaven and earth contained in the fruit of divine Tao are too strong. It's very normal for it to transform into a spirit. As for the fruit of Tao below the 10 directions divine state, it depends on fate if it wants to transform into a spirit." Li Yunxiao came to a sudden realization. He said, "To put it bluntly, it's just a thing transforming into a spirit. However, it's a fruit of divine Tao that transforms into a spirit. That's why it's so awesome." Bei Chunnan nodded and said, "That's right." Teng Guang stared at Li Yunxiao and scoffed. He retracted his gaze and looked at the people in the sky. He said coldly, "Everyone, how should I kill all of you?" Xiang suppressed the raging waves in his heart and stared at the Tao spirit with a gloomy expression. After a while, he said, "Mr. Ting Guang, we're considered comrades on the same front. I don't think my name is on your kill list, right?" Ting Guang glanced at him and said coldly, "Humph, you're very lucky. If you didn't comprehend my Grandmaster Taishu Dao, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through the last stage and comprehend the divine Tao. Consider it as me fulfilling your wish." Xiang looked calm and said, "Although what Mr. Ting Guang said is a little biased, I did comprehend the divine Tao with the Grandmaster Taishu Dao. However, even if I didn't have today's fate, I would still be able to comprehend it after 3 to 5 years." Teng Guang said, "You're right. Since you helped me previously, get lost with your people." Scram? Why do these words sound so uncomfortable? Xiang said unhurriedly, "I've done my best to help Mr. Ting Guang. Even if I don't have any meritorious deeds, I still have my hard work, right? And all I got in return was scram?" Ting Guang sneered, "Mr. Yao Shang, I think you're courting death." The Tao spirit rotated quietly beside him. There was only a shallow outline on its face, and its entire body was covered in the color of colored glass, like a spirit body. Xiang glanced at the Tao spirit and said, "Isn't Mr. Ting Guang's words too hurtful?" Ting Guang said, "If you don't want to be sad, then stay and injure your body." Xiang said, "I'm still one step away from the God state. I hope I can borrow this Tao spirit." Ting Guang sneered and said, "As expected, you don't have to leave." Duan Muyoyu said, "Ting Guang, everything has its own fate. You can't manifest the great Tao because it's preordained by fate. Now that it has condensed into a Tao fruit and transformed into a Tao spirit, it can be considered a good outcome." "Good karma?" Ting Guang said in a cold voice, "Then I'll cripple everyone's dantian today and let you all indulge in the mountains and rivers. There's no need to fight and kill anymore. This can also be considered as sowing good karma." Wei Qing shouted, "Sophistry. But no matter what, you are still a member of the human clan, and you are also the titled Emperor Wu. Let's join hands and kill these demon clan people first." "That is the right way." Ting Guang said coldly, "I know what I'm doing." "Wei Qing, take care of yourself." Wei Qing was enraged, but at this moment, he had no choice and there was no point in saying anything. He could only snort angrily, his eyes filled with a cold sneer. The situation in the sky suddenly became complicated and fell into silence. Ever since Ting Guang appeared, he had been sitting cross-legged without moving at all. At this moment, he was performing a hand seal and his body was emitting a halo of light. Dao Ling suddenly raised his hands, and both of them made the same hand seal. Dao Ling's body suddenly moved horizontally and directly merged into Ting Guang's body, completely merging into one. Xiang's pupil shrunk, he shouted, "Lord Ghost King, stop these humans, I'll take out the Tao spirit first, and after studying it, I'll let you swallow it." He formed a seal with one hand, and his entire body leaned forward, pointing two fingers directly at Tingguang. If Tingguang was allowed to completely fuse with the Tao spirit, then it would be troublesome. Ghost King's eyes lit up with joy and he laughed, haha, good. You can take it and study it first. If it's useless, give it to me to eat. He no longer paid attention to Lu Fian, and immediately turned into a stream of light, flying toward Tingguang. Stop him! Wei Qing bellowed and chased after the Ghost King. The rest of the people also chased after him with cold expressions. Tingguang's eyes shone with a cold light. He formed seals with both hands and pointed at Xiang. A halo of light spread out from his body, and the seals on his fingertips kept changing. Boom! As the two seals collided, a terrifying force spread out. Tingguang seemed to be at a disadvantage and was constantly being pushed back. He suddenly took a step forward, and where the tip of his foot landed, a golden light flashed. At the same time, the Tao spirit in his body swayed out, formed a seal with his glass-like palm, and slapped towards Xiang's face. A terrifying power of will pressed down, and the space inside the armillary sphere trembled. Xiang withdrew the seals in shock, turned around, and retreated. His hands danced in the air, and the stars in the sky began to revolve. Purple myrtle charge, star formation. Xiang's whole body was filled with demonic aura, and light flowed on his gold and silver horns, making him look even more extraordinary. He raised his two hands to the sky, and thousands of rays of light revolved around his palms. Countless stars gathered and poured into his hands. Within 100 zhang around him, there was a monstrous demonic aura, and no one dared to approach. The Ghost King's body paused, and he also stopped outside the cyclone, and his eyes revealed a dignified look. The rest of the experts all had shocked expressions, and they were scattered outside of Xiang's towering aura, watching with cold expressions. That kind of majestic power caused everyone's heart to surge violently. At their level, it was already very difficult to improve further, and the power displayed in front of them was constantly attacking their bodies and souls. That kind of desire to become stronger was getting stronger and stronger. Tingguang's expression froze, and he said coldly, "It's just the will of the divine path comprehended from my great illusionary path. How can it contend against my great illusionary Tao spirit?" He formed a simple seal with both hands, and placed them in front of him without moving. The Tao spirit in his body floated up, and continuously formed seals above him. Halos of light spread out from the two of them, and in an instant, it was like a seven-colored Milky Way, standing under the starry night sky. That's not necessarily true, the student surpasses the master. Under this endless starry night, I am God. Take my move, chaotic heaven and earth. Xiang shouted, and he drew circles in front of him with both palms. The stars in the sky trembled, and a vast power descended along with the palm force, pressing down. Tingguang stretched out his right hand, and a string of magic beads fell into his hand. There was a total of 16 beads, and each of them was engraved with a symbol. Suddenly, 16 images appeared, and they shot forward. Within the seven-colored Milky Way, the 16 images connected in the air, and turned into a strange scene of magic beads that were hundreds of acres in size. Each bead was like a world, and they shot towards the vast stars. Rumble! All of a sudden, the universe was overturned, and the power of the stars in the sky suddenly collapsed. The vast power on Xiang's body was directly dispersed, the 16 huge magic beads descended from the sky, and they chased after Xiang. The blood in Xiang's body surged, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In a panic, he grabbed at the void with his hand. Suddenly, the starry sky disappeared, and all the images gathered at one point, turning into a round Xian weapon. It fell from the sky, and Xiang grabbed it in his hand. Clang! The two axes of heaven and earth on the armillary sphere continuously rotated, and rings of vast power spread out. He hurriedly threw the item. Rumble! The armillary sphere suddenly changed like a mountain, and the two axes rotated according to certain rules. The vast power was like an endless slash, and it blasted towards the 16 magic bead worlds. Bang! 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 The power of the world shattered, and the entire magic bead phenomenon disappeared. Tingguang's face changed, and the terrifying power backfired. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and he repeatedly retreated in the air. The Tao spirit turned around, and it directly flew into his body, and disappeared. Only then did a hint of redness appear on his pale face. He did not dare to be careless for a moment, and he formed a hand seal with one hand. Golden light surged from his body, and he stared ahead vigilantly. The two of them exchanged one move, and it was almost a draw. Everyone's hearts were surging, and they felt the vast power. The blood in their bodies surged, and they wanted nothing more than to rush up and fight. Xiang's face was cold, and he took the armillary sphere back with a wave of his hand. He held it in his palm, and said in a cold voice, "My Xian weapon is an ancient divine item, and it can create a world of its own. Now that this weapon has become one with my mind, and I have achieved the realm of the divine way, how are you going to fight me?" Tungguang sneered, "Haha, with the power of a Xian weapon, you think you're great? You can create a small world, but don't forget, the great illusionary land is a large world created by me." He raised his hand, and gently formed a seal, and pointed down in the air. Suddenly, the entire world trembled, and the earth and sky suddenly spun rapidly like a spiral. Countless rays of light shot into the sky from all directions, and gathered in the sky above him. What? Xiang was shocked. The power from all directions contained infinite array intent, and the martial artists trapped in the 800 array formations were instantly drained of their power, and all of it was taken by him. The great illusionary land has been crippled, and I'll draw the power of this realm. Let's see how you can block it. Tungguang's eyes turned cold, and the seals in his hands changed methodically. The Tao spirit turned into a phantom, and sat cross-legged behind him. It formed a seal with both hands, and remained motionless. Colorful light surged in the sky, and countless runes tumbled within. A soft shout came from Tungguang's mouth, 10,000 sins, 1,000 sins, filth of the three sceneries, primordial mutual protection, Tao return to nature. The Tao spirit behind him suddenly became bigger. Countless colorful light fell from the sky, and all of it converged into the Tao spirit's body. The glass-like body turned into colorful light, and kept growing in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it towered into the clouds like a giant spirit. The Tao spirit raised its hand, and suddenly grabbed. The power of a realm immediately spun in its hand, and evolved into a colorful vortex of light. The earth trembled, and everyone felt as if a great disaster was imminent, as if the end of the world had arrived. Xianxia said in shock, "Not good, this illusion is really going to collapse." Previously, it could not wait to collapse, but now it was really going to collapse. Instead, everyone was terrified, and there was panic. Feiana grabbed Xianxia's arm, and put her head on it. She said softly, "Hold me tight, I'm scared." Xianxia's face darkened. He tried to shake her off, but he could not get rid of her, and could only give up. "Senior Zhenan, under this lunatic's move, will everyone die?" Bei Zhenan stared, and said, "It's hard to say. This move absorbs the power of the entire illusion, and it's hard to estimate how destructive it is. But I'm more confident that this Dou clan demon named Xiang is going to die." Xianxia was shocked, and said, "He has the armillary sphere, but he can't take it." Bei Zhenan said, looking at his previous battle, "It's just SOSO. If the opportunity is good, he might be able to keep his life, unless." His gaze turned, and looked towards the Ghost King in the distance. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and a bright light shot out. The Ghost King really moved. Wei Qing's expression froze, and his expression was full of complexity. Yao Jinliang frowned, and said, "Should we stop him?" Wei Qing stared for a while, and said, "There's no need. This move, soaring light, is too overbearing. If it is executed, not only will Xiang not be able to take it, but we will also be affected. It's good to let this ghost block it for a while." Qi Xingfeng and the rest nodded slightly, and became vigilant. It was obvious that they agreed with his point of view. On the ground, a green figure stood somewhere. It was Luo Qingyun. He held a battle spear in his hand, and he stared at the terrifying sky with a serious expression. Behind him, 8 ghost Shura sat in a straight line, and they were constantly eating primordial elixirs to recover their strength. Yao Li's face was full of anxiety, and he shouted, "Lord Ghost King, hurry up and take action." The Ghost King's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. He walked forward step by step, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiang held the armillary sphere in one hand, and he kept hitting incantations into it. Various Tao wills appeared, and they formed a small world, but compared to the terrifying astronomical phenomenon, it seemed insignificant. With a serious expression, he said, "Lord Ghost King, help me." The Ghost King scoffed and said, "Why should I help you?" It was obvious that he was negotiating. Xiang said, "Say it. As long as it's something I can accept, I'll agree to it." The Ghost King's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "I want to amend the contract with the Ninely tribe." "What?" Xiang was stunned and looked at him strangely. Then, he looked at Li, who was in the distance. Li was also stunned. She didn't expect it to be this kind of condition. She didn't react at all and just stood there in a daze. The Ghost King said, "I don't remember how many years ago, I made a bet with the Ninely tribe's chief, Yao Ji. In the end, I lost and signed this unfair contract. If I help you, the condition is to cancel this contract." Li thought for a moment. She didn't have the name Ji in her memory. It must have been something from a long time ago. She readily agreed and said, "All right. But the condition isn't that you make a move this time. Instead, you help Lord Xiang obtain the Tao spirit and kill all the humans here." Everyone's bodies trembled. Their eyes shot out cold killing intent as they stared at Li. If looks could kill, Li would have already been dismembered into 1,000 pieces. The Ghost King revealed a hesitant expression. There were too many strong cultivators here, but he didn't want to give up this chance to obtain freedom. Suddenly, colorful light filled the sky. The Tao spirit absorbed the realm's power into its body. It suddenly formed a seal with one hand and a piece of colorful light turned into a seal that spun in the center of its palm. It fiercely slammed down, heaven and earth fell into darkness and the four poles collapsed. "All right. I promise you." The Ghost King fiercely gritted his teeth. The situation was already like an arrow on a bowstring. He didn't have much time to think. A vast strange power suddenly surged out of his body. That strange wheel flew into the sky and became half a hectare in size, spinning continuously. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "This thing again. Is this will also a supreme profound artifact?" No one could answer him. Xiang also suddenly shouted and threw out the armillary sphere in his hand. It also transformed in the air, turning into an endless starry sky and multiplying Tao will. The two terrifying powers flew in the air and each formed a realm. Dao Ling's palm suddenly slammed down and pressed on the two magical weapons. The whole world trembled, and a huge halo spread out from the center of the three forces. The whole illusion was filled with colorful lights, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The 800 array palaces exploded under that halo of light, and the martial artists trapped within were all sent flying out, all of them coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as they hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. Those who were weaker directly died. The Ghost King roared again and again. Both of his hands kept forming seals and slapping them into the big wheel. 33 merit cauldrons appeared on it again. A large amount of ghost chi surged out and danced on the big wheel, resisting Dao Ling's palm power. Xiang also had a ferocious look on his face. His whole body emitted a gold and silver luster, and terrifying energy fluctuations were constantly transmitted into the armillary sphere. That realm's power came crashing down and bounced back through the profound artifact, causing his entire body to tremble. The black and white colors in his eyes rippled like water. "No, I can't lose. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and it wasn't easy for me to reach this step. I must win, I must win." Clouds of blood mist suddenly burst out of the huge body, and endless power surged into the two horns. Two rays of light spread out rapidly and rushed into the sky. The balance seemed to be broken at this moment, or maybe the illusion finally couldn't hold on any longer. A cracking sound came from between heaven and earth, as if the backbone of the sky had collapsed. Boom! The sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. It was chaos, the terrifying power rushed in all directions, and everyone was swept into it. They kept flying in the storm of the end of the world. Li Yunxia was shocked and took out the Tusida heavenly peak again. The four-colored force diffused out and stabilized the space. Fei Ni and Bei Chunnan guarded each other. The three of them were covered by the four-colored earth element power. Although they couldn't see anything from the outside, it was still very quiet and safe inside. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying power gradually dissipated, and the universe was gray and hazy. The sun and the moon were dim, and it was like the beginning of the world. When the energy storm gradually dissipated, Li Yunxiao kept the four-colored mountain and looked at everything in front of him in shock. Everything within 1,000 miles had been razed to the ground. At the place where Tingguang and the other two fought, there was a huge chasm on the ground. The crack seemed to lead to a bottomless abyss. The three of them stood on the chasm, and their faces were slightly pale. Fei Yanai said with a trembling voice, "Dead, are they dead? Are they all dead?" Suddenly, two rays of light flashed in front of them and fell from the sky. They turned into two figures with hideous and terrifying faces. "Ah. You're not dead yet?" Fei Yanai was shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The two people in front of them were Shang and Ghost King. However, their faces were also very ugly. They were still panting, and the origin power they emitted was very unstable. Especially Shang, the two horns on his head had completely lost their luster, and he looked like he was about to fall. He stared at Li Yunxiao fiercely, and a murderous aura burst out. Such a strong murderous aura. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you want to get beaten up?" He grabbed with his bare hand, and the Tushita sky peak hovered under his palm. Then, he smashed it down. Shang was furious. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! There was an explosion, and the mountain peak was sent flying. However, the sound of bones breaking came from Shang's arm, and he was pushed back by the impact. He looked at his fist in shock. A few of the bones in his fist had broken, and he was stunned. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. It was the first time he saw a four-colored mountain peak being sent flying. Although Shang had expended a lot of energy, his physique was still far stronger than ordinary demons. This is," Ghost King exclaimed. He looked at the four-colored Tushita sky peak with a strange look in his eyes. However, he quickly looked away. His eyes were filled with green flames, and he began to look around. "Come out!" He suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating out, causing the sky to tremble. Pfft! Chong Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Tingguang's figure appeared, and his face was abnormally pale. The green flames in Ghost King's eyes flickered and shot out a sharp light. After that move, he seemed to be in his best condition. "How sad. Can you still fight?" Ghost King's expression was cold, and there was indescribable mockery. Pfft! Tingguang spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale, and his muscles were withering. His vitality was draining away. "Tingguang!" Li Yunxiao exclaimed. He teleported to Tingguang's side and held him up. "How are you?" Tingguang shook his head. "I can't go on. My Dao Foundation is destroyed. I don't think I can live for long." He grabbed Li Yunxiao, and his eyes were filled with eagerness. His lips trembled slightly as he sent a voice transmission. "The Dao spirit died from that attack just now and turned into the Dao fruit's body again. It's inside my body. Kill me quickly and take the Dao fruit away." Li Yunxiao shuddered. He looked at Tingguang in shock and said sternly, "Don't think too much. Persevere. As long as the power of the fruit of Dao melts in your body, it should be able to heal your injuries." Tingguang laughed bitterly. "So what if I'm healed? My life's work has been destroyed. I have no more regrets in this life." Bang! He suddenly raised his hand and pierced it into his chest. He took out the fruit of Dao and stuffed it into Li Yunxiao's hand. He urged, "Go." Li Yunxiao was shocked by his action. The fruit of Dao was covered in scarlet blood, and it dripped down. "Give it to me!" Ghost King roared. He charged forward in an instant, and at the same time, he opened his palm and slammed it down. A vast force swept over. "You think you can escape?" Wei Qing's cold voice fell. His figure flashed and he also charged forward. He roared, "Give me the fruit of Dao. Otherwise, it'll be taken by this ghost." Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He made a prompt decision and threw the fruit of Dao away. It turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. "You!" Tingguang was shocked and furious. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "Don't be angry. You should heal your injuries first. How can I protect the fruit of Dao with my strength?" Forcefully possessing it will only bring about my own destruction. Tungguang's expression was gloomy, but it was mostly filled with unwillingness and despair. He looked at the flying fruit of Tao with a gloomy gaze. As expected, the moment the fruit of Tao was thrown, Ghost King and Wei Qing immediately shifted their positions in the air. They could no longer care about them and headed straight for the fruit of Tao. Suddenly, the space in front of them shook. Qi Xingfeng's figure appeared. His eyes were filled with excitement as he reached out to grab the fruit of Tao. Swish! The space twisted and the fruit of Tao suddenly shifted. Immediately after, a cloud-splitting arrow shot down and brushed past his arm. Damn it! Qi Xingfeng was furious. He drew the ancient dust sword and the sword light slashed in all directions. Countless dragons flew out and the sword light pierced toward the side of the fruit of Tao. Bang! Xianhua's figure could not hide under the sword qi. The star-shattering bow blocked in front of him and sparks flew from the slash of the sword. The fruit of Tao is mine. No one can take it from me. The Ghost King caught up in an instant. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and held up the surrounding space, making it impregnable. Then, he grabbed toward the fruit of Tao with great joy. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Ling Tian's long sword silently pierced over. Song of the Sword! Lu Fian shouted softly. A red lotus suddenly bloomed and fell toward the Ghost King's big hand. Damn it! The Ghost King was furious. He suddenly clenched his fist and smashed the red lotus. At the same time, he used his other hand to grab the fruit of Tao. Lu Fian's expression froze. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Her figure drifted, and the sharp sword intent immediately struck out. However, it was not toward the Ghost King, but directly toward the fruit of Tao. Damn it! What are you doing? The Ghost King roared. The rest of the people also stopped and their hearts violently twitched. Stop! Under the strong wind of the Ghost King, the sword qi was mostly blocked. However, Lu Fian's long sword shook and a decadent tremor spread out. Like a cold water sword, it suddenly slashed at the fruit of Tao. Ah! In an instant, everyone was completely stunned. Their eyes were wide open as they watched the heartbreaking scene. The sword qi slashed into the Tao fruit, multicolored lights flew out, and cracks began to appear on the Tao fruit, becoming larger and larger. Bang! A heart-tugging sound rang out, and under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the Tao fruit suddenly split open, turning into several rays of light that shot in all directions. Ah! Damn it! The Ghost King roared, a terrifying force condensed on his fist, and suddenly blasted towards Lu Fian. Bang! Lu Fian blocked with her sword, and the vast force directly bent the water like cold sword. With a sudden tremor, her whole body instantly bounced back several dozen feet, the long sword still vibrating in front of her. Her eyes revealed a strange look, and a strange force invaded her body along the sword. She circulated her origin power, and immediately shattered that force, but she was still shocked. Under the Ghost King's attack, his killing intent rose, and just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly discovered that several rays of light directly soared into the sky, chasing after the shattered Tao fruit light. Ah! All of you, stop! The Tao fruit is mine! He roared, and suddenly chased after the nearest figure. I will kill all of you. Lu Fian also hurriedly chased after a ray of light. The Tao fruit was cut into 5 pieces by her sword, and shot in 5 different directions. Tungguang could not help but laugh bitterly, and once again spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing abnormally violently. He pushed Li Yunxiao away, and said, quickly go and grab the Tao fruit fragments. With your strength and talent, even if there is only a fragment, you can still comprehend a lot of things, and step into the deity realm. But Li Yunxiao did not move, and took out a pile of heavenly treasures, handing them over, and said, don't talk nonsense, suppress your injuries first. Tungguang was startled. Among the pile of heavenly treasures, a mixed essence medicinal pill emitted astonishing spiritual qi, and he said in surprise, 9-5 supreme pill? Li Yunxiao nodded. He said suspiciously, you've been to Divine Firmament Palace? Li Yunxiao shook his head. Tungguang smiled bitterly, forget it, let's not waste it. In my current state, my Tao foundation has been destroyed. Even if I recover my strength, I'm afraid I'll never be able to advance. What's the point of living? Li Yunxiao said, "It's always good to be alive. Maybe there's still a chance? If you die, you won't have a chance anymore." Sigh. Teng Guang sighed. With a listless look, he picked up the pill and swallowed it. Even though he had started to circulate his energy to treat his injuries, there was no spirit in his eyes, as if his heart was dead. The surrounding people had already disappeared. They were all frantically fighting for the Dao fruit fragments. Even Bei Chunnan and Fei Anai had disappeared in a flash. In the distance, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. It was the Ghost King who was chasing after Qi Xingfeng and attacking him, roaring furiously. Qi Xingfeng was suppressed after a few moves, and his strength was slightly lacking. He couldn't help but shout furiously, "I have more than one Dao fruit fragment. Why do you have to fight with me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The Ghost King said coldly, "All the fragments are mine. Whoever takes them will die. I'll kill you first." Although he didn't have any Xian artifact with him, his physical body was strong enough to fight against the ancient dust sword. Qi Xingfeng couldn't fight back at all. Qi Xingfeng was shocked and angry. He resisted with an ashen face and coldly said, "Shang's fragment is the biggest one. This old man's fragment is only in the middle. If you continue to waste time here, don't even think about getting the other fragments." The Ghost King said coldly, "I've remembered everyone here. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still be able to catch up with you." He cupped his fists and suddenly raised them up. Bam! Qi Xingfeng blocked with his sword. Under the impact of a huge force, his body was pushed back. The Ghost King's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and used the ground shrinking technique. He chased after Qi Xingfeng and said, "Humph. Anyway, I'm going to kill all of you. It's killing two birds with one stone." Qi Xingfeng was furious. He somersaulted a few times in the air and immediately formed a seal with his hands. A circle of demonic aura flashed and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. "What?" The Ghost King was shocked. His eyes widened and he said in shock, "Who are you? Dharma idol?" Qi Xingfeng sneered, "I'm the one who's going to kill you." Behind him, he raised the Maliang divine brush and waved it in the air. With a touch of vermilion ink, an inescapable net was drawn. In an instant, the net came from all directions and covered the Ghost King. "What kind of nonsense is this?" the Ghost King shouted. He suddenly opened his arms and raised his fists. Suddenly, an endless amount of ghost chi surged from his body and rushed in all directions. The inescapable net was shaken off and was unable to land on his body. Qi Xingfeng's face turned cold. He raised his hand and raised the Imperial Treasure Scroll. Green light rushed out and all kinds of strange phenomena spread out from his body. The Ghost King's pupils shrank. He shouted and the wheel flew out. In an instant, the inescapable net was scattered and pressed directly on Qi Xingfeng. Boom! The big wheel was like a millstone that pressed on the treasure scroll's strange phenomena. It constantly grinded and shattered the strange phenomena. Qi Xingfeng was shocked. He spread out his 6 arms and the nether wheel whistled and turned into a huge wheel of light. It directly slashed at the wheel. Swoosh! The Ghost King's figure flashed and landed on the big wheel. He put his hands together in front of him and formed a claw seal, which covered the nether wheel. Clang clang clang. Under the pincer attack of his palms, the nether wheel continued to spin. The sharp light shot out and cut the scales on his body, causing them to ring continuously. Qi Xingfeng's face was full of anger. He grabbed the ancient dust sword and slashed at the big wheel. Dragon shadows bombarded the big wheel, trying to break it. The fruit of Wei was cut into 5 pieces by Lu Fian. After being repelled by the Ghost King, she also flashed and chased after one of the pieces. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, like the sun shining down. It turned into a silver snake and bit at the Ghost King. Lu Fian's face darkened. She unsheathed her sword and slashed at it. The silver snake suddenly turned into a silver sword. It coiled around the opponent's sword and created circles of sword momentum. Lu Fian frowned. Her left hand formed an incantation and slapped the sword. Clang! The sound of the sword vibrated. Circles of light shot out and bounced off the silver sword. Rays of light shook in the air. Heavenly record. She snorted and chased after the silver snake with her sword. The sword chi turned into a tornado in the air and tore the whole sky into countless pieces. Bang! The silver sword fell into the hands of the newcomer. He hurriedly brandished it and shot out dozens of sword chi. Boom boom boom. Rays of silver light slashed into the storm of sword chi and finally blocked the power of the sword. The demon temple fixed his eyes and saw that Lu Fian had floated away after slashing with her sword. She was dozens of feet away from him. Damn it! The demon temple shouted and turned into a stream of light to chase after her. Swish! Suddenly, the wind and clouds stirred. An arrow light shot toward the demon temple like a meteor. Boom! The arrow light exploded in front of the demon temple. A terrifying impact directly blocked the demon temple's way. Fian, you go after the fruit of way. Leave this to me. A light flashed in the sky. Xianxia walked over step by step with a longbow on his back. His face was cold. Although he was exhausted from the previous battle, he was confident that he could only delay the demon temple. The demon temple's face darkened. He knew that there was no hope of snatching the fruit of way. He immediately snorted coldly and flew away. Hundreds of feet away from the two, Shang's big hand grabbed a fragment of the fruit of way. His eyes flashed with incomparable excitement. He turned his hand and put away the fragment of the fruit of way. Then he said coldly, "Is it really okay to peep at me in the dark? Come out." Not far from him, there was a ripple-like fluctuation. Duan Muyoyu walked out calmly. His fingers were constantly pinching as if he was calculating something. His face showed a puzzled expression. Shang said coldly, "Why, do you want to have a competition?" Duan Muyoyu pondered and said, "No need." "Oh? Do human experts also fear death?" Shang sneered and ridiculed. Duan Muyoyu said, "It's not that I'm afraid of death. I have no intention of competing for the fruit of way. Moreover, I just read your fortune for free. It was the worst lot. You have to be careful. TSK. Ha, ha ha, how can you not make people laugh their heads off?" Shang sneered. "Sir, you are also a divine transcendence expert. You don't dare to make a move, so you use nonsense to deceive people. You are really impressive." Duan Muyoyu smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Heaven's will is an objective existence. It doesn't change whether you believe it or not." Shang scolded mockingly, "Trash, if you have nothing else to say, I will take the fruit of way and leave." Duan Muyoyu still had a smile on his face. He made a gesture and said, "Please." "Ha ha ha ha, is this the strength of a human expert? How embarrassing." Shang sneered. With a flash, he turned into a ray of light and returned to his original spot. He took out the fragment of the fruit of way and stared at it for a while. His eyes revealed extreme desire and excitement. He suddenly said, "Li, Ci, protect me." Ci had just returned from chasing Lu Fian and was about to chase after the other fruit of way. Hearing Shang's words, he immediately flew to his side. Li also flew into the sky. He flew before Shang and said, "Shang, what do you want to do?" Shang grabbed the fragment of the fruit of way and said, "After this fruit of way cracked, the divine Taos will dissipate very quickly. I must quickly refine it while it is still useful and directly break through to the last step." His eyes were filled with determination and excitement. Ci was shocked. "Lord Shang, is 1/5 of the fruit of way enough?" Shang smiled strangely. "Perhaps not, but I still have a chess piece. With this chip, it will be enough." Li was startled, then he understood and said, "Is it finally going to be used?" "However, Lord Shang, this place is surrounded by powerful humans. It is not convenient, right? How about we leave as soon as possible and find a safe place?" Shang rejected. "No need, it is too late. I will use the Tai Chi Heaven sealing stamp to seal this space and then use the armillary sphere to set up a barrier. With the two of you guarding outside, even if they attack together, they won't be able to break it in a short period of time. Besides, they are all fighting for the fruit of way, so who has time to care about me?" Li said, "Shang, be careful." Shang nodded and immediately used his innate ability. His gold and silver horns became towering, his eyes turned black and white, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared around him. The Tai Chi diagram flew up from Xiang's body and surged into the sky, turning this area into a forbidden area. At the same time, he waved his hand and the armillary sphere flew out, flying into the sky and merging with the Tai Chi diagram. The two axes of heaven and earth surged with vast power, the sun, moon, and stars lined up on the axes. Li Hixia and Tingguang immediately stood guard around the ceiling barrier, guarding it vigilantly. Xiang's action alarmed everyone. Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, "What is he doing?" Tingguang raised his head and said expressionlessly, that Yao Xiang snatched a Dao fruit fragment and wants to comprehend it on the spot. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "A Dao fruit fragment." Tingguang's eyes were filled with complex emotions. This innate ability of the Dohua clan is indeed very powerful. It can seal oneself, making it very difficult for the outside world to break. With the protection of the armillary sphere and the demon shrine, I'm afraid only the Ghost King has this ability. Li Yunxiao said, but the Ghost King is in cahoots with them. If Xiang can completely absorb this Dao fruit fragment, not only will his injuries be healed, but he will also be able to take a step forward. Li Yunxiao's face also showed a trace of seriousness. Inside the Tai Chi heaven sealing seal, under the armillary sphere, Xiang stared at the Dao fruit fragment in his hand, the size of a baby's fist, and said excitedly, "Although it's not complete, it's enough." He tossed the Dao fruit fragment into the air, and it emitted a hazy white light. Then, he cast a seal into the armillary sphere. The sun, moon, and stars rotated, and a yellow light shot down, forming a figure. "Li Yi, I want you to help me." Xiang looked at the figure, his eyes flashing nonstop. Li Yi nodded, "I understand. Didn't you guys nurture me until now for today? To be able to witness Lord Xiang reaching godhood, I, Li Yi, am also very honored." Xiang said, "You don't need to worry too much, I'm only extracting the demon queen's qi in your body, it won't harm your life." Li Yi smiled indifferently, "Even if it does harm my life, so what? To die for Darren, what is there to die for? Let my body rest on the mountain." His gaze gradually softened and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "I walked step by step from the southern region to reach a realm that I never dared to imagine in my life. I ascended to the throne of Emperor Wu and traveled the world unhindered. Thanks to the care of Xiang and all the lords, I can die with no regrets. It's just that." A look of worry appeared on his face. Xiang said, "If you have any wishes, I can help you fulfill them. Once the mother's power is extracted, you may lose all your cultivation." A murderous intent flashed in Li Yi's eyes. He pointed at Li Yunxiao in the distance with a face full of rage. He said coldly, "My greatest wish in this life is to kill Li Yunxiao. Can Lord Xiang help me fulfill my wish?" Xiang chuckled, "Even if you didn't mention it, I would still kill him. When I step into the God realm, it'll be as easy as lifting a finger, and I'll turn him into ashes with a flick of my finger." "Okay." Li Yi looked resolute. He gnashed his teeth and said, "As long as Li Yunxiao dies, I will give up my cultivation and my life without regrets." Xiang said, "Don't worry. After I succeed, I will kill Li Yunxiao in front of you to fulfill your wish." Li Yi nodded. He opened his arms and closed his eyes slowly. He said, "Take all my cultivation. Let me witness the birth of the first God realm expert in the realm of heaven martial arts in tens of thousands of years." Xiang said, "Thank you." His eyes lit up. He drew a talisman in the air with one hand and pointed at Li Yi's body. "Qi. Qi. Qi. Qi." Several finger lights pierced through several acupuncture points in Li Yi's body. A strange power surged in Li Yi's body and formed a formation that connected all the wounds. Li Yi's expression turned into one of agony as beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Xiang looked serious. He kept making hand signs with both hands. All of them flew into Li Yi's body. A pale red power started to flow out of Li Yi's body like dust. Xiang's pupils constricted. He was excited. He made hand signs hurriedly and patted the formation in front of Li Yi's chest. Instantly, a red light covered both of them. Xiang said loudly, "Don't resist it. Let my power draw out the power of the mother's body." Li Yi's face was pale. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Lord Xiang, don't worry. Just draw it out." "Okay." Xiang replied. He closed his eyes slowly. He made a seal with both hands and kept drawing out the pink power from Li Yi's body. The people outside the seal all widened their eyes in shock. There was a flash of realization in Li Yunxia's eyes. He seemed to have understood why the demon tribe would nurture Li Yi regardless of the cost. Suddenly, Li Yi moved. He put his hands together in front of him and made a strange seal. Then he grabbed Xiang's arm. Bang, a pink light spread out from Xiang's arm. A strange Tai Chi symbol appeared between Li Yi's hands. Li Yi, what are you doing? Xiang was shocked. He seemed to notice something and shouted angrily. Li Yi's face gradually turned from pale to rosy. His face was filled with pride, and he laughed viciously. Ha 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 ha, demon killer, you wanted to take away my power and turn me into a cripple. Today, I will take away your power. What? What kind of technique is this? Xiang was shocked. He felt like he could not move his arm after Li Yi grabbed it. Not only did the demonic power that was surging over from Li Yi flow back, but it was also drawing out his own power. You. Xiang was shocked. He shouted, what are you doing? Stop it. Not only was Xiang taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. Li Yisai, who was outside the seal, was petrified. He did not know what to do. The seal the heavens was so strong that outsiders could not enter. Even if they worked together, they had no confidence in breaking it. Moreover, there was a barrier created by the armillary sphere. They could not help. Li Yunxia's pupils shrank. He stared at the strange Tai Chi symbol in Li Yi's hands. He murmured in shock, what kind of divine power is this? Why is it so strange? Tengguang also frowned. It's similar to Xiang's technique. It seems to be used to restrain the opponent from drawing out their power. Inside the barrier, Li Yi's face was gloomy. He said coldly, Demon Xiang, do you think I'm so stupid that I'm willing to die for you? You raised me like a fowl. When the time comes, you'll kill me and eat me. You want me to thank you? Thank your whole family of bastards. Let me tell you, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Xiang's face became extremely ugly. He did not know what kind of strange technique Li used. It seemed to be targeted at him. At this moment, most of his power was used to maintain the seal and the armillary sphere. Under Li Yi's control, he could not move. He could only watch as his power flowed away. Damn it! Damn it! Stop it! Xiang roared again and again. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His huge body trembled uncontrollably. Li Hesi was completely dumbfounded. He only reacted after a while. Hesi roared, stop it. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Li Yi laughed coldly. His eyes were full of ridicule. If I stop, I'll really die. Why not risk my life and fight? I'll draw out all your power and become a god. Ha ha ha. Li Yi was so angry that his body trembled. He said shakily, Li Yi, I was the one who saved you from the brink of death many times. You're actually biting the hand that feeds you. Save? Bull*T. If you didn't treat me like a pig, fattened up for slaughter, would you have saved me? Li Yi cursed loudly. His eyes were ferocious. He said, I've been preparing for today's plan since the first day I was chosen by you to be reared. I've never been one to wait for death without a fight. Whoever wants my life, even if I can't beat them, I'll make them peel off 3 layers of skin. Xiang gradually calmed down. At this moment, he was in the most dangerous situation. One mistake and he would really be helping Li Yi. He said calmly, Li Yi, even if you draw out a portion of my power, it's absolutely impossible for you to become a god. Once I break free, both sides will suffer. Moreover, you'll definitely suffer the endless pursuit of my demon race. Li Yi smiled coldly and said, Demon Xiang, this is where you're wrong. It's becoming a god. If you can, why can't I? Moreover, I'm the mother of the demon race. My talent shouldn't be weaker than yours, right? Since you're thinking about the great cause of the demon race, why don't you just give all your power to me? I'll definitely cherish your power and protect your demon race. Oh right, do you have any other wishes? Say it, and I'll fulfill them for you. Xiang was so angry that his entire body trembled. The essence energy in his body fluctuated continuously, turning into rays of light that spread out in all directions. But even more power flowed rapidly, pouring into Li Yi's body. Right, there's also this Dao fruit. If you can eat it, why can't I? Li Yi suddenly raised his head and looked at the fragment of the Dao fruit floating quietly in the sky. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and inhaled, the entire space twisted. Large amounts of air were sucked into his lungs, and his body constantly expanded. That fragment of the Dao fruit also flew down rapidly, heading towards his mouth. Damn it! Xiang was extremely furious and made a prompt decision. He would rather suffer heavy injuries than let Li Yi continue to absorb it. If Li Yi stole his essence energy and the Dao fruit, his lifetime of cultivation and tens of thousands of years of hard work would really be in vain. He shouted loudly, and the two horns on his head suddenly shot out a terrifying power that surged forward. The ceiling barrier that filled the sky also collapsed at this moment, turning into countless fragments with a boom. Xiang spat out a large mouthful of blood and forcefully broke free from Li Yi's grip. His entire face was abnormally pale. After he let go, he circulated essence energy in his palm and slapped it over without saying a word. He wanted to kill Li Yi on the spot. The fury in his heart at this moment could no longer be described with words. Only by blasting Li Yi into dust could he slightly vent some of his fury. Li Yi was greatly alarmed. He swallowed the Dao fruit into his stomach and punched out at the same time to meet Xiang's attack with both fists. All of his power was concentrated into this one attack. Rumble! The terrifying fist force dispersed, and a ray of green light spread out from within. Xiang was actually forced back several steps by the power of that green light. With a face full of shock, he stared ahead in shock and anger. After the light dissipated, a green figure appeared in front of Li Yi, looking at Xiang with ridicule. Li Yi was overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. Lord Wei Qing. That figure was Wei Qing. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Did you eat that Dao fruit fragment just now?" Li Yi's body trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head and said, "The situation just now was urgent, and I thought I would die for sure." Afraid that the Dao fruit would be snatched back by Xiang, I gritted my teeth and swallowed it. This Dao fruit fragment was originally seized to offer to Lord. I deserve to die 10,000 times. Please punish me, Lord. Wei Qing stared fixedly at Xianxi's face for a while before he said, "If you've swallowed it, then you've swallowed it. Fine, being able to obtain a Dao fruit fragment can be considered to be your fortune. Moreover, out of consideration that you've always been secretly siding with me, I'll take this Dao fruit fragment as a gift to you." Xiang's face turned cold, bursting with boundless fury as he stared furiously at Wei Qing and Li Yi. Li Yunxiao also came to a sudden realization, thinking of the method Li used to counter Xiang just now. If he did not have a powerful backer, how could he have obtained such a miraculous technique? To think that this kid had relied on Wei Qing long ago, but he did not know how he got in touch. Li Yi cursed endlessly in his heart. If he had not been quick-witted and swallowed it in one bite, how would he have a share now? But he still pretended to be grateful, so excited that he was speechless, and said loudly, "Thank you, Lord Wei Qing, for bestowing this fruit. Lord has given me a new lease of life. Nothing in the world can compare to Lord's kindness. How can the rivers and seas be deeper than Lord's kindness?" Everyone had goosebumps, and Wei Qing also felt uncomfortable all over. He snorted and said, "Go rest to the side and digest the Dao fruit. As long as you are loyal to me, you will definitely be of great use in the future." "Yes, thank you, Lord." Li Yi's face was filled with gratitude. He hurriedly landed on the ground and carefully hid far away, keeping his guard up against those demons. Although he had absorbed a portion of Xiang's power and eaten the Dao fruit, it was impossible for him to digest it in a short period of time. However, Xiang's power seemed to be very close to him, and he felt an indescribable warmth in his body. Xiang was already livid with rage. He grabbed the armillary sphere and said coldly to Wei Qing, "Get lost. I must kill that brat today. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you too." Li Yisai also flew to Xiang's side with an anxious expression. They knew that Xiang had gone completely berserk, but now was not the time to clash with humans. If they fought with Wei Qing, the situation would only worsen. Li plucked up his courage and said, Lord Xiang, let's leave first before we come up with a plan. Wei Qing's face was cold as he sneered, kill me? Leave? Both of them are too difficult. He waved his hand and a ray of green light descended. It was Luo Qingyun. Behind him were 8 ghost Shura. They had completely recovered from their injuries. Not good. Not only the great demons, but the rest of the people also revealed serious expressions, thinking that things were not good. 8 ghost Shura was enough to control the entire situation. Luo Qingyun's face was cold. He waved his spear, and sound waves surged. The 8 ghost Shura's eyes widened, and power surged out of their bodies. He said coldly, kill these 3 demons. Li and the other 2 instantly felt the soaring killing intent, and their bodies turned cold. Xiang also gradually woke up from his boundless rage and slowly regained his senses. A few rays of light exploded in the distance. It was Yi, Meng, and the other 2. They flew behind Xiang with serious expressions. Li even took out his war drum and beat it repeatedly, wanting to summon the Ghost King. Wait! Wei Qing suddenly shouted. Luo Qingyun frowned and swept his spear. The 8 ghost Shura instantly stopped. Wei Qing said, don't be in a hurry to kill these people. Take back the fruit of Wei fragments first. He focused his gaze and said coldly, Qi Xingfeng, Lu Fian. Out of the 5 fruit of Wei fragments, Qi Xingfeng, Lu Fian, and Xiang each took 1. The remaining 1 fell into Wei Qing's hands. As for the last fragment, he looked into the distance. 3 figures were fighting fiercely. It was actually Chu Mujia fighting Bei Chunnan and Fei Anai for the last fragment. Humph, a 9-star peak wants to snatch the fruit of Wei. He must be out of his mind. Kill them all. Wei Qing's expression turned cold. He said, go and snatch the 2 fragments from Qi Xingfeng and Lu Fian. Leave the rest of the trash to that person. Luo Qingyun was stunned. He frowned slightly. He had doubts in his heart, but it was not convenient for him to ask. He directly led the 8 ghost Shura and flew into the distance. The Ghost King was still standing on the big wheel of fortune. He held the nether wheel in his hands and suppressed Qi Xingfeng. They seemed to have entered a delicate balance. However, the big wheel of fortune continued to emit various halos, as if it was endless and inexhaustible. On the other hand, the imperial talisman gradually weakened and was constantly being worn down. The Ghost King's expression was calm, as if he was at ease. He hid his power and purposely wore Qi Xingfeng down. Qi Xingfeng, under the suppression of the big wheel of fortune, glared angrily and growled continuously. He could not hold on any longer. After Xianxia and Lu Fian obtained a fruit of Wei fragment, they flew away. They could not let Qi Xingfeng be killed by the Ghost King. They had to bring him back to the deity transformation sea. This was the highest order given by Lu Xongzi. The 2 turned into rays of light at the same time and landed on both sides of the Ghost King. They were separated by dozens of feet and looked at each other coldly. The Ghost King raised his eyes and glanced at the 2. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised with indescribable sarcasm. Xianxia coldly snorted and said, Fian, this monster is looking down on us. Let's do it. He took out his bow and began to circulate his origin energy. Lu Fian frowned and said, wait a little longer. Lord Qi Xingfeng seems to be able to hold on for a long time. We'll make our move when he is exhausted. The 2 spoke directly, without the slightest concealment. Qi Xingfeng flew into a rage and roared, you 2 little bastards, hurry up and make your move. If I can't hold on, with your meager strength, only death awaits you. Lu Fian pursed her lips and said with a smile, Lord Qi Xingfeng need not worry about us. If you really have the heart, please fight seriously and consume more of the Ghost King's power. It will save us a lot of effort when we make our move later. Haha, you're right. Xianxia praised and gave a thumbs up. Qi Xingfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The 3-faced Dharma idol roared continuously, and the demonic markings on its body surged more and more strongly. But no matter how it tried, it could not break through the suppression of the big wheel. It was unknown what kind of ghost profound weapon this was. While the 2 were waiting quietly, their faces suddenly changed. They looked coldly at Luo Qingyun leading the 8 ghost Azuras to fly over and stand in a row in front of him. The Ghost King also opened its eyes, which flashed with green light. It seemed to have become somewhat vigilant. He had suppressed the 8 ghost Asuras with his own strength, but could not kill them. He naturally understood the power of these things. Qi Xingfeng laughed sinisterly and said, "Haha, you 2 little bastards want to take advantage of this old man. Now you're satisfied, aren't you?" Luo Qingyun's expression was calm. He stretched out his hand and said, "I'm only here for the Dao fruit fragments. Hand them over and you can go." Lu Fian raised her hand and ran her fingertips through her hair. She laughed softly and said, "The Dao fruit fragments, elder sister also wants them very much." Luo Qingyun snorted and said, "Then I'm sorry, the 2 of you can die." The 8 ghost Asuras flew up. They formed groups of 4 and completely surrounded the 2. Xianxia frowned and said, "The origin energy fluctuations on these damn things don't seem to have weakened at all. How did they recover so quickly?" The light in Lu Fian's eyes flickered incessantly. She suddenly stretched out her hand and held the Dao fruit fragment in her palm, which emitted an extremely strong Dao will. "Little brother, take it." She smiled sweetly. The Dao fruit fragment suddenly flew into the air and flew towards Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. He nodded and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Red Lotus Emperor Wu is really able to see the situation clearly. He took a step forward and grabbed the Dao fruit fragment. The Ghost King's pupils also shrank and shot out a green light. He could not help but smack his lips, obviously wanting to eat it very much. Xianxia said in shock, "Fian, you." Lu Fian said, "This little brother is right. A wise man submits to circumstances." "Xianxia, how much strength do you have left? You can't contend against these ghost Shura. Besides, the purpose of our trip this time is not the Dao fruit. It will be good if we can get it, but there is no regret if we can't." Xianxia fell silent, but his face was still full of unwillingness. He snorted heavily. Luo Qingyun caught the Dao fruit fragment and put it away. Only then did he say, "You didn't play any tricks. Very good. The 2 of you retreat to the side." Xianhua's face was gloomy. Lu Fian smiled indifferently and gave him a look. The 2 of them retreated to the distance. Luo Qingyun's eyes focused and looked towards the Ghost King. The 8 ghost Shura's figures also flashed and appeared around the Ghost King, all of them brimming with murderous intent. Everyone's gaze converged on them. It seemed that a massacre was about to begin. Under the big wheel, Qi Xingfeng saw the opportunity to turn things around. He roared again and continuously slashed out jade dragons, wanting to blast away the suppression. C said with a gloomy face, "I don't know what's going on with that Ghost King. He can't always deal with Qi Xingfeng. He's not as sharp as he was when dealing with the Ghost Shura. There seems to be a problem. I'm afraid it will be difficult to rely on him to kill all the humans." Shang's face was livid. He said in a cold voice, "It is certain that this Ghost King is concealing his strength. But if he really wants to regain his freedom, he must fulfill the promise he made with Li. Let's wait for the situation to develop. I don't believe that Wei Qing can take all 5 Dao fruit fragments." He was still interested in the Dao fruit fragments. Moreover, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced into the distance, trying to figure out how to capture Li Yi. Now that he had lost the Dao fruit, lost Li Yi, and even had a part of his strength extracted, it was a crushing defeat. And all of this was caused by Li Yi. His hatred for Li Yi had reached the extreme. With a gloomy face, C said coldly, "Lord Shang, after we capture Li Yi, we should use him to make elixirs. Although it won't be as convenient as extracting his power, it will be safe." Shang said coldly, "First, we should torture him and make him regret living in this world. Then, we can use him to make elixirs." Li Yi, who was far away, couldn't hear their conversation, but he could feel the bone-chilling gazes of Shang and the others. He couldn't help but shiver and be on guard. After today's battle, it could be said that he had completely broken off relations with the demon clan. He could only rely on Wei Qing, the big tree, to find a chance of survival. The threat from the demon clan was like a huge rock pressing on his chest. He had been trying to find a way to survive. Today, he had finally broken off his relationship with the demon clan. He felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel happy. He hadn't expected the person behind Tang Qing to be the ruler of the sanctuary. He had found the right person. As long as he followed Wei Qing, it wouldn't be a dream for him to have a meteoric rise in the future. Li Yunxiao looked at Li Yi with a strange expression. This lad had come from the Tianshui nation, just like him. He had never taken him seriously. He hadn't expected him to become such a big shot now. Moreover, he had broken off his relationship with the demon clan and knocked Shang out of his dream of reaching the divine realm. He had turned the situation around and would even affect the power structure of the realm of heaven martial arts for the next few decades. For the humans, he had made a great contribution. Li Yi also felt Li Yunxiao's gaze. His eyes emitted a murderous aura. He looked back at him coldly. Although he wasn't a match for Li Yunxiao, he had absorbed a part of Shang's power and a fragment of the fruit of the way. In the future, he would definitely surpass him. A lofty aspiration rose in his heart. He couldn't help but raise his head. Suddenly, Duanmu Youyu appeared in front of the demon clan and said, "Hee, Mr. Shang, do you believe my divination? Do you believe my divination now?" He had a smile on his face. He looked calm and relaxed, as if everything was within his calculations. Shang's eyes shone brightly. His expression changed. First, he was full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. Second, he had doubts about divination. He didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him anymore. He said coldly, "Then why don't you perform another divination and see how today's situation is?" Duanmu Youyu pondered for a moment and said, "I've already tried it earlier. There's an extremely powerful force that's obstructing my deduction. I'm also very curious. This is also the reason why I stayed behind to watch the results. Otherwise, if the Dao fruit crumbled, I would have left a long time ago." Extremely powerful strength? Shang and the others knitted their brows and couldn't help but look at the Ghost King. At this moment, the strongest person was most likely this mysterious and unfathomable Ghost King. As expected, even I can't calculate it? A ray of light descended. It was Duanmu Song. His expression was grave as he said, "I've tried many times as well, but I can't divine anything either. However, I feel restless, as if something big is about to happen. Why don't we join hands and use the deity mirror to see what's going on?" Everyone was slightly alarmed. The celestial mirror was said to be the strongest divination technique of the seer families, but no one had ever seen it before. Wei Qing and the others frowned as they stared at the siblings. Duanmu Youyu said, "The celestial mirror is too damaging to one's body. Furthermore, even if it is used, it might not be able to pry into the heavenly secrets. Furthermore, even if it can pry into it, it can't change anything. Sister, you're a natural spirit diviner. Since you feel restless, there's no doubt that something big is about to happen. Fortunately, it won't take too long. We just need to watch quietly." Wei Qing said coldly, "Young Master Youyu, do you mean that something unexpected will happen in the current situation?" Duanmu Youyu nodded and said, "That's right." Wei Qing smiled faintly and said leisurely, "If there's an accident, it's most likely him." "Him?" Duanmu Youyu frowned. Everyone revealed doubtful expressions, not understanding what was going on. At this moment, the great illusionary land no longer existed. All the cultivators who were trapped inside and survived when the illusion shattered had all come out. However, all of them flew far away. No one dared to approach the central area where Li Yunxiao and the others were. But those cultivators who were watching from afar did not leave either. Instead, they watched in terror. That was because the auras of these powerhouses in front of them made people feel suffocated even from thousands of feet away. Every one of them was like thunder piercing the ears. Their names shook the world. Normally, they only existed in legends, but at this moment, they were all gathered here. Han Zhenting had already recovered the appearance of an old man. She was inconspicuous in this group of people. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes as she stared at another group of people in the distance. Ning Qian also wore a veil, his aura restrained. He was hidden in that group of people and was not detected. It was just that there was an additional white-robed person beside Ning Qian. His entire body was wrapped in a white robe, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. A bright light flickered in Han Zhenting's eyes. she could not help but ponder. At this moment, apart from those transcending mortality and Emperor Wu's peak powerhouses, no one dared to approach at all. To be able to escape with their lives in the great illusionary land, everyone was already sighing endlessly. Ning Qian said in a low voice, Wei Qing is currently in control of the situation. If we can join forces with the divine transformation, see cultivators, we might have a fighting chance. A voice came from within the white robe. The gathering of the world's winds and clouds has its own destiny. Even if Wei Qing wins today's game, it will only be a small victory. Moreover, he may not be able to win today's game. Ning Qian frowned. Could it be that Gongzi Yu divined something? The voice in the white robe said, he divined nothing. But this is also what he was puzzled about. Right now, let's just wait and see. The chess game is no longer played by our Red Moon City. The world's powerhouses are just borrowing Red Moon City's territory. Ning Qian said, that's good too. Father has just been revived, and his cultivation is incomplete. In addition, the three elders are also an arrow at the end of its flight. It is indeed not a good time to make a move. Let's conserve our energy and watch the storm surge. It's just a pity about that Dao fruit, sigh. In the distance, the battle for the last Dao fruit had also ended. Beijing Nan held back Chu Mujia, while Fei Anai snatched the Dao fruit. With a few flashes, she flew back. Wei Qing snorted coldly. He stared at Fei Anai, who was flying over from afar, and said leisurely, young Lord Fei Anai, it's been hard on you. Fei Anai was stunned. Then, her face was filled with vigilance. She snorted coldly and said, hard? With the Dao fruit, how can it be hard? She took a few steps back and landed in a flash. She hurriedly passed the Dao fruit to Li Yunxiao and said, husband, for you. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, you snatched the Dao fruit for me? Fei Anai blinked and smiled. I have the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. Sooner or later, I will be able to break through to the great success of my corporeal body. After you eat this Dao fruit fragment, you will soon be able to break through to the peak of Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao stared at the pure white Dao fruit fragment. It was like a crystal clear heart, and there was a faint reflection of light. He said resolutely, no need. You can swallow it. What? Fei Anai was shocked. She seemed to be in disbelief. The others also frowned and revealed astonished expressions. The Dao fruit fragment was right in front of him, and he still rejected it. There was actually such a fool in the world. Tingguang smiled bitterly and said, you are still as proud as ever. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and did not deny it. Duan Muyoyu also curled up the corner of his mouth. His eyes were indescribably playful. A cold light flashed across Wei Qing's eyes. He said, young Lord Fei Anai, since Li Yunxiao doesn't want it, give it to me. Fei Anai became vigilant and said coldly, if my husband doesn't want it, I can eat it like candy. Why should I give it to you? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her heart stagnate. An indescribable feeling surged up as if she had a bad feeling. Duan Muyoyu frowned. He formed a hand seal and said softly, it's him. Then, everyone's expression changed. A light gradually condensed in the air and formed into a figure. The figure faced Fei Anai and said leisurely, because Lord Wei Qing's will is my will. Fei Anai shuddered and said in shock, Lord, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as well. He said in shock, Long Qianmiao, the Long clan leader. The light gradually revealed a figure. He was dressed in red, with thick brows and big eyes. His expression was stiff. It was also Li Yunxiao's first time seeing Long Qianmiao's true appearance. However, that high and mighty bearing and the change in Fei Ni's expression made him immediately understand that this person was the Long clan leader. What shocked him even more was that he was actually walking together with Wei Qing. The rest of the people were shocked as well. Wei Qing, Yao Jinliang, and 8 Ghost Azura. Zi Mingji, who was watching from afar, already had the power to suppress the crowd. Now, the Long family's patriarch actually came. Duan Muyoyu's face flashed with doubt. He said strangely, my divination is blocked. Is it because of Mr. Long Da's power? Duan Mutsang also pondered and said, something doesn't seem right. Fei Ni's body was covered in cold sweat. She lowered her head and said, Lord Sect Leader, isn't our Long clan aloof from the world and doesn't ally with others? Long Qianmiao's clear eyes focused and said, the Long clan indeed doesn't ally with others. The one who allied with Lord Wei Qing is me. Are you willing to listen to my orders? Everyone felt dizzy. What kind of logic was this? You're a sect leader allying with others. What's the difference between that and an alliance between sects? Fei Ni's face turned pale. She suddenly understood why Wei Qing didn't mind when she snatched the Dao fruit. It turned out that he already knew that the sect leader was coming. Chu Mujie and Bei Jingnan's fight also stopped. Chu Mujie's eyes were filled with shock. Bei Jingnan, on the other hand, swayed and returned to Li Yunxiao's side. His eyes were calm. Li Yunxiao said, Fei and I, give him the Dao fruit. Fei Ni's body trembled. She turned and looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, I didn't agree to fight for the Dao fruit fragment from the start because we don't have the strength to do so. We should just watch obediently. This Dao fruit is a disaster for you and me, not a blessing. Long Qianmiao raised his eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao calmly. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Fei Ni's face darkened. She suddenly smiled and turned to look at Long Qianmiao. She said, Lord Sect Leader, since you're personally allying with Wei Qing, Fei and I will be bold enough to disobey. What? Everyone was stunned, and even Long Qianmiao was stunned while disbelief and astonishment filled his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about, Fei and I? A loud shout came from the distance. It was Odd Ghost. He had arrived at Crimson Moon City at some point and was staring at Fei and I with a face full of shock and criticism. Haha. Wei Qing suddenly burst into laughter. Mr. Long, it seems like you don't discipline your subordinates well. Long Qianmiao's eyes narrowed. Can you tell me why? Fei and I? His voice was gentle, as if he didn't blame her. Could it be that you want to eat this Dao fruit fragment? I haven't seen you for a few months and your improvement has shocked and delighted me. At this rate, with your celestial phoenix nirvana physique, you can achieve an indestructible physique even without this Dao fruit. Fei and I asked, does Sect Master know why I improved so quickly? Long Qianmiao's brows knit together slightly as he said, I heard some of it from Odd Ghost, but I don't know everything. Could it be that it's because of the man behind you? The rising star of the younger generation, Li Yunxiao, whose name has spread throughout the world recently? Fei and I nodded, yes. After meeting Li Yunxiao, I knew he would be the man who changed my life. Long Qianmiao said, you must have gone through several nirvanas to reach your current level. It should be because of the divine phoenix fire he gave you. Fei and I said, yes, he didn't just give me the divine fire. Her face flushed red as she gritted her teeth, I've fallen in love with him. Everyone's expression changed. Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect Fei and I to be so bold as to say such words in front of the world. Wei Qing and the others didn't have much of an expression. Fei and I had long seen through Li Yunxiao's romantic feelings. However, the crowd in the distance was shocked. All kinds of discussions arose, but most of them were filled with envy. The young master of the Long family, the celestial phoenix nirvana physique. This kind of honor was something that most men in the world couldn't obtain even if they racked their brains, yet it fell to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao could feel the hatred rising from afar. Long Qianmiao was stunned for a moment before she said, when a girl grows up, she'll have to get married in the end. But you are the young master of the Long family, my most valued successor, I do not wish for your marriage to be so hasty. Fei and I smiled lightly, hasty? No, it wasn't. In this world, who among the young men could compare to him? Who is worthy of me, Fei and I? Her face was filled with cold arrogance, as if no man in the world could enter her eyes. Humph. In the distance, Li Yu was extremely dissatisfied. He snorted loudly, and his face darkened. However, no one paid any attention to him. Long Qianmiao frowned, and he took a few more glances at Li Yunxiao before he said, let's not talk about this for now. Hand the Dao fruit to Lord Wei Qing first. Fei and I laughed softly and said, Sovereign, thank you for your guidance. This time, Fei and I is unable to comply. Since I've fallen in love with Li Yunxiao, I'm no longer the young master of the Long family, but Li Yunxiao's woman. I hope that I can do my best to help him reach the peak. This Dao fruit fragment, I can only give it to him. Li Yunxiao's heart was greatly shaken, his eyes filled with shock, and he was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect Fei and I to have such thoughts. An indescribable emotion surged in his heart. The Dao fruit fragment in her hand seemed to emit a scorching luster, causing him to feel a piercing pain in his eyes. Insolence. Long Qianmiao's expression became incomparably gloomy, and he shouted, "I think you're crazy. I'm here today, and you're not allowed to mess around." Fei Ni's face was resolute, and she said, "Sovereign, Fei and I is not messing around. I hope you can fulfill my wish." Long Qianmiao was livid with anger, and he said in a cold voice, "You disappoint me too much. Since you refuse to come to your senses like this, I can only capture you back and make you reflect properly." He reached out his hand, and it directly turned into a giant palm, like a giant praying mat, and grabbed Fei and I. "Stop." Li Yunxiao reacted in an instant, and his eyes surged with anger, and he slashed with his sword. A trace of surprise flashed in Long Qianmiao's eyes, but the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and he said, "You're very strong, but it's still too early to fight me." The giant palm shook in the air, and a vast dragon might spread out, violently shaking Li Yunxiao's body like a mountain crashing down, and he was directly sent flying. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they revealed a look of shock. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he was horrified in his heart. He thought to himself, how can he be so strong? With that shake just now, a vast dragon might surged out, and that kind of suppressive force actually made his heart palpitate. However, seeing that Fei and I had been captured, he could not afford to think too much. In a flash, he rushed forward again, and countless sword runes bounced off the cold sword, dancing in the air. What? That is. Wei Qing's body trembled, and his pupils shrank as he looked at the sword momentum in shock. Long Qianmiao's eyes also flashed with surprise, and he said, "This is Gu Feiyang's sword art?" Although he did not participate in the Battle of Wind and Cloud back then, he was someone who witnessed it with his own eyes. In the distance, Xianxia and Lu Fian were also shocked, somewhat in disbelief, and looked at that familiar sword shadow in a daze. Long Qianmiao said, "Looks like you still have some secrets, but it's useless. Smart people should understand the gap after that shock just now." He withdrew his right hand from Fei Ni's body, and directly grabbed at Li Yunxiao. An inexplicable force was still binding Fei and I, and it turned into rings of light around her, and she was unable to break free. Boom! The giant hand directly slapped down, and Li Yunxiao's figure was suddenly blasted into powder. Huh? Long Qianmiao was startled, and his pupils shrank. He said with some surprise, "You can actually cast an illusion under my eyes?" Suddenly, a sword rune surged out from the top of his head, and directly slashed down. Long Qianmiao sneered, and said, "If I let you hurt this seat, it would be the biggest joke in the world." He clenched his 5 fingers, and directly turned it into a fist, and punched out. Tremendous dragon might rumbled all around his body, and the faces of the people in the surroundings changed slightly, and they could not help but retreat. Shang and the others from the demon race also revealed looks of horror. That dragon might seemed to have a greater impact on them, and their bodies were all agitated. C said in surprise, "What's with this power? True dragon pressure?" C's face fell, and he said, "Big trouble, Long Qianmiao seems to have the blood of a true dragon on him." What? Everyone was startled, and Luo Qingyun's expression also changed greatly in the distance. He was the most familiar with that power on Long Qianmiao's body. Lu Fian said in a low voice, "No wonder he would ally with Wei Qing. It's most likely related to this blood of a true dragon." Her eyes revealed a dignified look, and her eyes stared at that Li Yunxiao. Her heart was filled with horror, and an inexplicable palpitation emerged in her heart. This person in front of her gave her a feeling too familiar. Yao Jinliang also had a gloomy face, and a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Long Qianmiao's fist momentum soared into the sky, and it smashed the sword light into pieces. Li Yunxiao's body exploded once again. What? This time, not only Long Qianmiao, but everyone was shocked, and their eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually used an illusion technique twice in a row. A sword light suddenly appeared around Fei and I, and with a chi sound, it slashed apart the restraints on her body. Only then did Li Yunxiao's figure appear, and he grabbed her, and shouted, "Go!" The surrounding space instantly distorted, and he was about to teleport away. He knew that it was impossible to defeat Long Chanmiao, and he could only hope for that 1 in a million chance to escape. Fei Yanai suddenly smiled, and said, "Didn't you not like me by your side? If I return to the Long clan, wouldn't that be exactly what you want?" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. Originally, Fei Yanai returning to the Long clan was the best choice for him, but for some reason, he wanted to make her stay at this moment. Humph. He snorted softly, and said, "Even if you want to go back, you should be the one to walk back, and not be captured under my eyes. It doesn't matter if that person is Wei Qing or Long Chanmiao." Fei Ni's eyes shot out a strange light, and with a trace of infatuation, she giggled, "I like this kind of pride that is buried in your bones, and that looks down on the world." Cold stars shot out from Long Chanmiao's eyes, and he said coldly, "If I let you escape, it would really be a joke." He opened his mouth, and a shout came out. Heaven and earth trembled, and a wave of dragon's might descended, suppressing everything. Kaboom! The space shook, and everyone felt a vast force descend, and they couldn't help but tremble. Even Wei Qing's face revealed a look of shock, and his expression became extremely complicated. Li Yunxiao's figure paused in the air, as if he was blocked by something, but in an instant, he returned to normal, and directly turned into a lightning bolt to escape. What? Everyone was shocked. Under this kind of dragon's might, even a divine transcendence powerhouse would feel apprehensive. How could an 8-star Emperor Wu resist it? Luo Qingyun was also shocked. He stared unblinkingly at Li Yunxiao, and he was considering whether to help. Seeing him directly break through the dragon's might, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Li Yunxiao had absorbed a trace of Archaeosaurus's dragon's might in the rainy heaven's end, and was basically immune to this thing. Impossible! Long Chanmiao shouted, and his figure flashed, and boundless might blasted out. The entire space was directly set off by waves, and everything was twisted. Looking over, everyone's figures seemed to be deformed, and completely distorted. Fei Yanai said in shock, "Hurry up and leave, don't worry about me." She suddenly stuffed the Dao fruit fragment into Li Yunxiao's hand, and pushed him away. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move him at all. She slapped him with all her might, and said anxiously, "You damned pervert, why are you holding me so tightly? Young Master Yunxiao, please behave yourself." "Shut up!" Li Yunxiao shouted, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly bent down, and pressed his face against Fei Ni's bright red lips. Both of them trembled, and an inexplicable electric current passed through their bodies. Li Yunxiao's face was also slightly red, and he chuckled, "Now it's quiet, right?" Fei Ni's cheeks were bright red, and her entire mind was blank. Only a voice echoed in her mind, "He kissed me, he kissed me." Long Chanmiao's cold voice resounded, "Impudent." Space was instantly torn apart as a terrifying force slammed down. Rumble, the two of them were instantly blasted away, and blood sprayed through the air. The blood within Li Yunxiao's body surged, and he was heavily injured in an instant. The dragon might surged into his body and continuously damaged it. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he was able to suppress the power in the blink of an eye and slowly recover. As for Fei Yanai, she was completely fine, but her face was filled with shock. Long Chanmiao's exquisite control of power had reached perfection. "Leave quickly." Fei Yanai was extremely anxious, and she pushed Li Yunxiao away. She opened her arms to block Long Chanmiao, "Sect Master, let him go." Long Chanmiao said coldly, "I can let him go, but leave the Dao fruit fragment behind." Fei Yanai said, "I took the Dao fruit fragment, if you want to leave it behind, then leave me behind." "Nonsense!" Long Chanmiao shouted angrily, and he clawed with his hand. The sky shook, and a mountainous pressure descended, suppressing Fei Yanai and causing her to fall to the ground. Rumble, Fei Yang blasted a deep hole in the ground, and a ray of green dragon light trapped Fei Yanai within. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. She was so anxious that she couldn't stop shouting. Li Yunxiao stabilized his injuries. Even though he wasn't weaker than Long Chanmiao in terms of mentality, his aura was completely suppressed, and he seemed extremely weak. He took a deep breath, and his gaze was icy cold as he said, "Long Chanmiao, since you're representing yourself and not the Long family patriarch, what right do you have to restrict Fei Ni's actions?" Long Chanmiao said, "Helping Wei Qing obtain the Dao fruit fragment is my personal matter." But suppressing Fei and I is the Long family patriarch's business. Li Yunxiao, let me tell you, Fei and I will absolutely not marry you. Li Yunxiao frowned. Why? Long Qianmiao said, you're outstanding indeed, but unfortunately, Fei and I possesses the heavenly phoenix rebirth physique and has already undergone rebirth numerous times. I'm afraid that he's the first person to attain mastery in the heavenly phoenix bloodline in a few tens of thousands of years. The significance of this to the Long family far exceeds your imagination. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. Flamboyant and flamboyant? Long Qianmiao's eyes revealed surprise as he said, so you know about it as well. Li Yunxiao said coldly, isn't it too difficult to get a flamboyant and flamboyant phoenix dance? The Long family's ambition is actually so great. Wei Qing's expression also changed slightly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Long Qianmiao said, it's very difficult indeed, but the most crucial factor is the heavenly phoenix's true bloodline. He said, there are tens of thousands of dragon bloodlines. Although the good and the bad are intermingled, it is not difficult to find a few powerful dragon bloodline martial artists. The probability of the heavenly phoenix appearing is extremely low, and the 9 rebirth physique is even rarer. The person she marries must have the dragon bloodline. Li Yunxiao snorted heavily and said, whether Fei and I marries me or not, she can marry whoever she wants to marry. This is her freedom. How can you decide her randomly? Long Qianmiao smiled and said, freedom? Li Yunxiao, you are still too young. This is not only my will, but also the will of the entire Long family's upper echelon. He sneered and said, as the apex of the heavenly martial arts realm, who can let themselves have their own private affairs? If you hadn't acted willfully and forcefully destroyed Tang Xian and Jiang Ruobing's marriage, would the Red Moon City be in ruins now? Do you want to repeat the same thing in the Tianling Long family? Li Yunxiao said coldly, so what if I do it all over again? In my eyes, worldly rules are no different from dung. How can a Red Moon City that I don't like compare to a friend that I care about? If you insist on forcing Fei and I, the Red Moon City today will be the Long family's in the future. Long Qianmiao was startled and shouted, nonsense. Fei and I bit her red lips and said loudly, Lord Faction Leader, I respect and understand the elder's decision, but I can't comply. I won't marry anyone but Li Yunxiao. Long Qianmiao's eyes flickered with a cold glint and he said, Fei and I, are you forcing me to kill Li Yunxiao? His killing intent rose, and the temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped. Li Yunxiao's words made him want to kill her. If such a talented youngster became the Long family's enemy, it would be a terrifying matter. After experiencing Jiang Churen's death, Tang Qing's ascension, the incessant internal strife, and the resistance against the sea race, the Red Moon City had fallen to the bottom of the 7 major forces. They were not even on the same level anymore. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This was an extremely ordinary marriage alliance, but because of this young man's interference, it caused a huge commotion in the world. Holy domains, divine transformation sea sovereigns, and titled martial emperors descended one after another, turning the world into ruins. If this situation were to be carried to Tianling, even the Long family wouldn't be able to withstand it. His thoughts raced, and his killing intent towards Li Yunxiao became stronger. Fei Ni's body trembled. She felt the killing intent in Long Qianmiao's tone and revealed a look of fear. She hurriedly said, Lord Faction Leader. Long Qianmiao slightly retracted his aura and looked at Fei and I below. Fei and I, although I am the Long family leader, there are many things that are beyond my control. When you were chosen as the young master, your fate was already decided. If you want to change your fate, you won't just be fighting against me, but the entire Long family. Can you contend against it? Can you contend against it? Fei Ni's face lost all color in an instant. She was deathly pale. Not to mention her, who in this world could resist 7 super forces by themselves? Her entire person instantly dimmed. Her eyes lost all color and became empty. She stared blankly at the sky and smiled miserably. She seemed to have made some kind of decision and said, Lord Faction Leader, I will follow you back to Tianling. Let Li Yunxiao leave with that Dao fruit fragment. Consider it as repayment for him giving me the divine fire. Long Qianmiao revealed a troubled expression and said, I cannot do anything. This is already the limit of what I can do. But I can't help him leave. Suddenly, a cold intent attacked, and a cold light flashed. Li Yunxiao held the divine sword Star Annihilation in his hand. Light flowed on it, and sword intent surged. He formed hand seals with his left hand, and one seal after another entered the sword's body. Countless sword talismans danced in the air, and the starlight in the sky disappeared. The entire sea of sword chi dispersed. Long Qianmiao frowned and said coldly, "What? Do you want to die?" His eyes suddenly focused on the long sword. His heart suddenly trembled, and he said in shock, "That sword is..." It was not only him. Many people recognized that long sword, and they were all astonished. Although Long Qianmiao did not show up to fight in the titled battle, he was also a guest at the scene. He had witnessed the entire process, and he had a deep impression of that sword. Xianxia swallowed his saliva, and a few beads of sweat rolled down his face. He said, "It is indeed the sword art Star Annihilation. Even the sword intent is so similar. This kid can't be Gu Feiyong, right?" Lu Fian frowned and said, "How familiar is this sword?" Xianxia wiped his cold sweat and said, "My cloud-splitting arrow was also comprehended from that Star Annihilation. In this world, apart from him, I am the one who understands this sword the best. If I were to say that this sword intent is somewhat familiar, it would be very..." Lu Fian's heart shook, and she exclaimed, "Very?" Li Yunxiao raised his long sword, and suddenly the countless stars dimmed. "Long Da, you better make your move." His face was cold, and his eyes were calm. Light circulated around his body, and the stars in the sky disappeared. The whole world was filled with a kind of sharp sword intent. Under the power of the sword, his entire aura changed. Long Qianmiao said in a serious voice, "I don't understand. Are you trying to hit a stone with an egg?" Li Yunxiao said, "When a woman sacrificed herself to help you, would you still be able to leave calmly?" Long Qianmiao said, "So?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "So I'm going to cut you, you bastard." His figure flashed, and he and the sword momentum merged into a line, and he slashed down. Thousands of stars gathered, and the world became dark. The sword momentum is not bad, but it's too weak. Long Qianmiao suppressed the shock in his heart, and his face was cold. He stretched out his hand, and a fist power rippled in his palm, instantly blocking the sword art. With a slap, it shattered. Bang! Li Yunxiao was pushed back by the huge force, and he disappeared in a flash. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and sword talismans tumbled in the sky, and the sharp sword light fluctuated. Among the sword chi, Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged, and golden light surged from his body, turning into 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 hands formed hand seals at the same time, and halos shot out. In the sea of clouds, 36 swords suddenly fell, forming a formation in the sky. Guang's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "This sword formation is... Could it be the myriad sword illustration?" The sky was filled with sharp sword light, and every sword was flashing with sword patterns and talismans. The world was filled with a sea of sword chi. Long Qianmiao was shocked, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the sharp sword chi. He really couldn't understand how an 8-star Emperor Wu could have such great power. Not only him, but Wei Qing, Yao Jinliang, Xianxia, and the others, and even the Ghost King were shocked. The sword will spread out, and a radius of thousands of feet was filled with cold air. The crowd in the distance was also shocked, and they all became vigilant. They had barely escaped from the great illusionary land, and they didn't want to lose their lives again. Han Junting's face was pale, and she muttered in shock, this sword formation, this sword formation. Granny, do you recognize it?" Granny Sunflower followed behind her, and said in shock, "Head shopkeeper, do you mean the myriad sword illustration?" Han Junting's face was solemn, and she said in disbelief, "I saw him use this formation the last time, and I felt that it was similar to the description, but I couldn't confirm it. Also, the last time he used it, it was 24 swords, and this time, it's 36 swords. From my observation, it seems like it can continue to evolve until it reaches 10,000 swords." Granny Sunflower said in shock, "It can't be, the myriad sword illustration is our sect's supreme sword formation, and it's said that it's fused with the will of the heavenly Tao, and is extremely mysterious. Even the palace lord can't say that he can comprehend it. Now, in our sect, only Lady Huashang, who is the strongest in the field of formations, has studied it deeply." Han Junting's expression was grave, and her expression kept changing. She pondered and said, if it really is the myriad sword diagram, then the situation is complicated. Grandma Sunflower said, really? The myriad sword diagram has always been our sex treasure. Not to mention the fact that he didn't get it, even if he did, how could he comprehend it so easily? Han Junting's expression was very unsightly. She said, these are the key points. Li Yunxiao suddenly rose from the heavenly martial realm's southern region, sweeping across the sky like a comet. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a lackey to the 8-star Emperor Wu, with a divine artifact and all kinds of magical powers. This time, he even killed a formidable character like Tang Qing. Who is he? She looked away from the sky and focused on another group of people. Ning Qian's face was also full of shock. She was even more certain of her guess about the sword formation. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thinking that she had always been fighting against such a terrifying person, she couldn't help but sweat in her palms. Ning Kuei's shocked voice came from the group of people in the distance. He said, are you sure this is the Divine Cloud Palace's treasure, the myriad sword diagram? Ning Qian nodded seriously. 36 sword diagram. I can't be wrong about it. Not long before we came to Red Moon City, Huashang had just mastered the 36 swords, and we had a great battle. She was shocked. She said, but Huashang's 36 swords are not as powerful as Li Yunxiao's. Ning Kuei said, it's not surprising. Li Yunxiao's 36 swords are all 9th-grade profound artifacts, forged from northern cold star iron. Ning Qian was shocked. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Someone can control 36 9th-grade profound artifacts at the same time, and use them so freely. But where did he get the heaven sword diagram? Ning Kuei said, things are getting more and more interesting. Who is this Li Yunxiao? With Long Qianmiao's strength, he should be able to dig out all his secrets. I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Ning Qian was shocked. Could it be that the variable Gongzi you said is this myriad sword diagram? Ning Kuei replied, not yet. Although the myriad sword illustration was powerful, Li Yunxiao's strength was clearly limited. He couldn't unleash much of its power. I'm curious about his identity. Perhaps your sister already knows his identity. Ning Qian was startled and said, then are we just going to watch and not make a move? After all, this is Scarlet Moon City's territory. The territory of the Scarlet Moon City? Ning Kuei smiled bitterly and said, after this battle, Tang Qing died, the 3 elders were seriously injured, and my cultivation was also crippled. Hongyu City has been completely destroyed. We no longer have the power to contend against Wei Qing, so we can only leave Qing Shan alive and think of a way in the future. Ning Qian asked in a daze, are the 7 super forces going to become 6? Ning Kuei replied, not necessarily. Based on Wei Qing's intentions, he wanted that kid with the true dragon bloodline to control Scarlet Moon City. If there were 8 or even more Ghost Azuras in charge, Scarlet Moon City would still be able to maintain its position. Even if Scarlet Moon City becomes an empty shell, it's still an empty shell of a superpower. With Wei Qing's shrewdness, why would he give up? Ning Qian said, I understand. Wei Qing is holding up Scarlet Moon City's position so that he can control the East Domain by controlling Scarlet Moon City. Ning Kuei said, exactly. In the entire East Domain, there is no other force that can play the role of Scarlet Moon City. The kid with the true dragon bloodline will be even more powerful than when Tang Qing was in control. It may not be a bad thing for us, at least when we have the power to take back everything in the future, it won't be a mess. Ning Qian was a little depressed and said slowly, come back. Can we still come back? But very soon, her mood was swept away, because the sky was instantly filled with sword shadows, and the whole world turned into a world of swords. Even the Ghost King's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He suddenly clapped his hands, and with a clang, the Ming wheel was sent flying. After making a circle in the air, it returned to Qi Xingfeng's hands. Then, the Ghost King formed a seal with both hands, and green gas surged around his body, and the big wheel started to spin. Qi Xingfeng was shocked, and strangely found that the pressure had weakened, and the Ghost King seemed to have retracted a lot of his power. He frowned, and after thinking for a while, he did not seek to break through, but sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his internal injuries. Starting from the battle with Tingguang, he had been consuming a lot of energy, but this was not the main thing. What really hurt his vitality was the ghost snake silver dragon of the demon temple, which directly bit into his soul. If the Ghost King had not fought with the 8 ghost Shura, and the terrifying power shocked all the ghost snakes and silver dragons to death, he was afraid that he would have really failed. At this moment, he used the soul refining technique and began to heal all kinds of injuries. Luo Qingyun also noticed the unusual movements of the two, but he did not make a move. The 8 ghost Shura formed a formation and completely surrounded the two, not afraid that they would cause any trouble. At this moment, he stared at the sky full of sword shadows, and his eyes were bright, shooting out incomparably excited. The thick sea of sword energy stirred up the battle thirst in his blood, and his blood gradually heated up. He murmured, "Strong, such strong power, I really look forward to the battle in the future." The hand holding the long spear involuntarily tightened, and the spear vibrated with a low buzzing sound. Long Chanmiao said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, do you really want to hit a stone with an egg?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "If I am an egg, you are just a slightly bigger egg. If I break, you will not be much better off." Long Chanmiao said mockingly, "Humph, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? This sword formation is indeed mysterious, but it is still too weak." He lifted his foot and directly stomped down. Buzz! A wave of power surged from under his foot, shaking the sky full of long swords, constantly buzzing and rippling, as if it was difficult to resist. Long Chanmiao sneered and said, "I can't even withstand the power of one stomp, and this sword formation wants to hurt me?" Li Yunxiao's face was cold, and his arms were still constantly forming all kinds of hand seals into the sword formation. The 36 northern sky cold star swords flew in the air, constantly approaching Long Chanmiao. He sneered and said, "Who said I was going to hurt you with the sword formation?" Huh? Long Chanmiao frowned slightly, and the others also looked surprised, not understanding what he meant. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "I plan to explode all 36 swords, and you tell me, won't that kill you?" Hey! What? Everyone was shocked, especially Wei Qing and the others who were closer to him. They could not help but take a few steps back, extremely vigilant. Long Chanmiao's forehead also burst out with sweat. Looking at the shining northern sky cold star swords around him, he could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. What kind of joke was this? If 36 ninth grade profound artifacts exploded at the same time, even if he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he might not be able to withstand it. Long Chanmiao swallowed his saliva and said embarrassedly, "Are you crazy? With your cultivation, not to mention that it's impossible to detonate 36 ninth grade profound artifacts, even if they really did explode, the backlash would definitely kill you first." Heh heh. Li Yunxiao said fiercely, "Mr. Longda, do you think I have any other choice other than this move? As for whether I can detonate them or not, you don't have to worry about it. Once the treasured swords explode, that terrifying force will be generated along this sword formation continuously, from 1 to 2, to 3, and even infinitely. Not to mention you, none of the people here will be able to survive." Pfft. His words immediately gave everyone a fright, and some of them even wanted to run away as fast as they could. But even more people had a look of disbelief. Which one of them present was not a peerless powerhouse? They would still believe it if Long Chanmiao in the center of the formation was blown to death. Long Chanmiao said, "Young man, don't be too rash. You'll blow Fei and I to death like this." Fei and I was trapped on the ground and said loudly, "I'm not afraid. Capture me back, I'd rather die in my husband's hands." Long Chanmiao was extremely enraged and shouted, "Shut up." Previously, he did not take Li Yunxiao seriously at all. But now, he discovered that the other party could indeed threaten him, and he could not help flying into a rage out of humiliation. That shiny Northsky cold star sword emitted streams of cold air. All sorts of strange runes emerged on its surface, exuding extremely powerful energy. He did not doubt in the slightest that Li Yunxiao could detonate all 36 swords. Even though it sounded rather inconceivable, but Li Yunxiao could indeed do it. Because the runic light on each sword was different, proving that the 36 swords and this formation were all under this young man's control. Even though he would be done for the moment he detonated the sword formation, Long Chanmiao really did not have the confidence to withstand that terrifying force. The entire area within 10,000 feet was deathly silent, without any sound. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "It can't be helped. I'm such an impulsive person. Long Qianmiao, you've thoroughly infuriated me. I'm very eager to drag you to hell with me." He licked his shriveled lips, his appearance full of madness. Xianxia suddenly transmitted his voice to his side. This kid might really be Gu Feiyong. His voice was filled with extreme surprise and trembling, as well as disbelief. Lu Fian also nodded lightly and transmitted her voice. I also sensed it. Even if divine swords can be bought, and divine abilities can be learned, that kind of expression will not change. Even though his face is full of madness at this moment, the depths of his eyes are as calm as a pool of stagnant water. If my guess is correct, he's calculating all the factors around him in order to maximize his benefits. Xianxia also agreed. If I hadn't known him for so long, it would be very difficult to catch these clues. Right now, he's completely scaring Long Qianmiao. I don't believe this kid would be so reckless. His eyes flashed with joy. I didn't expect him to be reborn by seizing the body of a nascent fetus. I knew it, with his shrewdness and strength, how could he die quietly in the heaven-shaking mountain range? Lu Fian nodded. It should be him without a doubt. More than 10 years ago, you and I went to the heaven-shaking mountain range many times, but we didn't find anything at all. At that time, I had my suspicions. Xianxia snorted. This kid didn't tell you and me even after being reborn. Clearly, he doesn't trust us. Lu Fian said. You can't blame him. Firstly, he may not have the chance to contact you and me. Secondly, he is an extremely arrogant person. With his strength dropping so much, he must have found a place to hide and cultivate bitterly. Xianxia snorted. You know him well. His tone was filled with indescribable jealousy. Lu Fian smiled lightly and said, Don't celebrate too early. All of this is just our guess. He may not be the real one. Xianxia responded softly and said solemnly, Anyway, keep an eye on the situation. We can't let him die. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind and he looked at the ground strangely. Tungguang was sitting cross-legged below, his hands forming seals and resting on his legs. He was quietly adjusting his internal injuries. Although he saw everything in the sky, he did not seem to care in the slightest. He finally recalled the strange words that Tungguang had said before. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He recalled Li Yunxiao's previous actions. He remembered that Li Yunxiao had scolded him, and it seemed like he had remembered it 3 or 4 times. Lu Fian frowned and said, What's wrong with you? No, nothing. Xianxia said embarrassedly and could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. In the center of the Sea of Swords, Long Qianmiao finally could not hold it in any longer and said, Li Yunxiao, I know it's hard for you to accept taking Feini away, but a person's growth is to constantly bear this world. Li Yunxiao scolded angrily, Pour your sister chicken soup for the soul. No matter what you say, if you insist on going against me today, I'm determined to take you down with me. He formed seals on his 6 arms and the 36 northern sky-cold star swords immediately began to churn. Cries of weapons rippled from within and the sky was filled with terrifying sword intent. Long Qianmiao's expression changed greatly. The weapon energy surging from the swords caused his heart to sink. These were all genuine 9th-grade profound weapons and of extremely high quality. If they self-detonated 8 or 10 of them, he was confident he could withstand it for a while. But if they exploded all 36 swords at once, even a God Realm expert would probably die on the spot. He hurriedly said, Don't be impulsive. The matter of taking Feini away can be postponed. Oh? Li Yunxiao stopped his hand seals and said, Didn't you just say this is the will of the entire Long family? It's not easy to change, is it? Long Qianmiao's eyes blazed with anger. He was one of the 7 dignified sect leaders, yet he was being threatened by a young man in front of so many experts. If this matter were to spread out, where would his face go? But feeling the cold air of the northern sky-cold star swords around him, he could only endure. What was his identity and what was the other person's? It would be a real joke if they were dragged down to perish together by a lunatic. He clenched his teeth and said, The will of the Long family cannot be changed, but it is not absolute. As long as you are outstanding enough, you might have a chance. Li Yunxiao said, So that's how it is. As long as Mr. Longda declares in front of all these experts that he will no longer interfere with Fanny's marriage, I will put away these swords. Everyone can pretend that nothing has happened and continue to be good friends. Long Qianmiao was so angry that her entire body was trembling, and 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through her heart. Be your mother's best friend, but he had to maintain his poise after all. He couldn't be like Li Yunxiao and directly burst into curses. He could only grit his teeth and say, Fanny's marriage, I won't interfere anymore. However, this can only represent my will alone. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Longda. Oh, right. He blinked and said, Mr. Longda won't kill me if I take back these swords, right? Long Qianmiao was so angry that he was about to explode, and he said coldly, Of course not. Li Yunxiao asked again, Then will you beat me half to death? Don't go too far, Li Yunxiao. Long Qianmiao roared. How dare you threaten me over and over again? Li Yunxiao said, Mr. Longda, please don't be angry. A person's growth is to constantly learn to control their own emotions. Long Qianmiao, haha. Xianxia couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Long Qianmiao was so angry that his entire body was trembling. After this matter, his prestige would probably plummet. Lu Fian also chuckled and said, What Li Yunxiao said is right. What are you laughing at? A person must learn to control their emotions to be a mature person. Is that wrong? That's right, ha ha ha. Xianxia held his belly and laughed heartily. I just suddenly heard such wise words and was overjoyed for a moment. That's why I laughed happily. Lu Fian smiled and said, You can't even control this little bit of emotion. In the end, you're still an immature man. Ha ha ha, yes, Yan is right. Xianxia giggled for a while. The people around all revealed knowing smiles. Long Qianmiao's face was so gloomy that it was dripping water. But he was also a world overlord after all, a hero of a generation. He very quickly came to his senses. He was indeed too angry. Moreover, he was provoked to such an extent by a young man. It was indeed somewhat inconceivable. In addition to the strange feeling in his heart, he was even more shocked. He slowly said, Li Yunxiao, I underestimated you. I accidentally fell into your trap and was threatened by you with death. But this seed is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Promising not to take Fanny away and not to kill you is already my bottom line. As for whether or not to teach you a lesson, it depends on my mood. Li Yunxiao said, Mr. Long seems to be in a very bad mood. Then let's die together. Anyway, dragging the 7 great masters to hell with me, this father has made a killing. You. Long Qianmiao found that this young man was completely a scoundrel. It was impossible to reason with him, but this trick was indeed very effective, forcing you to submit. Even if he was willing to take the risk and escape with his life in the explosion of the profound artifact, Fanny below would undoubtedly die. For the Long family, this was also an unbearable loss. Even killing 10,000 Li Yunxiao would not be able to make up for it. Good. Long Qianmiao said coldly, Good, this seat has lost today. As long as you don't provoke me again, I won't make a move against you. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then laughed and said, With Mr. Long's identity and status, his words naturally carry enormous weight. He threw a hat over to kill Long Qianmiao, making it impossible for him to go back on his words. Then, his 6 arms formed a seal and the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared. 36 northern sky cold star swords flew in the air and all flew into the heavenly light sword case. Long Qianmiao's eyes were as cold as water. Origin energy surged around his fists, and the sound of the air exploding could be heard. Wei Qing also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was standing far away, if the 36 swords really exploded, he would inevitably be affected. He suddenly felt that Li Yunxiao was even more terrifying than he had imagined. With the 36 swords in hand, it was equivalent to having a trump card to contend against a divine transcendence expert. Although it would be mutual destruction, at least he could take revenge before dying. It could be considered an extremely ruthless method. Sensing Long Qianmiao's boundless killing intent, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he suddenly became vigilant. He said coldly, Mr. Long, are you going back on your promise? A cold light flashed in Long Qianmiao's eyes, and he said coldly, this seat won't make a move against you, but that doesn't mean others won't make a move against you. He clenched his 5 fingers, and suddenly, a green light gathered in his palm, gradually condensing into an iron rod. The iron rod was about 3 feet long, and it was silvery gray in color. Although it looked ordinary, it gave off a cold feeling. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and his eyes flickered with a 7-colored light. He actually saw through the iron rod's true form. It was a 2-finger-wide longsword, and he didn't know why Long Qianmiao hid it in the rod. Wei Qing frowned, and said, "Mr. Long, do you want them to come out?" Long Qianmiao said, "How can I vent the hatred in my heart if I don't kill Li Yunxiao? Besides, I also want to see their power." He spun the staff in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound, and a halo of light appeared around him. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his body trembled as he looked at the halos in disbelief. He finally understood why Long Qianmiao was together with Wei Qing. Everyone was also full of disbelief, and they looked shocked. From the halos, figures slowly walked out, a total of 6 people, and all of them were expressionless, with dull expressions on their faces. There were also numbers on their bodies, from 1 to 6. Luo Qingyun's pupils shrank, and they shot out rays of cold light. Just now, he felt Long Qianmiao's power, and it was not weaker than his dragon blood's power. It was also the dragon might that could control Ghost Azura. Ah! Fei Enai suddenly cried out, as if he saw something terrifying, and screamed, "Xianxia, Li Si!" In the distance, Odd Ghost also trembled, and his face turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Fei Enai trembled, and an irrepressible sadness rushed out, and he almost cried, "Lord Sect Master, you." Long Qianmiao's expression was calm, and he said, "This is the path they chose, and this is the consequence of failure. As a companion, you should respect their choice." Fei Enai couldn't help but cover his mouth, and sob softly. Wei Qing said, "Succeeded in 5? TSK, that's not bad." Long Qianmiao said, "The success rate is still too low." Wei Qing laughed, and said, "Haha, Mr. Long, be content. Not to mention the strength of these 5 Ghost Azuras, just the fact that you successfully raised your blood to the 10th grade is already the leader of the 7 sects, enough to suppress the 10th-grade Emperor Wu." Long Qianmiao snorted, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 5 Ghost Azuras charged at Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing hurriedly said, "This person has too many secrets, don't kill him so easily. I want to bring him back to the sanctuary." Long Qianmiao's face turned cold, and he snorted, "You saw what happened just now, how can I appease my anger if I don't kill him?" Wei Qing said coldly, "Don't worry, I'll bring him back to the sanctuary, and when he's no longer useful, I'll let you deal with him." Long Qianmiao thought for a moment, and he waved his staff, and said, "Just cripple him, spare his life." The 5 Ghost Azuras trembled, and seemed to understand, and they roared savagely as they left. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The threat of the 5 Ghost Shura was even greater than that of Long Qianmiao. The first one was extremely fast, as swift as lightning. He punched out, and the wind from the punch produced a halo that suppressed the surroundings. Fei Enai shouted in a trembling voice, "Xianxia, stop, Xianxia." But that Ghost Shura couldn't hear him. Apart from a ferocious and fierce expression, there was no other emotion on his face. The space was suppressed, and Li Yunxiao couldn't dodge. He could only extend his arm and punch out with his right fist. Suddenly, he felt like he had hit an iron plate, and a sharp pain came from the tip of his fist. Bam! A golden light surged on Li Yunxiao's arm, pushing it away like a wave. He gritted his teeth and grabbed with his left hand. Dragon catching with 2 hands, he pulled Xianxia's fist forward, and at the same time, he kicked at his opponent's lower body. Xianxia instinctively lifted his leg, and his body was immediately pulled by Li Yunxiao. A twisting force came from his arm, and his whole body flipped in the air. The astral wind circulated between Li Yunxiao's hands, and Xianxia spun dozens of times. He suddenly threw him toward the other 4 Ghost Shura. The 4 Ghost Shura didn't have time to catch their companion. They just dodged with a flash and attacked at the same time. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to fight with the 4 Ghost Shura. As he shook off Xianxia, he suddenly retreated. Lightning flashed in the air, and he escaped hundreds of feet away. But the 4 Ghost Shura had already locked onto him. Under the distortion of space, they appeared around him and attacked at the same time. Swish, an arrow shot through the air, with a long red tail. It split the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. The two ghost Shura at the front suddenly became alert, but they didn't panic. They just roared at the same time, and both of them made hand seals and struck out at the same time. Their palms actually complemented each other in the air, and they fused into a light mirror. Bam, the arrow flew down and directly penetrated the surface of the mirror. The powerful arrow force exploded, and immediately pushed the two ghost Shura back. The pressure on Li Yunxiao was immediately reduced, and his body instantly turned into lightning, shooting out countless afterimages in all directions. The remaining two ghost Azura were stunned, as if they couldn't tell if it was real or fake. One of them held a sword with one hand and directly stabbed toward the center of the lightning. The tip of the sword stabbed into a ball of lightning. Countless runes surged up and suddenly exploded. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder engulfed the two ghost Shura, but their bodies shook and they retreated calmly. However, their bodies were constantly flowing with electricity, and they looked slightly embarrassed. Lightning gathered in the sky, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared several hundred feet away. He had a cold and vigilant expression on his face. In the fight just now, he seemed to have discovered a weakness of Ghost Azura. Although these Ghost Azura retained their combat abilities and were even more ferocious, their intelligence was slightly lacking. They were not very sensitive to illusion techniques and movement techniques. If he guessed correctly, then he might have a chance of winning against one or two of them. Long Qianmiao's face sank. He stared into the distance and shouted coldly, "Xianxia." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Longda, long time no see. TSK, I've never seen your true appearance. I didn't expect you to look so rough. My apologies." Long Qianmiao said sternly, "Xianxia, I want you to give me an explanation." Xianxia said embarrassedly, "If I say that my bow accidentally shook and misfired, would you believe me?" Long Qianmiao said coldly, "Fine, I'll kill you first." His aura suddenly erupted, and a unique domain power spread out in all directions. It was vast and mighty, and the supreme dragon might swept through the world. Xianxia bore the brunt of it. He suddenly retreated a few steps, grabbed the star-shattering bow, and became vigilant. Lu Fian propped her chin with her fist and said thoughtfully, "Mr. Longden never shows his face, but today he completely revealed it. I've never seen Mr. Longden make a move, but today he also made a big move. It's really strange. Humph, I never show my face because I don't want to be stained with worldly affairs. I never make a move because there is no one I want to make a move against." Long Qianmiao walked towards the two and said coldly, "But today, I'm going to be stained with worldly affairs and kill a few people I want to kill. Mr. Longda, I'll attack with you." Yao Jinliang's figure moved, and the ghost carp appeared in his hand. He unsealed it, and pieces of silver fish scales popped out, flashing with cold light. His eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent. He stared at Xianxia, and a trace of blood appeared in his eyes. Lu Fian said, "Lord Wei Qing, previously you said that your brothers are outside the wall to defend against their insults. Now that the demon race is still eyeing us covetously, are you going to fight among yourselves?" Shang and the others suddenly became alert, and revealed fierce expressions, becoming extremely vigilant. Wei Qing's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Fian is right. Mr. Longda, it's better to suppress these demon race first. As for Li Yunxiao, as long as he hands over the Dao fruit and follows me back to the sanctuary, I'll guarantee his safety." Long Qianmiao's pupils shrank, obviously very dissatisfied with this decision, but he only snorted and didn't say anything. Lu Fian sighed, "I can enlighten him with the Dao fruit fragments, but I still want to bring him back to the deity transformation sea. Can Lord Wei Qing make an exception?" Wei Qing said flatly, "No." Lu Fian was surprised, "Eh? A mere Li Yunxiao can actually be so favored by Lord Wei Qing? Why can't I see that he's so charming?" Wei Qing snorted coldly, "Lu Fian, you don't need to talk in front of me. Today, there are 3 things that I must do. First, take back all the Dao fruit fragments, second, suppress these demon race, and third, bring back Li Yunxiao. Not a single one can be missing." Lu Fian's eyes flickered, and she said softly, "I don't object to the first 2, but Li Yunxiao must follow me back to the deity transformation sea." This is also something that Fian must do. Wei Qing said angrily, Lu Fian, do you mean that you must be my enemy? Lu Fian smiled lightly, if Lord changes the third condition, we will have no conflict. Wei Qing said coldly, then there's no need to talk anymore. Two-titled Emperor Wu can't do anything in front of me. Mr. Longde, Yao Jinliang, I'll leave these two to you. Yao Jinliang said coldly, don't worry. I must kill Xianxia. Then Lu Fian will be given to Mr. Longde. He had already accumulated a belly full of anger. The ghost carp twist unfolded, turning into a light shadow and chopping over. Xianxia laughed loudly and retreated. The star-shattering bow suddenly turned into a saber and blocked in front of him. Bang! The ghost carp twist suddenly struck down, containing Yao Jinliang's boundless anger, causing Xianhua's arm to go numb and his whole body to be sent flying. Lu Fian frowned. Suddenly, a chill and vast power locked onto her. Long Qianmiao said in a deep voice, Fian, you are not my match. Why don't you surrender and stand aside? Lu Fian smiled. She raised her sword and held it horizontally in front of her. Sword shadows swung out, turning into red lotuses. Clear waves rippled in the air, like a lotus fairy, leisurely flying over. Long Qianmiao sighed and said, forget it. Since you refuse to realize your error, I don't need to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He raised the iron rod in his hand high and made a posture of striking. A dragon's might surged around him, becoming stronger and stronger. Runes began to flash on the plain iron rod, dancing in the air. Lu Fian stopped in front of him, a dignified look on her face. Wei Qing snorted coldly. He knew that Long Qianmiao's strength was originally above titled Emperor Wu's. Now that he had the true dragon's blood, even if two-titled Emperor Wu joined forces, they might not be his match. He raised his head and looked at Duan Mu Yoyu, who had been watching silently in the sky, and said, Young Master Yoyu, please help me take down these demon race people. Duan Mu Yoyu said, Wei Qing, you've made a good plan. You even included me in this. Why should I help you? I've already given you face by withdrawing from the Dao fruit contest. Wei Qing smiled indifferently and said, you've indeed given me face, but these demon race people have the transcendent grade armillary sphere. If you let them go, I'm afraid there will be no end of trouble. Will you remain indifferent? Duan Mu Yoyu said in a low voice, these demon race people must be suppressed. Wei Qing, I'm willing to be used by you this once. Wei Qing said seriously, what do you mean by used, young master Yu? This is a major matter that concerns the prosperity and decline of the two races. Lu Fian and Xianhua are insensible, but is young master also insensible? Duan Mu Yoyu said coldly, with my ability, I can help you suppress one person at most. Wei Qing smiled and said, that's enough. He shouted in a low voice, Luo Qingyun, join forces with young master Yu and kill all these demon race people. Yes. Luo Qingyun responded and flew over with the 8 ghost Azuras, surrounding Shang and the others. Li panicked and hurriedly said, Lord Ghost King. Coldness flashed across the Ghost King's eyes, and he said with a hideous smile, little girl of the Jiuli race, what I promised you was to kill all these people, and then I can cancel the contract between us. I'll naturally do that, but I didn't say I'll protect your little lives. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, letting out a smacking sound from his mouth, making one's hair stand on end. Ghost King, you, Li panicked. She didn't know what this ghost was thinking, and she couldn't command it at all. The soaring aura of a titled Emperor Wu and 8 ghost Azuras locked onto them, and everyone's expressions became grave. Wei Qing also looked at the Ghost King with some fear. Even 8 ghost Azuras couldn't kill him. It probably needed 3 divine transcendence powerhouses to take action to be able to contend. Fortunately, although this thing was summoned, it had an extremely strong personality and didn't listen to anyone's command. He just sat quietly on the big wheel, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he revealed a look of surprise. Only his mystic spell spirit eyes could see the 33 merit figures on the big wheel. In a short period of time, those figures had become more solid, and the aura on their bodies had also become more powerful. At this moment, the power accumulated on the big wheel was enough to completely suppress or even kill Qi Xingfeng, but the Ghost King still didn't move at all. Don't tell me he wants to summon all the 33 merit figures? Li Yunxiao was shocked by his own guess, but the reality in front of him was more and more likely to be the case. Duanmu Youyu said to Luo Qingyun, I will deal with this great demon Shang, you deal with the rest. Luo Qingyun waved his spear and said solemnly, okay. The 8 ghost Azura's aura surged as they pressed down on the demons. Duanmu Youyu even locked onto Shang with his cold ruler. His expression was grave, not because of how strong the other party was. Shang was heavily injured and his current strength was insignificant. Instead, it was the kind of power that he had been unable to deduce, which made him feel extremely uneasy. He knew that something big was about to happen, but he couldn't grasp it no matter what. It was the kind of anticipation and fear of the future that was about to come. Wei Qing looked like he had everything under control. Now, only Li, Yi, Mo, and Meng were left, and the 8 ghost Azura were enough to kill them all. The only variable was the Ghost King. At least, it didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. When the situation stabilized, it would be too late even if he wanted to make a move. After thinking, Wei Qing's gaze turned cold as he looked into the distance. In the distant sky, it was Chu Mujia who had been watching coldly. Feeling Wei Qing's coldness, he snorted arrogantly as if extremely dissatisfied. Wei Qing said coldly, Zi Qingji. Luo Xing 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky, it was the 2 of them. Zi Qingji smiled bitterly, you have such a powerful force in your hands, do you still want me to risk my life? Wei Qing said, this is a critical period. Even if you are the head of a division, you must listen to my orders. Zi Qingji sighed, I understand. Killing intent flashed in Wei Qing's eyes, you too, kill Chu Mujia and bring his head to me. Yes. The 2 of them replied and flew towards Qiao Mujia. Qiao Mujia's entire body trembled, and he said furiously, Wei Qing, you ungrateful thing, this old man will definitely kill you one day. Luo Xing said coldly, one day? Wait till that day comes. Luo Xing circulated his elemental energy and attacked. Zi Qingji was expressionless as well. Although he had some guesses about the grudge between the 2 and was dissatisfied with Wei Qing's manipulation of him, this was indeed a critical time. Everyone present here was an apex expert, regardless of whether it was the Devil Clan, the Divine Transformation Sea Realm, Chu Mujia, or Li Yunxiao. Their fates would directly affect the future of the heavenly martial arts realm. If they could not suppress all these forces today, the situation that the sanctuary would face in the future would be much more complicated, and the pressure would be greater. The responsibility was too great. He did not dare to disobey Wei Qing's order, so he could only attack with a gloomy face. Chu Mujia roared out and the power in his body surged up into the sky, turning into a storm that swept toward the 2 of them. As long as he had primal stones to replenish his ultimate body, he would never be exhausted. If he truly fought to the death, he might not necessarily lose to the 2 of them. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Wei Qing's mouth. He also understood Chu Mujia's state, but he didn't mind. The key of today's situation was still the victory or defeat of these divine transcendents. Suppressing the Devil Clan and the Divine Transformation Sea Realm was the most important thing. As long as Xianxia and Lu Fian were suppressed, killing these apex experts of 9 stars would be a piece of cake. He only sneered at Chu Mujia's rage, then turned his gaze to Li Yunxiao and said, Young Master Yunxiao, you are also a smart man. Do you want to fight against me now? As long as you hand over the Fruit of the Way fragment and follow me back to the sanctuary, I can guarantee your safety. Li Yunxiao said, Wei Qing, the Ghost King seems to be summoning something powerful. If you don't kill him first, you will be in trouble later. The Ghost King sat on the big wheel. Suddenly, his pupils emitted a fierce look, as if he had been seen through. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wei Qing said, I know what I'm doing. As long as you pledge allegiance to me now, I will have the strength to kill him. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, although I came from the Tianshui nation like Li Yi, unfortunately, I don't know his ability to kneel and lick his boots. Wei Qing said indifferently, your answer is within my expectations. Letting these 3 ghost Azuras deal with you alone is also a great honor. The 3 ghost Azuras surged with killing intent and pressed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao retreated hundreds of feet and said with a bitter smile, 3 ghost Azuras, Lord Wei Qing really thinks highly of me. Wei Qing said, I have always thought highly of you. My heart is towards the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. Li Yunxiao said, I want to exchange opponents with Chu Mujia, is that okay? Wei Qing said, no. He waved his hand and the three ghost azuras suddenly roared. The power in their bodies exploded and soared into the sky. Just like Chu Mujia, they formed three storms. The ferocious qi kept surging in the sky, causing endless airwaves to push forward. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted and he transformed into his transcendence golden body. Each of his hands held a profound weapon tightly. Suddenly, two rays of light flew over. As the figures flashed, two rays of sword qi soared through the sky. One swept across the sky, while the other slashed the sky. Their targets were the same, the three ghost azuras. Boom! Two rays of sword qi, one horizontal and one vertical, slashed into the storm created by the three ghost azuras and suddenly exploded. A glaring sword radiance burst out and scattered in all directions. Suddenly, the power became chaotic. The three ghost azuras roared and dashed out from the radiance. They were all holding weapons in their hands. The masters of the two rays of sword qi soared through the sky and landed on both sides of Li Yunxiao. One of them was Beijing Nan. He stood elegantly with his sword and said indifferently, together. The other person had a cold expression. He raised his sword-like eyebrows and his eyes were fierce. His white robe fluttered in the wind and his face was solemn and alert. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up and he said happily, Chen Qingyu. That person nodded and said, Lord Yuan Gaohan sent me to help you, but I didn't expect. He paused and glanced at the scene. A bitter expression appeared on his face and he said, I didn't expect all of you to be so influential. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, don't belittle yourself. It's already very impressive that you're here. The three of us will deal with one each. Don't fight with force. Without extraordinary power, it's hard to kill these ghost azuras completely. Just hold them back. The two of them responded softly. Their swords spread out agilely and slashed at the ghost azuras respectively, separating the three people's joint attack. Li Yunxiao also turned into countless afterimages and slashed at one of the ghost azuras. He lured them out and began to use their weakness of lacking intelligence to fight. Wei Qing's face sank and he shouted angrily, Chen Qingyu. You dare to go against me? As soon as Chen Qingyu came into contact with the ghost azuras, he was immediately suppressed by the other party's ferocious aura. The monstrous aura surged down like a wave and directly shattered the sword qi around him. He was furious. The sword in his hand became faster and faster, slashing out countless black cracks that tore through the air like a dense drizzle. The ghost azuras held the spear in his hand. With a spin, the spear swept across the area and gave off sounds of slashing. Then, he let out a deep roar and held the spear horizontally in front of him. Countless seals were formed and the spear light exploded like fireworks, completely suppressing the sword qi. Chen Qingyu was shocked. He saw that the ghost azuras had already broken through and was aiming at his vitals. Under the suppression of the cyclic spear force, he couldn't even escape. He was extremely shocked. He suddenly danced his sword and slashed in front of him, instantly forming a circle of light. Bang! The circle of light was instantly dispersed by the ghost azuras. The tip of the spear hit the sword, causing him to retreat again and again. He only stopped after 100 feet. Monstrous shock surged in his heart. Although he had just broken through to the peak of 9 stars, he was indeed a genuine peak expert. Yet, he was suppressed by a thing that was neither human nor ghost. He felt indescribable discomfort in his heart. But hearing Wei Qing shout, he became even more furious and shouted, I only listen to Lord Yuan Gaohan's instructions. No one else can order me. Wei Qing's face was gloomy and he said coldly, if you dare to attack again today, you will represent Yuan Gaohan against my will. When I return, I will definitely settle the score with him. Chen Qingyu sneered. The sword in his hand turned into a myriad of swords. He slashed forward and shouted, a total of 360 swords. Remember it clearly. The densely packed sword shadows covered the ghost azuras. The entire space was minced into countless fragments and exploded. Wei Qing's face was ashen and he roared, kill, kill, kill. Kill Chen Qingyu and leave no one alive. Roar. However, the ghost azuras roared, and the countless sword lights were destroyed like fireworks. Then, the spear lights shot out and rushed forward again. Chen Qingyu was shocked and retreated another 100 feet. He felt extremely aggrieved. It was not easy for him to break through to the peak of 9 stars. He thought that he could dominate the world and achieve an immortal reputation. He did not expect that he would be unable to fight back the moment he came out of seclusion. He did not even have the chance to show off his power. Moreover, everyone present was more powerful than him. He could not help but feel like vomiting blood. Just as he was feeling depressed, Xianxia's voice was heard. Don't fight them head-on. These ghost azuras are ferocious, but they are not smart enough. Try your best to fight them. He was shocked and immediately adjusted his mentality. He withdrew his sword aura and began to dodge. In fact, he was not the only one who was depressed. Everyone who fought with the ghost azuras was so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Bei Chennan and Li Yunxiao were still fine. One was steady and calm, and the other was not surprised at all. Hence, it did not matter. Those demons were suppressed by Luo Qingyun and the 8 ghost azuras until they went crazy. Saliva and Meng were already heavily injured. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were fighting with all their might. They roared and vomited blood at the same time. However, their opponents were even more ferocious. The 2 ghost azuras who were fighting with them were also roaring continuously. Their moves became more and more ferocious, and they were fighting with no regard for their lives. In just a few moves, they had completely suppressed their opponents. Li Hei's situation was slightly better, but he was also in a passive state and mainly dodging. As the high priest and a divine transcendence expert, he was also suppressed by the 4 ghost azuras. As the silver snakes danced in the sky, he could not get away at all. Moreover, he was getting weaker and weaker as he fought. His momentum was constantly being suppressed. Li was very anxious. She also noticed that her opponent was brave but not smart enough. She could deal with him by relying on her footwork. But there was a fatal problem. Her origin power was consumed much faster than the ghost Shura. Her opponent could swallow origin elixirs while fighting and maintain a slow consumption speed. She shouted loudly, "Ghost King, if you don't attack, I will use the power of the contract to call you back." The Ghost King's pupils shrank. He said coldly, "Jiu Li, if you call me back, you will definitely die." Li said, "If you don't attack, what's the point of keeping you in the realm of heaven martial arts?" The Ghost King snorted and said, "I can't leave now. If you can't defeat me, come back to my side." When Li heard him, she shouted, "Don't be stubborn. Let's go." She shook off the ghost Shura in front of her first. After a few steps, she used ground shrink and retreated behind the Ghost King. That ghost Azura chased after him. He had 2 heads on his head, and one of them spat out a bolt of lightning that blasted over. Bang, the lightning exploded dozens of feet away from the Ghost King. A blue barrier appeared and disappeared in a flash. The Ghost King sneered and said, "Even 8 monsters like you can't do anything to me. Who do you think you are?" He weaved a spell with one hand and slammed it down. The big wheel immediately lit up with a green light and fiercely shot over. The ghost Shura was furious. Its other head shook a few times and spat out a gray gas. It collided with the green gas and exploded. Bang, the green light was obviously more powerful. It shook the ghost Shura's head and made it spit out a mouthful of blood. Its whole body retreated. Wei Qing snorted coldly and descended from the sky. He walked towards the Ghost King step by step. The 2 ghost Shura followed him. "Ghost King? This seat wants to see just what kind of deity you are." Wei Qing walked down and waved his hand. The scroll appeared in his hand and several golden lights shot out. Bang, when the golden light slammed into the barrier formed by the large wheel, it shook and collapsed continuously. However, it didn't disperse, and it turned into a golden dragon that pressed down, squeezing out spiritual pressure that filled the sky. Wei Qing arrived in the blink of an eye. The picturesque landscape in his hand spread out, and suddenly, the beautiful mountains and rivers, the majestic and magnificent scenery blasted onto the enchantment. Boom! The azure light immediately collapsed, and the golden dragon turned into a sharp golden light that slashed at the ghost monarch. Humph! The Ghost King snorted coldly and formed his hand into the shape of a tiger. A tiger's roar could be vaguely heard in the forest. With a swipe, the golden ray was annihilated. Wei Qing's figure descended at the same time. He stepped onto the large wheel and took a step forward. His left hand grabbed the scroll, and 2 fingers of his right hand came together as he pointed at the air. The Ghost King sat cross-legged on the wheel and could only lean backward to avoid the force of the finger. At the same time, he kicked out fiercely towards Wei Qing's throat. The force of that kick caused the air to be continuously exposed. The space seemed to be in a trance, as if it was floating indeterminately, unable to be grasped. Wei Qing's expression changed, and his figure became dazed. Bang! The dazed figure was kicked and exploded, turning into rays of light that dissipated. At the same time, the large wheel flashed with golden light and turned into a palm. The palm made a hand seal in the air, and suddenly, several golden dragons bombarded down. Bang! 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 The Ghost King kept dodging, and the golden dragons all bombarded the large wheel. The surrounding space trembled, and the aura on the wheel also became a little chaotic. The Ghost King's eyes narrowed and flashed with anger. He shouted and kept drawing circles in front of him with both hands. Finally, they condensed into a halo, and suddenly pushed it toward the sky. The halo spread out, and the sky shook unsteadily. Wei Qing's figure suddenly appeared, and his face was cold. He unfolded the scroll and struck down. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and Wei Qing's body trembled. He was forced back, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. As he shouted, the 3 ghost Shura behind him who had not moved all this time also roared and charged forward. 2 of them were brought by Long Qianmiao, and one was the one who fought Yao Li and was forced back by the Ghost King. Under the will of Luo Qingyun and Long Qianmiao, all the ghost Shura listened to Wei Qing. Boom! As soon as the 3 ghost Shura made a move, the pressure on the picturesque landscape suddenly decreased, and the green halo was suppressed. The Ghost King's face changed, and he kept making hand seals. The 33 Merit Chow, who had not yet fully formed, turned into shadows and sat cross-legged around the large wheel. They also made hand seals, and a vast force spread out. What? Wei Qing was shocked. Even when he and the 3 ghost Shura joined forces, they could not suppress the Ghost King. The power of the green halo seemed endless. Not only that, but it continued to rise, and from the previous disadvantage, it became evenly matched, and even superior. Wei Qing suddenly shouted, "Qi Xingfeng." Qi Xingfeng, who had been suppressed by the large wheel for a long time, had been meditating with his eyes closed. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they shot out a cold light. He said, "Understood." He leaped into the air and sent several hand seals into the imperial talisman. The Jade Rui immediately turned into a flying boat, and crashed into the large wheel. Boom! The 2 profound artifacts collided, and a shocking spiritual pressure shook the sky. The whole sky turned 2-colored, and an extremely deep black crack was squeezed between the profound artifacts. It kept devouring the spirit chi in the sky, as if it wanted to suck everything into it. Damn it! The Ghost King shouted, and a boundless green light shot out of his eyes. He raised his hands to the sky. Samsara of 3 lives. Countless strange runes flew out of his hands, and the large wheel suddenly spun. Countless ghost shadows flew out, and the world changed color. In an instant, it was plunged into light and shadow. This is, Wei Qing and Qi Xingfeng were both greatly astonished. The strange power on that big wheel filled the heaven and earth, and actually directly shifted the stars, changing the heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked to find that the whole world had disappeared. Only the large wheel remained, and it kept spinning under everyone's feet. The large wheel was engraved with countless cryptic runes, and there were also countless lines that crisscrossed the world and connected the world. Around the large wheel stood the 33 merit officials. Their expressions were ghostly, and their hands formed hand seals. Every one of them had different postures, and they were all extremely beautiful. Damn it, what's going on? The spectators in the distance cried out in alarm. They were all sucked into the wheel, and they suddenly fainted. Could it be an illusion again? Damn it! We barely escaped death, and it's here again. All sorts of shouts and curses rose and fell. This is, Ting Guang was suddenly shocked, and his face was filled with fear. Everyone stopped what they were doing and became vigilant. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and the rainbow colors rotated. He discovered to his shock that this was not an illusion, but a world derived from the large wheel. Could it be that thing is also a supreme-grade profound artifact? He was shocked. At this moment, the Ghost King had already disappeared, and only the 33 merit officials remained. They all had ghostly expressions, and they were ferocious and terrifying. Wei Qing shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, shut up." With his shout, everyone quieted down. Being able to survive until now, they either had impressive strength or extremely high intelligence. They naturally understood that they had to calm down in this situation. Wei Qing snorted coldly and said, "Everyone, don't panic. The 2 sacred lands, the 7 great sect masters, and the 10 great Emperor Wu's people are all here. With everyone working together, even if that Ghost King is a deity realm powerhouse, he will also be reduced to ashes." His words might not be reliable, but it was indeed like a tranquilizer, calming everyone down a lot. Several demon race people descended rapidly, and all landed by Li's side. They were covered in injuries, panting heavily. Only Shang and Duan Muyoyu were left in the sky. Xianxia and Yao Jinliang were still fighting, seemingly fighting with boundless fury. No matter how the world changed, it could not stop. Lu Fian was currently covered in blood. She descended from the sky and directly sat cross-legged on the large wheel. She formed a hand seal with one hand, seizing the time to recover her strength. Long Qianmiao's face was green. Although he had also expended a lot of essence energy, he had been suppressing Lu Fian. His breathing was still continuous, slow and steady. "Wei Qing, what's going on?" Long Qianmiao directly walked forward and asked in shock. Wei Qing's expression was also ice-cold. Looking around, he could not see the Ghost King's figure at all. Listening to the continuous explosions coming from the sky, he felt a wave of frustration. He shouted loudly, "All stop. Gongzi Yu, Yao Jinliang, come back." A few beams of light suddenly exploded in the sky. The 2 pairs suddenly separated, all descending from the sky. The 4 were all pale, their bodies stained with blood. The only one who was slightly better was Duan Muyoyu. Although his face was pale, he could still maintain his graceful bearing. Duan Mutsong flew over and said, "Brother, are you all right?" Duan Muyoyu shook his head and looked around, saying, "Is this strange will the power that obstructs the results of our divination?" Duan Mutsong said seriously, "I don't know. These powers before us are too strong. Unless we join hands and use deity mirror, otherwise we can't divine anything at all." Duan Muyoyu calculated with his fingers, frowning, and said, "Something seems wrong. Forget it, let's wait for the situation to develop." In the crowd, Ning Qian said in a low voice, "Father, do you know what's going on?" Ning Kuwei said, "This should be in the space that the profound artifact evolved. Even if this item isn't a divine artifact, it's not far from it. Father has never heard of something like the Ghost King. The world is so big, it's hard to estimate. What 7 sect masters, they're really making a fool of themselves." Ning Qian's brows furrowed, and he said, "Father doesn't need to belittle yourself. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood is already the pinnacle of the sky. Even if this Ghost King possesses even greater power, it will still be suppressed by the power of laws. It's nothing impressive." Ning Kuwei agreed, and said, "The highest laws in this world are only rank 9. Even if this Ghost King is really in the deity realm, it will also be suppressed to transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Otherwise, it would be going against the heavenly Tao's laws." Shang also landed in front of the demons covered in wounds, and he said in a low voice, "What's going on?" Li's face was somewhat pale, and he said, "This should be the Ghost King's profound artifact space." "Profound artifact space?" Shang was shocked, and he said, "Divine artifact?" Li nodded and said, "Minor Wheel of Reincarnation 3 phases Transformation Reincarnation Grand Wheel." Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled. Although he had never heard of this Grand Wheel before, hearing this name, it was actually exactly the same as his Minor Wheel of Reincarnation 3 phases Transformation Wondrous Art Spirit Eyes. "Alas, it's really this thing," Guang suddenly sighed. Everyone's gazes converged on him. Wei Qing arrived in front of him in a flash and said, "You recognize the origin of this item? Tell me." Guang had a strange look in his eyes. He said, it's a worthy death to be killed by this profound artifact. Not bad, not bad. Wei Qing said angrily, shut up. Who wants to die like you? Tell me the origin of this profound artifact. Guang said slowly, in this world, there is a rule. Although it belongs to the way of heaven, it surpasses the shackles of the realm of heaven martial arts. It doesn't exist in the 3 realms or the 5 elements. Everyone's hearts trembled. They had a bad premonition. Wei Qing said in a deep voice, get to the point. Guang said, this is the reincarnation power. Under the way of heaven, there are many formations of mighty power. The world is a formation, and reincarnation is also a formation. They are all created by the way of heaven, but they affect each other. Nothing in the world can escape reincarnation. Wei Qing's face turned green. He said coldly, you mean this is the place where the reincarnation of the world is? Everyone was shocked and confused. These were mighty powers that only existed in legends. They were as inaudible as the way of heaven. How could they appear in front of them? Many people rubbed their eyes and knocked their heads, hoping it was an illusion and they would wake up soon. Guang said embarrassedly, what nonsense are you thinking? Unless it's the way of heaven itself, who can enter reincarnation? I've seen the records of this profound artifact. In ancient times, a supreme being used the reincarnation power to create it. It's just a profound artifact, but it contains a trace of the reincarnation rule. Wei Qing heaved a sigh of relief and said, so, this profound artifact is also a sacred artifact? Guang frowned and said, it's hard to define. The sacred artifacts we're talking about are created by fusing the 10 directions divine realms rule. Although this reincarnation will doesn't have the 10 directions divine realms reincarnation power, it's not weaker than the 10 directions divine realms rule. If we have to classify it, it's a sacred artifact, and it's even stronger than ordinary sacred artifacts. Long Xianxia said, fear comes from the unknown. Now that we know his bottom line, we're not afraid anymore. Moreover, since it's something recorded in the annals of history, it must have once existed in the heavenly martial arts realm. Guang nodded and said, I have nothing to live for, so if I die, then I die. If you want to survive, you'd better understand that the transmigration rules aren't suppressed by the heavenly martial arts realm's realm power. This Ghost King seems to be an existence that has existed for a very long time. Perhaps he is a true God state expert. Keek keek. The Ghost King's laughter came from the sky. Green flames floated around and gradually gathered into a huge skeleton. It was exactly the Ghost King's appearance. He stuck out his long red tongue and licked his lips. He clicked his tongue and praised, I can't believe there's someone other than Jiuli who can recognize this reincarnation wheel. A green light flickered in his eyes, and he looked at Li Yunxiao. He said, what I didn't expect is that in the current heavenly martial arts realm, there's still someone who can practice a heaven-defying magical ability like the minor wheel and 3-phase transformation technique Spirit Eyes. Li Yunxiao shivered as he was stared at by the green eyes, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was a kind of coldness that came from the soul, penetrating through the body. Li Jing said, Ghost King, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? The Ghost King laughed strangely and said, I'm obviously fulfilling my promise to you. I'm going to kill all these people. Li said, but you don't have to capture us, do you? The Ghost King laughed mischievously and said, I can see that your companions are quite strong, and they have many good things with them. Why don't you let me eat them all? Ha 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 ha. Li flew into a rage and shouted, Ghost King, if you have any ideas about us, I'll summon you back right now. She grabbed the war drum, and a large number of characters appeared on it, flickering in the air. The Ghost King laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, summon me back? Don't you think it's already too late? He said coldly, although the reincarnation wheel's power isn't suppressed by the heavenly martial arts realm's power, the heavenly martial arts realm has lost the 10 directions rules, and my own power is still suppressed. Because of this, I can't bring the entire reincarnation wheel to the heavenly martial arts realm, so I need time. Li's expression changed greatly, and she suddenly imprinted many seals on the war drum. Those characters flickered and disappeared one by one, and a strange power appeared around the Ghost King, lingering around him like a nebula. Humph! The Ghost King snorted heavily, and green flames flickered in his eyes. The strange power immediately dissipated with a bang. A rumbling sound came from the war drum, and all the characters were instantly annihilated. They turned into smoke and dissipated. Li was shocked, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. He 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 he. The Ghost King laughed complacently and said, "The reason why the summon didn't work is because your power isn't enough to bring out the contract's power to its peak. The reincarnation wheel's power isn't suppressed by the heavenly martial arts realm, and I can bring out 100% of my power in this wheel. Coupled with the wheel itself, none of you can escape death." Everyone's hearts trembled. The Ghost King's strange laughter was like a heavy stone pressing on their chests, and it made it hard for them to breathe. Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, 100%? I don't think this will is complete. The Ghost King's pupils shrank, and he stared at Li Yunxiao coldly. He said, as expected of the marvelous magical spirit eyes. Just now, I really couldn't bring the reincarnation wheel to you in a hurry, but it has at least 60% of the main body's power, which is enough to kill all of you. After we eat all of you, we will bring the complete Xian artifact to us, and we will be invincible in the world. Wei Qing sneered and said, "You have told so many jokes, but they aren't funny at all. It's so cold." Qi Xingfeng also sneered and said, "Even if it is a complete Xian artifact and a real God realm expert, they can't say that they can kill all of us." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Haha, the intelligence of the strange creatures is always a weakness. D***it. The Ghost King flew into a rage. The outline of the giant ghost head trembled, and the wheel started to spin. Many halos rose from under everyone's feet, and they scattered in the sky. Everyone's body trembled. A strange force came from all directions, directly suppressing the essence energy within their bodies. What? This power? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it was 100 times more difficult to circulate origin power. Those martial artists under the Jiotian Emperor Wu were directly suppressed to the point that they were like mortals, and they had no strength at all. Humph, playing tricks. Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "Even if it is the power of samsara, it is still a rule of the heavenly Tao. Since it is also a rule, why are you talking about killing us?" His body surged with a monstrous demonic flame, and he formed a 3-headed and 6-armed figure. The ancient dust sword suddenly slashed toward the sky. Boom! Countless jade dragons flew up, completely unaffected by the power of samsara. What? The Ghost King's eyes widened, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Boom! The giant Ghost King's shadow was smashed into pieces, and it turned into a sky full of stars. Qi Xingfeng sheathed his sword and said coldly, "After playing tricks, your strength is not as good as before." Tui. On the wheel, a few rays of light gathered and formed the figure of the Ghost King. He said with a gloomy face, "I forgot that you cultivate the power of demonic essence. It is true that you cannot suppress it. Then what about me?" Long Qianmiao's cold voice sounded. Suddenly, a giant iron rod appeared in the sky and smashed down. The Ghost King was startled. The endless pressure from the iron rod directly suppressed him, and he raised his hand to block in shock. Bang, the iron rod directly smashed against his wrist. Caw-caw sounds of shattering rang out, and the scales on his right arm began to crack. The vast power caused his arm to go numb, and he was forced to retreat again and again. True dragon might. This is the vast dragon might. The Ghost King was shocked, and his face turned green. Long Qianmiao said, "You can't suppress the true dragon might." "What can you suppress?" With a wave of his rod shadows, 5 ghost azure rushed up and attacked fiercely. The 5 of them attacked with their own divine abilities. The Ghost King's face changed, and he put his hands together in front of him, and a mirror light appeared. Boom! The 5 people's attacks were blocked, and a ferocious force surged out in all directions, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. Long Qianmiao frowned. The Ghost Shura's power is indeed suppressed, but not by much. Wei Qing said, "In that case, just you and Luo Qingyun are enough to deal with him." Long Qianmiao snorted, "I can deal with him alone. Why do I need the Ghost Shura?" He held the iron rod and walked forward. Long Qianmiao had never shown his strength in front of others, but no one dared to underestimate him. The battle with Lu Fian was the first time he made a move, and he beat the titled Emperor Wu until he vomited blood, and he looked fine. This kind of power was enough to be the leader of the seven sects. This was also the trust that Wei Qing had sent him a message when he realized this situation was not right, and asked him to cross over to help suppress everything. The Ghost King's face darkened. Although he was not as arrogant as before, he still had a cold and arrogant attitude. He said coldly, "The rank 10 dragon blood is a little troublesome, but I am not afraid. Unless you really transform into a true spirit, then I will be a little afraid." Long Qianmiao snorted, and said, "Talking so much nonsense can't hide the guilt in your heart." His body suddenly flashed, and he appeared in the sky above the Ghost King, grabbed the iron rod with both hands, and struck down. The shadow of the rod streaked across the sky, flashing with a silver light, extremely gorgeous. Bang! The Ghost King's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and the rod directly scattered the shadow, and hit the big wheel, causing the space to tremble. So powerful! Everyone could not help but be shocked. Although Lu Fian vomited blood after being beaten by him was shocking enough, at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and they could feel the vast dragon might. Lu Fian's eyes were also focused, and her face was calm, as if she did not feel any hatred or resentment because of her injury. Luo Qingyun's blood was boiling, and the vast dragon might directly caused the dragon blood in his body to resonate. Long Qianmiao's current strength was the goal he was pursuing. "Your arrogance makes me want to kill you." The Ghost King's cold voice rang out. A huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky and slammed down. Countless green runes densely packed on the huge hand emitted waves that stacked on top of each other. "You can only blame yourself for being useless." Long Qianmiao shouted and threw the iron rod on the ground, causing the samsara wheel to tremble. A majestic dragon might rushed out from his body. Green dragon chi spiraled up from his body, and wherever it passed, it would transform into a demon. His bright and clean skin was covered with scales, and his forehead bulged like bamboo shoots bursting out of the ground. 2 jade-green dragon horns grew out of his head, and the spiritual energy was overwhelming. His hands also turned into dragon claws, shining brightly. His fingers were as sharp as blades. A dragon tail grew out from his back and wrapped around his waist. He completely transformed into a half-demon human dragon form. With a roar, the dragon roared and Jiutian roared. That power was like a shocking thunder, soaring into the sky. It even condensed into the shape of a dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the palm print. Rumble. The layers of waves under the huge hand were dispersed by the dragon. The entire power was gone, and the palm was pushed back into the sky. Boom. In a few breaths, it completely exploded under the dragon might and disappeared without a trace. Only a faint dragon shadow was left in the sky above the samsara wheel. It seemed to have passed through and gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. Such an astonishing strike was vigorous and mighty, giving off a feeling of boundless power. Everyone was surprised and delighted. Some were in awe, some were afraid, some were worried, but most of them were ecstatic. With Long Qianmiao around, they felt very safe. Lu Fian's eyes revealed a trace of fear. She was not his match before he took the dragon form. Now that he had such a terrifying power, it was hard for her to have the will to fight. "What?" The Ghost King's surprised voice sounded in the sky. Somewhere in the sky, a green light flashed, and his real body appeared, his face full of shock. Long Qianmiao said coldly, "If this is all you have, you will become a laughingstock." The Ghost King trembled with anger and said coldly, "You are indeed very strong. With the blood of a true dragon, the reincarnation power cannot suppress you." Tisk. Long Qianmiao sneered disdainfully, "Do you mean you're admitting defeat?" "Humph." The Ghost King snorted coldly and said in a ferocious voice, "The reincarnation power can't suppress you, but it doesn't mean that I can't do anything to you." His hands began to form incantations, and the entire reincarnation wheel spun quickly. The 33 merit cauldrons sensed this, and their hand seals changed at the same time. Rays of green light flew out and turned into runes in the air. They stuck to the Ghost King's body and then disappeared in a flash, entering his body. "Ha!" The Ghost King roared, his eyes wide open. As the green runes absorbed it, its body began to swell at a rate visible to the naked eye, and it instantly became more than 50% larger. The air around him was shaken by his physical strength and exploded with a bang 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 sound. "You can transform into a dragon, but I can also increase my strength." The Ghost King roared and punched the air. His whole body turned into a stream of light and flew down along with the power of the punch. Humph! Long Qianmiao let out a heavy snort. His face was filled with disdain, but he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. His origin energy surged, and the iron rod shook. He grabbed it in his hand and swung it toward the power of the punch. Countless runes and halos appeared on the iron rod, and as he swung it, they were all released. Boom! The two figures suddenly collided, and endless power spread in all directions. Green gas churned in the sky, and dragon might roared below. The two powers corroded and melted each other. The entire reincarnation wheel shook, and space swayed. The two powers were locked in a stalemate, but as the reincarnation wheel spun, more and more green gas entered the Ghost King's body. Slowly, the green gas gathered and began to gain the upper hand. Long Qianmiao's body was surrounded by rings of green light. This was the power of dragon might, but it was being consumed very quickly, causing his face to turn pale. Humph, fighting with me, even if you are a true spirit, you will still die. The Ghost King sneered. His left hand also formed a fist and punched down. The two fists met in the air, and with a bang, the green gas surged. Under the power of the fist, the power instantly increased by several times, and it pressed down fiercely. Boom! Long Qianmiao finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he suddenly spun away. The power of the fist slammed into the large reincarnation wheel, causing countless runes to tremble. They turned into slashes in the air and shot out. Bang, 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 Long Qianmiao waved his iron rod and shattered all the slashes. In a flash, the Ghost King closed in on Long Qianmiao. With a single step, he appeared directly in front of Long Qianmiao and punched out. Boom, the air directly exploded. Long Qianmiao held the iron rod with both hands, and it spun in the air, turning into a Tai Chi pattern. The power of the fist suddenly turned in the Tai Chi pattern, and it deviated to the side. The Ghost King frowned. He only felt that his power was instantly guided, and his punch deviated, sliding past Long Qianmiao's side. Humph! He snorted coldly, turned his fist into a claw, and grabbed at the other party's dantian. At the same time, he punched out with his left hand, and the space around him was immediately sucked in by the power of the fist. Long Qianmiao was shocked. After absorbing the power of the 33 merit points, the other party seemed to be above him. He lowered his iron rod and blocked in front of his dantian. Bang! The Ghost King grabbed the iron rod with his sharp claws, and then punched out. The two fought in close combat, and their speed was extremely fast. Those who were not strong enough could only see afterimages, and some could only see flashes of light, but couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. Long Qianmiao was forced to let go of his iron rod, and his arms drew a circle in front of him. He also clenched his left hand into a dragon fist to meet the attack. The vague shadow of a dragon suddenly appeared on the fist. Dragon battles in the wild, dragon roars Jiutian. Boom! The power of the fist surged between the two, shaking in all directions. The martial artists in the distance were shocked. The power made them retreat continuously, all the way to the edge of the large reincarnation wheel. Outside was a pitch-black endless space, and no one dared to go out. Long Qianmiao grunted. The other party's punch had directly broken through his dragon might. The blood in his body instantly boiled, and the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind him, returning to his body and suppressing the power of the fist. The result of forcibly resisting it was that a mouthful of blood gushed up his throat and overflowed from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't take a step back. The Ghost King also felt a power rebound from his arm, causing his body to tremble. But his brows furrowed, and he laughed sinisterly. You want to rely on your half-dragon body to resist it? Childish! He shouted and took a step forward. A wave of power shot out along his arm like waves, stacking layer upon layer, each wave stronger than the one before. Long Qianmiao's expression changed drastically as he felt his left fist starting to crumble. Even with his half-dragon body, he was unable to withstand that destructive force. The dragon scales on his arm were torn apart, and intense pain spread through his body. Ha! He roared, and his expression became ferocious. A dragon's head could be vaguely seen, and his right hand suddenly formed a seal before slapping the iron rod. Bang! A doctrine artifact spread out, and the rhythm of a profound level artifact emanating from the iron rod shook the entire grand wheel. Everyone was shocked, looking at the iron rod in astonishment. They didn't know what kind of profound level artifact it was. It looked so ordinary, but it had such spirituality. Xianxia's body trembled, and his pupils constricted, revealing a look of horror. In his rainbow demonic eyes, he vaguely saw that the sword in the iron rod was activated. Countless sword talismans surged out, and the sky was filled with sword will. Not only did it revolve around the two of them, but it also began to condense in the air, turning into a sea of sword chi. The Ghost King's body trembled, and his left hand, which was holding the iron rod, couldn't help but tremble, as if he felt something terrifying. Not good. He suddenly shouted, and the power of his fist surged out, shaking off the other party, and immediately leaped into the air, retreating. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword rose up, reverberating in everyone's ears, causing tinnitus, as if they had temporarily lost their hearing. Then, there was a flash of cold light, piercing everyone's eyes, blinding them for a short period of time. In the midst of their vision, they seemed to see a white ribbon spread out in the air. Before the crowd could sense the terrifying sword will, they first saw a spray of blood, followed by the Ghost King's miserable shriek. Ah! The Ghost King's body flipped in the air, and he let out a loud howl. Then, he fell down hard, directly smashing into the grand wheel. There was a terrifying sword wound on his chest, from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, and his whole body seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Long Qianmiao's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "What a tough body, but can you still withstand a second strike of my sword?" The sword in his hand shone like water, causing waves to surge. As it trembled, it seemed to transform into a long river, with a hidden dragon. What kind of sword is that? Everyone's hearts trembled, and they looked at each other in shock, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. There was also a hint of fear in the Ghost King's eyes, and he forced himself to retreat. Xianxia took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had never seen that sword before, its aura gave him a familiar feeling, but he didn't dare to believe it, so he didn't dare to confirm it. Long Qianmiao stepped forward with his sword, and he said coldly, "If you can die by this sword, your trip to the realm of heaven martial arts won't be in vain." After the Ghost King retreated several steps, he found there was no way to retreat. His face fell, and he said coldly, "I was careless. I thought there were no 10 directions rules in this world, and you were at most ordinary divine transcendence. I didn't expect there to be someone with the power of a real spirit." Everyone was shocked. No one knew how strong real spirits were, but they were all existences in the 10 directions divine realm. Did Long Qianmiao already have the power of the divine realm? Wei Qing was also shocked, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Duanmu Youyu praised, "A comprehension that surpasses the peak of the martial path, and a 10th grade dragon blood. Long Qianmiao is probably the strongest person in the world." Ghost King, it's not a shame that you died by his hands. Humph, not a shame? The Ghost King said coldly, "You know, this reincarnation grand will only send 60% of my main body's power, and it suppresses me, so I can only raise my power to 60%. Once I surpass this limit, I will suffer a backlash." Duanmu Youyu raised his eyebrows. "So what? Are you trying to tell everyone that you can't accept your loss? Lose? Ha ha ha, you're all too childish. How could I possibly lose?" The Ghost King roared. Green gas erupted from his body. He waved his hands, creating countless runes that entered the grand wheel of reincarnation. The entire land surged with the power of reincarnation. The sky was filled with ghostly chi. There were also countless wandering souls floating in the air. He sucked them all into his mouth and swallowed them. The Ghost King's aura surged again. The terrifying wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Long Qianmiao, you made me willing to suffer the pain of the backlash just to raise my power to the peak. You should be proud." Boom. After a few breaths, as if he had reached his limit, a terrifying power burst out. Heaven and earth shook violently. The grand wheel of reincarnation also trembled, but it slowly calmed down. However, the power of reincarnation in the sky became extremely powerful. Everyone immediately felt the pressure increase. Even Wei Qing and the other divine transcendents frowned. Long Qianmiao was also shocked. He flew up and swung his sword in front of him. He condensed a sharp sword energy and slashed forward. A ferocious expression appeared on the Ghost King's face. He reached out and grasped at the air. A large saber instantly condensed and slashed back. Bang! The saber power directly shattered the sword energy and slashed forward. At the same time, his figure flickered. He moved along with the saber and slashed down from the sky. Bang! Long Qianmiao blocked it with his sword. The two forces struck him one after the other. With the weight of Mount Tai, he was forced to retreat. Saber light and sword energy shot out in an exceptionally beautiful manner. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scene. They all had solemn expressions. They felt a great pressure and a hint of coldness. The saber radiance contained extremely powerful reincarnation power. It constantly tore at Long Qianmiao's body, and his dragon scales were constantly cracked. Hee, your sword is indeed amazing. However, this saber is a part of the grand wheel of reincarnation. It also possesses the power of the world. How can you block it? The Ghost King laughed. Sinisterly. He pressed down with the saber in his hand, pushing the power even further. Bang, bang, bang. Several of the dragon scales on Long Qianmiao's body were shattered, and dragon blood spurted out. It turned into crystal clear blood beads in midair and sprinkled on the ground. It really is the divine blood of 10 directions. The Ghost King's face turned cold, his eyes bursting with greed. He couldn't help but stick out his red tongue and lick his lips, making clicking sounds. Gulp, Long Qianmiao swallowed his saliva with difficulty, his forehead covered in sweat. He was frightened by his terrifying appearance. He was indeed anxious. All sorts of formation lights flowed on the samsara blade. They seemed to be able to draw power from the big wheel and suppress his sword. Not only that, but even though his vast dragon might was not suppressed by the samsara power, it disintegrated very quickly under the impact. His body could not hold on much longer. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Be chopped into mincemeat by this reincarnation blade. This king hasn't eaten a true soul in a long time. Kiki, it'll definitely be a great tonic, Kiki. With victory in sight, the Ghost King couldn't help but laugh out loud. You want to eat me? Go *ck yourself. Long Qianmiao's heart was filled with fear, which immediately stimulated his enormous potential. A green light bloomed from his body, and his momentum instantly rose to the extreme. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He made a gesture with his left hand and slapped the blade. He shouted, "Unseal." A terrifying sword force spread out. Under the cold light, a vague dragon shape appeared, and then the sound of the sword resounded between heaven and earth. What? The Ghost King was shocked. The force on the sword was slowly pushing his samsara blade away, and it was actually suppressing it. How is this possible? His brain short-circuited for a moment. He was transformed from the original body of a divine artifact, which was one with the samsara heaven and earth. What kind of magical artifact could push the blade away, but the reality in front of him made him unable to think anymore. The soaring sword chi bloomed like a flower. Long Qianmiao's face was also solemn. He seemed to be extremely afraid of the sword in his hand and didn't dare to be careless. Heaven and earth can't, execution! He shouted. At the same time, his left hand changed the gesture and slapped down again. Bang! A vast and mighty force spread out from the sword. The green light turned into a halo that spread out like a world, and suddenly sent the Ghost King flying. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Although they felt that the sword intent was extremely powerful, it shouldn't be enough to send the Ghost King flying, right? Just as everyone was shocked, Long Qianmiao couldn't withstand the sword force and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the sword in his hand trembled, and all kinds of power surged out as if it couldn't be controlled. The Ghost King flew dozens of feet away before he stabilized his body. He looked at his arm in horror. More than half of the scales had been cut off by the sword intent. He seemed to remember something and suddenly screamed, "The sword of the true dragon!" Long Qianmiao's face sank, and he struck a few seals into the sword to suppress the surging aura within it. After that, he said coldly, "Since you recognize this sword, then you can die at ease." He changed the direction of the sword and no longer chased after the Ghost King. Instead, he held the hilt with both hands and stabbed it into the samsara wheel. Rumble. A deafening rumble erupted, startling many azure dragons. With the sword of the true dragon as the center, they traversed the sky above the samsara wheel and were shaken into it. The whole space started trembling intensely. He wanted to take drastic measures and destroy the samsara wheel so that the Ghost King wouldn't be able to do anything. Then, he would definitely die. Everyone was startled and scared. They were looking forward to the collapse of the samsara wheel, but they were afraid of injuring themselves, so they were all on guard. Yao Li's face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. He seemed to be muttering to himself, how is this possible? How can Long Qianmiao be so powerful? Even the samsara wheel can't suppress him? Xiang said in a grave voice, the sword in his hand is called the lawless sword of heaven and earth. It's the divine sword of the Lord True Dragon, the leader of all living beings. Li was startled, and he said in a trembling voice, the divine sword passed down by the ancient True Dragon? His voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Xiang said, yes. But it's not a complete sword. It's rumored that the sword of the True Dragon was fought over by countless experts. In the end, it split into 4 pieces and disappeared in the realm of heaven martial arts. This should be one of them. Li said, no wonder. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a fragment of the sword of the True Dragon. Xiang's expression became very unsightly, and he said in a deep voice, what Duan Muyoyu said is right. With his extraordinary cultivation and the dragon bloodline of the 10th level, few people in the world can rival him. Now that he's holding the sword of the True Dragon, he's really invincible. Unless I have a complete cultivation technique and obtain the fragment of the way, I won't be able to defeat him. As he thought of this, he became even more resentful. As heaven and earth trembled, he glared at Li Yi with hatred and resentment, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Li Yi had been fearfully watching the collapse of the samsara wheel. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he felt as if someone was pointing at his back. He quickly looked at Xiang and the others, and he became extremely vigilant. Li said, although Lord Xiang lost some power and the fragment of the way, the lost power can be recovered. The fragment of the way originally didn't belong to us, and it wasn't part of our plan, so there's nothing to be regretful about. On the contrary, under the Great Illusionary Land, Lord Xiang gained an extremely strong understanding of the Great Illusionary Tao of formations. The effect isn't any worse than eating the fragment of the way, but it will take a little more time. Li said, what Lord Li said makes sense. In the future, the only one who can compete with Long Qianmiao is you, Lord. Only me? Xiang's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with complex emotions. His strength had always far surpassed Li Yunxiao's, but every time he wanted to kill him, he couldn't. This could no longer be explained by luck. The only explanation was that this person had the mandate of heaven, and ordinary people couldn't kill him. If he could step into the God realm in the future, his greatest enemy definitely wouldn't be Long Qianmiao, but Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's expression was grave as he stared at the sword aura rampaging. Suddenly, he felt Xiang's chilling aura and involuntarily glanced over. In a moment of shock, he let out a soft snort and turned his gaze back. He stared at the True Dragon's sword without blinking. Just now, he had felt that it was very familiar. This kind of sword was the same as the 2 divine swords that Cheiyu and Dragonhead had fought in the East Sea. He was the strongest swordsman in the world today, and he could clearly feel the same aura, the same sword will, exactly the same. The Ghost King's face revealed a look of horror, and he roared in anger, damned people, you hurt me again and again, and you even want to destroy my samsara wheel. I'll tear you to pieces. He suddenly went crazy, and his body suddenly grew larger, and he fiercely slammed his palm toward the wheel. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, and countless strange runes flew up, densely packed in the thousands, filling the entire space. Heaven and earth spun rapidly, and everyone was surrounded by the runes. A bad feeling welled up in everyone's heart. This samsara wheel only has 60% of its power. This king will now use the power of the rules of the world to activate it completely, and completely wipe you out. The Ghost King's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he roared as he continuously formed hand seals, each move faster than the last. The mighty power of heaven and earth appeared, circulating ceaselessly on the wheel. Bang! 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 The azure dragons that crisscrossed the land suddenly shattered, and the vast dragon might that filled the land was suppressed, gradually dissipating. What? Long Qianmiao was shocked, and an unparalleled force rushed out from the wheel, as if an ancient giant beast had awakened. Bang! The heaven and earth sword suddenly shook, and his whole body was hit at the same time, as if his chest had been smashed by a hammer. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and he was directly sent flying. Not good. Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful Long Qianmiao could not suppress it, and directly fell to the ground with serious injuries. The true dragon sword was also thrown to the side, but its spiritual energy did not diminish, and its cold light still shone like water. Ha 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 ha, you trash! Witness the true power of the samsara wheel. Ha ha! The Ghost King's body laughed wildly, and his body could not help but tremble under the vast mighty power, but more so because of extreme excitement. After the lawless heaven and earth sword was knocked away, the Ghost King laughed maniacally. The power of reincarnation grew stronger and stronger, and a mighty force descended, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. It was as if there was a stone pressing down on their chests, making it difficult to even breathe. Some of the weaker cultivators even fell to the ground and kept spitting out foam. Some of them even closed their eyes. It was unknown whether they had fainted or just died. Long Qianmiao was also lying on the ground. When the true dragon sword had been knocked away, the power of the sword and the power of reincarnation had entered his body at the same time. Even though his dragon body was extremely tough, he had still been seriously injured. Although the dragon might was not suppressed by the power of reincarnation, the power still battered his body and aggravated his injuries. Long Qianmiao's face was pale. He took out a scarlet pill and swallowed it. Then he formed a hand seal with one hand and began to absorb the medicinal energy. He did not dare to meditate. As he healed, he watched on vigilantly. Humph! The Ghost King saw Long Qianmiao's healing actions, but he did not care at all. He only sneered disdainfully, revealing a look of contempt. At this moment, the great plate rotation had reached an extremely high speed, and the mighty force had also reached its peak. Several cultivators directly exploded and died on the spot. Rise! The Ghost King shouted. He turned around and simultaneously sent out several hand seals that flew into the bodies of the merit officials around him. Light flowed out of the 33 merit officials, and each of them began to fill with spiritual energy. Although their faces were ghostly, there seemed to be spiritual light floating around them. Not good! Li cried out in alarm. Everyone, be careful. Hurry and join forces to break through space. Everyone frowned. The power of reincarnation was so powerful that everyone knew it was bad. Did you even need to tell them that? Moreover, if they could escape by breaking through space, they would have done so long ago. Did you even need to tell them that, just as everyone was looking at them with disdain, the 33 merit officials suddenly opened their eyes. They were like stars in the night sky, shining brightly and penetrating straight into the hearts of people. Ah! What's going on? Everyone was shocked and immediately became alert. After the 33 merit officials opened their eyes, they actually walked over from all directions. What? Everyone was shocked. A bad feeling spread in their hearts. The expressions of those merit supervisors were ghastly like ghosts, sinister and terrifying. Moreover, the auras on their bodies continuously climbed, as if they were going to make a move to kill. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered and he said in surprise, although these things look like jade, they don't have real bodies. They are like spirits. What are they? Li's face was bitter, and he said in despair, it's over. He really activated the full power of the samsara wheel. The 33 merit points are the spirit of this profound artifact. Its power is boundless. Profound weapon spirit? Why are there so many? Everyone was shocked. It was already incredible for a normal profound level weapon to have a weapon spirit. Even if this wheel was a supreme grade profound level weapon, it should at most have 2 or 3 spirits. How could there be 33 of them? Li said, I don't understand either, but I've seen the records of the predecessors. There are 33 of them, and these merits are all refined from the souls of deity realm powerhouses. Bang! This time, it was like a bolt of lightning that shook everyone's brains to the point of buzzing. The soul of a godly state expert was refined into an artifact spirit. 33. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, and he became absent-minded for a moment. Only Beijing Nan was the calmest. He said unhurriedly, in ancient times, there were as many deity realm powerhouses as there were dogs. Perhaps there were even more than the current Emperor Wu. It's not strange to capture 33 of them to extract their souls and refine artifacts. This, everyone wiped their cold sweat. It made sense when they thought about it. Although it was logical, when they thought that these ghost-like things in front of them were actually the souls of deity realm powerhouses, they couldn't help but feel terrified. I really didn't expect them to all be deity realm souls. TSK, how generous! Teng Guang suddenly said. His eyes were actually filled with admiration. He had long lost the will to live. Being able to see more strange things before his death, he instantly felt that it was interesting. He was much more spirited. His sparkling eyes kept sizing up the 33 merit points, as if he wanted to catch a few of them. Li Yunxiao suddenly said strangely, if the soul devourer sex people were here, they would probably go crazy. Everyone's expression also became strange. With so many deity realm souls, it would be strange if the soul devourer sex people didn't go crazy. When they thought of those terrifying people going crazy, they couldn't help but find it funny. The fear in their hearts instantly lessened. Beijing Nan said, although they are deity realm souls, heaven knows how long it has been. I think they don't even have the cultivation of divine transcendence. Some of them are even far from the peak of martial arts. Sigh, indeed. Teng Guang's eyes revealed disappointment. He seemed to have given up on the idea of capturing them. He said, as for why there are so many of them, let me explain. This rebirth wheel is actually a supreme grade array artifact. It was refined by imitating the rebirth wheel. However, the rules of rebirth are erratic and hard to grasp. Not to mention a mere profound artifact, even if millions of people set up the array at the same time, it would still be difficult to achieve. Li came to a realization and said, I understand now. These merit points are the people who set up the array. Back then, the experts who refined this supreme grade array artifact really couldn't use the profound artifact itself to create the rebirth wheel. In the end, they had to set up 33 people to set up the array. Teng Guang said, that's right. Since your clan is related to this ghost king, and your ancestor also defeated him and signed the summoning contract, did they have any records on how to break this array artifact? Li smiled bitterly and said, there were indeed some methods. However, the world has changed too much now. Many 10th rank divine skills have disappeared. Even if there were, it would be impossible to learn them. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Li Yunxiao and said, I remember it was written in my ancestors' notes that the small wheel of samsara mystical spirit eyes and this rebirth wheel are divine skills that possess the rebirth wheel. When the mystical spirit eyes are cultivated to the extreme, one can directly enter the rebirth wheel and observe a person's past and present life. They can even foresee the past and future. They also possess the rebirth wheel and can see the flaws of all dharma forms. Everyone was shocked. They stared at Li Yunxiao and revealed all kinds of expressions. Many of them were envy, jealousy, and hatred. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, cultivating to the extreme. Without comprehending the rules of 10 directions, how can one reach the extreme? This mystical spirit eyes has a total of 5 realms. Right now, this young master's 2nd realm is already the limit that I can reach. Furthermore, I was only able to achieve this under countless opportunities. If I want to step into the 5th realm, the heavenly way will have to change again and the myriad of rules will appear in the world. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Without a great opportunity, Musu could only use the extreme method of destroying his eyes and replacing them with natural objects. However, he could only cultivate to the 1st realm. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to advance any further. Li Yunxiao himself was an extremely powerful eye technique user. In addition, Tsutsumi was also the strongest existence of the Ai clan in countless years. With the combination of the two and Narcissus's blood of the Sea Emperor, he was only able to cultivate to the 2nd realm. As for higher realms, he didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. Li immediately became disappointed and said, without the supreme mystical spirit eyes, it is impossible to see the weakness of this reincarnation formation. Unless, her face suddenly filled with joy and she cried out excitedly, I remember now. There is another way to restrain this. Bang! Suddenly, Li's body flew out and she spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky. Her entire face was deathly pale as she fell to the ground. Where she had originally been standing, a contribution supervisor was looking at her coldly. One of his hands formed a palm. It was him who had suddenly attacked, and his expression was ice-cold. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. This contribution supervisor's power was not strong, only at the level of a 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu. However, he was able to send Li flying with one palm and heavily injure her. Li had been injured before, but the main reason was that her power had been suppressed by the reincarnation force. She probably wouldn't be able to use even half of her power. Everyone thought of this and their expressions instantly changed greatly. They all turned purple like pig's liver and looked extremely ugly. Jiuli, you talk too much. The Ghost King stood in the distance, his feet suspended in the air. His eyes were filled with a cold light. His body seemed to be much larger than before, and his appearance had also changed. A pair of antelope-like horns grew on his head, transparent like jade. The surface of his body was slightly inflated, as if he was wearing a layer of armor, but it was connected to his skin. Everyone's hearts trembled. For a moment, they didn't notice that the Ghost King seemed to have become even stronger. Even Lan Chenmiao, who was recovering from his injuries in the distance, had a serious expression on his face and was extremely gloomy. Li, are you all right? Wing flew over at once and helped Li, who had fallen to the ground, up. At this moment, Li's face was pale, and her mouth was full of blood. She opened her mouth and muttered a few syllables, but they were intermittent and completely indecipherable. Xiang said, Li, don't speak. Properly suppress your injuries. Even if there is no predecessor's path, we can still open up a new path and kill this Ghost King. His eyes were filled with coldness. He had long found the Ghost King's arrogant appearance displeasing to the eye, but he hated that his injuries were too severe. If he forcefully used the armillary sphere, his body would most likely directly collapse, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. The Ghost King laughed coldly and placed his hands behind his back. He revealed a graceful expression and said unhurriedly, How long has it been since I've revealed this true appearance? This king has also forgotten that you all should be proud of being able to force me to this extent. As for resisting and whatnot, don't think too much about it. Li tried hard to open her mouth and bite down on the syllables, but she couldn't say anything in the end. In the end, she gave up. Wing hurriedly said, Listen to Lord Xiang. Rest in peace and leave everything to us. He carried Li and spread his wings, flying back to the demon race. He took out some medicinal pills for her to consume, and then started to stand guard for her. An indescribable sense of oppression, as well as the ominous feeling of an impending catastrophe, enveloped everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces seemed to be covered in frost. Wei Qing said, Gongzi Yu, can you divine anything? Duan Muyoyu shook his head and said, Under the suppression of the reincarnation power, I can't divine anything. Humph. Wei Qing's nostrils flared, as if he was extremely dissatisfied. He still had an expression of what's the use of calculating small things when you can't predict big things. Duan Muyoyu smiled bitterly, the art of divination has too many restrictions. If it could predict the past and future at will, wouldn't it be invincible? But everyone doesn't have to worry too much. I have already calculated it before. Although the final result is unpredictable, it is a scary situation without any mishaps. A scary situation without any mishaps? Ha 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 ha, what a rotten fortune teller. If you set up a stall, I will definitely smash your signboard. Ghost King couldn't help but laugh out loud. That wanton look almost made him cry. He said fiercely, I will tell you the ending. Everyone has to die. No one can live. Feeling the murderous aura coming towards them, everyone's heart shuddered and their faces turned pale. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, Slime, is this your ultimate state? Everyone felt dizzy. Their faces were full of black lines. They wanted to laugh. But in this state, no one could laugh. What? Slime? Ghost King was furious. He pointed at Li Yunxiao with both hands and said coldly, "The rainbow stone and the fruit of wave fragment are in your hands. I remember, I will skin you and play with you slowly." "What? Rainbow stone?" Qi Xingfeng's body suddenly shook. He stared at Li Yunxiao in shock and anger. He roared in a deep voice, "You have the rainbow stone in your hands?" Many of the others knew what the rainbow stone was. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to think about it. Even Ning Kuei, who was in the crowd far away, trembled slightly when he heard the words rainbow stone. Then he recovered his calmness. Wei Qing also frowned. He looked at Li Yunxiao coldly. He felt that this young man had a lot of secrets. But it was just a thought that flashed through his mind. Then he returned to the current situation with a face full of worry. Even for someone as powerful as him, his power was suppressed by 70 to 80%. He could only exert 20 to 30% of his power. Not to mention fighting Ghost King, he might not even be able to defeat those meritorious officials. Li Yunxiao glanced at Qi Xingfeng and said, "I have the rainbow stone, what does it have to do with you?" You, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Qi Xingfeng's eyes widened in fury. If it weren't for the special circumstances of this place, he would have rushed forward to kill Lu Li and snatch the stone. Bo Yuqing's eyes also flashed with shock, and his face darkened. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Why should I tell you? What are you to me?" "Ah. Why you? Damn it. I really regret that I didn't skin you alive." Qi Xingfeng shouted angrily, the importance of the rainbow stone to him was self-evident. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "If you have the ability, then go and skin this Ghost King. Otherwise, this rainbow stone in my hands will most likely be snatched by him." Wei Qing also said, "Lord Qi Xingfeng, we should all work together now. There's no need for internal strife." After Long Qianmiao's defeat, only Qi Xingfeng's demonic origin power could not be suppressed by the reincarnation power, so Wei Qing now attached great importance to him. Humph. Qi Xingfeng's face was extremely gloomy and discontented. He glared at Li Yunxiao and gave up for now. "What? Qi Xingfeng?" Many people were surprised to hear this name, and they started to discuss it. All kinds of people looked over from afar, as if they couldn't believe it. Ning Qian said in shock, "It's him? How is this possible?" Ning Kuei said, "No wonder. I was wondering why such a person suddenly appeared in the spirit transformation sea. Is the world going to be in chaos? But the continuous changes in the Red Moon City are already the beginning of chaos." Ning Qian's face was solemn, and he didn't say anything. There were more major events in the realm of heaven martial arts in the past decades than today. The great changes in the Red Moon City, the Great Void Path Fruit, the Real Dragon's Blood, the Ghost Azura, the Demon Clan's Armillary Sphere, Noah's Boat, the Ghost King's appearance, Qi Xingfeng, every one of them was a major event that shocked the world. At this moment, all of them happened at the same time. Everyone's nerves were numb from the stimulation. Xianxia and Lu Fian's expressions became grave. Once Qi Xingfeng's identity was exposed, there would be unimaginable consequences. However, he had already shown his strength in front of the world's heroes, so it was impossible to hide his identity. "Let's work together." Heh. "Do you still want to struggle?" The Ghost King laughed sinisterly. He stuck out his long scarlet tongue and swung it up and down in front of him. His eyes flickered with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Except for Jiu Li, kill everyone else." Although he had used all of his power, he still had a contract with Li. If he killed Li, he would suffer an unimaginable backlash from such a serious breach of contract. The eyes of the 33 merit officials lit up, and they immediately attacked, rushing toward the crowd. All kinds of green lights flickered in the sky, and people were flying. Bang! One of the merit officials slammed his palm down, and a large portion of the crowd that was hiding in a corner was instantly killed, flesh and blood flying everywhere. "Ah! Quickly run! Where do you think you're going?" "Oh my God!" The wheel was only so big, and outside was an illusory space. If one fell in, they would die without a doubt. Some martial artists clenched their teeth. Since they would die if they stayed, they might as well give it a try. They jumped into the void, and with a bang, they died on the spot. Even their flesh and blood could be seen, they had completely turned into nothingness. Ah! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Those martial artists that were preparing to jump out were all pale with fright, and they hurriedly retreated. This time everyone began to panic. They cried and screamed as they ran for their lives on the wheel. All sorts of panic-stricken curses rose up one after another. The 33 merit officials were like killing machines, quickly shuttling back and forth on the wheel. Every move they made would inevitably cause flesh and blood to fly, and a large number of people would die. Ning Kuei said in a deep voice, "Attack." At this time, he could no longer watch with folded arms. Although his cultivation was damaged and he was being suppressed by the power of samsara, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Golden light flashed in his hand and his spear swept out. Pung, light danced in the air, slashing down on a merit official. There was a faint light, but it couldn't break through. That merit official still had a wooden expression. He took a step forward with his spear and slammed down with a single palm. Ning Kuei's face sank. He spun his spear and golden light flashed in front of him. Pung, the merit official pushed his palm down, pressing down on the dancing light and causing countless runes to appear. Ning Kuei took several steps back in response. The tip of his foot stomped on the ground, resisting the impact. He grinned and said, "You are only SOSO. Take my move, black hair turns to snow." Wing wing wing, countless rays of golden light surged out from the spear. Beneath the suppression of the merit officials, several cold lights flew out. The white light was like black hair turning to snow at dusk. Pung, that merit official was forced back. Ning Kuei's spear spun and chased after him, directly stabbing into his chest and breaking out. What? That is. Everyone was shocked by the aftermath of the battle. Moreover, it was the first time someone had injured a merit official. They couldn't help but gather their gazes over. Crooks mixed in with the honest folk. I didn't think there would be such a powerful expert among the trash. The Ghost King's face flashed with surprise, and then it was followed by mockery. Ah? He is. All the experts were shocked. Although Ning Kuei was wearing a white robe, the dancing light on his spear and the aura on his body couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes and ears. Wei Qing discovered him the moment he attacked. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He coldly said, "Duan Muyoyu, you actually saved him. Do you want to go against me?" At the same time, everyone was indescribably shocked. Ning Kuei was killed by him before, and that was absolutely true. Could there really be a resurrection technique in this world? Wei Qing also found it hard to accept. Ning Kuei was personally killed by him. He was absolutely dead at that time, so how could he be resurrected? Thinking of this, in this chaotic environment, he actually became somewhat sluggish. Duan Muyoyu saw that he was absent-minded and hurriedly said, "Lord Wei Qing, Ning Kuei is alive. At least for now, it is beneficial to us. Let's think of a way to break this Xian artifact space." In this situation, these 33 merit officials are enough to kill everyone. Wei Qing then came back to his senses and immediately discovered that 2 merit officials were attacking him together. One of them drew a palm with one hand, and the other pointed with a finger. Both of them weren't considered strong. They were only at the peak of the 9 stars. Only Chen Qingyu, who had just entered the 9 stars realm. However, when his body moved, a vast power pressed down from the sky. The power of reincarnation seeped into every pore and blood, and his power was instantly reduced by half. Wei Qing's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly gathered a mouthful of origin power, and the picturesque landscape unfolded in front of him. A vast golden light appeared, like a moat blocking in front of him. Bang! The power of a palm and a finger landed on the picturesque landscape, and the scroll gave off an extremely powerful ringing sound. It violently trembled a few times, then retracted into the air and flew back. Wei Qing was astonished. Not only were everyone suppressed by the power of reincarnation, but even the Xian artifact was suppressed by this reincarnation wheel. The picturesque landscape flew back, and the combined power of the 2 merit officials suddenly arrived. He grabbed the scroll and blocked it. Bang! He felt his arm go numb, and his entire body was pushed back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was covered in cold sweat. Wei Qing felt incomparably sullen. He was being suppressed by two Emperor Wu's pinnacle experts. The rest of the people were also tired of dealing with the merit officials, and they didn't even have the power to fight back. A few saints could still put up some resistance, but the rest could only take a beating. The reincarnation wheel was filled with people flying around, and they were basically running for their lives. Ghost Azura, on the other hand, became the backbone of the resistance. Although the half-completed dragon blood couldn't completely resist the power of reincarnation, it was suppressed to a lesser extent. Coupled with their ultimate physique and fearless personalities, they could almost fight to a draw with the merit officials. Everyone, stop running. We can't escape from here. Let's join hands and fight them. That's the only way out. Long Qianmiao suddenly roared, and a wave of dragon might shook Jiutian, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone's blood immediately boiled. Since they would die if they ran, they might as well kill all these bastards. Long Qianmiao also grabbed the lawless world sword in his hand. A wave of sword radiance bloomed and instantly slashed the two cultivators in front of him into pieces. Humph, a centipede dies but never falls down. I will personally send you to the next world. The Ghost King's face darkened. His body flashed and he grabbed the reincarnation saber and slashed at Long Qianmiao. Bang! Long Qianmiao raised his sword to meet the attack and was immediately repelled by a terrifying force. Under the power of reincarnation, blood spurted out of his body and the hand holding the sword trembled. The dragon tail wrapped around his waist was suddenly untied. Rays of golden light bloomed and lashed out like a whip, causing ripples in the air. Haha, are you at your wit's end? The Ghost King laughed and clenched his hand into a claw. The sky suddenly froze and a force restrained the dragon tail, making it impossible for it to move. Long Qianmiao's heart sank. After this transformation, the Ghost King's power seemed to have reached another level, completely suppressing him. Could this be the power of the divine state? This terrifying thought surged in his mind and his fighting spirit continued to wane. Humph, have you already noticed the gap between us? The Ghost King sensed the change in his aura and couldn't help but sneer. He said coldly, forcing me to use all my trump cards will inevitably lead to a period of extreme weakness. This debt will be repaid with everything you have. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his 5 fingers suddenly became like sharp blades. With a chi sound, he stabbed into the dragon tail, causing blood to spurt out. Ah! Long Qianmiao's body trembled in pain. He could no longer withstand the reincarnation saber slash and was sent flying again. An eye-catching saber wound appeared on his chest, revealing his white bones. The Ghost King's face turned cold and the saber light flashed again and slashed down. Bang! A figure instantly rushed forward. The ancient dust sword vibrated and a jade dragon danced in the air, blocking the power of the saber. Qi Xingfeng's body was covered in black demonic patterns and he displayed 3 heads and 6 arms. His expression was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouldered the reincarnation saber. The nether wheel in one arm flew out and slashed. Then, the imperial talisman flew out and turned into a huge rui that pressed down. Right now, Long Qianmiao was the pillar of support for everyone. If he were to collapse, forget about fighting back in terms of strength, it would be a fatal blow to everyone's mentality. Humph, you're also a tough one. It's the same if I kill you first. After the Ghost King frowned, his face was filled with a sinister smile, and the saber light suddenly pressed down. Pooh! Qi Xingfeng's body trembled violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The demonic tattoos all over his body surged crazily, but he still couldn't withstand the samsara. Am I really going to die here? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. From the beginning until the end, they had never had such a thought. After all, the heavenly martial arts realm's top figures were all gathered here, including the 7 great faction masters, the 10 great Emperor Wu, and the people of the 2 holy lands. No one would believe that such a powerful force could wipe them out. However, when Long Qianmiao was crippled, Qi Xingfeng was about to collapse and die, Wei Qing couldn't withstand the joint attack of the 2 merit supervisors, and countless experts were killed in one move. The thought of being wiped out started to spread in everyone's minds. Duan Mutsong's face turned pale, and he said, "Brother, did we miscalculate? How could everyone end up like this?" Duan Muyoyu's face was also grave, and he said, I don't see any hope of escaping. The whole wheel is a place of reincarnation and slaughter, and the aura of death is everywhere. Where is the way out? His face sank, and a jade-like golden radiance appeared on his body. Rows of jade lots flew out and danced in the air. Duan Mutsang was shocked, and he said, Brother, you, Duan Muyoyu said in a deep voice, wait for me to use the heavenly god inspection technique to see the mysteries of heaven. Duan Mutsang was about to stop him, but suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and a fist arrived. Duan Muyoyu's expression changed drastically as the jade lots that filled the sky were suppressed. At the same time, he struck out with his cold jade ruler. Bang! The cold jade ruler hit the merit supervisor's arm, but it only pushed him back a little. The merit supervisor's fist pushed forward, and the cold jade ruler was knocked away. A large number of runes surged out of the jade lots in front of Duan Muyoyu, and they all shattered. His face changed, and endless rage flashed in his eyes. Duan Mutsang hurriedly said, Brother, stop reading. There is no need to know what the outcome will be. Let's think of a way to kill these merit supervisors first. Duan Muyoyu's face was grave, and he said, These things can't be killed. Did you notice that the 2 merit supervisors that Long Qianmiao killed just now came back to life again? What? Everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, and they did not pay attention to this matter. After hearing Duan Muyoyu's words, their gazes swept across the battlefield, and they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were still 33 merit supervisors. Damn it, how are we going to fight like this? Not to mention the weaker cultivators, even Emperor Jiuxing, who had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, felt their hearts turn cold. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, These things are probably endless. As long as the samsara wheel exists, they will never die. It seems like the key to breaking through lies with the Ghost King. We have to kill him. Xianxia smiled bitterly, and said, Easy for you to say. Who doesn't know that we have to kill the Ghost King? You go and try. Li Yunxiao glanced at him, and said, If I want to try, then I'll try. He raised his hand, and a 4-colored light appeared, and the Tusita heavenly peak slowly flew up. Xianxia was stunned. He had only said it casually, and he did not expect Li Yunxiao to really want to make a move. But what could he do with his meager strength? He probably could not even get within 3 feet of the Ghost King. The spirit bright power circulated around his body, and it was not suppressed by the power of samsara. Circles of light rippled out. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the vast power. Although it was not strong, it gave off a dignified and sacred feeling. What kind of power is this? Xianxia was shocked, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Duan Muyoyu's pupils shrank, and he cried out, Spirit bright power? Crash! As soon as these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar, and they all revealed looks of shock. Above the Jiutian Emperor Wu, only the 10 Directions divine realm could condense the spirit bright power, and it represented the highest and most powerful power in the world. The Jiutian Emperor's Ji suppressed everything because there were only 9 levels of rules left in the world, and all things were under the rules. But at this moment, samsara exceeded the 3 realms, and was not within the 5 elements. The Emperor's Ji was completely suppressed. How many more secrets does this kid have? Wei Qing's face was ashen, and he secretly made up his mind. If he could leave this place alive, he must capture Li Yunxiao and bring him back to the sanctuary to dissect and study him. On the other side, a merit supervisor's face was gloomy, and he suddenly spread open his 5 fingers and rushed forward. The space around him suddenly became dazzled, and he covered the sky. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and silver light suddenly flashed on his body. A huge body rushed out, and it directly collided with the merit supervisor. Bang! The merit supervisor's body shook, and he was actually bounced back. What? Everyone was shocked, and they looked under the silver light. Moo! The sound of a bull came from within the silver light, and it gradually turned into a heaven-patrolling bull. Its body was full of rotating runes, and it looked awe-inspiring. Duan Mutsang was shocked, and he cried out involuntarily, It's this thing. It was actually subdued by you? That day in the Black Tortoise Star Palace of the 2 Boundary Mountains, she had also personally experienced it, and she had seen the power of this bull. Her eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. This bowl was a god hoe, and it was forged from 10th level materials and god realm rules. Even if it was suppressed by the samsara power, it would most likely be very little affected. From the collision just now, it could be seen that at least suppressing a merit supervisor was not a big problem. As soon as the heaven patrolling bowl appeared, it stood in front of Li Yunxiao, and it looked around vigilantly. It let out a low moo sound, and it kept stomping its 4 hooves, and circles of waves spread out from under its feet. Lu Fian was stunned, and she said, "Such a cute bull is actually so powerful. What exactly has he experienced all these years?" And it has become even more difficult to guess. Xianxia snorted coldly, and said, "Birds of a feather flock together. He is surrounded by some strange things, and his nature really doesn't change." Lu Fian said unhurriedly, "You also used to follow him all day." Xianxia, after the heaven patrolling bull repelled a merit supervisor, several rays of light suddenly flashed across the sky. These merit supervisors seemed to be connected, and in an instant, there were 4 of them, and they jointly rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Moo! The heaven patrolling bull raised its head and roared. It stamped its foot, and suddenly, countless green lights shot out, crisscrossed, and turned into a dense net, covering the entire sky. What? Not only was everyone shocked, but even the Ghost King was startled. He stared at the green net that covered the sky, and there were several that passed by him, and there was an extremely strong binding force faintly transmitted to him. Humph! The Ghost King sneered, and said, "What a joke." A green light flashed in his eyes, and countless floating lights shot out from the big wheel, and in an instant, the green net that covered the sky was shattered. Puff! Qi Shengfeng, who was suppressed by the reincarnation blade, also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Humph, the weak have only the fate of being slaughtered. I can feel the uniqueness of your body, and there is also an extremely strange force attracting me. Obediently be a fish on my chopping board, and feed me, won't it? The Ghost King stretched out a long scarlet tongue, licked his lower lip, and spread it in the air, and licked Qi Shengfeng. Long Chanmiao, who was sitting cross-legged to recuperate from his injuries, shuddered at the strong fishy smell, as well as the saliva dripping down from his mouth. His face turned extremely pale, and he thought to himself that even if he were to explode to death, he couldn't let this thing eat him. Oh my god! Qi Shengfeng's complexion also became deathly pale with a schwa sound. After his entire body shivered, he began to violently tremble. He suddenly let out a loud roar and his body emitted a light ping sound, as if his clothes had been torn apart. A strange power was emitted from his limbs and bones. His eyes suddenly turned red, and with a flick of his wrist, the ancient dust greatsword vibrated with countless talisman characters, and unexpectedly pushed back a lot of the reincarnation blade. What? This force? The Ghost King was shocked, and cried out involuntarily, "You actually hid your strength? How is that possible?" Humph! A cold snort came from Qi Shengfeng's mouth. It seemed to cross time and space, making people shudder. The ancient dust sword suddenly surged, emitting an incomparably cheerful sound. Many jade dragons flew out of their own accord, circling around the sword, spreading out circle after circle of sword intent. Clang! The reincarnation blade also surged with countless runes, spreading out circle after circle, constantly suppressing the ancient dust sword below. Ghost King's face turned cold, shouting, "If it's not you, who are you?" The changes in Qi Shengfeng's body attracted everyone's attention, and they were all puzzled. It was already incredible that such a person could live until now, and no one would be surprised if there were any changes in his body. Moreover, in this land of death, if there could be a change of life, it would be a happy sight. Only Xianxia, Lu Fian, and Bo Yuqing showed great concern in their eyes. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, his heart suddenly twitched, and he exclaimed, "Ah!" Xianxia was startled, hurriedly turned his head, and said, "What's wrong?" Li Yunxiao looked at Qi Shengfeng, his face aghast. A guess suddenly emerged in his heart, but he could not confirm it. Nothing, a false alarm. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh. Xianhua's heart jumped, and he shouted, "Ugly people always make trouble, it really is you. Even the tone is exactly the same." His eyes shot out in extraordinary splendor, staring intently at Li Yunxiao. In addition to extreme surprise, there was also incomparable expectation on his face. Except for a few people, everyone revealed a suspicious look, looking at the two of them, guessing the identity of Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao frowned. What time is it? Still making a fuss? Wait until we get out of here alive. Haha. Xianxia laughed, seemingly in a very good mood. Previously, he was 90% sure of Li Yunxiao's identity, but now he was 100% sure. Lu Fian also gently smiled like a lotus fairy. Her slightly battered face also relaxed quite a bit. Wei Qing, on the other hand, was shocked. This Li Yunxiao had only risen to prominence a few years ago. How could he possibly know two-titled Emperor Wu? He had a bad feeling about this, but he felt that it was too absurd and hard to believe. Xianxia said, "What were you so shocked about just now?" "There aren't many things that can make you lose your composure." Li Yunxiao said, "Now is not the time to talk. Let me lend him a hand." His figure flashed, and only a faint lightning light could be seen flashing. Then, he disappeared into the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. To be able to execute such an escape technique under the suppression of the reincarnation power, he had indeed cultivated the spirit power. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunxiao appeared in the air above the Ghost King, the Tusida heavenly peak in his hand unleashing its full power, causing ancient runes to dance in the air. He flipped his right hand and slammed it down. The mountain suddenly emitted a four-colored light, and the mountain continued to grow bigger and bigger, falling from the sky. The Ghost King was shocked and angry. The reincarnation blade in his hand was suddenly suppressed by Qi Xingfeng, and it seemed to be showing signs of turning over. The four-colored mountain fell from the sky. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a powerful heavy magical weapon, specially used for bombardment. He was still dozens of feet away from the Tusida heavenly peak, but he already felt a shocking pressure, and the space around him was constantly exploding. Humph! He snorted coldly. Although the power of the profound level weapon had surprised him, under the power of the samsara wheel, everything other than the divine level weapon would be suppressed. Even the powerful ancient dust sword had begun to weaken after the initial explosion. Although Qi Xingfeng had become a little strange, and the power in his body was surging, it was still wishful thinking to think that he could turn the tables on him. He didn't care about the mountain in the sky at all. He sneered contemptuously, clenched his fist, and suddenly punched at it. The power of the fist rotated around him, and suddenly shot up into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the fist intent suddenly collapsed when it came into contact with the Tusida heavenly peak, and the shocking power fell at an even faster speed. Li Yunxiao made a gesture with both hands and shouted. A handprint rolled in the sky, and suddenly hit the mountain. Boom! The Ghost King's body shook, and before he could react, the Tusida heavenly peak directly hit the tip of his fist. Crack, crack, crack. There was a bone-cracking sound in his arm, and then there was a loud boom. His whole body was shaken by the Tusida heavenly peak, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they looked at the four-colored mountain in horror. Only Bei Chunnan and Tingguang smiled knowingly. This was the original power of the earth, one of the 5 elements that built the world. Apart from the way of heaven itself, nothing could suppress it. Bei Chunnan naturally knew how powerful this thing was, and Tingguang had personally experienced it once. The bones in his fist were smashed by it, and the Ghost King still smashed it down. It was already amazing that he didn't die. When Tingguang thought of this, he couldn't help but shiver, and he looked at Li Yunxiao with resentment. Sure enough, under the Tusida heavenly peak, cracks appeared on the armor-like body of the Ghost King, and he couldn't stay calm anymore. Qi Xingfeng's pupils shrank, and he immediately seized the opportunity to roar, "Holy Light Jade Dragon Slash!" Countless golden jade dragons surged out of the ancient dust sword, and fiercely rushed toward the Ghost King who was being suppressed by the Tusida heavenly peak. Long Qianmiao, who was behind him, also suddenly rose into the sky, and he waved his true dragon sword, which condensed into a halo and slashed at the Ghost King. Heaven and earth can't, execution. Both of them were experienced and astute people, so they naturally wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity to attack. 2 rays of sword chi crossed the sky and slashed at the Ghost King. Boom! A halo suddenly appeared, and circles of light burst out from the bottom of the Tusida heavenly peak, shooting in all directions. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with shock. The mountain had actually been shaken by 2 waves of sword chi, which was simply unimaginable. He formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly made a grabbing motion in the air, immediately sucking the Tusada heavenly peak up. Everyone looked at the profound artifact in shock, their hearts beating like drums, and their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. Tungguang's face was also a little pale. He didn't expect this thing to be so powerful, and it seemed like he was lucky that he had only broken a few bones in his hand. But while they were shocked, they also saw that this thing's weakness was that it wasn't fast enough. As long as they didn't get careless, they basically wouldn't be hit. After the Tusada heavenly peak was withdrawn, they saw that the Ghost King's entire body was shriveled, as if it had been deformed. There were 2 terrifying sword wounds on his body, and sword chi had pierced through his back. He fell onto the reincarnation wheel, and couldn't even stand steadily on his feet. He staggered back several steps, and his face was deathly pale. Still not dead yet? The entire place was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Let's attack together and kill him." His figure flickered, and he once again took out the Tusada heavenly peak and smashed it. The Ghost King's pupils shrank, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Even an idiot would know how powerful this thing was. Who would dare to take it head-on? He forced his body to move, and then disappeared. Boom! The Tusada heavenly peak slammed into the wheel, and the ground shook. Everyone staggered back and forth, and couldn't stand steadily. Qi Xingfeng raised his sword, and in a flash, he gave chase. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared in front of the Ghost King, and 8 people in total joined forces to attack Qi Xingfeng. Die, all of you! Qi Xingfeng's face turned cold, and his sword Qi soared into the sky. Countless jade dragons danced in the air, and they all slashed out. Bang! 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 Those people only had the power of Emperor Jiuxing, so how could they be a match for a single sword strike from Qi Xingfeng? And now that Qi Xingfeng had become abnormally strange, his power seemed to have increased greatly. The 8 people instantly exploded, turning into balls of green gas. Only now did everyone see the process of these people being reborn. After they died, the green gas was immediately absorbed by the wheel, and then magical symbols surged in the surroundings, condensing into bodies once again. After the 8 people were killed, the remaining people surged forward, layer upon layer in front of the Ghost King, their expression serious. It was clear that the Ghost King was seriously injured, but he didn't make a sound. He just sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. The wheel spun even more violently, and the 8 people who had been reborn returned, surrounding the Ghost King. Qi Xingfeng shouted, "Everyone attack together." He was the first to raise his sword, and boundless sword intent surged out. Immediately, everyone's hearts surged with a glimmer of hope, and they were all overjoyed. Li Yunxiao and the others looked at him in shock. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Not only his expression and movements, but his power was also much stronger than before. Bo Yuqing's eyes were also filled with shock, and his face was full of doubt. Although it was a bit strange, now was not the time to think about such things. Everyone suddenly attacked, and the anger that had been suppressed by the people from the Ghost King instantly erupted, their power soaring into the sky. Li Yunxiao raised his hand again, and circles of divine power rippled out from his palm. The Tusada heavenly mountain appeared, and he directly threw it at the Ghost King. Boom! The air above the wheel continuously exploded, turning into boundless waves of air that rushed in all directions. The 33 people below all fled. With their strength, they would probably die if they were hit by that mountain. The Ghost King's body turned once again, and he disappeared. Bang! The 4-colored mountain once again smashed into the wheel, and heaven and earth shook. Everyone felt this huge force, and they were both surprised and delighted. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but frown. This kind of smashing was indeed not easy, and with his strength, he could at most hit it 3 or 4 times. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 streaks of light appeared around him. 3 people from the Ghost King's group suddenly attacked him, as if they didn't want to give him any more chances to attack. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted, then stepped forward, shrinking the ground to inches. He threw off the 3 Ghost Kings, and then rode on the back of the Iron Bull. Everyone looked at how leisurely he looked, and they all felt like coughing up blood. Transcendence and saints had been suppressed into dregs, and yet he was completely unscathed. The Ghost King sat in the distance, his eyes fixed on Li Yunxiao, and he emitted boundless killing intent. Under Qi Xingfeng's leadership, everyone continuously gained the upper hand and killed the Ghost Kings. With every slash of his sword, 2 or 3 Ghost Kings would be directly destroyed. Suddenly, Qi Xingfeng frowned. His eyes emitted rays of light that were abnormally bright, like luminous pearls, resplendent and dazzling. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Bo Yuqing was the first to notice his condition and hurriedly went forward to observe. Bam! Suddenly, a ball of energy burst out from Qi Xingfeng's body and sent him flying away. Fortunately, the energy was not too strong. Bo Yuqing's qi and blood only rolled a few times in his body before he managed to steady himself. However, his eyes were filled with shock as he said, "Master." Qi Xingfeng's eyes shone continuously. He held his sword single-handedly and stabbed it into the rebirth wheel. He was as still as a statue. Wei Qing was also shocked. "Lord Qi Xingfeng, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Qi Xingfeng was everyone's pillar of support and also their hope to escape. No one wished for anything to happen to him. "Humph." Qi Xingfeng suddenly snorted. No one knew what he meant. After that, he did not move and continued to be like a statue. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank and he was shocked. What he saw finally confirmed his previous guess. The strange light in Qi Xingfeng's eyes was the soul fire that was projected. Moreover, they were 2 completely different soul fires. There were 2 souls in this body. One of them was Qi Xingfeng, so the other one, needless to say, was the original owner of this body, Yue Xian. Li Yunxiao was stunned. It was already a monster that Qi Xingfeng was not dead. Now, he realized that Yue Xian was also not dead. What was this? Monster King? Some strange thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he saw Beijing Nan, who was fighting desperately in front of him. He was stunned and felt that Qi Xingfeng was considered normal. "I see." Qi Xingfeng suddenly said in a strange tone. The soul fire in his eyes flickered continuously and changed. "Lord, what's wrong with you?" Long Qianmiao asked in a low voice. His eyes were filled with worry. After Qi Xingfeng stopped attacking, the remaining people were unable to block the 33 Merit Chao's counterattack. Only the transcendent and saintly masters could barely fight against 1 or 2 of them. Only Chu Mujia, Bo Yuqing, Luo Qingyun, and many other ghost Azuras could fend them off. Suddenly, 4 merit officials appeared in the sky. They formed hand seals and joined forces to form a combined attack. They slammed down from the sky toward Qi Xingfeng. Qi Xingfeng's face darkened. He suddenly let out an angry roar and shouted, "You can't do it. Let me do it." A burst of energy erupted from his body, spreading in all directions. Then, his aura plummeted again. His face became abnormally distorted as he roared, "Damn it. Yue Xian, you actually set up a trap to harm your own descendant, you damn thing." His voice traveled into everyone's ears. Other than Bo Yuqing and Li Yunxiao, everyone else was at a loss. They didn't know what was going on. The only thing they knew was that he was in big trouble. "What? Yue Xian." Bo Yuqing's face turned pale and his eyes bulged. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. It was just as he had guessed. His body flashed and he disappeared with the heaven patrolling bull, directly teleporting above Qi Xingfeng. The heaven patrolling bull's eyes emitted a gem-like light. It raised its horns and a burst of energy soared into the sky. Li Yunxiao made a seal with one hand, and a strange light flashed in his left eye. Everything he saw turned into nothingness. The 4 merit officials' bodies froze as they were frozen by the eye. Their energy rapidly flowed away, and the space around them began to twist and spin. Then, the power of the iron bull soared into the sky and slammed into the 4 merit officials, causing light to shine in all directions. Clang, a wave of sword radiance swept out, creating a sword wave that directly engulfed the 4 of them. With several bangs, they exploded into green gas and were absorbed by the large wheel. The last sword light was from Bo Yuqing. He had the power of Agarine, so he wasn't suppressed by the power of reincarnation, so he could use his sword freely. After the sword light, he flew to Qi Xingfeng's side and asked anxiously, "Master, how can I help you?" Qi Xingfeng's eyes were filled with struggle. It was obvious that he was fighting in his heart. He roared again and again, and a terrifying power exploded, sending Bo Yuqing flying again. Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid he can't make it. The two of them are fighting for possession of the body and can't care about the outside world. This kind of thing can only be left to fate. Bo Yuqing was at a loss and asked, what should we do now? Li Yunxiao glared at him and said, what should we do? Kill the Ghost King, of course. Bo Yuqing responded, and with a disheveled expression, his figure flashed and he charged into the group of merit officials to fight. Long Qianmiao said in a low voice, the power of these merit officials comes from the big wheel of reincarnation, and the wheel's power seems endless. This doesn't make sense. Everyone had the same doubts. Any profound artifact, even if Xiang had the armillary sphere, wouldn't be able to withstand it if he used it to his heart's content for a few hours. However, this big wheel of reincarnation seemed endless and kept spinning. Tungguang smiled bitterly and said, I've already said before that this isn't an ordinary profound artifact, but a formation artifact. Moreover, it's forged from the power of reincarnation. Even I can't understand the rules contained within. Now that I speculate, this place is very likely a projection of the real place of reincarnation. A projection of the place of reincarnation? Duan Muyoyu said in shock, Tungguang, the things you say are getting more and more unreliable. Tungguang said, I also want to be more reliable, but the merit officials don't die and the wheel doesn't stop. How do you want me to explain it? Wei Qing glared angrily at those demons and said through gritted teeth, what on earth did you summon? Humph. Xiang only snorted coldly and ignored him. He continued to focus on defense, resisting the attacks of those merit officials. Long Qianmiao said in a low voice, we can't go on like this. That Ghost King's recovery speed is extremely fast. Once he recovers, no one will be able to escape. Wei Qing took a look at Qi Xingfeng's state and knew that he couldn't be counted on. He immediately said loudly, who has a way to break out of this encirclement? No matter what idea or method you have, say it. We can only try it as a last resort now. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, if there was a way, I'd have used it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Wei Qing said angrily, you only know how to pour cold water on us. It's completely useless. Xianxia also flew into a rage and shouted, if you're F***king useful, go ahead. Long Qianmiao said in a low voice, stop arguing. He looked at Xiang and said, Mr. Xiang, it's impossible to break out of this place now with ordinary profound artifacts and cultivation techniques. Can you use your armillary sphere? Xiang said coldly, my cultivation is currently damaged. If I forcefully use the armillary sphere, it'll be fine if I can break the reincarnation wheel. If I can't, I'm afraid I'll be directly devoured by the profound artifact, and it's very likely that I'll drop in cultivation. His expression turned cold as he stared at Li Yi and said with overflowing killing intent, this is all thanks to this friend of yours from the human race. Li Yi's body trembled and he quickly hid behind, not daring to look him in the eye. Long Qianmiao said, if your excellency can use the power of the sacred artifact and squeeze out a crack in this space, I can use the lawless sword of heaven and earth to tear that crack open, and there'll be a chance to escape. Xiang frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I'll give it a try. But if we escape, none of you are allowed to attack us again. Long Qianmiao said, of course. I guarantee that if everyone can escape alive, whoever dares to harm you will be the first to be killed by the sword in my hand. No. Suddenly, Li shouted. Her injuries had yet to fully recover, and her shout aggravated her internal injuries again, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiang hurried forward to support her and said with concern, Li, rest in peace. Li reached out and grabbed Xiang's arm. She shook it and said, Lord Xiang, it's useless. This reincarnation wheel is just as Mr. Tungguang said. It's a projection of the power of reincarnation. The armillary sphere's power is to manifest martial arts. There's no way to break it. Xiang frowned and said, but in this desperate situation, we have to try no matter what. We can't just sit and wait for death, right? Li hugged his arm anxiously and refused to let go. 2 streams of tears flowed down her face as she sobbed softly, Lord Xiang, even if what you said makes sense, Li can't just watch you throw away your life. With this crippled body of yours, you'll definitely suffer the backlash of the armillary sphere and the impact of the power of reincarnation. Even if you transform into the battle calamity true form, it'll be hard for you to escape death. Slap, Xiang grabbed her arm and pried it away. He said indifferently, I've never been afraid of death. I'm only afraid that I'll stay where I am and never be able to take another step forward. Li's eyes were filled with tears that flowed down continuously. She cried and said, It's all my fault. It's all my fault for creating such a monster. Han Zhenting watched the two of them say their goodbyes. Her body couldn't help but twitch as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She looked towards Li Yunxiao. Ning Kuei suddenly said, Kiyun, what's wrong? Ning Kiyun pursed her lips and finally sighed. Nothing. Ning Kuei said, Sigh, you're my daughter after all. How can you hide anything from me? Do you have a way to leave this place? Ning Kiyun's body shuddered. Her eyes revealed a troubled expression. She didn't say anything but secretly glanced at Li Yunxiao. Ning Kuei frowned and said, You mean that brat has a way to leave? Ning Kiyun was conflicted in her heart. She didn't know what to do. She promised not to reveal the matter of Li Yunxiao's Noah's Ark. If she said it, wouldn't she be going back on her word? But if she didn't say it, would they really wait for the Ghost King to recover and get wiped out? She was also very confused. How could Li Yunxiao still be so calm at a time like this? What was he thinking in his heart? Pfft. Suddenly, Zi Mingji's defensive barrier was broken by a merit supervisor. A palm landed on his chest and he was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. He suddenly shouted, Li Yunxiao, what are you waiting for at a time like this? Waiting for everyone to be wiped out? Quickly take out your Noah's Ark. What? As soon as he said this, the entire place was shocked. Everyone turned around in a flurry and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Xiang, who was planning to fight to the death, suddenly stopped and raised his head in shock. In an instant, countless gazes focused on Li Yunxiao. Xiang, who was about to fight to the death, suddenly stopped and raised his head in astonishment. In an instant, countless eyes focused on Li Yunxiao. Xiang's face revealed a strange expression. He knew that Li Yunxiao had a supreme-grade profound weapon, the Jade Tablet, and not Noah's Ark. Wei Qing was the first to react and said in shock, Li Yunxiao has Noah's Ark? Other than Zi Mingji, many people knew about this. Li Yunxiao knew that he couldn't hide it anymore and could only smile bitterly, Lord Zi Mingji, you will bring me a fatal disaster if you do this. Li Yunxiao's words were tantamount to admitting it himself. Shock spread like a plague. Everyone was stunned. The most famous profound weapon of the human race, the thing that countless people have been searching for in their lifetime for tens of thousands of years, was actually in Li Yunxiao's possession? Ning Kuei was also shocked. He glanced at Ning Qiyun and said, You already knew? Ning Qiyun sighed, in the great illusionary land, this kid took it out and showed it once. But it seemed to belong to another person, not him. Another person? Ning Kuei frowned and was very puzzled. But Ning Qiyun didn't say much. Since he would know the answer soon, he didn't ask any more and stared at Li Yunxiao with bright eyes. With Noah's Ark, this kid's value was so great that it couldn't be estimated. Everyone present was an overlord of the current age. They had all thought of the same question, and they also recalled what Li Yunxiao had said earlier about seeking death. That was probably the case. Now that he admitted that Noah's Ark was in his possession, even if he could leave this samsara wheel, he would definitely be hunted down by the people of the world. Zi Mingji kept swallowing elixirs, dodging left and right in an extremely embarrassing manner. He shouted repeatedly, How can we still think so much at this time? Everyone is depending on you to survive. Wei Qing recovered from his shock as well, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. However, it was quickly swept away, and he said with a serious expression, Li Yunxiao, Zi Mingji is right. If you're able to deal with this danger, then it'll surely be a blessing for the world. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, The fortune of the world is my misfortune. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm so high and mighty that I have to sacrifice myself to save everyone. Don't worry, Wei Qing said. As long as you can lead everyone out of this predicament, there will be no need to worry about the rascals. The sacred region will naturally stand on your side. Humph, you're probably standing on his side for the sake of Noah's Ark, right? Xianxia sneered. Shut up. Wei Qing shouted angrily and said, You thorn, when are you still opposing me? I really regret not killing you at the first moment. Xianxia was also furious. Just as he was about to curse a few more times, Lu Fian winked at him, and he suppressed his anger. Lu Fian's lips slightly moved. She transmitted her voice. This is a big problem. I'm afraid that if the Ghost King is defeated, Fei Yong will be intercepted and killed. He doesn't even need to defeat the Ghost King, maybe someone will attack him as soon as he gets out. Xianxia frowned, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. Lu Fian transmitted her voice again, so don't be angry, focus on recuperating from your injuries. Even if this mission fails, you must protect Fei Yong. You must not let him be harmed by others. Xianxia nodded with a heavy expression and no longer said anything. A look of hesitation appeared on Xianxia's face. In fact, he had long thought of using Noah's Ark to leave. Firstly, he was afraid that this matter would be exposed, and it would be best to keep it a secret, but now it seemed impossible. Secondly, he didn't know if Yifan had the confidence to leave. After all, this place was too strange, and no one had ever come into contact with the so-called reincarnation power. But the situation was urgent, and if they didn't try, they would really be wiped out here. Let me give it a try. Yifan's voice came from the World God Monument. Even if I can't travel out, I can try to break this big wheel. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Okay, try your best. A light flashed behind him, and Yifan appeared directly. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and a small boat suddenly spun out, turning into the size of a foot in the palm of his hand. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and just as they were wondering why there was suddenly another teenager, their hearts suddenly shook, and their attention was attracted by the small boat. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they saw this sacred weapon that was filled with endless legends appear, they were still shocked to the point of being unable to recover. It's this thing, Wei Qing's eyes shone brightly. Other than the Yi clan, only the sanctuary knew about Noah's Arkansas. He had studied all kinds of information countless times, and had also tried to search for it in the whole world, but to no avail. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of an unknown teenager. At the same time, a question mark appeared in his mind. Who was this person? Only now did Ning Kuei know what was going on with the other person. He was also shocked and stunned, and his face was filled with a complicated expression. Yifan threw Noah's Ark, and it immediately shone with a golden light. In an instant, it became bigger in the sky, and countless golden runes surged out from it. The power of the tool shook, causing the entire reincarnation wheel to vibrate. That is, Ghost King was also shocked, and he finally spoke for the first time since he was injured. He looked at the sky in shock and said in a daze, a sacred weapon. Shang's heart also beat wildly, and his expression was solemn. The armillary sphere in his body also sensed it, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression as he looked at the sky. He had spent tens of thousands of years to completely refine the armillary sphere, but the teenager in front of him was only in his 20s, yet he could use the sacred weapon so skillfully. This caused him to be extremely shocked and emotional. Ghost King's expression suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, Kill that teenager. 33 Merit Chow instantly stopped killing, and after a short pause, he suddenly rushed toward Yifan. Wei Qing shouted, Protect him. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their fighting spirit soared. The light was right in front of them, and the desire to live brought about endless potential. That aura seemed to condense into a powerful field, causing the reincarnation power to decrease somewhat. At this moment, everyone knew that their last and only hope was on Noah's Arkansas. Everyone immediately gathered around Yifan and Li Yunxiao, surrounding them. At the outermost layer were the 7 Ghost Azura, and the rest had all died in battle. They were the vanguard, and the few transcending mortality and sainthood experts were on the second layer, while the rest gathered in the middle. Although the Ghost Azura's power was suppressed, they were not afraid of death, recovered quickly, and were fierce enough. Coupled with the countless experts behind them desperately fighting, they quickly stabilized the battlefield. Yifan kept sending all kinds of seals into Noah's Arkansas. The golden light kept flashing, emitting a powerful spatial power. Soon, there was a rumble around the ark, as if an ancient gate had been opened. Ghost King was shocked and angry. He also saw the power of the sage artifact. The powerful spatial power was constantly emitted, and the shape of the warship was clearly used for travel. If everyone left the samsara wheel, he would no longer have the confidence to kill everyone. In his anger, he no longer cared about healing his injuries, and he soared into the sky with a roar. There was a flash of saber light, and the samsara blade condensed from the samsara wheel again. He held it in his hand and fiercely slashed out. "Stop him!" Wei Qing shouted, and the picturesque landscape was immediately thrown over. At the same time, all kinds of profound artifacts filled the sky, and they all shot toward the saber light. Everyone worked together. If Ghost King killed Jifan, it would be the same as killing all of them. Under the samsara wheel's artifact power, everyone's profound artifacts were completely suppressed. Fortunately, there were many of them, and as they soared into the sky, they completely suppressed Ghost King's saber. Rumble. Many profound artifacts directly exploded in the sky, causing many martial artists to spit out large mouthfuls of blood from the backlash. The picturesque landscape was also sent flying back into Wei Qing's hand. It lost all its spiritual qi, and was like ordinary iron. "Humph, let's see how many times you can block this king's saber." Ghost King looked gloomily at Noah's Arkansas. He gritted his teeth and slashed out again. A cold light flashed, and he flew out. At the same time, the 33 Merit Chow also attacked crazily. 4 of the 7 Ghost Shura were instantly killed, and the remaining 3 were bitterly resisting, their bodies covered in blood. Fei and I and Odd Ghost were also fighting hard in the crowd. At this moment, pain flashed in their eyes. Among the 4 Ghost Shura who had exploded and died just now were their companions, Zhang San and Li Si. Although they did not usually have deep feelings for each other, seeing their former companions end up like this, they could not help but feel pain in their hearts. Long Qianmiao shouted and soared into the sky. The true dragon sword in his hand constantly slashed out green shadows, and a wave of sword chi shook the air and slashed at Ghost King. Rumble. Long Qianmiao's internal injuries were too serious, and he was sent flying in a single exchange, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Die! Ghost King shouted ferociously. He no longer cared about Long Qianmiao, and his figure flickered toward Jifan. Suddenly, a 4-colored light appeared in the sky, and the Tusada Heavenly Mountain appeared again. Ah! Ghost King was shocked. He stopped abruptly and retreated. He did not want to touch this thing a second time in his life. Fortunately, the 4-colored mountain was very slow. After calming his mind, he snorted and closed in again. This time, he used his movement technique, and the sky was filled with afterimages, rushing toward Yifan from different directions. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's hands formed a seal, and the Tusada Heavenly Mountain shook. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 3 became countless, and suddenly, countless Tusada Heavenly Mountains shot out. Ah! What? Ghost King was shocked, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. This thing could create countless illusions. In his momentary shock, the sky was filled with distorted space, and a huge mountain was rushing toward him. Retreat! He was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but the sky was filled with the mountain's afterimages, spinning along with the wheel. There was no way to retreat. How is this possible? Ghost King was shocked. He slashed out with the reincarnation saber in his hand, and a powerful force burst out. Ignoring his internal injuries, he poured all his strength into the saber strike. Rumble. Saber afterimages filled the sky, and among them, the phantom of the wheel appeared, rushing toward the mountains. Rumble. Boundless power surged in the sky, and halos spread out in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble. Huh? What is the Ghost King doing? Is he trying to scare us? Suddenly, someone was bewildered and voiced out his doubts. I don't know. He's probably under an illusion. Look at the light in Li Yunxiao's eyes. It's creepy, someone explained immediately. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They found it hard to believe that Li Yunxiao's illusions could fool the Ghost King. After the wheel shook violently, the Ghost King was shocked and looked forward in shock. He saw Li Yunxiao drenched in cold sweat and staring at him mockingly. Yo, not bad with the broadsword. Let's do it again. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and praised. Ah! The Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air and his face turned pale. The sky full of mountains was an illusion. This brat's illusion actually fooled me. The Ghost King was confused. Moreover, this was under the reincarnation wheel. It was filled with the reincarnation light and suppressed all power. Actually, he had an inner demon. When he saw the Tushita sky peak, he was shocked. That was why Li Yunxiao took the opportunity to drag him into an illusion. Rumble. Shocking light exploded from Noah's Arkansas. The surrounding space twisted continuously. The light shone for thousands of feet and extended to infinity. Heaven and earth were flashing with golden light. The wheel rumbled as if it was stimulated by this power. It also shot out colorful lights. Heaven and earth were split in half. With the two profound level weapons as the center, they devoured each other. This is the reincarnation light. Teng Guang was shocked. Not good. The reincarnation light devours everything. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. In the depths of his eyes, a matrix slowly formed in the void. It was a complete imitation of the wheel, however, when the matrix formed, it collapsed at the same time. It could not take shape. The reincarnation force can't be captured? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The matrix suddenly exploded. A strange light shot out from his eyes. There was a cracking sound in his eyes and 2 streams of blood flowed out. Husband. Fei and I had been observing his condition. At this moment, she was even more shocked. She flew to his side and wrapped her arms around his arm, afraid that he would fall. I'm fine. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He closed his eyes and allowed the blood to flow. This is not the true reincarnation light. Just as Li said, this wheel is merely a projection of the reincarnation light. Right now, it is the projection that has manifested itself. Projection, everyone was astonished. It was just a projection, yet it was able to devour the light of Noah's Arkansas. If it was the true reincarnation light, how terrifying would it be? Don't even think about leaving. The Ghost King was enraged. He raised his saber again and turned into a green ray. He charged into the golden light and headed straight for Yi Fan. Everyone was horrified. Seeing that their chance of survival was in sight, they roared and unleashed their consummate skills. They couldn't care less about the attacks of the 33 merit servants and attacked the Ghost King. However, dozens of divine ability lights appeared and were instantly suppressed by the samsara power. Under the projection of the samsara light, no power could penetrate it. Only Long Qianmiao's true dragon chi was left. It was barely enough to break out, but it was too weak, and was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the Ghost King slash at Yi Fan. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Li Yunxiao appeared in front of Yi Fan. He transformed into his transcendence golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. His entire body was covered in demonic runes, and he attacked with a shout. The Tusida heavenly peak shook. The 4-colored light didn't fear the samsara light, and rumbled as it shot forward. The Ghost King's face darkened. In a flash, he turned into a green ray and disappeared, avoiding the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his true body a meter away from Yi Fan. He roared and slapped out with his palm. Countless dazzling rings of light spread out endlessly from his palm. This was the samsara power. Li Yunxiao's face fell. The samsara light projection couldn't break through the golden light of Noah's Ark, so he borrowed the Ghost King's body and shot out from his palm. Yi Fan's body became dazed. Li Yunxiao's figure flickered, and he teleported in front of Yi Fan. His 4 arms behind him quickly formed seals, and he clasped his hands in front of him, and a purple light spun out. The purple light kept shooting out powerful light, and a fist-sized space was opened up by the golden light and the samsara power. Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand what kind of power in the world could resist these 2 majestic powers. Shang's body trembled, and his eyes shone with a cold light. He muttered to himself, "Purple lightning, how is this possible?" His expression became complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. Thunder dragon of the 9th heaven, world-shattering. Li Yunxiao's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and they were filled with a scarlet color. Both his hands flew in the air, and suddenly slapped down. The purple lightning instantly formed a small dragon, and it collided with the Ghost King's palm. Kaboom! A terrifying power exploded. The purple lightning was too sparse, and it only lasted for a moment before it was swallowed up. Countless samsara power blasted on Xianxia's body. Bang, bang, bang. His transcendence golden body was broken, and all the meridians in his body were broken by the samsara power. All the acupuncture points in his body exploded, and arrows of blood shot out. His whole body was sent flying, and he landed on the ground far away, and he kept vomiting blood. Husband! Fei and I panicked. She spread her colorful wings, and a phoenix light shone. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Li Yunxiao. The Ghost King's eyes darkened, and he felt that Li Yunxiao was too dangerous. He glanced at Yi Fan, and he made up his mind to attack Li Yunxiao. The samsara power swirled in his palm, and he slapped it down. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he pushed Fei and I away. He shouted, "Run!" But his transcendence golden body had collapsed, and he could not push Fei and I away. He only stained Fei Ni's silk dress with blood. Fei and I smiled bitterly, and she said resolutely, "I'm not going anywhere. If I die with you." She spread her colorful wings, and beams of phoenix light shone in the air. Her expression was tranquil. "Fei and I, go away." Long Qianmiao's eyes widened, and he roared in anger. Fei and I ignored him, and her eyes narrowed. She spread her hands in front of her, and beams of light shot out. Phoenix crossing Dharma spirit. The shadow of a phoenix appeared behind her, and it slowly opened its eyes, and the samsara power seemed to stagnate. Then, the shadow continued to burn, and as it flipped in the air, it rushed forward. Kaboom! The Ghost King's palm fell, and the samsara power crushed everything. It pressed down on the shadow of the phoenix, and the flames kept dispersing. Bang! The phoenix finally could not take it anymore, and it suddenly disintegrated under the power of the palm. The samsara power struck down, and it shook Fei Ni's body. Bang! Fei Ni spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. On the spot. The power of the palm was endless, and it swept up everything on the ground. Li Yunxiao was also swept up, and he was thrown far away. Bang! Bang! The two of them were thrown far away, and their internal injuries worsened, and they kept vomiting blood. Fei Ni! Li Yunxiao and Long Qianmiao shouted at the same time, and their voices were extremely mournful. Odd Ghost was also trembling, and he watched helplessly. His eyes were filled with rage, but he was powerless to do anything. His fists were clenched so tightly that they cracked. Li Yunxiao struggled up from the ground, and he walked shakily toward Fei Ni. The petite body lying on the ground in front of him was trembling, and large amounts of blood were flowing out of it. Xianxia and Lu Fian also trembled. They wanted to go forward, but they could not split themselves. Under the pressure of those meritorious officials, they could not even protect themselves. Once again, a large number of casualties appeared in the crowd. In despair, many people self-detonated their dantians, and perished together with those meritorious officials. In the sky, the Ghost King's face was gloomy. He was furious that Li Yunxiao was still alive, but there was no time left. He could not be bothered with Li Yunxiao, and he flew toward Yi Fan. The human race's supreme profound artifact, Noah's Ark? What a pity, it will all be for naught. The Ghost King's face froze, and he struck out with his palm again, and the power of reincarnation surged out. In his eyes, Yi Fan's strength was nothing more than trash. Even with the boundless golden light of Noah's Ark, it was impossible for Yi Fan to contend against him. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, no one could stop the Ghost King from killing the young man in front of him. Once the young man died, all hope of escaping would be completely annihilated, and they only felt that their future was bleak. Yi Fan's expression changed greatly. Driving Noah's Ark had already exhausted him, and at this moment, as Noah's Ark's power continued to unfold, he was shocked to find that he was no longer in control of his body. At this moment, every seal that he struck out was not something he could do, but an unconscious movement. A large number of seals flew out of his hands, and he did not recognize them at all. At this moment, seeing the Ghost King's palm coming down, he was so shocked that he could not dodge at all. Suddenly, a strange mark appeared between his eyebrows. It looked like a crescent moon, but also like a cluster of flames. His entire aura changed, and he drew a circle in front of him with one hand. Countless strange golden runes flew out, and turned into a few cryptic characters in the air in front of him. Yi Fan was shocked. Although he did not use this palm technique with his own will, he recognized it. It was the Prajna Divine Palm. All techniques are void, Prajna Divine Palm. With this palm, all techniques were void, and a halo bloomed in front of him, emitting a holy aura. What? This is. The Ghost King was shocked. Under the reincarnation palm, he felt a strong rebound of power. He was shocked and angry, and he roared, "What kind of monsters are you? What are you all carrying in your bodies?" Everyone's faces darkened. He actually called them monsters, however, everyone was shocked by the power that Yi Fan had displayed, and at the same time, a look of joy appeared on their faces. No matter how strong you are, on this reincarnation wheel, this king is a true god. All of you, die. The Ghost King was completely enraged. Power surged from his hand, and the entire reincarnation wheel trembled. The power of reincarnation fell in circles, and in an instant, Yi Fan was swallowed up. Boom! Yi Fan finally could not resist, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly dropped, and blood continuously burst out of his body as he retreated. The strange mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. The Noah's Ark seemed to be affected as well. The bright light lost its sharpness and became gentle. The power of the vessel also dimmed. Everyone's heart sank. Their hope was extinguished in an instant. Their eyes were filled with despair. Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King laughed loudly. He looked down on everyone and said coldly, "At this moment, who else can fight me?" As his voice echoed through the air, the 33 merit supervisors stopped their attacks and surrounded everyone. Their faces were cold and filled with ridicule. "You're right," Meng Hao said. "Humph, I will deal with you after I get the holy relic." The Ghost King's face darkened. He flew toward the Noah's Ark, his eyes filled with greed and excitement. Li Yunxiao only glanced at Yi Fan being sent flying. He didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, he forced himself to walk shakily to Fei Ni's side. "Why are you so stupid? Now it's fun. The fire phoenix becomes the blood phoenix." Li Yunxiao lost his footing and fell to the ground. His body was covered in blood that mixed with Fei Ni's blood. Fei Ni's body continued to collapse. Blood seeped out of her orifices. She reached out and gently grabbed his hand. "Do you like my stupidity?" "Of course not. I hate people who think they're smart." "Hee, sorry to annoy you again." "Forget it. I've always had people like this around me. It doesn't matter if you're one more." Li Yunxiao waited for a while. When there was no sound, he said, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Fei Ni's eyes slowly closed. Her breath became weaker and weaker. Hey, what's wrong with you? You have the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. You can be reborn." Li Yunxiao shouted a few times, but there was no response. Hey, get up. Don't scare me." Li Yunxiao immediately became anxious. He climbed onto her body and continuously shook her head. He also took out large amounts of natural treasures and stuffed them into her mouth. He forcefully took out a breath of true energy, and a divine flame appeared in his palm. It looked like a lotus flower as he slapped it down. Bang! The flames burned on Fei Ni's body, and the light shone on her face, making her look very serene. "You have the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. With this divine flame, you can definitely be reborn." Under the burning of the flames, Fei Ni's face seemed to regain some color. It was unknown whether it was because she had regained her vitality, or because she had regained her final radiance, but she slowly opened her eyes. As the divine flames burned, a hazy layer of faint yellow light emerged from her body. It was filled with divine power. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "What a strong life force. He should be fine." Fei and I softly said, This doesn't seem to be my power. Husband, I'm a little scared. I'm scared that I'll die and can't be with you." Li Yunxiao's heart shook, and the scene from before suddenly appeared in his mind. "I'm just a weak woman, I'm afraid." You're about to reach the pinnacle of Emperor Wu. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of being blown away by the strong wind. If you get blown away, then so be it. At most, my head will be broken and I won't die. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid that if I get blown away, I won't be able to find you again. Not being able to find me is the right thing to do. Husband, if I get beaten to death, will you be sad? You have the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. Before you die, you will be reborn. Isn't it a good thing to get stronger and stronger? I'm saying what if I really die? For example, the Ghost King's attack just now. With such a powerful force, I won't be able to rebirth in time. I'll definitely be turned into ashes. That's good. If you keep pestering me like this, the next time the Ghost King uses his ultimate move, I'll throw you over. You're so annoying. If I die, you'll regret it sooner or later. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is clearly the pure and holy aura of the phoenix. You'll be reborn soon." Fei and I moaned, "Don't lie to me. I know my body's condition very well. This time is different from the past. That reincarnation power is so strong that it directly broke my divine body. I feel like I'm really going to die this time." Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. With his mystical spell spirit eyes, he could naturally see Fei Ni's current condition. Her corporeal body had suffered great damage, and her vitality was constantly dissipating. This gradually dispersing holy aura seemed to be the final radiance of the setting sun. Fei Ni's consciousness gradually blurred, and she murmured, "Do you know, the saddest thing for me is that I won't be able to see my husband ascend to the top of this world. You have to escape and live well." Li Yunxiao's throat made caw-caw sounds, but he couldn't say anything. He suddenly shook Fei Ni's body and shouted, "Don't speak nonsense. Pull yourself together, you won't die." Fei Ni's consciousness didn't seem to be awakened, and it became more and more blurry. She muttered to herself, "Do you know what I wished for on that meteor? You're right, it doesn't work at all. Don't speak. I must save you." Li Yunxiao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He didn't know where he got a surge of energy, but he drew several seals in the air and directly sent them into Fei Ni's body. The energy continuously poured into her body, but it couldn't restore her collapsed body. Her seven-colored demonic eyes were filled with pain. "Give up, Li Yunxiao." Suddenly, a figure walked behind him. It was Long Qianmiao, and he said seriously, "This is the heavenly phoenix vital light. It is the holy power that a phoenix emits before its death." Heavenly phoenix vital light? Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he only felt that his injuries were slowly recovering. Long Qianmiao said, "Yes, the heavenly phoenix vital light is the manifestation of a phoenix's life essence. It can heal all injuries, but it can't heal oneself." "Can't heal myself." Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and his pupils suddenly widened. He roared, "Do you have a way to save her? You are the Long family's patriarch, and you have the blood of a true dragon. You must have a way, right?" Li Yunxiao jumped up and grabbed Long Qianmiao. The heavenly phoenix vital light shone, and Long Qianmiao's injuries were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The only way to save her is to use the dragon vital force, the cry of dragon and phoenix, and let her directly transcend into sainthood. Long Qianmiao said slowly. "Dragon vital force." Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he said, "If I use the dragon vital force," Long Qianmiao said, "If I use the dragon vital force, then my strength will directly fall back to the peak of 9 stars. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he grabbed Long Qianmiao with one hand, and he gritted his teeth, "Please, I beg you to save her. No matter what condition you have, I will agree to it." Long Qianmiao said expressionlessly, "Li Yunxiao, it's not that I can bear to watch her die, but I am the Long family's patriarch, how can I die so easily?" Li Yunxiao lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Long, please save her." Long Qianmiao said solemnly, "Fei Ni is my most beloved disciple, but I'm sorry." Li Yunxiao felt weak all over, and he stumbled back to Fei Ni's side. The heavenly phoenix vital light was getting stronger, and he bent down to pick Fei Ni up, and he said, "I don't believe that besides the dragon vital force, nothing in this world can save you. You can't take her away." Long Qianmiao suddenly said, although Fei and I is dead, she left behind the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, and this vital bloodline body is the key to breaking the wheel of reincarnation. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he said, what do you mean? Long Qianmiao said, my dragon vital force can save her, and let her break through into sainthood. Similarly, the heavenly phoenix vital light can also help me break through, and it will be enough to defeat this ghost king. Li Yunxiao was furious, and he said coldly, you want the power of Fei Ni's physique? Dream on. Long Qianmiao sighed, and he said, I know you like her, and I like her too. It's just that the situation is not up to me. Li Yunxiao's face was full of anger, and he said, I don't care who or what, it's wishful thinking to touch Fei and I. Long Qianmiao looked up, and he said, Li Yunxiao, you're still too young. Haha, Long Qianmiao, stop acting old in front of me. Li Yunxiao said fiercely, whoever dares to touch her today will die. Everyone in the distance looked over, and when they heard Long Qianmiao say there was still hope, their desire to live was instantly ignited, and their eyes were full of anticipation. Wei Qing frowned, and he said, Li Yunxiao, do you remember what Fei and I said before she died? Die your ass. You're the one who's F***king dead. Do you know how to speak? Li Yunxiao was furious, and he directly cursed. Wei Qing's face immediately turned green, but at this moment, he could only suppress his boundless anger, and he gritted his teeth, and said, fine, it was a slip of the tongue. Do you remember what Fei and I said just now? She hopes that you live well, escape from here, and aspire to the pinnacle of the world. Don't tell me you want to let her down? Li Yunxiao sneered, and he said, sacrifice Fei Ni's heavenly phoenix nirvana physique to escape, do you think I can do such a thing? Yao Jinliang said in a cold voice, Li Yunxiao, you can't be too selfish. Everyone's lives are hanging by a thread, and this is also to save yourself. Li Yunxiao said coldly, are you deaf? I'll say it again, whoever dares to touch Fei and I today will die. Sigh. Xianxia sighed, and gave a thumbs up, and said, I support you. But you don't need to be too sad, everyone is going to die together, and we'll meet again very soon. Humph. A layer of haze covered Li Yunxiao's face, and he snorted coldly. Wei Qing's murderous intent surged, and he said in a cold voice, how can such a big matter be decided by your will? If you persist in going about things the wrong way, you'll be the first to die. Most of the others also stood on the side with Wei Qing, and they all revealed hostile expressions, and gradually surrounded them. Long Qianmiao frowned, and said, Li Yunxiao, Fei and I is a member of my Long family, how to deal with her body should be up to my Long family, what right do you have to do with it? In the distance, Ghost King was rapidly forming hand seals, and constantly sending various hand seals into Noah's Ark, and he was busy taking it for himself. From time to time, he glanced over, and seeing that everyone had fallen into a quarrel, he even sneered and ridiculed. Although Noah's Ark had lost Yifan's control, it was still extremely difficult to take it down in a short time. Ghost King suddenly clasped his hands in front of him, and roared, 33 merit cauldrons, return. On the reincarnation wheel, the 33 merit officials, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly opened their eyes and flew into the air, heading toward the Ghost King. A huge green skull appeared above the Ghost King. Its eyes were empty and flickered with green flames. Its mouth opened, revealing a pitch-black hole. There seemed to be an extremely strong suction force that sucked the 33 merit points into it. Li exclaimed, in order to take Noah's Ark, he's going to fuse with the samsara wheel. Wei Qing said, what does fusing with it mean? Li said, it means that there's me in you and you in me. The samsara wheel will become a part of the Ghost King's body. No wonder he doesn't care about killing us. As long as he fuses with the samsara wheel, we will become a part of his body. We will be melted by the samsara wheel and turned into his nourishment. Long Qianmiao shouted, it's too late. Li Yunxiao, quickly give me the heavenly phoenix nirvana body. His eyes burst out with a fierce light. The ghost head above the Ghost King kept devouring the 33 merit points. The Ghost King's strength also gradually increased, suppressing Noah's Arkansas Yifan sat cross-legged in the distance to heal his injuries. He didn't dare to move at all. His cultivation technique was on the verge of collapse. He could only forcefully prevent his injuries from spreading. He bitterly watched as Noah's Ark was absorbed by the Ghost King. Haha, after fusing with the samsara wheel and this sage artifact, I will truly be invincible under the heavens. Even if I kill Li, I have the confidence to resist the backlash of the contract. The Ghost King grinned maliciously. The 33 merit points were all devoured by the ghost figure above him, and his strength kept increasing. Under the Ghost King's suppression, Noah's Ark kept shrinking. The light gradually dimmed as it trembled and struggled, but it was to no avail. It couldn't break free at all. Duanmu Youyu said, Li Yunxiao, although I really want to stand on your side, I really can't let you do as you wish. Everyone kept closing in, anger flashing in their eyes. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold. He formed a seal with one hand, and immediately, 36 northern sky-chilling star swords flew out. They formed a formation in the air and slowly descended, stabbing into the ground beside him. Boundless sword chi spread out, just like his current mood, everyone was in the sea of swords, and they couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Sunyu of the Baiming family said coldly, Are you trying to scare us with these 36 Xian artifacts again? If we can't break the cycle of reincarnation, everyone will die. You can't scare anyone. A murderous aura flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Without saying a word, he raised his hand, and a long sword shot out, flipped in the air, and shot out. You. Zhang Sunyu was horrified, he quickly retreated, wanting to evade. However, his strength was greatly suppressed by the samsara, and he was heavily injured. How could he dodge? In an instant, he was cut in half. Chi. Fresh blood spurted out like a beautiful firework, causing one to feel a sense of melancholy. Li Yunxiao, you. Everyone was horrified. Li Yunxiao said coldly, There's no point in saying anything more to a deaf person. Wei Qing was furious. He waved his hand and shouted, Kill. Everyone immediately approached step by step. After all, Li Yunxiao wasn't suppressed by the power of reincarnation here, and the power he displayed earlier was truly terrifying. Bo Yuqing sighed, and said, Brother Yunxiao, I can't help you this time. He raised his long sword, and waves of sword intent spread out from the sword, pressing straight at Li Yunxiao. Luo Qingyun frowned, and said, Li Yunxiao, you're being willful this time. He also took out his long spear, and the dragon's might trembled. Li Yunxiao's gaze focused, and he said, Luo Qingyun, give me my natal dragon essence, and I'll do anything you want. Luo Qingyun said, What do you mean by taking my natal dragon essence and killing me? If I ask you to destroy your own martial arts foundation, are you willing? Li Yunxiao said, Give me your natal dragon essence, and I'll destroy it right now. Luo Qingyun frowned, and he sighed, I'm sorry, I really can't do this. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, I know it's difficult for you, but if you want Fanny's physique, then exchange it with your life. Under the heavenly phoenix vital light, his injuries gradually healed. The 36 swords seemed to sense his killing intent, and they kept shaking the ground, shaking out Dao tool reserves. At the same time, he grabbed with his right hand, and the cold sword ice frost appeared in his hand, gleaming with cold light. If I die, you'll definitely regret it. Regret? Li Yunxiao recalled that voice in his mind, and he looked up at the sky with a desolate expression. Long Qianmiao shouted, Attack! He was also healed by the heavenly phoenix vital light, and his injuries were mostly healed, which strengthened his determination to obtain the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique. Heaven and earth can't, execution. He used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked, trying to win time with the Ghost King. Bo Yuqing and Luo Qingyun also attacked one after another, rushing forward. Several rays of light flashed in the air, and Xianxia, holding the star-shattering bow, slashed directly at Bo Yuqing. Lu Fian flew out with the light of the sword lotus, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Luo Qingyun, and her long sword stabbed straight at him. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Qianmiao. It was Bei Chunnan, who slashed with the Thousand Worlds Imperial Sword. At the same time, his left hand turned into a circle in the air, and the 7 illusion green nightmare appeared in his palm, which directly slapped down. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows, and Bei Chunnan was obviously no match for them. He was knocked back dozens of feet, and his face was solemn. Wei Qing was furious, and he roared, Xianxia, Lu Fian, you two lunatics, do you know what you're doing? Xianxia chuckled, and said, Of course I know. Although I also think that Li Yunxiao is very capricious, life is capricious when it's time to be capricious. Lu Fian also chuckled, and said, "What's the point of life if you're not capricious?" Li Yunxiao said, "Thank you." Xianxia laughed, and said, "Hee hee, you're sentimental." Li Yunxiao said, "I've always been a sentimental person." Wei Qing flew into a rage, and shouted, "Enough." Xianxia, Lu Fian, this isn't that simple, I'll settle it with you until the end. Everyone, listen to my command, kill these people. Li Yunxiao's protection of Fei and Tianfeng's body had angered everyone. At this time, no one cared whether he was a peerless master or a titled Emperor Wu. The crowd surged, and directly drowned Xianxia and Lu Fian. Bei Chunnan was also overwhelmed, and he couldn't fight back. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Step by step, it was you who stood in front of me every time, and even died for me. This kind of life is terrible, how I wish that I was the one who stood in front of you and died. Li Yunxiao, you're blaspheming Fei Ni's will." Long Qianmiao walked forward step by step, and said in a deep voice, "From snatching the Dao fruit fragment to saving your life, Fei and I hoped that you would reach the peak, and rule the world. This is the kind of man she likes, and she has always pursued, but now you're going to die here so easily. Haha, Long Qianmiao, no matter what you say today, I won't let you take another step forward." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "One day, I'll soar under the sky, and reach the peak of this world. But, I'll have to rely on my own efforts, and my own heart of martial arts, and not the bones of my friends to pave the road under my feet." The killing intent in Long Qianmiao's eyes grew stronger, and he said coldly, "If that's the case, then you'll never have that day." His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed into the sword formation, turning into a stream of light, and slashed at Li Yunxiao. The entire sword formation was filled with the sound of weapons, and every sword trembled under the pressure of Long Qianmiao's aura, and sword light flew in all directions. Cold light shone, and Long Qianmiao's figure arrived in an instant. The heaven and earth sword let out a sharp whistle, and pierced straight at his heart. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and with one hand holding Fei and he leaped back. The sky darkened, and the Tushita heavenly peak suddenly fell. Humph! Long Qianmiao snorted coldly. He naturally knew how powerful this thing was, and his figure flashed to avoid it, and he continued to fly forward. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and suddenly the wind and clouds surged. 36 swords soared into the sky, turning into thousands of swords that spun, and suddenly slashed at the center. Bang, 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 bang. The sky was filled with the vibrating swords. Long Qianmiao shouted several times, and slashed 3 times in a row. Countless dragon shadows condensed around him, and exploded in all directions. Rainbow slash. Long Qianmiao shook off all the northern cold star swords, and then slashed down with the Sin decapitation, suppressing the space around him. However, he didn't use his full strength in this attack. Previously, when Li Yunxiao was fighting with the Ghost King, the Purple Thunder devastation had made him extremely fearful, and he didn't dare to use his full strength, in case he was taken advantage of. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he retreated. He was indeed preparing to use the Purple Thunder to injure his opponent, and that was the only method he could use at the moment. Moreover, he could also see Long Qianmiao's fear, and he couldn't help but frown. This old fox was really experienced in battles, and he could still be so cautious with a cultivation level that far surpassed his own. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a figure appeared in the sky, and the golden light was dazzling. Narcissus directly broke out of the world god monument, and raised the great craftsman unskillful sword with both hands, and slashed at Long Qianmiao. What? Both of them were shocked at the same time, but their expressions were different. Li Yunxiao was anxious, and he said, "Come back quickly." Long Qianmiao's eyes turned cold, and he changed his sword stance, stabbing at Narcissus. Roar! The dragon chi on the heaven and earth lawless sword trembled, and it fiercely touched the golden sword, and a dazzling strong light instantly burst forth. With a bang, Narcissus was sent flying. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he suddenly leaped up, grabbing her as well. Immediately, 2 beauties were in his arms, and he could no longer hold his sword. He said angrily, "Why did you come out?" A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Narcissus's mouth, and she looked at him reproachfully, and said, "Liar, you liar." Li Yunxiao said, "How did I lie to you?" Narcissus cried, and said, "You said that you would let me come out to help you if you were in danger, but you almost died a few times, and you still didn't let me come out to help you." Li Yunxiao felt warmth in his heart, and he sighed, and said, "These situations are too dangerous, and it's not something you can withstand." Narcissus said, "It's precisely because it's too dangerous that I want to help you." She cried, and said, "I cultivated in the sea forest for so long, just to be able to help you, and not be a burden." Li Yunxiao comforted her, "The situation is dangerous now. It's hard to explain. Go back to the universe God steal first. Don't come out easily." "No." Narcissus said firmly, "I'm not going back. Sister Faye and I died after taking the hit for you. If there's any danger, let me take the hit for you." Li Yunxiao shuddered and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Go back. TSK, Li Yunxiao, you playboy. Not only did you lie to Faye and I, but you also tricked so many innocent girls. You're the worst." Long Qianmiao sneered and raised his sword. His eyes were filled with sharpness. There were people on both sides of Li Yunxiao. It was the best time to kill him. Rainbow slash. A sword slashed across the sky. The power of a true dragon roared and the sword chi created a green barrier. "Danger! Be careful! Be careful! Bastard, don't move!" Li Yunxiao was anxious and angry. He grabbed the two of them and retreated. The sword chi was too strong. Even if he had no one with him, he wasn't sure he could take it. He was anxious and retreated. At the same time, he pushed his palm out and patted Narcissus's waist, pushing her away. "Don't think about leaving. Since this girl wants to sacrifice herself for you, why don't I fulfill your wish? Let this so-called stupid love be more heroic." Long Qianmiao's sword shadow split into two and attacked Li Yunxiao and Narcissus at the same time. "No!" Li Yunxiao roared. He couldn't care less about his own safety and rushed toward Narcissus. It was impossible for water deity to block such a powerful real dragon sword chi. As he watched the sword shadow descend, his scalp went numb. Chi. A smear of fresh blood splattered across the sky. The water deity's pure white robe was instantly dyed bright red. Like a daffodil floating in the wind, she was flung far away. "No!" Li Yunxiao roared and fiercely rushed over. A pain that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. It was as if a knife was cutting his flesh, and it was more painful than cutting his flesh. Fei Ni's death, he watched with his own eyes. Narcissus's death, he watched with his own eyes. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind, Morongzhu, Yuan Bo, Jiang Churan. He suddenly felt that the world had become very quiet and slow. Everything happened at an extremely low speed. He could even see the painful expression on Narcissus's face gradually solidifying. "Narcissus, Narcissus!" Li Yunxiao took a few steps forward. Chi. Another of Long Qianmiao's sword shadow slashed down, piercing into his body. However, he still felt very slow. He could even feel his skin being pierced by the sword light. Although it was painful, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. He felt that he could dodge that sword perfectly, but for some reason, he didn't want to snatch it away. He even leaned forward a little, wanting to be pierced by that sword. Blood spurted out, and the true dragon chi blasted into his body. In an instant, it flowed through his limbs and bones, completely crushing all resistance. He could use the bright spirit force and the purple lightning to resist, but he didn't want to do so. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Maybe it won't hurt so much if I die. Pfft. He fell to the ground, and the three of them fell together. Long Qianmiao's expression turned cold. He raised his sword and wanted to slash again, but his hand stopped in the air. He said coldly, "How can a person who can't even protect himself protect the people he wants to protect? Although Faye and I died for you, she was happy. At least she had no regrets. As repayment for extracting her heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, I won't kill you. Although your current state is very disappointing to Faye and I." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed the air, pulling Fei Ni's body over. He hugged her in front of him and turned to leave. "Put her down, put her down." Li Yunxiao struggled on the ground, continuously crawling over, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Long Chanmiao turned back to look at him and sneered, "Stray dog, scram." With a loud roar, Li Yunxiao's body was sent flying by the force of the sound wave, and he was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Everyone was shocked and thought to themselves, is this rising star going to die here just like that? Ning Qian also had a shocked expression on her face. She wanted to go forward, but she restrained herself. Han Junting's face was also pale, staring at Li Yunxiao who was lying on the ground like a stray dog. Her eyes were filled with complicated feelings, and she couldn't describe what she was feeling in her heart. Ever since she knew him, this was the first time she saw him in such a sorry state, suffering such a heavy blow. The death of two of his confidants was already a heavy blow that he couldn't bear. Bo Yuqing frowned. He looked at Narcissus in the distance. Her body seemed to be still moving, and she seemed to be still breathing while lying on the ground. His expression became extremely complicated. He was the only one here besides Li Yunxiao who knew Narcissus's identity. The implications were too great, so he couldn't make up his mind and didn't know what to do. Bei Chunnan hurriedly pushed his opponent away, and in a flash, he landed beside him. He hurriedly helped him up and said, "Are you okay?" Li Yunxiao was covered in blood. He pointed at Long Chanmiao and said in a trembling voice, save Fei and I." Bei Chunnan frowned and said, "I can't do it. I don't have the power to save her, and neither do you. You've tried your best." Seeing that Long Chanmiao had already saved Fei and I, Wei Qing immediately shouted, "All of you, stop. Let's keep them alive first. We'll deal with them later. It's not good to have too much internal friction now." Only then did everyone stop. Xianxia and Lu Fian, who were already seriously injured, also hurriedly retreated to Li Yunxiao's side. Xianxia lowered his body and said, "How are you?" Li Yunxiao's raised arm immediately fell down. His eyes were lifeless, and he said, take me to Narcissus." Bei Chunnan frowned. He picked him up, walked directly to Narcissus, and slowly put him down. Xianxia said anxiously, "Oh, you're about to die from your own injuries. Don't save this person, save that person. Save yourself first." Bei Chunnan looked at Narcissus's injuries. A sword light directly penetrated her body, and her whole body was almost split into two halves. There was no way to save her. The wrinkles on his forehead deepened, and he said honestly, "This woman can't be saved." Cough, cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed violently. His eyes were completely dim and lifeless, as if he was dead. "Pull yourself together. You must pull yourself together. Don't forget your identity. You're never a person who can't recover from a setback." Lu Fian was also very anxious. With such serious injuries on Li Yunxiao's body, coupled with his undying appearance, it would be very difficult to save him. Hey, little girl, you should also pull yourself together." Xianxia sent a few rays of light into Narcissus's body, trying to stop the shocking blood from flowing out of her body. However, he found that it was useless. His origin energy was all wasted. "This little girl's blood is strange. It actually completely melted my origin energy. How is this possible?" Xianxia became sluggish. Cough, cough. Narcissus's body suddenly trembled, and she coughed violently a few times. Her face actually showed anxiety. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was by her side, she calmed down. She struggled a few times, and then realized that her injuries were extremely serious. Her face was full of pain, and she crawled to Li Yunxiao's side. She said with difficulty, I finally blocked a sword for you. I'm not any worse than Feini." Bei Chunnan and the other two were all moved. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and his lifeless eyes regained some light. He hurriedly supported Narcissus and said, "Don't talk. Take good care of yourself." He raised his head, looked at the three people, and said, "Senior Chunnan, Xianxia, Fian, promise me that you'll bring her out safely." "No, I won't go." Narcissus shouted stubbornly and struggled, "I want to be with Brother Yunxiao, even if I have to die." Li Yunxiao pushed her away abruptly, and scolded, "Don't fool around. Don't forget your identity. You can't die. If Brother Yunxiao can die, why can't I? Moreover, I can't live anymore. I can feel my body collapsing bit by bit, and I can't recover anymore. sob, sob, sob. Narcissus spoke of her sadness, and suddenly sobbed. She cried, I'm not afraid of death. I just want to die with Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's mind went blank and his heart trembled violently. Fei Ni's words were like that just now, and now it was the same for Water Deity. It was as if two knives were violently stirring his heart, and his mind subconsciously became blank. Lu Fian also couldn't bear to watch, and said, just let her stay by your side. Oh yes. Blood, and a lot of blood. Brother Yunxiao, I've lost a lot of blood. One of Narcissus's palms was full of blood. She pounced on Li Yunxiao and lay on him. The horrible wound on her chest was directly attached to Li Yunxiao's body, and said, didn't Brother Yunxiao say that my blood is very useful? It's almost gone. It's such a waste. Brother Yunxiao, take all of it. Her sad appearance made people feel pity for her, and they shed tears upon seeing her. Beijing Nan and the other two could not bear to watch any more, and gently turned their heads away. Li Yunxiao also trembled all over, and subconsciously hugged Narcissus tightly. The blood with golden luster flowed on his body, giving him a warm feeling, and he felt very comfortable. Bo Yuqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed his saliva. He also longed for the blood, but now that Narcissus was killed, it would inevitably lead to the wrath of the four seas. At that time, no one who was involved would be able to survive. He looked coldly at Lan Qianmiao, who was performing a technique to seize the Nananai Tianfeng Nirvana body, and thought to himself, even if you are one of the 7 great sect leaders, with divine strength, you can't guarantee that you can withstand the wrath of the Sea clan. In the distance, the Ghost King had also reached a critical moment in collecting Noah's Arkansas. He glanced at Lan Qianmiao with a gloomy face, and seemed to feel something, and cold stars shot out of his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and his whole body trembled, and he looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. He saw that Li Yunxiao's body was already covered with Narcissus's blood, and under the crimson blood were dark demonic tattoos. He had completely demonized. Not only that, the golden gas in Narcissus's blood stuck to Li Yunxiao's skin, and the demonic tattoos gradually surged with golden light. This is... Bei Chunan's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was so scared that he retreated quickly. What's wrong? Xianxia and Lu Fian were shocked. They didn't understand why he was so scared. Gulp. The fear in Bei Chunan's eyes did not diminish, and he murmured, how could this be, how could this be, hey, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Xianxia shouted. But Bei Chunnan was still absent-minded, and he turned a deaf ear to Xianxia. What a strange person. Xianxia murmured. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he shouted, what's going on? A large number of double-colored runes surged out of Li Yunxiao's body and flew in the air. They were black and gold, and then disappeared in a flash. Then, a light barrier appeared and covered Li Yunxiao's body, and then spread outwards. The two immediately felt an extremely powerful and dangerous aura, and they hurriedly retreated. They looked at each other in horror. The change here immediately attracted the attention of the people in the distance, and they all looked over. What's going on? Many people were surprised, and they said strangely, Li Yunxiao is mysterious. What kind of divine sense or cultivation method is this? Someone said in surprise, what a horrible aura. How could he not die after such a serious injury? Is this the last radiance of a setting sun? Bo Yuqing was even more shocked. He had been watching Li Yunxiao's every move, and he was the first to notice this change. And it was not only the color that changed, but also the aura. It was horrible and familiar, but also strange. He suddenly trembled, and gasped in shock. He was only distracted for a moment, and Li Yunxiao, who was lying on the ground waiting to die, suddenly sat cross-legged. The horrible wounds on his body were still there, but they had stopped bleeding. His eyes were closed, and his face was calm. He put his hands on his knees, and there was no emotion on his face. Wei Qing's face darkened as well. That inexplicable aura made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This Li Yunxiao had too many secrets. Every time he thought he had discovered something, there would be a new secret that would shock him. Even now, when he was about to die, he still had to reveal it. He secretly made up his mind that if he could break out of the encirclement later, he must capture Li Xianxia and bring him back to the sanctuary to peel off layer by layer to see what else he was hiding. What the hell is going on? Why does it give me such a palpitating feeling? Ghost King was shocked and said in disbelief, I am someone who is about to become invincible in the world. Under his shock, he couldn't help but reveal a look of dread. He suddenly sped up the speed at which he was collecting, and all kinds of seals shot out like rain. The light on Noah's Ark had basically been exhausted. After the last few runes were inserted, the Ark finally returned to its normal color. Pooh! Yifan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. Just now, the Ghost King finally cut off the last connection between him and Noah's Arkansas. Although the divine sense imprint on the warship could not be erased that easily, he could not control the warship anymore. He couldn't help but feel extremely bitter. After so many twists and turns, he had finally lost the sacred weapon left by his ancestor. Thinking of this, despair flowed out of his eyes. He suffered a double blow, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. This directly affected his internal injuries, and his body deteriorated rapidly. He, this sacred weapon of the human race is finally mine. A ghost claw fell from the sky and grabbed Noah's Ark with a rumble. It then spun and disappeared completely. Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King instantly laughed strangely. His complacency filled the sky, and he was extraordinarily reckless and insolent. When his laughter stopped, he turned around and looked coldly at Long Qianmiao, who was constantly extracting the heavenly phoenix's power. A trace of mockery and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Long Qianmiao's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed inwardly. He immediately gathered his essence force and sped up the speed of extracting the heavenly phoenix's power. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his eyes were full of vigilance, in case the Ghost King attacked at any time. Wei Qing and the others also had a sudden change of expression. They surrounded Long Qianmiao, trying their best to buy time. Humph. The Ghost King snorted coldly. His figure flashed, but he did not go toward him. Instead, he ran toward Li Yunxiao. This time everyone was stunned. Could it be that Li Yunxiao was more feared by the Ghost King than Long Qianmiao? At the same time, they could not help but feel happy. It would be good to let Li Yunxiao delay a few more times. It would be best if he could fight 300 rounds with the Ghost King before dying. But was it possible to fight 300 rounds? It would be a miracle if he could fight for 3 rounds without dying. Kid, what the hell are you doing? You're making me extremely uncomfortable. The Ghost King stared at Li Yunxiao with a gloomy face. He shouted a few questions, but there was no answer. That power made him more and more frightened and uneasy. Finally, he could not stand it anymore and shouted angrily, since you're pretending to be dead and not saying anything, then die for real. He descended from the sky, and his face suddenly became ferocious. He directly formed a huge cyan palm print in the air, on which lines crisscrossed and flashed with the light of reincarnation. He fiercely bombarded downward, the space was shattered. The Ghost King's current power was far stronger than before. It seemed to have a qualitative improvement. Just the pressure emitted from the palm print made everyone's expression change greatly. How can he be so strong? Wei Qing's heart trembled, and he revealed a look of surprise and doubt. He originally had a glimmer of hope that Long Qianmiao could extract the power of the heavenly phoenix, but after feeling the Ghost King's attack, his hope was gradually shattered, and his face turned ashen. Xianxia and Lu Fian were both shocked and hurriedly wanted to intervene. But suddenly, a figure flashed by. Beijing Nan grabbed the two of them and said, "Don't worry, retreat quickly." He pulled hard, and the 3 of them turned into a stream of light and retreated dozens of feet away. Xianxia said angrily, "What are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost King's palm print came down from the sky. Boom! The palm print was suddenly blocked when it was 100 feet away from Li Yunxiao. A barrier appeared, and a large number of black and gold runes appeared on its surface. The runes intertwined with each other and flew up into the air under the palm, disappearing in a flash. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. They could not believe what they saw. Li Yunxiao actually blocked the Ghost King's attack. Moreover, it was a terrifying attack after his body had reached the advanced level and he had absorbed the 33 merit herbs. With such power, even Long Qianmiao would not dare to say that he could definitely take it. Long Chanmiao himself was also shocked and could not believe it. The Ghost King was even more shocked. An extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. He roared, "Boy, what the hell are you doing? Stop!" He grabbed with both hands, and suddenly the samsara blade appeared. The blade also underwent a great change at this moment, becoming even more towering. He suddenly slashed down. Boom! The power of the blade was the same as the palm print from before. It could not split the boundary, and only caused it to tremble a little. Large numbers of golden and black runes flashed, and the area 10 feet around Li Yunxiao seemed to be impregnable. Ah! The Ghost King sucked in a breath of cold air and roared, "I don't believe it. Eternal Samsara blade." He grabbed with his hand, and the long blade behind him kept accumulating power. Countless runes surged out of the blade, and the entire samsara wheel trembled. The power of samsara spun in the sky as if it had gone through thousands of cycles. Chi! The blade slashed down, and the shadow of the blade fell from the sky. Boom! It struck the boundary, but it still could not break through. However, countless blade shadows surged in the sky, and one after another, they slashed down. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with the sound of bombardment. Countless blade lights shattered the boundary around Li Yunxiao. However, the will of the Ghost King's blade was thousands of twists and turns. In the entire samsara wheel, he was the god of this world. The scattered power gathered again, and then slashed down again. Like the 33 merits, he was immortal. Boom! 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 The Ghost King's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Let's see how many more slashes you can withstand." The rest of the powerful cultivators were stunned, and their minds were blank. Boom! Finally, after the blade fell, the boundary suddenly collapsed, and slowly turned into golden and black runes that surged into the sky. Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. Under the bombardment from before, he had been calm and indifferent. However, at this moment, when his eyes opened, they shone like stars. However, to everyone's horror, one of his eyes was golden, and the other was black. Ghost King's body suddenly trembled violently, shivering like a sieve, under the gaze of those two strange eyes. Endless fear surged up in his heart, that was a genuine fear, and fear that came from the depths of his soul. How is this possible? I'm actually afraid? The Ghost King kept asking himself in his heart, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Li Yunxiao's face was expressionless. He only lightly formed a strange seal with his hands. Suddenly, two surges of power surged out from behind him, and shot up into the sky. The two surges of power, one gold and one black, slowly formed in the sky, and turned into the true demon image. What? There are two of them? Bo Yuqing was shocked, and he could not help but retreat. Even Qi Xingfeng, who had been fighting in his heart, suddenly came to his senses, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. It was unknown whether it was Qi Xingfeng himself or Yue Xian, but both of them exclaimed, "Ah!" The two true demon images, one gold and one black, both had 3 heads and 6 arms, and all 6 faces were identical. The only difference was that the gold face was kind, dignified, and solemn, while the black face was gloomy, angry, and cold. It was like the 6 different emotions of a human, or the 6 different faces of the same person. After the two true demon images were formed, the power in Li Yunxiao's body continued to surge into the two true demon images, as if there was no end to it. After an unknown amount of time, the power finally stopped gathering. The two true demon images opened their eyes at the same time, and 6 sharp rays of light shot out from their pupils. Both of them spread out their 6 arms, and at the same time, they formed a seal with their 6 hands. The gold true demon image on the left suddenly smiled, and said slowly, "Ask your opponent, who is your opponent? Invincible under the heavens and on the earth." The black true demon image on the right sneered, and said in a fierce voice, "Invincible against 1,000, invincible against 10,000, invincible since ancient times." The two true devil incarnations stood in the air, their 6 arms forming hand seals as they looked at each other in the sky. The 6 pairs of eyes seemed to have traveled through the ages and came from the endless passage of time. This is, Duan Muyoyu was shocked, as if he had seen something terrifying. He spread his hands in the air, and all kinds of hand seals flew out. Runes tumbled in the air, and there were all kinds of different patterns imprinted on them, as if they were deducing something. Duan Muyoyu's fingers kept drawing in the air, and all kinds of strange symbols entered the runes. All kinds of power kept rising. All of a sudden, a string of explosions rang out, and all of the runes shattered before dissipating into specks of spiritual light. Humph. Duan Muyoyu grunted, as if he had suffered an extremely strong backlash, and suffered internal injuries. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Brother, how is it?" Duan Mutsong was shocked. Duan Muyoyu shook his head with a serious expression, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he said, "So it's these two true devil incarnations that are obstructing my divination." Duan Mutsong's face was full of worry, and he said worriedly, "One of the incarnations is completely golden, and should be formed from Narcissus's blood." Could it be? Duan Muyoyu nodded seriously, and said, "Yes, it's most likely. This is big trouble." Just as the two true devil incarnations appeared in the reincarnation wheel, a huge change happened outside of Red Moon City, tens of thousands of miles away in the sea, among the clouds. A figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and rays of light burst out. The handsome man's face darkened, and his eyes were full of shock, and he said in shock, "This feeling. Could it be him? It's him." He suddenly stood up, and his body was also covered in black devil tattoos. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a nebula whirlpool appeared behind him, and the seawater split apart, forming a huge whirlpool. A huge phantom appeared behind him, and it also had 3 heads and 6 arms, towering into the clouds. The true devil incarnation's 6 arms formed a hand seal, and it was exactly the same as the 2 incarnations behind Li Yunxiao, and its eyes seemed to pierce through the clouds. One of the faces had an extremely solemn expression as he muttered to himself, "Is that you?" Then, his 6 eyes slowly closed, as if he was sensing something. After a while, it waved its 6 arms and began to form different hand seals. A black halo spread above the Dharma idol. Countless runic lights surged within it, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Xiao! The entire space shook, and Diya's body and the Dharma idol disappeared from the sky and the sea, leaving behind only the raging waves on the sea. In a wondrous realm of spirit flowers in the north region, the fragrance of flowers filled the air and spiritual light floated. A man was slowly pacing among the flowers. His expression was abnormally solemn, and every step he took was extremely careful, as if he was in some kind of desperate situation. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and shock filled his eyes. He raised his head and stared at the sky in the distance. This is his aura." The man's face was filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "Ask your opponent, who is your opponent?" Invincible in the world, a cold light burst out of his eyes, and demonic aura surged out of his body as if he was greatly stimulated. He said coldly, "After so many twists and turns, you've finally come out." Demonic aura surged on his body, and the flowers and trees around him suddenly moved. Pollen filled the sky, and the whole realm became hazy. Runes kept appearing in the sky. Oh no! Di Jiao was shocked. He had carelessly triggered the restriction of this place. He hurriedly turned into a cloud of black gas and wanted to fly away. However, spiritual light circulated above the wondrous realm and suddenly pressed down, binding him and throwing him down. "Humph, how dare you enter the wondrous realm of spirit flowers? I want to see who has such guts." A voice came from the sky, and then light flashed. It seemed that a figure was descending towards Di Jia. At the same time, in the Aqua Sky nation of the southern region, the whole nation suddenly trembled, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Thousands of golden lights appeared in the sky, as if the sun had exploded. Terrifying light shot in all directions, and the earth began to crack. The whole nation was plunged into a scorching heat, as if doomsday had arrived. What's going on? Inside the Tianshui royal palace, there was a court meeting, and all the civil and military officials were gathered. Suddenly, the hall trembled. Then, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. Stones of the hall continuously collapsed and fell. Even the front of the hall cracked open into a deep ravine. Hey! What's going on? Protect the king, protect the king! The hall immediately became chaotic. Several figures appeared in the sky and landed beside Qinyu, protecting her with vigilance. The leader of the guards was extremely young, and he shouted with a gloomy face, "Who is it? Come out." He shouted several times, but there was no response. In the whole of the Tianshui kingdom, apart from Queen Qinyu, only the youngest martial king expert, the son of the former grand secretary, Lan Guang, dared to call himself this king. Ever since Yanwu City became a holy land for cultivation, all the countries and sects in the southern territory would send their outstanding disciples there to cultivate. Although the Lan family and Li family had a feud for generations, Li Chunyang was not a narrow-minded person. Now that the two families were worlds apart, they would never cross paths again. Under Lan Hong's personal request, he agreed without hesitation, allowing Lan Guang to cultivate in Yanwu City. These few days, he had broken through to Martial King, and Qinyu bestowed him the title of Country Guarding Martial King. Just as the entire court was in shock, a military official hurriedly ran up and knelt, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. There is a phenomenon in heaven and earth, and the clouds are shrouded in light." Qinyu was shocked. "Why is it like this? Have you found out the reason?" The military official said, "The reason is unknown, and the imperial astronomer has already gone to the heaven altar to observe." "Good, well done." Qinyu panicked. "Inform me immediately if anything happens, and at the same time, quickly activate the formation and send the news to Yanwu City." "Yes." The military official hurriedly retreated. Lan Guang looked at Qinyu's worried expression and said, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. If it is just a phenomenon, it is not caused by humans. If it is not a phenomenon, with Yanwu City, there is nothing to worry about." Qinyu said, "This emperor naturally knows that. Yanwu City is a place where even the sacred region has an iron law." He said worriedly, "Men, quickly make preparations for me. This emperor will personally make a trip to Yanwu City to pay a visit to Old Man Li and Great General Li." When the phenomenon appeared, the entire Aqua Sky Nation fell into chaos. The phenomenon lasted for more than half a day before it began to weaken and eventually dissipate. By the time Yanwu City's experts came to investigate, everything had already returned to normal. They could only leave the matter unsettled, unable to find anything. At this moment, outside Scarlet Moon City, thousands of miles away. Within the strange space of the Samsara wheel, everyone was shocked as they looked at the two true devil forms in horror, intimidated by the terrifying power. The aura emitted by the two true devil forms made it difficult for everyone to breathe. They all retreated far away, not even daring to look up. What the hell is this?" The Ghost King roared. Although he was terrified, his rationality told him that he was a god in the wheel and could suppress everything. "Eternal Reincarnation Blade." He spun the saber in his hand and slashed forward. At the same time, he made a one-handed seal, and the phantom of the Samsara wheel appeared in the sky, pressing down on Li Yunxiao. "Humph." Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold and full of mockery. His expression became very strange. "Ha!" He made a one-handed seal and changed it. The two true devil forms in the sky changed their hand seals at the same time and slapped forward. The two forces suddenly condensed and turned into a nebula. Within the nebula, the two figures began to gradually fuse, and in an instant, they turned into a Dharma giant spirit. Its body became taller, and its body was covered in gold and black runes, intertwining. The true devil form waved its arms and grabbed a massive aura in each hand, one black and one gold, and smashed it forward. Kaboom! The two spheres collided violently in the air and formed a wall of spiritual pressure in front of the Ghost King. Boom! 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 The eternal reincarnation blade was endless. Boundless waves pushed back and slashed down, landing on the arm of spiritual pressure, but it could not break through. The blade aura was shattered when it came into contact with the arm of spiritual pressure, turning into chaotic waves that swept across the sky. At the same time, the true devil form made a seal with its arms and pointed at the sky. Kaboom! It instantly blocked the descending phantom of the samsara wheel. What? The Ghost King's pupils constricted. He had used all his strength, but the other party seemed to be just a casual move, and yet it was all blocked. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he sneered. The face on his face was like that of an immortal demon, and there was a hint of ferocity in it. His last pair of arms suddenly formed a series of hand seals, and a nebula vortex condensed above the hand seals. Terrifying power constantly gushed out from it. The whole world suddenly began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. The Ghost King shuddered, and he was horrified. This space was his samsara wheel. If it collapsed, it would be the same as destroying the artifact and killing him. You want to defeat me? Impossible. The Ghost King roared madly, cut, cut, cut. Cut them into ashes. The reincarnation blade slammed into the wall of spiritual pressure, and light filled the sky. Many people coughed up blood from the aftershocks. Long Qianmiao also felt a chill in his heart, and he kept increasing the speed at which he extracted the power of the heavenly phoenix. Suddenly, he trembled. His true dragon power seemed to be suppressed by some power, and he found it difficult to circulate it. His heart trembled. Even the light of reincarnation couldn't suppress his dragon might, so what power could suppress him? A weapon slowly descended from the golden-black nebula above the true devil form's hands, a pitch-black blade. The blade was engraved with veined patterns, and the vague silhouette of a humanoid beast could be vaguely seen on it. It was dim and lusterless, but as the black blade descended, the power of the entire space suddenly collapsed, as if it was dispersing in all directions. Qi Xingfeng trembled violently. When the black knife appeared, he knelt down. His body trembled violently, and his face was filled with fear. Master! Master, you! Bo Yuqing was shocked. Although the knife was strange, and the moment it appeared, the whole world seemed to be collapsing, it wasn't enough to make his master kneel down. Qi Xingfeng didn't seem to hear him. He said in a trembling voice, 6 paths demonic weapon. 6 paths demonic weapon. Agama bone-cutting knife. Bo Yuqing was shocked. He hurriedly asked, Master, what is 6 paths demonic weapon? Qi Xingfeng seemed to have gone crazy. He kept trembling, as if he had lost consciousness. Bo Yuqing knew he couldn't get anything out of him, so he could only look up at the sky anxiously. The surroundings had started collapsing, and the space outside was showing up. The reincarnation power that was restricting the people was gradually weakening. Everyone was overjoyed. Many people laughed wildly, and they couldn't help but rush toward the crack in the space. Damn it! I don't believe it. The Ghost King was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He had done well, and everything had happened according to his original plan. On the way, he had found the sacred artifact Noah's boat. He was overjoyed, but he hadn't expected that all his efforts would be in vain. Boom! Suddenly, the whole space shook, and the warriors who were rushing toward the crack were smashed to pieces. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere. I don't believe I will lose. He put his hands together, and the reincarnation space disappeared. The outside world was restored, and everyone was back in the realm of heaven martial arts. A spinning wheel appeared in front of the Ghost King, emitting rings of light. The terrifying power caused the surroundings to become blurry, as if they could not see clearly. Reincarnation light! The Ghost King shouted. The reincarnation wheel condensed in his hand, and instantly turned into a beam of light. It was colorless and formless, and it shot toward them. That beam of light was the reincarnation wheel itself, and it was the projection of the real reincarnation light. It could almost kill everything. Li Yunxiao raised his eyelids, not bothering to hide the disdain in his eyes. The true demon form grabbed the descending Agama bone-chopping blade. Boom! Just by grabbing onto the blade, it caused the sky to tremble and the earth to crack for 1,000 miles. Ahan! Li Yunxiao called out softly. The blade trembled violently, and a monstrous demonic aura surged out. An indescribable suppressive aura spread out in all directions. Everyone had just come out of the space of samsara, and they were originally overjoyed. The feeling of escaping from death arose spontaneously in their hearts, and they couldn't help but want to cheer. However, before they could rejoice, everyone's bodies froze. Under the aura of the demonic blade, they were suppressed to the point that they were unable to move. What? Everyone was astonished. It was understandable that they were suppressed by the samsara force when they were isolated from time and space in the samsara space. At this moment, they were in the heavenly martial arts realm. Many laws were circulating in the world, and everyone present was an expert. If they continued to be suppressed, it would be inexcusable. However, apart from a few divine transcendents, the others couldn't move. The projection of the light of samsara flickered and shot straight at Li Yunxiao's body. Tisk. Li Yunxiao sneered disdainfully. The true magic form raised its blade and slashed down. Circles of pitch-black light spread out from the blade, and the golden and silver demonic marks on the true magic form's body slowly flowed like lava. The black blade flickered, and wherever it passed, cracks appeared. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. The blade was so sharp that it could easily cut through the power of the laws of space. Boom! The blade slashed down and struck the projection of the light of samsara. Immediately, the world collapsed, and all the space-time became chaotic. Boundless spiritual energy and all kinds of laws surged out from all directions and circulated around the blade. Everyone was astonished. They couldn't see any light in the world, and only the energy storm around the blade was terrifyingly devouring all kinds of laws. They were all experts of the world, and it was difficult for them to understand what kind of power was needed to unleash such a shocking blade. Rumble. All kinds of laws broke, surged, and shot out in all directions. There was no light in the world. The projection of the light of samsara lasted for a few breaths under the blade before suddenly collapsing. Boom! The resistance disappeared, and the terrifying power followed the blade's momentum and slashed down, splitting the world in half. The Ghost King was shocked and knew that he couldn't resist anymore. Even if he was unwilling, he had to admit defeat because of the situation. With a thought, he leaped back and flashed thousands of miles in an attempt to avoid the attack. Trying to escape? Naive. Li Yunxiao sneered and didn't move. The blade fell, and the power of the slash instantly crossed thousands of miles, piercing through space-time. Ah! The Ghost King was shocked and took a deep breath. In his shock, he flipped in the air, and the laws of space kept flashing around him as he shuttled between heaven and earth. However, no matter how he dodged, the power of the blade followed him like a shadow, and he couldn't avoid it. I don't believe it. How can I lose to you with my abilities? In despair, the Ghost King finally flew into a rage. He threw out some harsh words to boost his courage. Then, he clenched his hands into fists, and boundless green gas gathered, forming a huge fist shadow in front of him. There was a big wheel spinning in the air, and the space around it kept spinning with the power of the wheel. Firmament burning moon. The sky shook, and green light flashed and blasted toward the blade aura. Rumble. The green light was instantly slashed, and the Ghost King leaped back. He put his hands together in front of him and slashed again. His forehead was full of sweat, and his hands were covered in cold sweat. His eyes were full of despair. Boom. The power of that move was instantly shattered, and the blade aura slashed down. Boom. The Ghost King spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and his whole body was thrown out. He was covered in black demonic chi, which kept drilling into his body and corroding everything. Ah! A terrified scream came from his mouth, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he sat down cross-legged and began to suppress the demonic chi's corrosion. Everyone was shocked, and everyone was shocked to the extreme, although the suppressive power disappeared after coming out of the samsara wheel, and everyone's strength was restored. The power of that blade was completely beyond everyone's ability to think, not to mention that the Ghost King possessed a divine artifact, the Great Reincarnation Wheel. He himself was also a godly state expert. However, he was unable to block Li Yunxiao's saber strike even after 3 consecutive strikes and was heavily injured on the ground. What a terrifying saber strike! Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, as if he was very dissatisfied with the power of this blade. He looked at the blade in the true demon form's hand reproachfully. The true demon form's 5 fingers loosened, and the blade immediately fell off and disappeared from the sky. The true demon giant spirit also gradually turned into countless black light spots, and disappeared in the sky. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated in fright. No one dared to approach him. Even Xianxia and Lu Fian were dumbfounded. This was no longer a question of whether they believed it or not, but a question of completely incomprehensible. Beijing Nan said sternly, "You're not Li Yunxiao, who are you?" Li Yunxiao's gaze froze, and he turned his head to look at him. Although it was a faint glance, it seemed to have seen through Beijing Nan's mind. He was so shocked that he suddenly retreated, and his face was full of vigilance. "TSK, your body has already decayed, and your lowly soul has fallen below the god realm. You're not worthy for me to kill you." Li Yunxiao sneered, and looked at Narcissus on the ground. Her whole body was soaked in blood, and her whole body was extremely pale. He frowned, raised his right hand, and slowly put it down. He formed a seal, and directly sent it into her body. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, and turned into a formation. It slowly appeared above Narcissus, and kept rotating. Countless strange words appeared on the golden formation, and golden fluorescent light slowly fell down and flew into her body. Tungguang was suddenly shocked, and said in a trembling voice, "Righteous ancient spiritual formation. It's actually the righteous ancient spiritual formation. Are you really Li Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao ignored him, and his eyes turned to look at Long Chenmiao in the sky. His eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "You were very arrogant just now, huh?" Long Chenmiao's body trembled, and he said in a low voice, "What happened just now was forced by the situation. Fei Ni is my most valued disciple, and I didn't want her to do that." "Oh? Now you're admitting defeat?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "Do you think you can escape death by saying that?" Long Chenmiao's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "You want to kill me?" Li Yunxiao said, "So what if I kill you? It's easier than eating a biscuit, is there a need to think about it?" Long Chenmiao became extremely vigilant, and he suddenly grabbed Fei Ni in his hand, and said, "Fei Ni is already dead. I took her heavenly phoenix nirvana physique just to deal with the Ghost King, and I have no selfish motives. I admit that you're very strong now, but the power of that saber just now is beyond imagination. Even you can't use it multiple times." Li Yunxiao sneered, "What, are you afraid? It might be a little troublesome to deal with that person just now, but against you, TSK, do you think you're qualified to die under the Ahama saber?" Long Chenmiao's expression changed, and he suddenly threw Fei Ni's body over, and turned to flee. "Flee? What a joke." Li Yunxiao's figure flickered, and he caught Fei Ni, and then disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of Long Chenmiao in the blink of an eye. Long Chenmiao's expression changed greatly, and he said angrily, "Fei Ni can't come back to life after death, so what if you kill me? Moreover, I'm the person Fei Ni respected the most when she was alive. If you kill me, how can you face her? TSK, so much nonsense." Li Yunxiao sneered, and said, "The body of a true dragon coupled with the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, if the true dragon and heavenly phoenix were to personally descend and join forces to fight, this seat would still be a little afraid. As for you, I can kill you in minutes." His expression turned cold, and he directly pointed a finger at Long Chenmiao, and a beam of devil essence immediately tore through the air. "Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether I kill you or not. It's just that the owner of this body has a huge grudge against you. I need to eliminate the resentment and obsession in his body in order to properly fuse with this body." Everyone was shocked, and they suddenly retreated in shock. The person in front of them was indeed not Li Yunxiao. Long Chenmiao's expression changed drastically. After witnessing Li Yunxiao's strength, he did not dare to relax at all. He suddenly transformed into a dragon and struck out with the true dragon's sword, clang, the sword will was boundless and endless. Behind his dragon body, a green dragon slowly appeared and circled around. Then, a yellow light appeared, followed by the shadow of a phoenix. The dragon and the phoenix chased each other. The whole world became sunny as if time had returned to the era when the real spirits fought for supremacy. Boom! The sword will surged and slashed at the black light wave. Instantly, a boundless halo was formed and shot in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They were immediately sent flying by the huge energy wave, and many people vomited blood on the spot. Wei Qing and the other divine transcendence experts could not help but take a few steps back before they could dispel the force and stop their bodies. TSK. I'm relieved now." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "You have already combined the dragon essence and phoenix light into one. As long as I extract it, I will be able to save this little girl and fulfill the final wish of the owner of this body." "What? Last wish?" Bei Chunnan and the others were shocked. Xianxia said angrily, "Who are you? Why did you take over his body?" Li Yunxiao ignored him and seemed to be extremely disdainful. He directly threw Fei Ni's body and landed beside Narcissus. Then, his figure flashed and attacked Long Qianmiao. Bang! Long Qianmiao was shocked. He suddenly gathered his sword will and shouted, "Rainbow Slash!" Li Yunxiao appeared in front of him in an instant and grabbed the blade with one hand. Bam! Countless halos shook, and the two figures became dazzled under the light. Long Qianmiao was shocked to see his opponent grab the blade with his bare hands. However, the power he displayed now was much weaker than the power of the previous slash. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although Li Yunxiao's current state was extremely terrifying, he was no longer in a nearly invincible state. At least he could put up a fight. No law of heaven and earth, burning sea. His confidence was boosted by a lot. Suddenly, he activated the sword incantation and produced boundless power. Immediately, rays of light spread out and pressed forward. It was as if the rivers were boiling and the seas were evaporating. Li Yunxiao's face froze. He sneered and said, "Why did I say that this sword looked familiar? It turns out to be a fragment of the true dragon sword. How dare you show it off in front of me? What a joke!" He pointed out with his right hand, and his 5 fingers kept changing seals in the air. All kinds of strange forces spread out and shuttled back and forth in the halos, but they couldn't hurt him at all. What? Long Qianmiao was greatly astonished. The power of his sword could split open a world, but it actually couldn't injure him? In his shock, the fingerprints were already a foot away from him. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly raised his sword in front of him to protect himself. Clang! That finger pointed at the heaven and earth might, causing the sword to bend slightly. It suddenly bounced off, and streams of Dao artifact essence shook out. Li Yunxiao was also shaken by the force and took a few steps back. Long Qianmiao's heart was in a mess, and he shouted, "Lord Wei Qing, help me! TSK. No matter how many ants come, I can squash them all at once." Li Yunxiao sneered. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Long Qianmiao. He directly grabbed at him. Bang! Long Qianmiao felt that time and space stopped under that grab. Not only was his origin energy suppressed, but even his blood felt like it was frozen. Dancing dragon and dancing phoenix, unable to sever sin. In his shock, he suddenly burst out his potential. The dragon roared in the sky, and the phoenix cried Jiutian. At the same time, a sword shadow shot out and instantly slashed the shackles. Long Qianmiao turned into a ray of light and escaped. Li Yunxiao frowned and looked at his own grab. He said with dissatisfaction, "The power came too slowly. How many moves do I need to use to deal with an ant of this level?" Long Qianmiao's face turned pale, and he shouted, "Lord Wei Qing, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me everyone is so naive to think that if he kills me, he will let you go." Wei Qing's face was gloomy. He didn't know who this Li Yunxiao was, what he was thinking, and whether he would make a move against him. If Li Yunxiao only wanted to kill Long Qianmiao and the Ghost King, he would be more than happy to do so. After all, the strength of these two people was beyond his imagination. Although Long Qianmiao was in an alliance with him, he had already lost control of his strength. It was better to destroy him as soon as possible. Wei Qing looked at the kneeling and trembling Qi Xingfeng in the distance. He took a step forward and slapped down with a hand seal. Bo Yuqing shouted in shock and anger, "What are you doing?" He immediately drew his sword and slashed across the sky. Bang! Wei Qing raised his hand, and with a slap, he shook off the sword gleam. Then, another hand seal landed and struck Qi Xingfeng's mind. Bang! Ah! Qi Xingfeng opened his mouth and suddenly screamed. Blood burst out from his palm and flowed all over his face. "Master!" Bo Yuqing was shocked and angered. He flew up and slashed at Wei Qing as if he was one with his sword. Humph! Wei Qing snorted coldly. His 5 fingers grabbed down like a claw. Space stagnated and Bo Yuqing's body was instantly restrained. Bo Yuqing was furious. A strange color emitted from between his brows and the power of Agarine surged crazily. Stop! Qi Xingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. They were clear and he shouted in a deep voice. Bo Yuqing said in shock, "Master, you've recovered?" Qi Xingfeng nodded solemnly. He looked at Li Yunxiao's figure in the sky. His fingers dug into his palms and his expression was extremely complicated. Wei Qing said, Lord Qi Shengfeng, you seem to know something. Who has possessed this Li Yunxiao? Qi Shengfeng said, it's not good for you to know too much. Wei Qing said angrily, Lord, I pulled you back from your mental disorder. Is this how you repay me? Humph. Qi Shengfeng snorted disdainfully. Then he said, the one who has possessed him is naturally the demon lord. Wei Qing frowned and said, the monogatari who was killed by many experts tens of thousands of years ago? Qi Shengfeng glanced at him and said, it seems you know something about him. However, the person in Li Yunxiao's body is not the emperor, but someone else. What? Everyone was shocked. Everyone here was a peak expert. They knew some secrets about the realm of heaven martial arts. The demon sealing war left a lot of information. Ordinary people might not know it, but they, who stood at the peak of the continent, knew a lot. Wei Qing was even more shocked. He said, is the demon lord not alone? Qi Shengfeng's expression became a little strange. He said, the situation is a little complicated. I don't know much about the specific details. However, this lord has come out. It's too shocking. Bei Chunan's face suddenly turned pale. He said in shock, is it? Pooh. Qi Shengfeng's body shook. He suddenly turned his head. His eyes were filled with starlight. He shouted, who are you? You know the demon lord Pooh. Bei Chunan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His handsome face was even uglier than a bitter gourd. He said in shock, impossible. Impossible. The demon lord Pooh is, but, humph. There's nothing impossible in the world. Qi Shengfeng said coldly, he's invincible in the world. He's invincible since ancient times. How can he die so easily? He raised his head. His eyes were shining. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect, that Li Yunxiao has two kinds of inheritances from the Arch and Lord Pooh. Wei Qing said with an ugly face, according to your understanding of the demon Lord Pooh, whether he's good or evil, will he attack us? This was the key reason why he saved Qi Shengfeng. If the demon Lord Pooh didn't attack them, he didn't want to provoke such a powerful enemy. Moreover, he could kill Long Qianmiao. Qi Shengfeng said with a cold smile, humph, there's no such thing as good or evil in the world. Li Yunxiao only has a small part of Lord Pooh's insignificant power and consciousness in his body. How can we speculate without permission? Bei Chunnan suddenly said in shock, I understand. The demon Lord Pooh wants to descend in Li Yunxiao's body. I can feel the demonic energy in Li Yunxiao's body getting stronger and stronger. It seems there's endless power being transmitted to him. We must stop this. Otherwise, the whole realm of heaven martial arts will be finished. Wei Qing said in a deep voice, descend in a body? It means only a small part of the demon Lord Pooh's will has descended in Li Yunxiao's body. So, where's the real body of the demon Lord Pooh? Bei Chunan's face changed. He said, this is a big deal. I'm not sure. Besides, how can we find the real body now? Duan Muyoyu said, it's too late to find the real body now. The right way is to find a way to seal the will of Pooh in Li Yunxiao's body. Otherwise, if Long Qianmiao dies, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. Wei Qing gritted his teeth and said, in this case, let's join hands again. It's not only for our own lives, but also for the safety of the realm of heaven martial arts. Qi Shengfeng trembled. He seemed to be very afraid. He turned his head and nodded firmly. Yao Jinliang said coldly, such a terrible person. Just kill him. Why do we need to seal him? Kill? Heh, ignorant people are fearless. Qi Shengfeng sneered sarcastically. Yao Jinliang's face darkened. He snorted and said, even if we can't kill his real body, we can at least kill Li Yunxiao. Then, he won't be able to descend in a body. Xianhua's face changed. He said angrily, if you dare to hurt him, I'll send you to meet your old dog. Xianhua. I'll kill you first. Yao Jinliang was furious. As soon as he thought of his beloved beast, he couldn't help but want to rush forward and fight to the death. Wei Qing said coldly, stop quarreling. Whether we kill or seal him, we should at least suppress him first. Long Qianmiao can't hold on much longer. Let's do it. After he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. He said, Mr. Longda, don't panic. I'm here to help you. Humph. Although Long Qianmiao was dissatisfied with him for dragging it out for so long, he snorted heavily. But he finally felt relieved. Yao Jinliang took out his ghost carp harpoon and slashed over. The others also attacked and flew into the sky. But they didn't dare to get too close to Li Yunxiao, so they attacked him from a distance. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, fine, it saves me the trouble of killing you one by one. All living beings are ants, a bunch of weeds. What qualifications do they have to manipulate their own fate? His hands formed a seal in front of him, and suddenly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, which danced in the air. Runes flew out from the 6 arms, all of them gold and black. They intertwined and disappeared into the void in a flash. Suddenly, a huge halo of light spread out in the sky, enveloping everyone, as if the sky was slowly descending. All forms are fabricated. If you see the wrong form, you will see the Buddha. Li Yunxiao muttered in a low voice, and his 6 arms grabbed the air. Suddenly, the sky suddenly spun, and a terrifying demonic yuan appeared out of nowhere. A huge golden true magic form descended from the sky. That golden true magic form did not stand between heaven and earth, but sat cross-legged in meditation. Its 6 arms bloomed like a lotus, and it directly descended. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, and everyone felt a soul-stirring, vast power spread throughout the universe. That true magic form suddenly opened its 6 eyes, and its hand seals changed, and it softly shouted. A golden halo suddenly appeared, and with the doppelganger as the center, it surged in all directions, destroying everything. Under the joint attack of Wei Qing and Yao Jinliang, the power of the picturesque landscape and the ghost carp twist was instantly defeated and sent flying. The rest of the people were also shocked, and they knew that they could no longer stay out of this. All kinds of magical weapon lights soared into the sky, and pressed toward the golden halo. Rumble. Everyone's body shook. That vast power was like the sun and moon in the sky, and it was as difficult to resist as the power of the universe. Everyone's eyes were about to split, and their bodies were bursting with blood, showing signs of collapse. Wei Qing's face was also ashen, and he shouted toward the people below, "What are you waiting for? Quickly attack! When we all kill you, none of you will live." Xianxia and Lu Fian looked at each other, both worried. They also flew into the sky, and each of them sent out a palm strike toward the golden halo. The power of their palms grew stronger and stronger, and they immediately resisted the mighty force. They were in a stalemate. Ning Kuei suddenly frowned and said, "What's going on? This thing's power seems to be constantly increasing. Although it's not fast, it's indeed getting stronger. Could it be that its main body is still continuously descending?" Duan Muyoyu's expression changed slightly as he said, "Li Yunxiao's body will definitely not be able to withstand all of Lord Pu's will, but it seems that he is still far from reaching his limit. If we don't tighten the seal, it will be really troublesome." Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked at the few people on the ground who had yet to make a move. Their faces were filled with anger. Only Qi Xingfeng, his disciple, and Bei Jingnan were left. They looked troubled. Bei Chunnan sighed. He was also worried. In a flash, he clenched his 5 fingers into a palm and attacked. Boom! As he struck out with his palm, everyone's power immediately gained the upper hand. The golden halo was constantly being suppressed, becoming smaller and smaller. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he snorted angrily, "How can a floating monster shake a tree?" The 6 spells of true magic form changed, and the golden light on his body started to spin. His power seemed to have increased a lot, but under the impact, he was still suppressed by everyone's power and could not break through. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, and large beads of sweat broke out. Everyone was overjoyed, and Wei Qingquang shouted, "Lord Qi Xingfeng, hurry up and seal this person." Qi Xingfeng seemed to have turned a deaf ear to him, but his expression changed slightly. Bo Yuqing saw his expression changing, and he could not help but ask, "Master, are you all right?" Qi Xingfeng snorted heavily and said coldly, "I'm fine. Yu Yixian, that old dog, is so calculative. No matter what I said, I was still one step away from achieving full mastery, and it turned out that it was all his trap. Humph, unfortunately, your master is not someone to be trifled with. Since I have found the reason, I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. Bo Yuqing was shocked. Yui Xian is not dead yet? Qi Xingfeng looked at him and said, do you remember what I told you? In order to achieve the immortal body of extreme mean, one must sacrifice himself? In other words, he would be sacrificing himself for others. That old dog, Yui Xian, actually came up with such a clever trick. This body was never the body of extreme mean, it was just a step away from it. It was this step that allowed him to keep his life and hide in this body. Bo Yuqing's body shook, and he said doubtfully, I don't understand, if he did not want to die, why did he cultivate the body of extreme mean, and make it a gift for others? Qi Xingfeng sneered, in this world, other than an idiot like you who is used by others, who would be willing to make a gift for others? Old dog, you also understood this, so he set up a plan. He left a remnant of his soul to hide in the body, and when his descendant took over the body, he would counterattack and use the descendant's soul to carry out the final refinement of this body. Bo Yuqing was shocked, and he said, he actually planned so far ahead? If master did not snatch it, wouldn't his soul be destroyed if he kept this body for a long time? Qi Xingfeng snorted, for those who achieve great things, who did not come from the line of life and death. Yui Xian's trick is indeed ruthless. If it was not for that ghost king who forced me into a dead end, I'm afraid he would still continue to hide, and look for the best opportunity to counterattack and take over the body. Humph, what a pity, man proposes, God disposes. This era no longer belongs to that old dog, even God does not want to see him anymore. There was a fire of anger in his heart, and he no longer had any respect for his grandmaster, he just called him old dog left and right. Bo Yuqing was stunned, then is that old dog you dead now? Dead? Qi Xingfeng's lips revealed a trace of a sinister smile, and he said, then he will die so easily? Even if he wants to die now, master will not agree. I am still waiting for this remnant of his soul to achieve the supreme extreme mean body. Bo Yuqing became silent, and said, Master, you must be careful. Qi Xingfeng said, Master will be careful. His eyes turned cold, and he stared at the sky, and said, Master must get that rainbow stone in this Xianxia's body. Bo Yuqing said, then let us make our move too. Although the people in the sky had a great advantage, that Xianxia's power was continuously increasing, and the shrinking speed of the halo's power was getting slower and slower. Qi Xingfeng said, let's wait a little longer. Bo Yuqing frowned, he didn't know what to wait for. Their conversation was very soft, no one in the sky could hear them, but when they saw the indifference of the two, they were all furious. Wei Qing said coldly, Lord Qi Xingfeng, no one will agree to you trying to reap the benefits without doing anything. Qi Xingfeng smiled indifferently, and didn't say anything. Suddenly, a green light flew down from the sky, and shouted, this king will lend you a hand. A light wheel appeared in the sky, and instantly turned into a big wheel. The ghost king jumped on it, and pressed down from the sky above Xianxia. His face was cold, although he was injured, this was the best time to kill Xianxia, how could he let it go? Xianxia's face was filled with anger, and everyone was overjoyed. They couldn't help but increase the strength in their hands, and pushed their power forward. Bam, suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the circle of light around the true demon form shattered. What was strange was that when the circle of light shattered, the three faces of the Fa Xiang did not show anger, but instead looked cold, with a hint of mockery. The anger on Xianxia's face disappeared, and he sneered, I've been waiting for you to make a move. He grabbed the air, and shouted, raising the bone cleaver. A golden light appeared in the void, and the raising the bone cleaver slowly fell, but this time, the blade was not black, but golden. What? The Ghost King was shocked, and a terrifying aura of death surged in his heart. He said angrily, You. The rest of the people turned pale, and suddenly, they seemed to understand something, and their faces were drained of blood. Xianxia said mockingly, in my current state, I can't use the demonic weapon of the 6 paths many times, and I only used a small trick to lure you to your death. With your intelligence, even if you cultivate to become invincible, you will still die of stupidity. Bam, the hand grabbed the golden saber, and a vast power immediately rippled out, and the entire world was plunged into a world of sabers. Everyone's combined attack power seemed to have been frozen in time under this saber projection, and it completely lost its power. The rotation speed of the samsara wheel also slowed down. Golden light surged into the sky and swept over from all directions. "You lied to me, you deserve to die." The Ghost King screamed in despair, and he suddenly fled into the distance in a frenzy. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he raised the bone cleaver and slashed at the Ghost King. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the universe crumbled. The saber projection cut into the boundless laws, and it was not limited by time and space. The Ghost King had nowhere to run. Boom! Ah! The huge sword projection struck the Ghost King, and an earth-shattering scream rang out. The Ghost King's body instantly expanded like a balloon, and his expression was one of extreme terror and fear, and he was howling in pain. Bam! Finally, after expanding to more than 10 times its original size, it suddenly exploded, and a gust of cold wind and green light spread out in all directions, and the heavens and earth were filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. All sorts of ghostly wails and screams sounded out, and it was like hell on earth. The aftershock of that saber strike turned into rings of golden light, rippling out from Li Yunxiao's body, and attacking all the martial artists. Pft, pft. Many people spat out blood on the spot, and they were all sent flying. The more power they exerted, the greater the backlash. Even Wei Qing could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. But what was even more shocking was that the ghostly figures in the sky were all astonished. What's going on? Is that Ghost King dead? Everyone was confused. Although they wanted nothing more than for this freak to die as soon as possible, after all, he had caused them so much trouble, they were even more shocked at this moment. That such a powerful being could not even take a single strike. After that strike, Li Yunxiao's aura seemed to be greatly diminished, and the golden Dharma form turned into countless golden lights, dissipating into the air. He looked at the ghostly figures in the sky and said coldly, "Trash." At that moment, only Qi Xingfeng ignored the ghostly figures in the sky, and heaved a long sigh of relief. He said, "I've already used the second strike. Can Master Pu still use the third?" Li Yunxiao looked down and said, "Do I need the Ahama saber to deal with trash like you?" Qi Xingfeng felt a chill down his spine when he was stared at. He forced a smile and said, "Of course I don't need it if my lord's complete will descends. But it's hard to say now." Hee hee. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "The ocean in the eyes of a frog in a well is only so big. 2 agarine bodies aren't bad." Qi Xingfeng and Bo Yuqing were shocked and put their guards up. Li Yunxiao glanced at them contemptuously, then turned around and walked towards Long Qianmiao. "Before that, I have to fulfill the final wishes of the owner of this body. Only then can I gain complete control of this body, and allow more power to descend." He frowned and looked at his arms. What a strange body. There's even the power of a monarch in it. Speaking of which, has the power of a monarch been divided? Long Qianmiao was shocked and immediately retreated hundreds of meters. He held the lawless heaven and earth sword in front of him, his face full of solemnity and fear. At that moment, the sky was still filled with ghosts and ghosts. Suddenly, a dot of golden light the size of a soybean appeared and gradually turned into Noah's Ark, floating in the air. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with desire and greed. All kinds of emotions intertwined on their faces. Then, a green light flashed and slowly rotated. It was the samsara wheel. It seemed to have sensed Noah's Ark and appeared out of thin air. The 2 transcendent-grade profound artifacts kept vibrating. The faint power of the artifact formed a vortex with faint golden light circulating around it. Everyone was shocked. They could feel the power of the 2 profound artifacts, but they didn't know what the resonance of the artifact was. Shang frowned and said, "Is the Spirit King really dead?" Li nodded and said, "He's really dead. I can feel the power of the contract dissipating. He should no longer exist." Everyone had complicated feelings when they heard her say that. They looked at Li Yunxiao with even more fear. Thereafter, all of them revealed looks of greed as they stared at the 2 supreme-grade Xian weapons. These were legendary items. Who wouldn't be tempted? Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Yifan instantly appeared on Noah's boat. He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and patted the warship. Countless runes surged on the warship, and the warship gradually turned mini and entered between his eyebrows. His body was still riddled with serious injuries, but he was basically able to control the spread of his injuries. After he succeeded, he flew up into the sky and landed on the ground. He ignored everyone else and continued to sit cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Everyone frowned but did not say anything. After all, this Noah's Ark originally belonged to Yi Fan, and everyone had memorized his appearance and aura. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, they would still be able to find him. At this moment, only the samsara wheel was left in the air. After losing the connection with Noah's Ark, it gradually became quiet and stopped moving. It immediately caused everyone's eyes to turn red, and they seemed to be in an uproar. Wei Qing said, "Now that we are facing a great enemy, no one should be distracted. I suggest that we seal Li Yunxiao first before distributing the samsara wheel." Long Qianmiao was being approached by Li Yunxiao step by step, and he hurriedly said, "Lord Wei Qing is right. If we don't work together, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to leave this place." Li Yunxiao mocked, "You speak as if you can win if you work together." He formed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his figure flashed as he charged at Long Qianmiao, several fingers pointing down. Clang, Long Qianmiao slashed with his sword, and the power of the seal slammed into the sword, forcing him back several steps. The Heaven and Earth Lawless sword also trembled continuously. However, there was a hint of joy on his face, and he loudly said, "This person's strength is indeed much weaker. If we work together, we will definitely be able to suppress him." He then shouted loudly, and the majestic roar of a dragon came from his sword. Phantoms of dragons and phoenixes appeared behind him, and the surroundings turned into a strange space that suddenly exploded. The dragons and phoenixes danced, and heaven and earth cried out in unison. All the martial artists felt the supreme domineering aura from his body, and they were all surprised and delighted. "Heaven and earth lawless, all living beings shall be punished." The dragon sword rippled with blue light, and slashed forward, splitting the sky and shattering the earth. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he formed an incantation gesture with both hands, and retreated in front of him. A layer of stellar energy suddenly appeared around him. Boom! The sword light slashed onto the astral energy. Boundless draconic might rained down like millions of raindrops, crashing down endlessly. The entire sky trembled. Li Yunxiao's protective upstanding qi also weakened, allowing the sword to pierce a few inches in. Several rays of light shot out from all directions, and attacked. Yao Jinliang grabbed the saber with both hands, and rays of golden light burst out from his body. The sacred battle art was pushed to the limit, and the ghost carp twist slashed down. Sacred battle art, Knight Martial. Wei Qing formed a seal with both hands, and the countless laws of the world gathered in his palms. His hands emitted layers of light, and he slammed it down. 100 Lives Classic, Heaven Blasting Seal. Rumble. 2 rays of light arrived in the blink of an eye, and crashed on the stellar energy at the same time. It sank a few inches, and the entire stellar energy became unstable. With the 3 great powerhouses joining forces, especially Long Qianmiao's dragon and phoenix, the irresistible heaven and earth sword's momentum was extraordinary, and Li Yunxiao was unable to withstand it after using 2 demonic saber moves. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he watched as a blue boundary slowly evolved on the sword, constantly devouring his stellar energy. He frowned, and said coldly, "What's the use of such a low-level dragon realm? It's too early to hurt me." He spun his hands in front of him, and suddenly turned into 3 heads and 6 arms, holding golden vortexes in each hand. He threw them into the sky, and they immediately turned into a nebula, and suddenly dispersed. Boom! A terrifying force blasted out, and Long Qianmiao and the other 2 trembled. They could no longer withstand it, and were sent flying. However, the 3 of them were not sent flying. They just paced a few times in the air, and then stopped themselves. Li Yunxiao flew up into the sky amidst the golden light after the attack. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light flashed in the sky. Beijing Nan's sword danced like a silver moon in the sky. Under the sword, the shadows of millions of corpses shot down like swords and insects. Qi Xingfeng also suddenly slashed out with the ancient dust sword, and millions of jade dragons soared through the sky, roaring madly. "Childish!" Li Yunxiao shouted, and his 6 arms turned into palms at the same time. Suddenly, a golden palm shadow appeared behind him, about half an acre in size, and palm patterns spread all over it. It suddenly slammed down. Boom! Under the palm, the power of the two swords was instantly annihilated, and the terrifying force blasted toward Long Qianmiao and the other two, almost swallowing the earth. Everyone was shocked, and hurriedly retreated to avoid being affected. Suddenly, a starlight appeared in the sky, like a star on the verge of collapse. It suddenly left its own orbit, dragging a long shadow, and fell down. Inside the meteor, if one looked carefully, it was a green arrow, which drew an arrow track in the sky, and aimed at Li Yunxiao and shot down. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and suddenly, a raging fire rose under his feet, burning in a ring. The fire spread out according to a certain rule, and was several acres in size. People in the distance looked over, and only saw a huge red lotus, burning fiercely, swallowing Li Yunxiao. Lu Fian's figure appeared on the red lotus. She had already been injured all over, and although she had not fully recovered, she used all her strength to attack with her sword. Her face was cold, like a fire lotus floating in the wind. Heavenly record without splendor. As soon as the sword shadow appeared, thousands of crimson sword rays appeared on the huge red lotus, and at the same time, they flew up and slashed down. In front of Li Yunxiao, the middle finger and index finger of both hands were put together, and crossed in front of his eyebrows, forming a cross, and with a loud shout, he slashed out. Clang! The cross spread out like a star, and everywhere it passed, there were countless metallic vibrations, and fiercely bombarded the sword rays that filled the sky. Rumble! The cross-shaped light soared into the sky, and suddenly shot towards the four poles of the universe. The huge red lotus exploded, and Lu Fian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and was sent flying. In the sky, Xianxia was also shocked. His meteor arrow was instantly destroyed, and even his coordinates were locked on by the cross-shaped slash. Immediately, the star-shattering bow turned into a long saber, and blasted down to meet the slash. Qingyuan! The countless gems on the star-shattering saber flickered, and were instantly swallowed. Rumble! The cross-shaped light continued to soar into the sky, and crushed his body. Countless blood spurted out, and his whole body looked like it was being pulled out of his bones. Countless blood spurted out, and directly fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Even a divine transcendence expert could not resist the power of one move from him. The rest of the people turned pale, and did not dare to get too close. Everyone, don't be afraid, his momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Long Qianmiao shouted, and his feet spread apart. He put two fingers on his left hand together, and lowered them down. The heaven and earth lawless sword was raised high behind him. A blue boundary suddenly exploded, and under the majestic dance of dragons and phoenixes, the power of heaven and earth resonated together. The sword constantly rippled with halos, and it became stronger and stronger. Wei Qing and the others were shocked. Long Qianmiao's strength seemed to be constantly improving during the battle. The power of the boundary was released, and it was enough to make existences at their level feel fear. The others were also pleasantly surprised. They knew that Long Qianmiao had absorbed the power of the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, and was constantly fusing and improving. It seemed that there was still a lot of room for growth. Qi Xingfeng looked at the blue light that filled the sky, and said in shock, "This is the dragon domain. It has evolved into the dragon domain. I don't care if you are Li Yunxiao or Demon Lord Pu, go to hell." Long Qianmiao's eyes burst with cold light. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented power, and his level 10 divine blood was boiling to the extreme. Even his tyrannical dragon body was somewhat unable to bear it. Clang! The heaven and earth lawless sword suddenly gathered a circle of blue and black light, and it suddenly slashed out. Heaven and earth lawless sword, all living beings are guilty. The circle of blue and black light suddenly dispersed, and slashed straight at Long Qianmiao. The expression of Li Yunxiao changed slightly. Protective upstanding qi suddenly burst forth from his body, and his 6 arms danced wildly. Rays of golden light flashed on the hand seals, and converged to form a huge prismatic mirror image, which suddenly descended from the sky. Kaboom! The sword of crime arrived in an instant, and it slammed into the prismatic mirror, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to crack. Between the heavens and the earth, it was like a galaxy spanning between the two of them. The power of Long Qianmiao's sword could contend with Li Yunxiao without losing, Qi Xingfeng was shocked and said, "Dragon Field. He can transform into Dragon Field." Wei Qing said hurriedly, "What is Dragon Field?" Qi Xingfeng said in a deep voice, "It's an innate magical power of dragons. They can form their own world. The bloodline of the ancient true dragons doesn't exist in the realm of heaven martial arts, but in the Dragon Field of the true dragons. Of course, the power of the Dragon Field can't be compared to what we have now." Dragon Field? Wei Qing frowned and said, "Does this place still exist?" Qi Xingfeng was also puzzled and said, "The Dragon Field has always been mysterious. I don't know the details. Long Qianmiao has the power of a true spirit now, so he should be able to sense the existence of the Dragon Field." Wei Qing's entire body trembled, and he muttered to himself, "A god realm true spirit. He's actually already so powerful." Rumble. The vast power in the sky was still shaking. The power of the two was in a stalemate and was getting stronger and stronger. Long Qianmiao shouted, "Guys, attack quickly. Now is the best time to kill him." Wei Qing and the others changed their expressions. They were all seriously injured. If they rushed into such a vast power, they would be turned into ashes if they were not careful. But if they didn't kill Li Yunxiao, they would also die. Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "We must stop the demon lord from coming back, or the world will be finished." Duan Muyoyu frowned and said, "The demon lord's coming back seems to be unstoppable, but it's still too early. All we can do is delay it as much as possible." Wei Qing nodded and turned to look at the demons in the distance. He said coldly with a gloomy face, "You have been working but not working hard. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Xiang said with a wry smile, "With our current strength, can we take advantage of the situation? Lord Wei Qing thinks too highly of us." "Humph," Wei Qing said, "Sire has a sacred artifact armillary sphere in your hand, who knows, you might eat us up. If the few of you don't go all out, we can only deal with the few of you first, then think of a way to seal the demon master." The faces of Xiang and the others were filled with anger and vigilance. Their bodies even moved slightly as if they wanted to attack. Xiang immediately stopped him and calmly said, "Since Lord Wei Qing has said so, we naturally have to work even harder." He ordered, "Everyone, attack with your full strength. We are in the same boat as our human friends. Do not hide anything." Zhu said, "The demon lord is the common enemy of the world, this is how it should be." As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his silver snake sword. It danced in the air and turned into millions of snake shadows that surged forward. Xiang also transformed into his battle calamity true body and let out a roar. Golden and silver light flashed on his forehead, and a large arc of lightning shot out from his hand. Boom! The silver snake and the lightning arc pierced through the air. The others also gritted their teeth and attacked. Although they were all heavily injured, they still did their best. Only then did Wei Qing say with satisfaction, "Everyone, attack." He moved his palms and once again used the heaven rumbling seal of the 100 Lives Classic. It turned into a huge seal in front of him and directly attacked. Duan Muyoyu took out the cold jade ruler and made several hand seals. The jade ruler trembled with a cold light, and he suddenly threw it. The jade ruler flashed and disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it was in the Milky Way, emitting a weak cold light as it slowly attacked Li Yunxiao. Qi Xingfeng also made a clanging sound in his hand. The nether wheel appeared in his hand and directly turned into half an acre in size, flying high in the air. The rest of the people retreated several thousand feet before they also made their moves. Xianhua and Lu Fian's injuries were too heavy. They had already retreated to a distance to quietly recuperate. They seemed to have turned a deaf ear to everyone's joint attack. In an instant, the light of millions of profound weapons soared into the sky and fiercely attacked Li Yunxiao. Although everyone was seriously injured, an army of ants could bite an elephant to death. Under the countless attacks, the balance between the two was completely broken. The Milky Way suddenly rotated and slowly formed a vortex. Like a nebula, it surged towards Li Yunxiao, wanting to completely swallow him. Li Yunxiao's expression changed greatly. He was shocked and angry. The power of this vortex was unimaginably strong. It had already seriously threatened the safety of his body. At this critical moment, his expression darkened. He seemed to have made a great decision. He suddenly raised his hand and formed a seal with his 6 arms. Suddenly, boundless golden light shot out from the Dharma form. Countless runes of law circulated around its body. Several red dots appeared on the golden body. They were the acupoints. Bang, 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 bang. Several major acupoints in a row exploded, spurting out arrows of blood. Xianxia's aura instantly rose. A terrifying golden demonic yuan surged out. Ah! He shouted continuously. His face was ferocious. The demonic patterns on his body constantly changed, forming all kinds of strange patterns. His whole body was covered in golden and black light. Blood flowed and dyed his body scarlet. Kaboom! Demonic energy suddenly burst out of his body and spread in all directions. Heaven and earth trembled, all the attacks seemed to have come to a halt at that moment. Xianxia raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A golden light gushed out from his palm. Boundless sword intent slowly spread out. A shining golden longsword appeared. Countless strange laws revolved around it. Qi Shengfeng suddenly trembled. He said in shock, "Not good." He could no longer care about the suppressive advantage he had. He wanted to jump and escape. However, he found that it was extremely difficult to circulate the demonic energy in his body. He couldn't use any movement techniques at all. Xianxia's face was indifferent. He said solemnly, "Ah-mo." Clang! That strange longsword landed in his hand. There was a 12-spoked wheel carved on it. In an instant, it started to revolve and let out an ear-piercing sound. Xianxia's hand rippled with majestic power. He swung the longsword down and immediately split the nebula vortex around him. Kaboom! The entire nebula vortex suddenly collapsed. Long Qianmiao's eyes were filled with fear. That strange longsword was clearly on the same level as the Agama bone-slicing blade. He didn't understand how his opponent still had the strength to use such a freakish profound weapon. However, he couldn't think about it right now. The power of the longsword was slashing towards him. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern and the aura of death enveloped him. "I don't believe that I can't defeat you even after manifesting the dragon realm." Long Qianmiao roared. His boundless heaven and earth sword trembled violently. It was as if it was also a sword, but it was being suppressed by that strange longsword. Kaboom! Long Qianmiao's pinnacle power erupted from his body. The dragon realm instantly expanded and rushed towards the terrifying sword momentum. Kaboom! There was another huge tremor. Heaven and earth instantly collapsed and the sun and moon lost their light. After the nebula vortex was destroyed, countless profound weapons flew out from within and exploded with loud bangs. They were all sent flying back towards their original owners. Everyone suffered a huge backlash. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying backwards in the sky. Even Duanmuyoyu and Qi Shengfeng's profound artifacts were impacted. The cold jade ruler and the underworld will lost their luster. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths at the same time. They couldn't withstand the aftermath of that mighty force and were forced to retreat. Wei Qing and the others who had attacked were not much better off. They were sent flying back into their bodies by the sword force and were severely injured. Some even exploded and died on the spot. A single sword strike was so terrifying. The space in front of the sword momentum collapsed into a huge black hole. All the light was devoured and Long Qianmiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. The great wheel of samsara that had been floating in the air and being watched by everyone covetously, but no one dared to snatch it, was affected by the might of that sword and let out a low humming sound, as if it was trembling in submission. Wei Qing also coughed up blood. He said in horror, "What profound weapons are those sword and saber from before? That's way too terrifying." Qi Shengfeng's face was full of fear. He naturally knew that it was the demonic weapon of 6 paths. It was a heaven saint artifact that was far above ordinary saint artifacts. Duanmuyoyu's face was pale. How can he still use the demonic weapon of 6 paths? With Li Yunxia's body, there's no way he can withstand it 3 times. Demonic weapon of 6 paths, Wei Qing muttered to himself for a moment and instantly remembered the name. Qi Shengfeng gritted his teeth. He self-detonated several apertures to allow more power to descend. However, the after-effect of doing so is that this body's potential is completely crippled. Duanmuyoyu was taken aback. Then, he said, isn't that a good thing? This way, the Fiend Master won't be able to descend fully. Qi Shengfeng looked at him coldly. Childish. Even if Li Yunxiao's body isn't destroyed, there's no way he can withstand the Fiend Master's full power. The Fiend Master just wants to use this body to release his true form. Wei Qing said in a deep voice, where is his true form? Qi Shengfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. He looked at Bei Chunnan, who wore a complicated expression in the distance. He said, that person might know. Duan Muyoyu frowned. He obviously knew Bei Chunnan's background, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask about it now. Bo Yuqing said bitterly, now, he can't even deal with this clone's descending body. Does he want to deal with the true form? Tung Guang, who had been meditating quietly and hadn't spoken or moved, suddenly said, that's not right. Wei Qing frowned and said, what's not right? Tung Guang said, the power of the demonic weapon of 6 paths completely exceeds the rules of the realm of heaven martial arts. A divine thunder of annihilation should descend and destroy it. Duan Muyoyu said with a bitter smile, you're thinking too much. It said that when the demonic weapon of 6 paths appeared, divine thunder did descend from the sky. However, the divine thunder was destroyed. From then on, the demonic weapon appeared in the world, and the rules of the universe didn't dare to control it anymore. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. The rules of the universe didn't dare to control it anymore? What did that mean? Wei Qing said in a daze, if the rules of the universe couldn't suppress him, how could we seal the demon? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed. It said calmly, Lord Pu is only a clone now. It's not as serious as you think. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. The voice was unfamiliar, but it gave off a powerful aura. They were all peak experts of the world, yet none of them noticed that someone was approaching them. That is, the few of them were stunned. They saw the water deity, who had been lying on the ground and on the verge of death, slowly float up. Her body emitted a golden holy light. Yao Jinliang exclaimed, this aura, it's the same as the demon lord. Qi Shengfeng was also shocked, such pure golden demonic energy, the Sea Emperor's bloodline has reached grand completion. The golden light slowly changed, condensing into the shape of a man around Narcissus, then flew into her body. Her damaged body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Narcissus's expression became solemn and dignified. Duan Muyoyu was shocked, you are, Narcissus looked at them indifferently, Braun. Eh? What? Everyone was shocked, Bo Yuqing and the others who knew Narcissus's identity. Guessed it, but the rest of them were like thunder in their ears, their minds buzzing. Wei Qing was stunned, the Lord of the Four Seas, Sea Emperor Braun, Water Deity, said, that's right. For my daughter's sake, Water Deity has created such a huge disaster. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. She seemed to be apologetic. Yao Jinliang said coldly, it's more than trouble, it's a calamity. Narcissus's brows furrowed, her face darkened, and she said coldly, Yao Jinliang, this empress is being polite when I said that I caused you trouble, I gave you some face, but you didn't know how to step down, and instead climbed up. I gave you face, but you don't want it, scram. She shouted, and a powerful male voice spread out, shaking the entire space, and everyone's eardrums stung. Yao Jinliang vomited a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying, crashing to the ground far away, his face full of fear and anger. As a titled martial emperor, he was actually being looked down upon and humiliated in such a manner. He forcefully propped himself up, wanting to stand up and fight for his life. However, he realized that he could no longer stand properly. After falling to the ground a few times, he finally lay there motionless, staring at Water Deity with a face full of hatred. Water Deity looked at them coldly and said, if you had not attacked my beloved daughter, how would this have happened? You dared to hurt my beloved daughter. Lord Wei Qing, how should we settle this score? Wei Qing was speechless. The Sea Sovereign was trying to be polite before resorting to force. Wasn't the change too fast? However, it was true that Long Qianmiao had injured Water Deity first. No one knew that she was the daughter of the Sea Sovereign. Otherwise, who would dare to make a move? He could only say with a guilty expression, Mr. Longda was rash, I hope Lord Sea Emperor will forgive him. At this moment, Mr. Longda resisted the demons with his own body, and his life is uncertain. I will first apologize to Lord C Emperor on his behalf. Moreover, we didn't know your daughter's identity, it can be considered an accidental injury. Humph, accidental injury? Water deity laughed coldly. She shifted her gaze and said in a cold voice, Duan Muyoyu, Duan Mutsong, I have some ties with the both of you. Water deity has an even deeper relationship with the both of you. Yet, the both of you are indifferent as she is being beheaded. Everyone was shocked, and looked at Duan Muyoyu strangely. They didn't expect the Duanmu family to have a relationship with the Sea Emperor. The Duanmu siblings looked gloomy. Duan Muyoyu hurriedly said, Sea Monarch, please don't be angry. I have already divined that water deity will be fine. That's why I dared to let her be. I didn't expect her to be injured by a sword. I feel guilty. Duan Mutsong also quickly said, that's right, with our relationship with Narcissus, we naturally can't watch her die. Lord Sea Emperor, now that Demon Lord Pu has awakened, since you are here, you must have a way to deal with it. Although the two of them had explained, the water deity was still very unhappy. She coldly snorted and said, you've overestimated me. Even if I were to come here personally, I would definitely not be able to suppress Master Pu, let alone with the descending technique. Duan Muyoyu said, Lord is too humble, this demon Lord Pu is just a clone, you must have a way. Wei Qing also quickly said, within the 4 seas, we are all one family, please help us, Lord Sea Emperor. Narcissus stared at the black hole in the sky, and slowly said, under the Agama wheel sword, I don't know if Long Qianmiao can survive. Even if she survives, she will most likely be crippled. I didn't expect Lord Pu to avenge his daughter. Everyone's face darkened, and Duan Muyoyu said, in order to use this sword, Demon Lord Pu directly exploded Li Yunxiao's acupoints. It is impossible for him to use the 6 paths demonic weapon for the 4th time. Narcissus said in a low voice, Li Yunxiao is a person of destiny, I don't believe he will be crippled just like that. Let's first seal Lord Pu back, then think of a way to save Li Yunxiao. He was indebted to Li Yunxiao, and in addition to Narcissus's love, he had a good impression of Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing hurriedly said, Lord Sea Emperor is right, but how should we seal him? Narcissus said, Lord Pu's power is above everyone else, it is difficult to seal him, we can only think of another way. Buy me some time, I will try that move. Wei Qing was overjoyed, all right. Lord, please use it, leave the matter of buying time to us. Although he said it casually, everyone was heavily injured, no one had the strength to delay Demon Lord Pu. Fortunately, the black hole was still expanding, it seemed like it would not disappear in a short time. Narcissus sat in the air, suddenly her eyebrows flashed, and a vast power spread out, it was actually a golden lotus. Many people's hearts shook, they thought, magical flower lotus seat, so I heard, Sea Clan's treasure, Sea Monarch's bloodline's sacred weapon, many people had heard of it or seen it before. Everyone felt a little dazed, a 10th grade profound artifact that could not be seen for tens of thousands of years, in just a day, they saw 4. Noah's boat, Samsara wheel, Armillary sphere, so I heard, there were also 2 even more terrifying, unheard of 6 paths demonic weapon, the magical flower lotus seat was filled with golden light, Narcissus kept making hand seals, her mouth spitting out strange notes, her entire being was solemn. In the sky, Li Yunxiao seemed to notice something, his gaze focused down, he was startled for a moment, then anger appeared on his face, he said coldly, Bo Mu's descendant? Narcissus slightly opened her eyes, nodded, Bo Mu's descendant Bronan, greets Lord Pu. Li Yunxiao snorted, since you know my identity, you still want to attack me? Narcissus said, back then, Lord's benevolence ruled the world, benevolence was the highest. Over the countless years, your temperament seems to have changed, your killing intent has become much stronger, I wonder why? Li Yunxiao's face darkened, he said coldly, who do you think you are, you want to pry into my affairs? Narcissus said, Bronan is lowly, I hope to do my best to let Lord continue to sleep. Haha, what a joke. Li Yunxiao said mockingly, when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey calls himself king. Have you been high and mighty for too long, forgotten your lowly status? You want to use a body to seal me, this world is too crazy. Narcissus lightly smiled, only a small part of Lords descended, and after using the 6 paths demonic weapon 3 times, Li Yunxiao's body has already exploded a few apertures, he is completely at his limit. Li Yunxiao said coldly, even so, killing you all is easy. He glanced at the Dharma flower lotus seat. He sneered, "I want to see what tricks you have, you dare to boast shamelessly. I will first extract this guy's dragon and phoenix power, then take care of you. Don't say I don't care about old friendship, I didn't give you time." He formed a seal with both hands. A true demon giant spirit immediately appeared behind him. The giant spirit grabbed the black hole directly, tearing it apart. Boom! The entire black space was instantly torn in half by him. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They said in shock, "What? A black hole can be torn apart?" Before anyone could react, a sword ray slashed out from the torn black hole. Long Qianmiao became one with the sword, and a dragon domain appeared again. He was covered in blood, but it had already coagulated. His skin and flesh were exposed, and in some places, his bones could be seen. The Amo sword almost took his life, and he had wanted to hide in the black hole to heal, but he didn't want to be torn apart by Li Yunxiao. With nowhere to hide, he could only fight to the death. Struggle on your deathbed. Li Yunxiao sneered. The true demon incarnation clasped its hands together, raised its 4 arms, and threw out 4 golden spheres of light, circling around its palms. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's strength was much stronger than before he had exploded his apertures. Just a hand seal was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. The 2 hands suddenly slapped out, fiercely pressing down on Long Qianmiao's sword ray. Boom! The dragon domain instantly shattered, and the power of dragons and phoenixes scattered. Pfft! Long Qianmiao coughed up a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everyone's hearts twitched violently. The patriarch of the Long family, whom they had placed all their hopes on, had been utterly defeated. No one could resist this devil's might anymore. Li Yunxiao took a step forward in the air after the attack, then stretched out his hand and grabbed at Long Qianmiao. Long Qianmiao's body was immediately bound by a spatial force. He couldn't move, and he didn't have the strength to. Large amounts of blood gushed out of his body, and his eyes were filled with despair. "Humph, your dragon and phoenix aura can not only be used to save that lass and fulfill the last wishes of the owner of this body, but it can also heal this body with its ruptured acupoints. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and I didn't make this risky move in vain." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, then sent out several hand seals, all of which blasted into Long Qianmiao's body. Pfft! Long Qianmiao coughed up another mouthful of blood, and a pure white force slowly flowed out of his 7 orifices, like smoke or mist, spreading out in all directions. At the same time, a yellow light also flew up, intertwined with the white smoke, and slowly rose into the sky. As these 2 forces overflowed, Long Qianmiao's body rapidly deteriorated, as if his blood had been sucked out, and he shriveled and withered. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment, and he roared unwillingly, "Beast! I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces, flay your skin, and pull out your tendons." Li Yunxiao sneered. Harsh words are the expression of fear in the hearts of the weak. Under the guidance of his hand seals, the dragon energy and phoenix light flew around him. Fei's body soared into the air and sat cross-legged in front of him. The 2 of them were immediately enveloped by the white power of the dragon energy and phoenix light. Li Yunxiao pushed out with both hands and met Fei's 4 palms. Their bodies gradually became blurry under the dragon energy and phoenix light. Long Qianmiao was still shackled by the demonic power and could only feel his strength and vitality fading away. He struggled to resist, but found that there was nothing he could do. He could only accept reality and feel his martial Tao degenerate. The pain in his heart was worse than death. Wei Qing and the others also turned pale. However, under such circumstances, Li Yunxiao was already thanking the heavens and earth for not attacking them. Everyone was seriously injured, so who would dare to step forward and stop all this? Everyone's gazes gathered on Narcissus. They could only rely on her to survive. Narcissus was still forming hand seals. Beneath her, boundless majestic power was emitted, and the entire land gradually became sacred and dignified. Not only that, but there was also Sanskrit chanting. Sutras flickered and gradually rose. Those sutras changed in the air and slowly converged into ancient Maha characters. They also flickered and disappeared, but they triggered the laws of heaven and earth. The entire world was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Eh? Li Yunxiao's surprised voice came from within the dragon energy and phoenix light. Then, a golden light flew up and landed in front of Narcissus. He looked at Narcissus's hand seals and the series of changes in heaven and earth with a solemn expression. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, What kind of divine ability is this? Narcissus didn't answer, but increased the speed of his hand seals. Because he was borrowing a body and Narcissus was seriously injured, each hand seal seemed to be unusually strenuous. Brawn, stop right there. Li Yunxiao seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and suddenly shouted. Narcissus didn't care at all and continued to do whatever she wanted. Courting death. Li Yunxiao was infuriated and immediately sent out a palm strike. Suddenly, two figures flickered. Beijing Nan and Chu Mujia suddenly attacked. One of them had an accomplished physical body, while the other had an inexhaustible primordial force. They were the two people who had preserved and recovered their strength the best among all of them. Boom! With a single palm strike, the two of them were sent flying. Chu Mujia spat out a mouthful of blood. His ultimate body even showed signs of collapsing. Various limbs and organs appeared one after another, and blood seeped out. On the other hand, Bei Chunan's face was destroyed and he turned back into his 100,000-year-old corpse. Everyone looked at them with fear in their hearts, wondering what kind of monsters these two were. They only felt that the shock, power, and monsters they had experienced in this trip to the Red Moon City were more than what they had experienced in their entire lives. After Li Yunxiao sent the two of them flying with one move, he stared at Narcissus with a gloomy face. He raised his right hand and drew a circle in front of him. A golden halo condensed in front of him and suddenly struck out. The golden halo around him was almost the same as the golden halo around Narcissus. They had the same origin. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a two-colored Tai Chi diagram appeared, covering Li Yunxiao directly. The golden halo around Li Yunxiao was suddenly suppressed and gradually dissipated. Under the Tai Chi diagram, all the spiritual energy seemed to be frozen and couldn't be used. Everyone was shocked. Under the flow of space, they stepped in a pitch-black space. They were no longer under the sky of the realm of heaven martial arts. Not far away, the gold and silver halo emitted a lightning-like light. Shang turned into the battle calamity real body and exerted his gifted magical power. Above his hands, the armillary sphere was flowing. The heaven and earth axis kept emitting light and radiating into the distance. A sun and a moon, a galaxy, and stars appeared in the sky. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly stopped under the suppression of his gifted magical power and the armillary sphere. He looked shocked and angry. Tai Chi seals the sky, martial arts deduction, humph. Li Yunxiao snorted and raised his hands with difficulty. A light was surging on his palms, but every movement was very difficult, as if it was in slow motion. Shang was shocked. He had never seen anyone who could operate his vital energy in this way under his gifted magical power. Moreover, under the suppression of the armillary sphere, it was almost in a half-ineffective state. Everything is impermanent, and everything is suffering. Everything has no self, and nirvana is joy. Li Yunxiao's 6 arms slowly recovered. His powerful gang energy kept condensing and opening the seal. Then, a deathly still aura emitted from his body and rushed in all directions, engulfing the seal's power. Shang's expression changed greatly. His huge monster body started to shiver, and the light on the 2 horns on his forehead became chaotic. Boom! Finally, the 2-colored Tai Chi diagram collapsed, and the dark world collapsed. They returned to the realm of heaven martial arts. Shang was the first one to bear the brunt of the attack. He spouted blood and was sent flying. Li Yunxiao didn't stop using his magical power. His whole body emitted a murderous aura, and the golden light under his palms became extremely sharp, as if it wanted to crush everything. Narcissus suddenly opened her eyes. She put her hands together in front of her body and exerted a seal. The whole world changed suddenly, and a strange power seemed to descend. Li Yunxiao trembled and said angrily, "Damn it! How is this possible?" He stared at Narcissus angrily. His body flashed, and he approached her. His 6 palms were about to hit her. Suddenly, his body stopped, and he screamed, "Ah!" Li Yunxiao's face showed that he was in pain, and his facial features were twisted. "Ah! Damn it! You're not dead yet. Damn you! I won't die even if you die. No one has ever dared to occupy my body." You're the one who's going to die. Everyone was shocked. There were two completely different voices, and the second one was obviously Li Yunxiao himself. Bei Chunnan and other friends of Li Yunxiao were overjoyed, and their eyes shone brightly. Narcissus smiled and said, "Come on, don't lose to Lord Pu." Li Yunxiao shouted, "Braun, I'll definitely kill your people later." The 6 golden lights in his palms dispersed, and he covered his 3 heads and screamed in pain. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Demon Lord Pu, right? You've come out to play for so long. It's time for you to go back and rest." Li Yunxiao looked extremely ferocious, and he shouted, "You're not qualified to chase me away." He suddenly formed a seal, and countless talisman lights surged on his body. His face suddenly became cold and stern, and he returned to his ferocious appearance. Li Yunxiao did not make a sound for a long time, as if he was suppressed. Suddenly, the left side of the Transcendent's golden body opened its eyes slightly. The corners of its mouth curled up as it said, "This Transcendent's golden body is really not bad. It can accommodate 2 souls. You can force me to leave my main body, but do you have the ability to force me to leave this Transcendent's golden body?" Li Yunxiao's right side was furious, and he shouted, "Why did you come out to make trouble? With your insignificant strength, if I didn't occupy your body, you would have died long ago. You're not qualified to make trouble for me." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What a joke. I have my own control of my body. Who asked you to come? You saved Fanny, so I owe you a favor. I won't kill you the next time I see you. You can leave now. Don't kill me the next time I see you." Ha 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 ha. Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" Li Yunxiao snorted, "I'm indeed nothing. Please leave quickly. Leave your sister. Since I'm here, this body is mine." Li Yunxiao was furious, and his right side was full of anger. His hands kept forming seals, and a strange force surged. At this moment, only 4 arms were under his control. One side of the body was completely occupied by Li Yunxiao, and it was not under his command. The 2 sides of the body were completely golden, and black demonic patterns began to appear. They spread and intertwined with the golden light. The 3rd Dharma idol suddenly frowned, and a strange black mark appeared. The hand seals under the Dharma idol suddenly changed, and it was completely different from Li Yunxiao's. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his eyes revealed shock. He said, "You, hee." The 3rd Dharma idol's face became strange, and it was full of sinister smiles. He said, "Pu, your will can come with power, so why can't I?" The surrounding martial artists were shocked, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Narcissus was also shocked. But her expression became even more serious, and her hands kept forming seals. The strange force in the sky became more majestic, and it sprinkled down. Qi Xingfeng said with a trembling voice, Lord the Arch." Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, "Monogatari? This young master is truly honored to have 2 demon masters fight over my crippled body." Monogatari sneered, "This kind of trash body, if it were 100,000 years ago, it wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes. Now, it's barely usable." Demon Lord Pu said angrily, "You and I can't coexist, so how can we exist in the same body? It doesn't make sense. Although this body has the power of your demonic aura, when I took it, I found that the will had disappeared, and only the purest energy was left." Monogatari snorted, "You ask me, who should I ask? I say, Pu, don't you claim to be compassionate and righteous? How did you become a murderer? Could it be that the countless years of suppression have changed your personality?" "Humph, I don't need you to worry about my matters." Demon Lord Pu said coldly, "The demonic aura in this body is only 1/10 of yours. I'm afraid you're already incomplete, and there's no hope of recovering your true body. Hee, maybe it was like that in the past, but don't I still have you now?" Monogatari licked his lips, and said with a strange smile, "As long as you're still under this sky, there will be a day when I find you, and then I'll swallow you, and restore my immortal demon body." Demon Master Pu calmed down and said in deep thought, "I understand now. You are just a subconscious that exists in a wisp of devil aura. You were stimulated by my influence, or you were infected by the power of the 6 paths demonic weapons." Monogatari frowned and said, "So what? I will recover my real body sooner or later." Demon Lord Pu said, don't talk about sooner or later. Your power is already weak. I'm afraid you won't be able to survive this disaster. Monogatari raised his head. The golden light sprinkled down from the sky, which gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He said in surprise, this is, Demon Lord Pu nodded and said, you should be familiar with it. It is the power of the realm. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They looked at Narcissus in disbelief. Xianxia's heart was also shaken. That golden light indeed gave off a boundless feeling, and when one stood within it, one would feel exceptionally small. But no matter what, he didn't expect it to be the power of the realm of heaven martial arts. Monogatari said in surprise, how is this possible? The power in this body is just SOSO. It is still far from being able to use the power of the realm. Narcissus waved her hands in front of her body and said, you are right. Unless you come with your real bodies, you can't use the power of the realm. This is just a magical power I used to borrow the power of the realm. Borrow the power of the realm? Everyone was shocked. How could there be such a magical power in the world? Wouldn't it be invincible? Especially Wei Qing and the others, they were even more shocked. The so-called power of the realm was the power of heaven and earth in a realm. It was also the ultimate power of this realm. All rules and powers couldn't surpass this limit. Narcissus smiled and said, you don't need to be so shocked. I am just borrowing it. Demon Lord Pu said seriously, all laws are empty. I don't care about all laws. But the power of the realm of heaven martial arts. Monogatari suddenly laughed and said, Pu, you don't want me to help you escape, do you? I'm just a strand of my subconscious. My real avatar has already been free for a long time. So what if I go back to sleep? But if you were to be sealed, who knows how many tens of thousands of years it would be before you appear in the world again. Ha ha ha. Demon Master Pu snorted with a gloomy face, what a joke. At this moment, I am the true owner of this body. I can just directly absorb your strength. Why do I need your help? He spread out his hands, and his entire body shone with a golden light. Black devil essence constantly surged into his body, and the symbol of the emperor gradually appeared between his eyebrows. The Monogatari's aura continued to weaken. After a moment of shock, he softly laughed, ha 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 ha, even after thousands of years, you still have to come back. Why did you think you were smart back then and insist on leaving? Demon Master Pu said coldly, different paths lead to different paths. Even now, it's impossible for me to travel with you. However, I really want your power. The Monogatari grinned evilly and said, you really want it? Can you eat it? Ha ha ha, what's the difference between you eating me and me eating you? You and I are one, Lord of the Myriad Demons. Demon Master Pu frowned and said coldly, you talk too much. After we parted back then, you are you, and I am me. I am no longer that eternal demon master. The devil energy on the Monogatari's body was instantly sucked dry. The face on the other side of the Dharma image still had a hint of mockery and loftiness. It laughed evilly and said, against 1,000, against 10,000. Since ancient times, I have been invincible. Ha 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 ha. That laughter gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The expression on the mocking and loftiness face also changed. It was exactly the same as Demon Master Pu's. The Emperor's consciousness had been completely suppressed. Demon Master Pu said coldly, and you, the original owner of this body, sleep forever. He raised his 4 arms into the sky, and the demonic markings on his palms spread out. His entire body was protected by a layer of stellar energy, and at the same time, his body was suppressed. Xianxia's expression changed. He instantly felt like he was completely shackled, and even his thoughts couldn't move at will. He said angrily, I don't care if you are a demon master or a ghost king. Get out of my body. As he roared, he formed hand seals with both hands. A golden light shot out from his brow and slowly spread in the sky. The ancient Maha characters descended from the sky and directly floated around the 3-headed and 6-armed figure, shining with golden light. This is the ancient Maha divine art? Wei Qing's face turned pale with fright, and his entire face instantly twisted. Qi Xingfeng was also shocked. His eyes shone brightly, and he said with a trembling voice, Soul Refinement Divine Art, it's the Soul Refinement Divine Art. Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, the battle with the demon master was a direct suppression of soul power. If he wasn't careful, his soul might scatter, or he might be suppressed forever. He changed his hand seals and shouted, "Transform!" The ancient Maha characters that filled the sky trembled and all turned into golden light that flew into his brow. In an instant, his face turned golden. Surging soul power condensed into a vortex around him, and it circulated like a nebula. Demon Master Pu's expression changed drastically. With a furious roar, he waved his forearms, and countless runes surged out from his body. It directly condensed into a true devil image in the sky, and it sat cross-legged before slowly descending. Boom! The true devil image's 6 arms spread out like a lotus, and it suppressed the nebula vortex. The image and the vortex instantly became dazzled, and the space flowed like liquid. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He only felt like his head was about to explode, and he continuously roared as his head felt like it was about to explode. Everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of battle of soul power could actually materialize into a phenomenon, and it was like a battle of martial skills. Perhaps only a rank 9 soul power could achieve this. However, Bo Yuqing and Chu Mujia were both shocked. This kind of battle technique that materialized soul power was not something an ordinary rank 9 alchemist could achieve. Furthermore, the degree of danger was difficult to estimate, and even they had never seen it before. Narcissus was also shocked. Her hand suddenly formed a seal, and she sat cross-legged on the Dharma flower lotus platform with a solemn expression. All actions are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like fog, and like lightning. This is how it should be viewed. The entire Dharma flower lotus platform shone brightly, and it directly rushed into the sky. A pillar of light shot into the sky, and suddenly dispersed. At the center, a crack slowly converged, and it looked like it was cut out by an irregular blade. Golden light surged from the crack, and it became stronger and stronger. That is, Demon Master Pu's body shook, and he was shocked. His hand seals changed, and he pressed down in front of him. Boom! The true devil image in the sky shone even more brightly, and the nebula vortex collapsed. Li Yunxiao's face bled from the 7 orifices, and it was a tragic sight. Damn it! He roared angrily, "Even if I die, I will drag you into reincarnation with me." Golden light burst out from the center of his brows. The Universe God Monument suddenly appeared, and it instantly turned into a majestic monument. It fell from the sky, and it actually wanted to completely shatter the entire 3 heads and 6 arms. The monument was overflowing with light, and there were ancient Maha characters flashing continuously. The power of the world expanded crazily, and it was like a falling mountain. This is, Demon Master Pu's body trembled, and he cried out, "Universe God Monument!" He didn't have time to think, and he hurriedly stretched out his arms, and fiercely slapped upwards. Boom! A strange power appeared on the 3 heads and 6 arms, and it blocked the Universe God Monument. The vast power spread out in all directions. Demon Master Pu's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't stop staring at the monument. It was as if he still couldn't believe it, and the astonishment in his heart became heavier and heavier. Narcissus suddenly let out a loud roar, and said, "Open your eyes." The crack in the sky suddenly opened slowly, and it was like the first rays of dawn piercing through the dark clouds, and shooting down to the ground. After the crack opened, it was actually an eye, and within the pupil was a universe of stars. It was as if that supreme power was overlooking the earth. Under that one look, everyone's body trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship. Qi Xingfeng said in a trembling voice, "The Eye of Heavenly Tao. It's actually the Eye of Heavenly Tao. No wonder it can borrow the power of the world." Wei Qing and the rest also turned pale, and revealed a look of disbelief. The scene that was happening in front of them continuously impacted their vision and brain nerves, and the situation that was getting more and more difficult to accept appeared one by one. It was said that the Heavenly Tao had a spirit, and there was a divine eye overlooking the earth. As the saying went, there was a god 3 feet above one's head. It was referring to the Eye of Heavenly Tao, and it could see through all the techniques in the world. This was just a thing of legend, and it actually existed. Moreover, it was created by Braun's body, so how powerful was Braun himself, far away in the northern region, Misty Snow Sacred City? On a huge sacrificial altar, the sun, moon, and stars were constructed, and the galaxy of the universe was formed. The stars revolved on their own trajectories, and it seemed to be evolving the eternally unchanging heaven and earth. The entire profound artifact was called the celestial simulation, and it was made in imitation of the demon race's armillary sphere. Its function was extremely similar, and it could directly communicate with heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ray of starlight shot out from the celestial simulation, and it shot straight into the 9 heavens. Not good. There's a change in heaven and earth. In an instant, Xianxia appeared in front of the celestial simulation, and his face revealed extreme shock. As if the entire sacred region had sensed the abnormality, countless rays of light converged, and in an instant, the sky was filled with figures. Xianxia's face was livid, and he said in a cold voice, "Where is this aura that shot into the sky?" Everyone frowned and looked at the sky, and then all kinds of whispers sounded, all of them discussing. A ray of light suddenly appeared beside Xianxia, and gradually turned into a blue-clothed man, whose robes were embroidered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns. As soon as the man appeared, it immediately caused quite a commotion. He stared at the celestial simulation, and said, "There's a change in heaven and earth, and it should be in the eastern region's Crimson Moon City." What? Crimson Moon City? Xianxia was shocked, and the others also looked at each other, frowning. Yuan Gaohan's heart sank. His second soul in the universe God Steel had not sensed anything, but just now, it seemed that the entire universe God Steel had trembled, and he did not know why. And almost at the same time, the celestial simulation changed. Could it be that Li Yunxiao had caused some trouble again? He felt a little mentally and physically exhausted, and patted his head. He felt that that person was forever a troublemaker, and he would never be saved. Ling Baiyue's pupils also shrank, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He was deep in thought, and then he heard Xianxia call him. "Ling Baiyue, is there any news from Crimson Moon City?" All of a sudden, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Ling Baiyue thought for a moment and said, "There's no news, and the communication over there seems to have been cut off." "The communication has been cut off?" Gong Xianxia's pupils constricted and shot out a sharp light. He said angrily, "Such an important matter, why are you only telling us now?" Ling Baiyue smiled bitterly, "I just got the news and was thinking about what happened." Who knew that the celestial simulation globe would change? Gong Xianxia said with a grave expression, "The celestial simulation globe is used to observe the sky. Something big must have happened. Who was willing to go to Crimson Moon City to find out?" The people in the sky all looked at each other and no one answered. Ling Baiyue's eyes flickered and he said softly, "It's not appropriate to send 1 or 2 people for such a big event. Why don't I go and have a look?" Gong Xianxia frowned but soon relaxed and said, "That's good too. Ling Baiyue, you go. If you encounter a situation that is difficult to deal with, don't force it." Ling Baiyue smiled, "Don't worry, Lord. I don't want to die so soon." Gong Xianxia said, "Crimson Moon City's Tang Xian is marrying Jiang Ruobing. There must be many heroes in the world. Zi Mingji is also there representing the sanctuary. With you 2 9-stars peak powerhouses, there shouldn't be any problems." Ling Baiyue frowned with a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. Wei Qing had already gone to Crimson Moon City, which no one knew. Even he couldn't control the situation. What was the use of him going there? He had also lost contact with Wei Gang, whom he had sent. He had most likely perished. Among the people present, no one knew better than him how dangerous Crimson Moon City was at the moment. However, the information from the demon race armillary sphere was very reliable. He didn't want to give up this rare opportunity to seize the sacred weapon. "Let me go to Crimson Moon City," the man in a blue brocade robe embroidered with bamboo patterns suddenly said. Ling Baiyue and Tsutsumi's pupils constricted and a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. Gong Xianxia was also surprised. "Lord Heiyu who wants to go personally?" The blue-robed man was one of the 5 rulers of the sanctuary, Heiyu Hu. His expression was indifferent as he said, "A strange change in the celestial evolving apparatus is no small matter. Bai Lingyue might not be able to handle it." Ling Baiyue forced a smile and said, "If there is an adult going, then there will naturally be no problem." Heiyu Protector said, "Ling Baiyue, come with me." His gaze swept across the sky, glancing at each person before finally landing on a petite girl. Nanfeng Xian, come with me. Haha. The woman chuckled, clapped her hands and said happily, are you going to Red Moon City for a tour? Great. She propped up her chin with one hand and tilted her head as she pondered. The weather is hot right now. Drinking more tea is good for cooling down. I can't even remember when was the last time I went to Red Moon City to drink tea. The tea was so delicious. Hey, you said, Qin Chuan, come with me. A young man walked out from the crowd, dressed in embroidered clothes and a jade belt. He bowed and said, yes, master. Gong Xianxia said, with Lord Heiyuhu coming personally, there will naturally be no problem. I will have someone prepare the transportation matrix. Ling Baiyue said, the transportation matrix has already lost its effect. Let's just activate it and descend by force. What? Gong Xianxia was shocked. The transportation matrix has also lost its effect? Did something really happen beyond our control? I'm afraid we won't be able to accurately teleport. Heiyuhu said indifferently, it's fine. The deviation won't be too big. It won't take up much time. Gong Xianxia said, that's fine. Descend by force. Heiyuhu suddenly said, Lord Xingqi, the matter we discussed earlier. Gong Xianxia frowned and revealed a worried expression. That matter can't be rushed. Lord, go to Red Moon City first. When Lord Nangong returns, I will have him meet up with you. Heiyuhu said, that's good. Then I will have to trouble Lord with everything in the sanctuary. Gong Xianxia said, don't worry, Lord. I will have to trouble Lord. Heiyuhu turned around and turned into a ray of light, flying into the distance. Ling Baiyue, Nanfeng Xian, and Qin Chuan hurriedly followed. 3 rays of light soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from the heaven worship platform. With his eyebrows furrowed, he looked at the raging fighting bull with deep worry on his face. With a sigh, he also disappeared from where he was. Outside Red Moon City, the sky was filled with the golden power of the realm. Above the clouds, the eye of heavenly Tao looked down. In those indifferent and emotionless eyes, the people were like ants. Clang! Suddenly, the sky full of golden shadow swayed. They were like chains crossing the sky, coming from infinity and extending to infinity. Those golden chains had no physical form. They were faintly discernible, but they gave off a vast power that was difficult to resist. Demon Lord Pu's expression was extremely ugly. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water was about to drip out of it. He gritted his teeth so hard that they made squeaking sounds. Qi Xingfeng was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. He cried out involuntarily, the lock of the power of the realm, the chain of the rule. He was extremely shocked. Previously, when he was bound by Li Yunxiao's chain of the rule of the universe god steel, he was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, it was fake. But under the dim light in front of him, a vast power spread out. There was a supreme holy aura. It was the real chain of the rule of the heavenly martial arts realm. The others also held their breaths. Their foreheads were full of sweat. No one dared to take a deep breath. They were all extremely nervous as they looked at this terrifying scene and felt the boundless power. Rustle. Under the eye of heavenly Tao, the chain of the rule's light flickered and revolved around the true demon image. In an instant, it bound the true demon spirit's 6 arms, neck, body, and legs. There was a total of 12 chains, which spread out in all directions like a spider web. In an instant, the true demon spirit was bound tightly. The nebula formed by Li Yunxiao's soul power was almost destroyed. Only some dim light fell from the sky and entered his body. The blood flowing out of his 7 orifices stopped, but his face was pale and gloomy. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at the strange scene in the sky. He felt that his mind was muddled, and he was about to faint. No, I can't die. His will told him that he had to hold on no matter how difficult it was. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. A power that he had never felt before appeared. His face and body turned golden, and he started to recover. He was shocked. He suddenly understood. He looked at Fei and I, who was in a coma in the distance. He knew that this was the dragon original energy and phoenix light that the demon lord had absorbed. It was starting to take effect in his body. But he was also shocked. Although this power was strong, it was not controlled by him. It was completely controlled by the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's 4 arms formed seals. Although one side of the Dharma was controlled by Li Yunxiao, the demonic power was still vast. The 2 sides of the Dharma were covered with gold and black demonic patterns. His eyes were cold. It's just the light of the chain of laws. You want to bind me? What a joke. He roared and spat out a beam of demonic aura that shot into the sky. Kaboom! Heaven and earth shook, and the world trembled. Everyone felt their eardrums shatter, and blood spurted out. Walala! The light of the chains of laws that filled the sky emitted vibrating sounds as they were impacted by the demonic essence. Shadows of light filled the sky as a golden light flashed without end. Narcissus's face changed. Her body, which was already heavily injured, was now trembling. The So I Smell emitted a magnificent light. It repaired her damaged body. At the same time, the golden light shot into the sky and entered the eye of Heavenly Tao. Her face quickly turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone stop. The light of the chain of laws is about to break." What? This was undoubtedly like a thunderclap on a sunny day, and it shocked everyone to the point they were scorched on the outside and tender on the inside, causing them to be extremely terrified. Even the seal of the realm and the chain of laws couldn't bind this demon? Wei Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do?" Narcissus said, "There are a total of 12 projections of the chain of laws. But it's not enough to suppress the Demon Lord. I need 12 people to help me restrain these 12 projections." Wei Qing looked at the light of the chain of laws in the sky and immediately understood. A trace of determination flashed across his face. He said, "Good. Those who still have the strength to go. At this time, if anyone still has any ulterior motives, I will deal with them later." His gloomy gaze swept over them, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines from his stare. Humph! Wei Qing snorted. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. His face changed. Under the corrosion of the realm's power and demonic aura, he felt his body was greatly suppressed. It was difficult to move. But he was also a powerhouse of his generation. He snorted unyieldingly and stepped forward. Suddenly, he grabbed with his big hand. Clatter! Suddenly, he grabbed a light of the chain of laws in his hand and pulled. Bang! A strange force shook the void light and blasted him thousands of feet away. Wei Qing spat out a mouthful of blood in the sky. His face was ferocious. But he didn't let go of the chain of laws in his hand. He gripped it tightly in his hand and pulled again. Clatter! The sound of a long chain being pulled was heard. The light of the chain of laws was pulled straight. When the rest saw Wei Qing's strenuous look, their faces changed. They hesitated and looked at each other. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures rushed into the sky. It was Qi Shengfeng and Bei Zhennan. Both of them appeared around the 2 chains and reached out to grab them. Moo! A roar came from the ground. The Sky Patrol Bull flew up slowly and stepped on one of the chains. Bang! The light of the chain lashed on its body like a whip. A part of its body caved in. Moo! The Sky Patrol Bull was furious. It stomped its 4 hooves, causing the light of the chain to fly up and down. Suddenly, it rushed forward. It opened its mouth and bit the light of the chain. In an instant, countless runes surged from the chain. Many of them were imprinted on its body. But it still bit the chain and didn't let go. Moo! An angry roar came from its nostrils. The heaven patrolling bull bit the chain of law and retreated, dragging the chain with it, making the chain clatter. Walala! 4 chains of shadow light were straightened at once. The 3 of them stared over, and only now did they notice that those specks of light were formed from numerous extremely exquisite talisman markings, and they attracted each other to form chains. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Although the situation was dire, it would be difficult for them to see the structure of the chains at such a close distance. As they struggled to pull the lights, they could not help but forcefully imprint the exquisite runes into their minds. Let's go! Ning Kuei's voice sounded. He and Ning Qian flew up. The father and daughter pair also pulled at the 2 chains. Then, among the demon race, Xi also gritted his teeth. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. He also grabbed at one of the chains. His injuries were extremely severe. The bodies of all the demon race members were on the verge of collapse. After Shang used the seal the heavens just now, he no longer had the strength to fight. Now, he was the only one left who could make a move. Pa! His arm had just touched the light when it was instantly smashed into pieces. Ah! Xi screamed, his face filled with pain. Lord Xi! Xi and Ming cried out at the same time. Their faces were filled with anxiety. They suddenly rushed into the sky, wanting to help. You guys, Li was anxious. He wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. The two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Suddenly, a strange force surged in the sky. Just as the two of them rushed into the sky, they were suppressed by an extremely powerful force and directly fell back down. Puff. The two of them vomited blood in the air. They could no longer hold on. They fell back to where they came from and were directly sent flying to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. With their current strength, they could not even go up into the sky. Under the spiritual pressure of the boundary force and the devil aura resisting each other, ordinary people could not resist at all. Li hurried forward and treated the two of them. After Xi's arm was smashed into pieces, he roared again and again. He turned into his demon form and grabbed down with his remaining arm. Pa! The light flashed again, shattering his other arm. Ah! He roared in pain a few times. Then, light flashed on his forehead and his entire demon form began to change. The two arms that had been destroyed grew out again, and his aura was renewed. At this critical moment, he'd sacrificed his life once more to obtain new life in his fleshly body. He instantly felt filled with strength, and he suddenly roared loudly as he firmly grabbed the chain of laws in front of him and pulled it up into the air. Walala, another chain of law was pulled taut. His transformation also attracted the attention of the few people in the sky, and they all revealed looks of surprise. After a series of unforeseen events and battles, everyone was exhausted. They all relied on various elixirs and natural treasures to hold on, but they could only recover a little bit of their strength quickly. But now, Ci had revived on the spot with full HP and MP. How could everyone not be shocked? Damn it! Demon Lord Pu was infuriated. His roar soared into the sky, causing the chains of law to tremble even more violently. Narcissus gritted her teeth and said, "It's not enough. He still wants to go up." When everyone saw Ci's arms shattered, they were all alarmed. Who dared to rush up and take the risk? That was a divine transcendence expert. Although he was seriously injured, he was still far more powerful than the average 9-star pinnacle expert. If even such an existence was having such a hard time, an ordinary person would probably be turned into ashes immediately. In fact, they were thinking too much. If they didn't have enough strength, they wouldn't be able to rush to the side of the chains of law. Ning Qian's complexion turned deathly pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Under the continuous attacks of Demon Lord Pu, the power of the chains of laws shook. Her hands were already covered in blood, and countless golden runes were attacking her body. Ning Kuei was on the other side, and said in shock, "Kayun, Kayun. If you can't hold on, quickly go down." Ning Qian's eyes became somewhat dazed, as if she couldn't hold on any longer. From the looks of it, her mind was somewhat muddled. Ning Kuei was very anxious. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of Ning Qian and grabbed the chains of law. The sky full of golden runes instantly rushed into that person's body, attacking his body continuously. The person who came was Bo Yuqing. When he touched the chains of law, his face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and grabbed it. Ning Qian gradually regained her consciousness, and a trace of blood could be seen on her face. "Many thanks." She squeezed out these two words, gritted her teeth again, and grabbed it with both hands. "No need," Bo Yuqing said in a deep voice, and his eyes were extremely solemn. With the two of them working together, they finally pulled the chains of law straight. Two peak 9-star powerhouses had to work together to pull one. Everyone was even more shocked, and didn't dare to rashly go up. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. The wings on Qiu Mujia's body spread open, and with a flash of his 1,000 eyes, he teleported to the side of one of the chains. His arms exploded with crackling sounds, turning into fluffy ape arms that glittered with golden light, and he grabbed down fiercely. Bang bang bang. Countless rays of light vibrated on the chains, and shot into his body. The vision of the ultimate body emerged, and all kinds of strange limbs appeared one after another. Qiu Mujia roared, and the horn on his forehead suddenly stabbed down. Boom! All kinds of strange powers continuously merged together, turning into a protective boundary. Only then did the trembling hairy arms stop. Crash! Another chains of law was pulled straight. At this moment, a total of 8 chains of law were pulled straight in the sky, as if they were nailed in the air. Only 4 were left, constantly swaying. Demon Lord Pu roared non-stop, and the power of the true demon form kept attacking the boundary power, like a trapped beast. Xianxia struggled a few times, and stumbled and fell, without any strength left. Lu Fian was also covered in blood, and said with a solemn expression, "You'd better not move, and recuperate." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Such a spectacular scene, but I can't see my elegant figure, isn't it a pity? I didn't want to make a move, but it's not a bad choice to make you jealous and hate me." Tungguang suddenly said, a sly smile flashing across his face. Although his Taoist physique had collapsed, he had been recuperating, and hadn't made a move, so his body's condition was better than the others. "Since you dare to go, why can't I?" Duan Muyoyu also smiled lightly. His cold jade ruler was destroyed, and his mind was also heavily injured. The two looked at each other, smiled, and turned into rays of light. Soon, 2 more chains of law were pulled up. Demon Lord Pu struggled more and more, but the restraints also tightened. Wei Qing shouted in the sky, "Zi Mingji, Luo Xing." The two trembled, and looked at each other with a troubled expression. If the two were in their peak state, they could easily shake off one of the chains, but now that they were heavily injured, how could they withstand it? But with Wei Qing's order, and everyone's eyes on them, even if they couldn't withstand it, they had to. Zi Mingji gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Xing, if you and I work together, we can suppress one." Luo Xing also nodded, "All right." The two flew up, each using their life's best techniques to grab one of the chains. At the same time, another ray of light flew up, grabbing at the last chain. The person's green robe flickered. It was Chen Qingyu. The moment his arm touched the chains of law, his blood boiled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with bitterness and shock. Even His Excellency could hold on to one, and although the process was difficult, with his cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem. Who would have thought it would be so difficult? This also reflected the gap between him and everyone else, making him extremely bitter. From the moment he made his move until now, the high spirits and heroic spirit he had when he had advanced to the peak of 9-star were completely gone. The chains of law shook a few times, and Chen Qingyu suddenly felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. His body trembled, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Suddenly, an overbearing force descended, and Luo Qingyun shouted, "I'll help you." His body turned into Genryu, and he bared his fangs and claws. The desolate god's bright moon spear spun in front of him, and the spear's momentum stabbed towards the chains of law. Roar! A primordial roar came from the spear. Clang! When the spear descended, it actually pierced through the light of the chains of laws. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they revealed looks of horror. Ah! Luo Qingyun roared fiercely, and his appearance was terrifying, just like Long Qianmiao from before. He grabbed the spear and pulled it behind him. Chen Qingyu immediately felt the pressure on him lessen, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. He also gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might. Clatter! As the last 2 chains of law were pulled straight, the shaking shadows in the sky suddenly disappeared. The true devil projection's 5 limbs were tightly bound, and they were pulled in all directions. The true devil projection was tied to the true devil spirit, and the exquisite runes kept piercing into the true devil's body, as if they wanted to dismember it. Narcissus was overjoyed, and she shouted, "Everyone, hold on." Her figure flickered, and the lotus throne suddenly appeared in the sky, and she sat down on it. The eye of the heavenly Tao suddenly burst with light, and countless runes appeared in the pupil. Demon Master Pu was shocked, and he roared in anger, "Braun, you dare to seal me, you deserve to die." you lowly, despicable person. He seemed to have foreseen his end, and he roared with unwillingness, but the 12 chains of law bound him tightly, and he couldn't move at all. Narcissus's expression was cold, and she sat upright in the Tathagata self. The 9 lotuses bloomed one by one, and they fell towards the demon master in the 12 chains of law. A clear poetic voice slowly came from the lotus throne. All laws are different, and all sentences are not. All sages are like lightning, and an empty body is a dharma body. The magical flower lotus throne slowly descended, and a vast power rippled outwards. The eye of heavenly Tao in the sky slowly closed. Under the 12 lights, everyone's expressions were solemn. They could feel the vast power of the heavenly Tao, and their hearts were filled with boundless respect. Boom! The magical flower lotus throne finally descended above Demon Lord Pu like a holy golden lotus in full bloom, and a vast power surged downwards. As the eye of heavenly Tao closed, the 12 lights in the sky suddenly flew up. Clatter, clatter. The sky was filled with the sound of chains, and the 12 lights all surged towards Li Yunxiao. The lights continuously rushed into his body. Bang! 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 Everyone in the sky was suddenly sent flying by the surging lights. They all vomited blood, and their faces were extremely pale. Wei Qing's mouth was full of blood, and he roared, "Braun, the opening of the seal will hurt everyone, why didn't you tell us in advance?" Pfft! He was enraged, and vomited blood again. Narcissus's expression was cold, and she slowly said, "I originally planned to tell everyone after I finished reciting the poem, but who knew that the power of the seal would be activated right after I finished reciting it? It's already too late." Pfft! Wei Qing vomited blood again, and he roared, "Who wants to listen to you reciting poems?" Not only him, but everyone else also vomited blood, and their faces were full of resentment. Under the magical flower lotus throne, the 12 lights all entered Li Yunxiao's body. Demon Lord Pu's expression changed from one of anger to one of bewilderment, and finally, he gradually closed his eyes. The true magic avatar and 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly disappeared. A spider web-like imprint of 12 lights suddenly appeared on Li Yunxiao's chest. His consciousness also seemed to be affected, and his whole body fell from the sky. Bang! Li Yunxiao directly fell to the ground, and half of his body was smashed into the soil. The vast power of heaven and earth gradually dispersed, and the clear sky slowly returned. The magical flower lotus throne seemed to have exhausted its power, and it also flew from the sky to the ground. Narcissus's face also slowly lost its luster, and her whole body collapsed on the lotus throne. The surrounding lotus petals gathered together and enveloped her completely. In the distant sea forest, inside the Sea Imperial Palace, Braun suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aged face shrank sharply. In an instant, he looked like a bag of bones, his face hideous. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, and the life force in his body continued to flow away. In an instant, he seemed to have aged dozens of years. A ray of light instantly appeared in the main hall. Zuya's face was full of shock as he said in shock, "Lord Sea King, you..." Braun interrupted him, "I'm fine." Zuya's face was filled with worry as she said, "Lord Sea Sovereign, did you use the heavenly Tao within the lotus platform?" "Hee, I still can't hide it from you." Braun chuckled, "This is the first time this emperor has seen the power of the heavenly Tao. It's really powerful." A luster flickered on his aged face, as if he yearned for that supreme power. Zuya said, "The lotus platform contains a bit of the power of the eye of the heavenly Tao. Only the true owner of the lotus platform can use it. I didn't expect Princess Narcissus to be able to refine the lotus platform. It should be thanks to her pure and beautiful heart." "Haha, what pure and beautiful heart? Zuya, when did you become so eloquent?" Braun said with a smile, "Bluntly speaking, fortune favors fools." He seemed to be very happy, but his expression quickly became grave, and he said, "I didn't expect Lord Demon Lord Pu to be able to awaken through Narcissus's blood. I'm afraid the heavenly martial arts realm won't be peaceful anymore." Zuya said, "Everything is predestined. Her Highness Princess Narcissus's blood alone isn't enough. Li Yunxiao's body contains a part of the Monogatari's demonic aura. After the two fused, it produced such an effect." Braun said worriedly, "Lord Pu seems to have changed a lot. He seems to be different from the records. Could it be that he was sealed for so many years that his temperament changed? Xianxia said, it's possible. But no matter what, it's already difficult to prevent the demon lord from returning to the human world. I just hope that the two demon lords still have different paths and can't tolerate each other. Only then will we have a chance. Otherwise, as Lord Aro predicted, the whole world will be destroyed. Rowe, Braun called her softly. His face was full of love, and he seemed a bit tired. He waved his hand and said, you can leave. The heavenly martial arts realm isn't our world anymore. Let's leave everything to those youngsters. Xianxia frowned and said, see Emperor, you are. Before he finished speaking, Braun had already disappeared from the hall. Xianxia's frown deepened. He could only sigh deeply. Braun didn't care about the world anymore. In the future, even if the world collapsed and all living things died, it wouldn't be his business anymore. Alas. Xianxia let out another long sigh before disappearing from the hall. At this moment, outside the Red Moon City, the desolate land was desolate. A chilly wind was blowing, and many people were moving around. However, there wasn't any sound. It was strangely quiet. Everyone looked at each other with a perplexed expression. Is this the end? Is it over? Did we win? Can we leave this hell-like place? All kinds of questions arose. Everyone felt like they were in a dream, and they couldn't believe that they were still alive. The wedding, which was supposed to be a joyous occasion, turned into a slaughterhouse from the moment Li Yunxiao entered. 9 stars, Divine Transcendence, Sacred Domain, Divine Transformation C, Super Factions, Monster Clan, all kinds of super experts, 7 great faction masters, titled Emperor Wu, and the leaders of the 2 holy lands had all arrived. There was also the terrifying Ghost King, the demon lord of unknown origin, and the Sea Emperor, who had borrowed a body to descend. The 9 stars peak existences that were rarely seen on normal days were as lowly as ants in this slaughterhouse. Countless legendary figures, divine transcendence, and peerless experts were also as weak as dogs. Even the sage artifacts that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years were suddenly as common as street stalls, as if everyone had them. They couldn't believe their eyes that they were still alive in this dreamlike environment. They slapped their heads until they bled. Only then did they believe that they had survived. Ha ha ha, it's really over. I'm still alive. Ha 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 ha, that's great. A warrior was overjoyed and went crazy on the spot. After laughing crazily for a while, he fell to the ground with a face full of smiles and died. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on the reincarnation wheel in the distant sky. All the battles were over. It seemed like it was time for this sage artifact to belong to. Everyone's hearts burned with passion. When they recalled the power that the Ghost King had displayed earlier, their eyes lit up. Originally, in this slaughterhouse where the 9 stars peak existences were like ants and the divine transcendents were like dogs, no one dared to make any noise. However, at this moment, these experts were all heavily injured. It was already good enough that they could make it back. How could they still have the strength to fight for the profound artifact? Moreover, everyone's eyes were not only on the reincarnation wheel. They were also staring at Yi Fan in the distance. Long Qianmiao, who had already been stripped of his cultivation and was gravely injured and his strength had dropped greatly. Everyone thought to themselves, that sword in his hand seems pretty good too. Also, the magical flower lotus platform that was wrapped around Narcissus also made everyone's eyes turn green with envy. However, everyone knew that this item belonged to the Sea Emperor and that the daughter of the Sea Emperor was inside it. They couldn't help but feel nervous and didn't dare to act rashly. Suddenly, a figure flashed and instantly rushed to the side of the reincarnation wheel. He reached out and grabbed it. At the same time, he laughed sinisterly and said, "Haha, this reincarnation wheel is mine. Goodbye, everyone." His hand landed on the reincarnation wheel. Suddenly, a beam of light exploded and shot directly into his body. What? That person was greatly shocked, and before he could react, he exploded into pieces with a pong. Damn it! Don't let him get away. Everyone had just rushed forward angrily, planning to tear that person into a million pieces when they heard the explosion. A perfectly fine person in front of them was instantly turned into minced meat. Bang! Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at the reincarnation wheel in shock. They saw the green light flickering on the wheel. They immediately thought of the Ghost King and were terrified. Ha ha ha. Qi Xingfeng suddenly laughed and said, "The saint artifact has a spirit. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry take it?" Humph. Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to take it but didn't dare to. This old man wants to give it a try. Even if I die to this profound artifact, it'll be worth it. Han Junting walked out shakily. Although her body was also full of injuries, they were obviously not fatal. She had protected herself very well. Everyone's eyes fell on her and they all frowned. They didn't know where such a person came from. However, many people recognized her as the shopkeeper of the Star Moon House. Their expressions kept changing. On one hand, they hoped that someone else would be killed by the explosion. On the other hand, they were afraid that the profound artifact would be taken away. Ning Qian also frowned. However, she was too heavily injured and didn't say anything. Humph, you want it? I want it too. A person walked out from the crowd. It was Li Yi. He didn't have a single injury on him. After absorbing a portion of Shang's power and swallowing the great void Dao fruit fragment, his eyes were bright and full of vigor. His origin power surged and rose to the level of 9 stars in no time. Han Junting's face darkened. She sneered, "So it's you, the two-faced demon traitor." Li Yi was furious and shouted, "Old man, you must be tired of living. I am a powerhouse under Lord Wei Qing. I have been hiding my courage and acting as a spy in the demon race. TSK. You call yourself a powerhouse? How embarrassing." Han Junting said disdainfully. Her face was full of contempt. "You dare to look down on me? Then don't blame me for killing you first and then taking the big wheel of fortune." Li Yi's eyes turned cold. Without saying anything, he rushed forward and stabbed at Han Junting's throat with a long sword. Han Junting's face changed slightly. Li Yi had just entered the Emperor Jiuxing and was not her opponent. However, she was injured, while he was not injured at all. "Humph, coward." Han Junting sneered contemptuously. The person in front of her could protect her so well in the continuous battles. He was really a rare character. She stepped on the ground disdainfully and dodged the attack. At the same time, she made a one-handed gesture and spun around the sword momentum. Then, she pointed at Li Yi's forehead. Li Yi was shocked and retreated in shock. The momentum of the gesture was extremely strange. The opponent's control of strength was extremely exquisite. He seemed to be a difficult opponent. Humph. After forcing Li Yi back with a single move, Han Junting strode forward towards the samsara wheel. "Stop." Suddenly, a leisurely voice sounded. Han Junting immediately felt a terrifying aura coming at her. She suddenly retreated in shock. Her figure instantly turned into thousands of shadows in the air, shooting in all directions. Boom. A force pressed down, and all the shadows were shattered. She was directly sent flying, leaving a smear of blood in the air. Demon Temple stood coldly at the side and said sarcastically, "When there is no tiger, the monkey is king. But as long as there is a tiger, even if it is a sick tiger, the monkey can't be king. You see, everyone is injured, but any one of them can forcibly stand up and kill you thousands of times. The gap between realms is a huge chasm." Han Junting's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with shock. She hurriedly retreated, not daring to have any ideas about the samsara wheel. The rest of the people were also shocked. Suddenly, they broke away from their greed and no one dared to step forward. Li could not help but wipe his cold sweat. If it was him who stepped forward just now, he was afraid that Demon Temple would directly kill him. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt Demon Temple's gaze shooting at him. It was like a sharp knife piercing through his body. He was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. "Want to leave?" "It's too late." Demon Temple's face was cold. His hatred for Li Yi was not any less than that of Shang. As the Demon Clan's high priest, his greatest wish in this life was to lead the Demon Clan to prosperity. Shang's appearance had undoubtedly brought him a ray of hope. It seemed that when the light was right in front of him, it was destroyed by this lowly human. He wanted to eat his flesh raw. "Lord Wei Qing, save me." Li Yi hurriedly flew toward Wei Qing. At this moment, Wei Qing was also heavily injured on the ground, and his face was gloomy. He wanted nothing more than to smack Li Yi to death. Among all the people present, the one who was in the best condition was Xianxia, who had just sacrificed his life in exchange for full blood and energy. Although he was injured by the light of the chains of law, he still had most of his strength. At this moment, Wei Qing was worried that he would lose his life. Li Yi was still leading the demon shrine towards him. He was so angry that he kept coughing violently. He had vomited so much blood that he could barely spit it out. His coughing was unusually severe, but there was no blood. "Lord Wei Qing, this demon temple wants to kill me. Please save me," Li Yi hurriedly asked for help. Wei Qing's face darkened. As one of the rulers of the sanctuary, he could not possibly admit defeat in front of all the powerhouses in the world. He could only glare at Li Yi and say, "Mr. Demon Temple, I don't know what grudges you have with Li Yi, but he is now one of my people. I hope that Mr. Demon Temple will give me some face." "Face?" Wei Qing said coldly. "Wei Qing, you seem to want to kill all of us just now." His face turned cold, and his eyes were like knives as he looked at Wei Qing with disdain. His body was full of killing intent. Wei Qing secretly felt bad and constantly scolded himself for speaking nonsense. At this time, how could face be more important than his life? He could only bite the bullet and say, "Mr. Demon Temple has misunderstood. Our two races have always been on good terms. We have been living in harmony for so many years. Mr. Demon Temple, do you want to start a war between our two races because of a misunderstanding? As for Li Yi, although he is one of my people, if he does something wrong, he must bear the consequences himself. I don't care how you want to deal with him." He threw the demon clan out to threaten the demon shrine. His meaning was clear. If the demon shrine dared to touch him, the two races would start a war. At the same time, he showed that he was admitting defeat and gave up on Li Yi in exchange for a good impression. Humph. The demon shrine naturally understood his meaning. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to admit defeat when the strength of the two races was there. He could only snort heavily and walk towards Li Yi. Li Yi was shocked and hurriedly said, "Lord Wei Qing, you can't leave me like this." Wei Qing said indifferently, "Li Yi, you must be responsible in life. Although you are my subordinate, there is no reason in the world. If you are in the right, then explain it to Mr. Demon Temple. I believe that Mr. Demon Temple is also a reasonable person and will not make things difficult for you. However, if you are in the wrong, even if you are my subordinate, I will not protect you. I must deal with it impartially." Everyone was speechless and looked at Wei Qing in disdain. However, they were under the eaves and the situation was stronger than them. They had to bow their heads. It was indeed an unwise move to anger the demon shrine for a person like Li Yi. As the ruler of the sanctuary, Wei Qing was smooth and slick. Of course, he would not make such a small mistake. Li Yi's face twisted and he immediately understood. He was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. If he was caught by the demon shrine, there was no doubt that he would die. It would be fine if he died a normal death, but he would probably be tortured 1,000 times and die a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky, as if it had been struck by a hammer. Then, a dense grid of lines appeared and began to spread in the air. Just as everyone was shocked and confused, a huge black hole appeared in front of him. It was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom of it. What? Are there more monsters coming? The people in the distance suddenly changed their expressions. They all blamed themselves for being too greedy. They did not know how to escape just now. Now, they could not escape even if they wanted to. Wei Qing's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately saw the reason for such a situation and was overjoyed. Rumble. Sounds came from the black hole as if a battleship was traveling in the sky. Finally, a golden light shot out and turned into a black boat that kept spinning in the sky. Finally, a golden light shot out and turned into a black boat that kept spinning in the sky. Wei Qing was overjoyed and shouted, "Black Universe Protector." Everyone was shocked and looked towards the small boat. Although they didn't recognize the people on the boat, when they heard Wei Qing's words, they immediately relaxed and wiped the sweat off their faces. They thought to themselves, how could there be so many monsters in the world, the demon clansman's expressions changed drastically, especially the demon temple. With a jerk of his arm, a silver sword materialized and stabbed at Li Yi. If the people of the sanctuary interfered, he would no longer have a chance. Li Yi was also cunning. When the battleship appeared, he immediately ran over. After hearing Wei Qing's shout, he shouted even more frantically, "Lord He Universe Protector, save me! I am Li Yi under Lord Wei Qing's command." The people on the battleship were shocked. Not to mention the destruction on the ground below, the people sitting cross-legged on the ground were all experts of the current era. Moreover, there were several titled Emperor Wu among them. Ling Baiwei and Nanfeng Xian were shocked. He Universe Protector was also shocked and revealed a shocked expression. It was fine that so many experts appeared at once, but the most unbelievable thing was that all of them were injured to the point of exhaustion. Some were even on the verge of death. Just when they were still in shock, they saw Li Yi running wildly and Xianxia coming at him with a sword. He Universe Protector frowned. Although he didn't know Li Yi, since he was Wei Qing's subordinate, he was naturally one of them. The people chasing behind him were obviously from the demon race. Moreover, when he looked over a second time, his eyelids twitched violently. His heart suddenly sank as he thought to himself in shock, "It's actually the demon race's great sacrificial temple." The moment he recognized the temple, he didn't think anymore and teleported over in a flash. Clang! He raised his hand, and a finger helmet instantly appeared on his fist. He struck out. Bang! The temple's sword light was shattered, and he stopped his pursuit. His face was full of regret and anger. He blamed himself inwardly for not attacking earlier. If he wanted to kill Li Yi now, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Sob 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 sob. Li Yi felt the terrifying sword aura slash past him and shatter. He escaped from death once again, and he couldn't help but cry out loud. He Universe Protector frowned and revealed a look of disdain. He thought to himself, is this person really Wei Qing's subordinate? He couldn't help but look at Wei Qing. Wei Qing's face was slightly red, and he coughed a few times. The temple said coldly, "Lord Wei Qing, do you still remember what you said earlier? Everything in the world can't escape the word reason. If Li Yi is unreasonable, you will definitely deal with him impartially." Wei Qing said seriously, "Of course. Although the sanctuary's status is transcendent, we must uphold fairness, justice, and reason. We can't use force to oppress others. However, Mr. Temple, you didn't reason with Li Yi just now and killed him right away. Isn't that a little too unbecoming of your great sacrificial temple?" The temple was stunned, and he was unable to restrain his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wei Qing, is this what you mean by dealing with him impartially?" Wei Qing frowned and said, "Why? Does Mr. Temple have an objection?" The temple's face was livid. He took a look at He Universe Protector and the others, and snorted heavily. "Alright, today's matter ends here. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Everyone, take care." With a flash, he came to Shang's side, intending to leave together. "Wait!" Wei Qing suddenly shouted, and his eyes shot out cold stars. He said, "You can leave, but leave the armillary sphere behind." What? The demonic race's sacred artifact, the armillary sphere, has reappeared in the world? He Universe Protector was shocked, and suddenly seemed to understand. No wonder this place was in a mess, and the titled Emperor Wu was also heavily injured on the ground. However, he was still rather puzzled. Was the armillary sphere really so powerful? Ling Baiyue's face was even more gloomy. The matter of the armillary sphere had been exposed, so he definitely wouldn't have a share. Moreover, he didn't see Wei Gang's figure in the field, so he was most likely dead. He lost a subordinate at the peak of 9 stars for nothing, and he didn't get any benefits. With a gloomy face, he took a deep breath and exhaled a white breath, as if to ease the anger in his body. Nanfeng Xian suddenly smiled slyly, and said, "Lord Baiyue has to cultivate and regulate his breath even when carrying out a mission. No wonder his strength improved so quickly." Bai Lingyue was speechless. She smiled awkwardly, "You must be joking." Nanfeng Xian said seriously, "I'm not joking. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Lady Baiyu's origin power was almost materialized. I admire you." Bai Lingyue's face darkened. She said angrily, Nanfeng, can you stop bullshitting? Nanfeng chuckled and disappeared from the warship. She landed next to He Yuhu. Greetings, Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing hummed softly and greeted, you're here. Nanfeng said, that armillary sphere is so powerful that even Emperor Wu couldn't resist so many tidal warriors? Her eyes showed a rare look of surprise. Wei Qing said, the process is complicated. I will explain it to you later. Right now, the most important thing is to intercept those supreme-grade weapons. How many? Nanfeng was surprised. He Yuhu's pupils shrank and shot out cold stars. Wei Qing nodded, that's right. The demon race's armillary sphere, the reincarnation wheel before you, Noah's Ark in this kid's hand, and Li Yunxiao's universe god monument. He Yuhu shuddered and said in shock, Noah's Ark and the world god's monument have appeared too. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He didn't know what the reincarnation wheel was, but Noah's Ark was the only supreme-grade weapon created by humans in the past tens of thousands of years. And Universe God Monument was only recorded in scattered historical records. Ling Baihui was also shocked. For supreme-grade weapons? What's wrong with the heavenly way? No wonder the celestial simulation globe had a phenomenon. Wei Qing frowned, so it's the celestial simulation globe. No wonder you would come to Crimson Moon City by force. But it shouldn't be these supreme-grade weapons that triggered the celestial simulation globe. It should be the heavenly way divine power that the Lord just performed. He sent down the chain of law, which triggered the phenomenon. He pointed at the lotus throne. Narcissus was completely covered by the lotus, and her face couldn't be seen. Chain of law? Everyone paled in fright. Nanfeng eyes bulged as she cried out, Lord Wei Qing, are you sure you're not mistaken? Or did I hear it wrong? Wei Qing shook his head and said, you didn't hear wrongly. It's hard to explain the details clearly. This lotus seed is the Emperor Bronon's woman. This lotus seed is a transcendent rank profound artifact. The situation was very complicated. Tang Qing, the master of Scarlet Moon City, had also died. Lord He Yuhu, why don't you put away these transcendent grade profound artifacts first? All right. He Yuhu also understood the importance of this matter at once. Although he did not know what had happened, with so many titled Emperor Wu heavily injured, 4 or 5 supreme-grade profound level weapons that had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, and the descent of law chains, this was already far beyond an ordinary matter. Nanfeng and Ling Baihui also had extremely solemn expressions. They knew that their current position might be the most important moment in tens of thousands of years. In a flash, the two of them surrounded the few great demons. Qin Chuan's face was also pale. He looked around the battlefield, and when his eyes fell on Li Yunxiao, his pupils shrank. He thought to himself, is he dead? Xi's face was full of anger as he said coldly, Wei Qing, when I still had the ability, I did not make things difficult for you. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Wei Qing said coldly, Mr. Xi's words make it sound like I owe you. Moreover, I have no intention of killing you all. I just want you to hand over the profound artifacts. Is your life more important or the profound artifacts more important? Choose for yourself. After using the heaven sealing seal and being injured by the demon lord, Xiang was unable to recover from the setback. His face was still pale as he gritted his teeth and said, the armillary sphere is our demon race's sacred artifact. It will never be handed over. If you insist, then we can only fight to the death. Are you all confident that you can defeat us? He Yuhu said, indeed not, but this is related to the divine artifacts. Even if I'm not confident, I have to try. Demon Ci sneered, since you insist on trying, I will risk my life to accompany you. Lord Xiang, if we fight, we might be able to kill them all and snatch the other divine artifacts. Xiang frowned, a look of death flashed in his eyes as he said fiercely, all right. I will test the prowess of these human race's bigwigs. At most, I will self-destruct the armillary sphere and we will all perish together. What? Self-destruct the divine artifacts? Everyone was dumbfounded, and they quickly retreated in shock. Can divine artifacts self-destruct as well? Doubt arose in everyone's hearts. Even though it sounded like a threat, divine artifacts were still divine artifacts. If a level 9 profound artifact could self-destruct, logically speaking, it was also logical for a divine artifact to self-destruct. However, they had never heard of a divine artifact self-destructing, so they didn't know if it was true or not. Wei Qing and He Yuhu's expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other. No one knew if a divine artifact could self-destruct. Wei Qing said sternly, "Shang, you lied to us. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a divine artifact self-destructing. If it's really possible, then isn't this move invincible and able to kill anyone?" Shang sneered, "I don't need to explain too much. Whether it can self-destruct or not, you will know once you try." Li said, "How many divine artifacts have there been since ancient times? Furthermore, Lord Shang has already fused with the armillary sphere and can live and die together." He Yuhu couldn't make up his mind either. Forget about self-destructing a divine artifact, even if it was Shang and Ci before him, the self-destruction of two divine transcendents, it was not something he could withstand. Ci said coldly, "Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. If you want to snatch the armillary sphere, then don't even think about getting a single divine artifact. All of you shall accompany us in death." His face was filled with malevolence. Even though it exuded a thick sense of threat, no one dared to really try it out, afraid that it might be true. If two divine transcendents self-destructed, along with the armillary sphere, everyone's souls would probably scatter. Forget about obtaining all the divine artifacts, even their lives would be gone. Wei Qing was conflicted internally. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, you guys leave." "Humph." Ci sneered and mocked, "You want divine artifacts but are afraid of death. Lord Wei Qing, I really feel ashamed for you." Wei Qing said angrily, "Demon Ci, don't be smug. Since the demon race has the armillary sphere, I will pay a visit sooner or later." Ci's expression changed. He was also furious. He snorted heavily and no longer paid attention to him. Shang said, "The green robe does not change, the green water flows forever. If you all want to come to the demon race as guests, I welcome you on behalf of everyone." A cold expression flashed across his face. All the great demons looked high-spirited, as if they were looking forward to the battle in the future. Ci said, "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, a ray of light rose. The demon race immediately hid within the clouds, slowly flying up and finally disappearing from the ground. Wei Qing stared at them as they left and said coldly, "Looks like we have to pay more attention to the illusory realm of stars and moon." Ling Baiyue said, "I will send people to pay more attention to this matter. It's best to set up some means outside the illusory realm of stars and moon." Wei Qing said, "We will discuss in detail after we return. Now, bring everyone back to the sanctuary." Everyone's expression changed greatly, shocked and furious. Xianxia said angrily, "Wei Qing, what qualifications do you have to take us away?" Wei Qing said coldly, "Xianxia, right? I will settle the score with you bit by bit in Crimson Moon City. Let's go back to the sanctuary first, then I will see how to deal with you." He Yuhu glanced at everyone, all of them were experts whose names shook the world. There were also some unfamiliar existences who also exuded an extremely powerful aura. He shouted in a deep voice, "Take them away." Nanfeng Xian complained, "Why did I forget to bring some subordinates when I came out? I can only work hard on my own." She stretched out her hand, and a red light appeared, turning into a bundle of dragon tendons in the air. It flew down and was thrown to Qin Chuan, saying, "Seal them all, then use this dragon tendons to tie them up and bring them back." Ling Baiyue's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on the great samsara wheel. He swallowed and said, "Is this also a holy artifact?" His eyes flashed with greed, and he walked over step by step. Wei Qing frowned, but didn't say anything. At this moment, Ling Baiyue's heart was in turmoil. He really wanted to seize the great samsara wheel and run. With a holy artifact in hand, he didn't want to be the division chief of the sanctuary anymore. He carefully walked forward and reached out to grab it. "Ling Baiyue!" Nanfeng Xian suddenly called out, and directly appeared beside him, striking out with a palm. "Pa!" Ling Baiyue's palm was shaken away. Ling Baiyue was furious, and shouted, "Nanfeng Xian, what are you doing?" Nanfeng Xian giggled and said, "Lord Baiyue, I saw that your eyes were glowing green and your forehead was covered in cold sweat. You must have been possessed by this sacred tool." That's why I reminded you and saved you. Ling Baihui trembled with anger, and said angrily, I don't need you to save me. Nanfeng Xian, go to hell, don't talk to me anymore. Hee, if you don't want to say it, then I won't. Nanfeng Xian blinked her eyes, and flew away. He Yuhu finally turned his gaze over, and said, I'll take back all of this holy artifact first. When we reach the sanctuary, we can discuss how to deal with it. He reached out to grab the great samsara wheel. Pa. Although the samsara wheel was trembling, he was still able to hold onto it with his 5 fingers. Then, with a flash of green light, it disappeared. After taking back the great samsara wheel, He Yuhu looked at Yi Fan, and said, Is Noah's Ark with you? Yi Fan's expression changed greatly. Although He Yuhu didn't have any origin energy waves, the pressure of a superior still made him feel like he was facing an abyss, and large beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Noah's Ark is the human race's holy artifact, and should be kept by the sanctuary. No matter who you are, hand it over. He Yuhu stretched out his hand, and said, Hand over the holy artifact, and I won't make things difficult for you. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, and said, Is this how the sanctuary snatches other people's things? He Yuhu said, Noah's Ark belonged to Lord Yi Nantian back then, and Lord Yi Nantian was the leader of the sanctuary back then. In the end, this holy artifact should also belong to the sanctuary, how is it snatching? Yi Fan said, I am the descendant of ancestor Yi Nantian. What? Everyone was shocked, and couldn't help but size up Yi Fan, and thought to themselves, no wonder. He Yuhu was also stunned, not knowing what to do. He couldn't compete with them for the possession of the sacred relic now. Lord Yi Nantian's descendant? Nanfeng Xian was shocked and landed beside Yi Fan. Sizing him up, she giggled, What a handsome young man. Lord Yi Nantian is the expert I admire the most. I'm his diehard fan. What's your name? Yi Fan replied, Yi Fan. Yi Fan? What a nice name. Nanfeng Xian hugged Yi Fan's arm and said shyly, I'm so happy to be able to see my idol's descendant. But you're too weak. Let big sister keep Noah's Arkansas. Yi Fan's face darkened and he quickly said, No need. I can keep it for myself. Nanfeng Xian's face darkened as though she was angry, Why? You don't trust big sister? Yi Fan quickly said, No, I've been keeping it for myself. I think it's pretty good. Nanfeng Xian snorted, Since you won't keep it for big sister, I won't care if Lord He Yuhu snatches it away. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. What's the difference between you snatching it from him? He Yuhu nodded as well, Nanfeng Xian is right. It's too dangerous for you to have Noah's Arkansas. For the sake of the human race's profound artifact, and for your own sake, there's a need to keep it in the sanctuary. We don't wish for Lord Yi Nantian's descendant to lose his life because of this profound artifact. Yi Fan looked bitterly at Li Yunxiao who was still unconscious on the ground. He said helplessly, Let me think about it. He Yuhu frowned, You still need to think about it? Yi Fan was speechless, You can't even think about it? He Yuhu said, All right. Think about it. At this time it was not good to force or push too far. After all, everyone was watching. They could just bring Yi Fan back to the sanctuary. After that, he turned his gaze toward Li Yunxiao and revealed a suspicious expression. He said, I have seen some scattered records of the universe gods steal in some ancient books. It seems to be an impressive item. Qi Xingfeng's face darkened. He was extremely anxious. Li Yunxiao had too many things that he wanted. But now, he was afraid that he could not even protect himself, let alone fight for them. Beijing Nan's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and appeared beside Li Yunxiao in a flash, protecting him behind him. Even though he had suffered all kinds of heavy injuries, his physical body was still intact even after 100,000 years of decay. He was still awe-inspiring as he raised his sword. He Yuhu frowned. Zombies? Bei Chunnam pointed his sword and said, Leave Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing said, Don't listen to him. We don't know where he came from. If we can capture him back to the sanctuary, we can do some research on him. If not, we can just kill him. He Yuhu nodded. That's easy. He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and a finger helmet appeared on his fist. He attacked in a flash. The strong pressure from the punch was like a falling meteorite, Bei Chunnan wanted to slash with his sword, but he realized that the power was so shocking that he could not use it at all. He could only hold his sword in front of him and resist the power of the punch. Rumble. The Thousand Worlds Imperial Sword was pressed down, and there was a boundless trembling sound. He could not take it anymore and was sent flying. The treasured sword kept buzzing and trembling in the air, and Bei Chunnan was pushed back 1,000 feet by that sword. What a strange body. He Yuhu was taken aback, but how could anyone who still had the strength to fight in such a dire situation be simple? Bei Chunnan saw that he was going to grab Li Yunxiao and panicked. He wielded his sword with his right hand and retracted his left palm. A ball of green lingered in his palm. That is, Wei Qing's heart suddenly trembled. He looked at the glowing green light with surprise and suspicion. Octagonal shadow, Thousand Worlds Imperial Sword. He waved his sword, and sword shadows filled the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with dense sword chi. Friend, everyone here is an expert. Don't show off your insignificant skills. Ling Baiyue's body flashed a few times, and a feather fan suddenly appeared in his hand. There were 7 blue gems inlaid on it, and it emitted a vivid glow. Song of Wild Waves. With a wave of his hand, boundless astral wind gushed out and swirled in the sky, enveloping all the sword chi and turning it into a boundless whirlwind of sword chi. Under Ling Baiyue's control, it fiercely struck back. Bei Chunnan's expression changed. He suddenly flashed in the sky and dodged the attack. Ling Baiyue frowned. He seemed to feel that the person in front of him was more difficult to deal with than he had expected. He said, "Lord He Yuhu, leave this person to me." He Yuhu nodded and looked at Li Yunxiao on the ground. The robe on his upper body was torn, revealing his white chest. There was a golden formation on it. In the middle of the formation was a lotus flower, and 12 exquisite runes formed a faint light that stretched into the distance. He took a few glances and seemed to have never seen such a formation before. He did not care much and directly reached out to grab Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, his arm stopped halfway. His fingers were still spread out in the air, but he could not move forward at all. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, they sensed a terrifying power spreading in the field. Who is it? He Yuhu's pupils constricted. Cold stars shot out from his eyes as he looked up at the sky. There were layers of white clouds floating above, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a green light flashed and shot out from the white clouds. It instantly landed on the ground and turned into a green figure. That person frowned and looked at Li Yunxiao on the ground. He said, "Is he dead?" He Yuhu asked sternly, "Who are you?" That person was completely indifferent to his question. He directly walked to Li Yunxiao's side and bent down to examine him. His brows instantly furrowed. Everyone's gaze fell on this person. And they all looked puzzled. The powerful aura that emanated from him was definitely an existence that could shock the world. But why was it so unfamiliar? Not a single one of them knew who he was. Suddenly, everyone's mouths opened wide, and their eyes widened like bronze bells. That green-robed man suddenly raised his leg and directly stepped on Li Yunxiao's body. Bam! A vast force shook under his foot. Li Yunxiao's body was stomped into the ground, and the ground cracked in all directions. Bam! 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 That person kept stomping, causing dust to fill the air. Pooh! Li Yunxiao, who had been unconscious all this while, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the deep pit. The green light shot into the sky and turned into Li Yunxiao's figure. In a rage, he grabbed with his 5 fingers, and a large amount of lightning gathered as he fiercely struck down. "You stepped on me, and I'll kill you." Boom! Countless lightning struck the man's body, but it was only an afterimage, and it instantly exploded. The man instantly appeared 300 meters away and said coldly, "Don't be ungrateful. I'm already giving you face by not stepping on your face." Only then did Li Yunxiao frown and reveal a look of astonishment. He said, "Che Yu, it's you?" That green-robed man nodded and said, "Luckily I came to the rescue in time. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. You're still the same as before, courting death wherever you go." Li Yunxiao said, "It can't be helped. The life of the main character can't die no matter what. It's usually the side characters who come to the rescue." Chaeyu said coldly, since that's the case, then you can rely on your life as the main character to survive. This side character will be leaving first. He turned around and was about to leave. Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, Old Long, don't go. Hee, you know me as well, my mouth is a little cheap. Today, you're the main character, and I'll be the side character. He Yuhu's expression turned slightly ugly. The aura emanating from Chaeyu was not weaker than his at all, and that Li Yunxiao clearly had an extraordinary relationship with this person. Chaeyu looked around and said, What's going on? Did you start a war with the people of the world? Li Yunxiao had a bitter expression as he said, It's a long story. I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've improved a lot. Chaeyu said, With my talent, I can easily find a place to go into seclusion for a few days. Even if you risk your life every day, you won't be able to do much. Li Yunxiao said. That's good. I see that He Yuhu and the others don't look too good. Go teach them a lesson and let them know what's good for them. Don't bully people outside all day long. Chaeyu frowned and said, I'm not here to fight for you. His gaze turned and landed on He Yuhu and the others. He said, however, if anyone wants to fight, I can teach them a lesson. There's no charge. He Yuhu said in a deep voice, Who are you? Chaeyu said, You don't need to care who I am. I'm going to take Li Yunxiao away now. Is there a problem? He Yuhu said, There is. Chaeyu nodded and said, That's good. You've chosen to be beaten. The two of them looked at each other, but the faint spiritual pressure spread out continuously. The entire space became blurry and swayed continuously. Nanfeng Xian and Bai Lingyue's expressions changed drastically. They moved to Chaeyu's side and became alert, ready to attack at any moment. Li Yunxiao leaped back and flew to where Fei Anai was in the distance, carefully inspecting her injuries. Her almost withered body was now smooth and supple. Her face was rosy and full of life. However, she seemed to be sleeping peacefully, and no one knew when she would wake up. Li Yunxiao extended his arms, wanting to carry her to prevent Chaeyu and the others from hurting her. However, a ray of heavenly phoenix vital light appeared between Fei Ni's brows and turned into the image of a phoenix. With a bang, his hand was pushed away. Li Yunxiao was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. It seemed that Fei Anai was most likely fine. He tried to take her into the universe God's steel, but there was a power blocking him. He could neither take her nor move her. Li Yunxiao could only give up and stay by her side to protect her. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and looked over. Long Qianmiao's body was withered, and his eyes were dim. He was lying on the ground like a dead fish, staring at him with his empty eyes. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to him. After Demon Lord Pu had taken away his Dragon Vital Light and Phoenix Vital Light, Long Qianmiao's power had fallen from extraordinary realm to divine realm. It would be difficult for him to recover from such a fall. In the heavenly martial arts realm, there were probably no more legends of such a person. He Yuhu stared at Chaeyu for a while and said slowly, Friend, I don't know who you are, but standing against me means standing against the sanctuary and against everyone in the world. Have you thought it through? Chaeyu frowned and said, You talk too much. If there's anything you haven't said, please say it all at once. I'll beat you until you have nothing to say. Nanfeng Xian giggled and said, Lord He Yuhu, this person is a dumb piece of wood. Let's smash his head. Chaeyu's eyes turned cold as he shouted, Smash your head, die. After spending so much time with Li Yunxiao, he had learned a lot of slang. With a shout, his body disappeared on the spot with a bang. Nanfeng Xian's expression changed drastically. She felt a vast dragon might sweep through the world like a mountain crashing down on her. Wei Qing and Luo Qingyun were both shocked. This dragon might was not weaker than Long Qianmiao's. The two of them had the same thought. Was there someone else besides them who could reach the 10th tier true spirit blood? Although Nanfeng Xian was shocked, she did not panic. She stepped on the ground lightly and twisted her body into a strange position. Then, she suddenly shot up and clapped her hands in the air. A few bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. They were crimson and light green in color. A thunderstorm crashed in front of her. Boom! Under the thunderstorm, a thunderstorm condensed and spun. Chaeyu's tracks could no longer be hidden. He appeared in an instant and punched out. Boom! The entire sea of lightning exploded in an instant, shooting out in all directions. Bang! Nanfeng Xian took the punch head-on. She felt a sharp pain in her palm as she was sent flying. Her 2 arms were even crushed by the dragon's might. Her sleeves were torn apart, revealing 2 pure white arms. She immediately revealed a bashful expression. After Cheiyu's attack, he suddenly felt a vast force assaulting him from behind. He directly grabbed at the air and a vortex appeared in his palm, twisting the space around him as he turned around and smashed it behind him. Boom! The sky suddenly became unstable. Countless spaces exploded. Bai Lingyue was sent flying. Her body tumbled in the air. She flew for thousands of feet before she came to a stop. Divine transcendence. Everyone was shocked. To be able to defeat a 9-star pinnacle elite with a single move, there was no doubt that he had transcended the mortal realm. Cheiyu's face darkened. He snorted and said, "To be able to withstand one of my attacks, you little bugs do have some ability. Come, try again. Let's see if I can kill you with my next move." Both Nanfeng Xian and Ling Baiyue's faces changed greatly, and they didn't dare to attack again. "Hey," you said, "the 2 of you, take everyone away. Those who don't obey will be killed without mercy." His expression immediately turned cold. Now that the situation had changed, he could no longer take his time to deal with the problem. If something unexpected happened again, it would be very troublesome. "Yes." Bai Lingyue answered and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a sword ray slashed down from the sky at an abnormally fast speed. He was startled and dodged it, a few strands of his long hair fluttering in the air. His gaze turned cold. Bai Zenon, who was in the distance, had a provocative look on his face. "Humph." Ling Baiyue grabbed the blue jade feather fan and flew away. He said, "Nanfeng Xian, clean up the battlefield. I'll leave it to you." Nanfeng Xian looked dissatisfied. She pouted and said, "Qin Chuan, hurry up." Yes. Qin Chuan's status was the lowest at the moment. He was completely a minor character. He formed a seal with his hands, and the dragon tendon that Nanfeng Xian gave him instantly flew up and turned into a dense net in the sky. Suddenly, the sword qi in his hand trembled. With a clang, the giant net was instantly cut into pieces. It condensed into dozens of small nets and covered everyone. "What? We have to catch them too?" The martial artists in the distance were all shocked and angry. Looking at the green net that covered the sky, they wanted to resist, but they were helplessly suppressed by a force. The green net landed on them silently and disappeared in a flash, as if nothing had happened. However, the origin power in their bodies suddenly stagnated, and they could no longer circulate it. Wei Qing said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Everyone, come with me to the sanctuary. We will definitely treat you well." Han Zhenting snorted coldly, "We can't accept such good treatment." The rest of the people also looked dissatisfied. However, the weak had no rights, so they could only swallow their anger. "Humph." Qi Xingfeng's expression was cold. With a flash of light in his hand, the descending dragon tendon net was immediately cut into pieces. Among the divine transcendence experts, only Xianhua and Lu Fian were too seriously injured. When the net landed on them, it directly disappeared. Both of their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were spitting fire. Qin Chuan trembled under their gazes, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was really unlucky to have 2 titled Emperor Wu bearing grudges against him. The rest of the people moved one after another, cutting the dragon tendon net into pieces. They all looked arrogant and unruly. Wei Qing said coldly, "Those who don't obey, kill." Qin Chuan shuddered. Although his strength was enough to kill these heavily injured experts, just the aura of these world-shaking existences made him unable to summon the will to kill them. "Humph, kill?" Li Yunxiao sneered. A sword aura appeared in his hand, and he teleported forward, slapping at Wei Qing. Wei Qing was shocked, and he immediately retreated. Qin Chuan frowned. He didn't dare to attack the martial arts seniors and well-known figures present, but he was still very active in dealing with Li Yunxiao. He shouted angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't be rude." Then, he leaped forward with his sword. Bang! The two sword auras intertwined, rippling out, and the aftermath of the collision flew up. Qin Chuan was no match for him. He was forced back a few steps, and his face was full of shock. Qin Chuan, what's wrong with you? Nanfeng Xian said angrily, to think that you are the most talented among the younger generation of the sanctuary. I thought you were an invincible expert among the rising stars. Qin Chuan smiled bitterly, Lady Nanfeng Xian, the person before us is the real deal, the #1 rising star. Oh? Nanfeng Xian clasped her hands in front of her, and her face was full of little stars. She said shyly, little handsome brother, you are my idol. I have heard of your legends every day in the sanctuary, and I have long wanted to see your true appearance. Li Yunxiao snorted, Grandma Nanfeng Xian, you are almost 100 years old, and you are speaking to a handsome 18-year-old youth like me like this. I can't take it. The scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and they felt the temperature drop inexplicably. A murderous aura seemed to condense and revolve in the scene. What did you say? Nanfeng Xian's face turned purple. She spread her fingers and said word by word, and her body was trembling. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Great-grandmother, you're scaring me. Can't we have fun together? Die. A sharp whistle sounded, and it almost pierced through the sky. A crescent moon-shaped slash suddenly flew out, and the entire sky was split open. Wei Qing was shocked and said, Don't kill Li Yunxiao, leave him alive. But Nanfeng Xian was not willing to listen. Her childlike appearance suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. Talking about age was her reverse scale. Even Wei Qing and He Yuhu did not dare to mention age in front of her. Die, die, die. She shouted madly, and her murderous aura soared into the sky. It almost condensed into a god of death. Chi. The crescent slash directly sliced Li Yunxiao in half. However, the two halves turned into lightning, and with a flash, they reformed once again. His forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. He knew that Nanfeng Xian was afraid of talking about age, but he did not think it was to this extent. I will kill you today. Seeing that he was not dead, Nanfeng Xian angrily rushed over again. Suddenly, a ray of light came from the sky, and turned into a sharp slash that fiercely slashed towards Nanfeng Xian. That figure was very huge, and it looked very strange standing in front of Li Yunxiao. It was Chu Mujia. At this moment, he revealed his ultimate form. The lower half of his body was completely a strange green fish, and all his limbs were exposed. Boom! Even Nanfeng Xian did not dare to underestimate the power of his slash. She calmed down a little and retreated in the air. Chu Mujia's eyes revealed incomparable coldness, and he said, Li Yunxiao, leave this person to me. You go kill Wei Qing. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Only now did he realize why Chu Mujia wanted to help him. Wei Qing was their common enemy. Moreover, Chu Mujia's ultimate form would never weaken, and his injuries could heal very quickly. He was probably the #1 person below divine transcendence. Even Nanfeng Xian could not defeat him. Li Yunxiao was immediately overjoyed, and he said, Good. His gaze turned and looked towards Wei Qing. Wei Qing's body trembled, and he retreated a few steps. He said angrily, Crazy Jia, if you are willing to pledge allegiance to me now, I will write off everything that happened before. I will not pursue this matter. Chu Mujia sneered, Wei Qing, do you still have any trust in me now? Between you and me, one of us must die. Wei Qing's expression was grave. He knew that Chu Mujia could no longer turn back. He immediately shouted, Qin Chuan, Luo Qingyun, stop Li Yunxiao. He took out all kinds of elixirs and kept swallowing them. His face was extremely gloomy. The other powerhouses also increased their recovery speed. Some even used secret techniques to increase their strength. Luo Qingyun frowned. Although he was quite unwilling, he still waved his spear and stood with Qin Chuan, facing Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing looked at a person in the distance and said, Mr. Longda, please help me. Although Long Chanmiao's dragon origin and phoenix light had been extracted and his realm had dropped, his rank 10 dragon aura and peak 9 star strength were enough to kill Li Yunxiao. However, Long Chanmiao's face was currently lifeless, and he did not listen to anyone. Wei Qing's face sank. He understood Long Chanmiao's current situation. Anyone who encountered such a situation would not be able to stand up. Therefore, he did not force it. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Luo Qingyun, didn't you want to fight me alone?" Luo Qingyun said, "A fair battle is what I want. At this moment, I am seriously injured, and you are almost in perfect condition. There is no fairness to begin with, and it is not wrong to join forces with others. Moreover, today's battle is not a battle between you and me." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Not a battle between you and me? Do you think you can defeat me by joining forces?" He clenched his fists, and his aura suddenly erupted. His powerful strength rose continuously, and directly rushed to the Nine Stars realm. Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan's expressions changed drastically. Qin Chuan said in shock, "Emperor Jiuxing, be careful, this person's strength cannot be simply measured by cultivation realm." Luo Qingyun's understanding of Li Yunxiao was far above Qin Chuan's. His 5 fingers slowly tightened around his spear, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Li Yunxiao's aura was still rising, the surrounding air currents were constantly revolving, and even the space around him was becoming blurry. Everyone was shocked. Behind Li Yunxiao, the shadows of dragons and phoenixes slowly appeared. Although they were very faint, they were indeed true dragons and phoenixes, Luo Qingyun said in a deep voice, "Kill." He swept his spear, and a golden light appeared as he pierced upwards. "What, are you afraid?" Li Yunxiao sneered. After the demon lord took over his body, he absorbed a lot of dragon and phoenix aura, and it could be said that he had benefited from it. "Huh!" He suddenly roared, and his power shot up to the sky, exploding to its limit. His entire arm suddenly turned golden, and he grabbed the spear. Bang! Luo Qingyun's desolate god bright moon spear trembled under his grasp, and rays of spear light burst out, but it could not shake Li Yunxiao in the slightest. Qin Chuan also knew that it was not good, and his sword light moved, flying upwards. His face was solemn, and his body and sword became one. Li Yunxiao sneered, "I let you escape last time, but this time, let's see how you die." His left hand also turned into a claw, and he grabbed the air. Clang! Separated by a few feet from the sword aura, the shockwave from his palm rushed up, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Qin Chuan's heart was shaken, just the power of one palm was enough to completely suppress him. "Die!" Li Yunxiao shouted, and both of his palms pushed out at the same time, shaking off the 2 of them. He then quickly formed a hand seal, and a golden light rippled out from his palms, forming a golden seal, spinning and flickering in front of him, and countless runes surged out from it. Fleeting like a dream, flying swan seal. Boom! The seal descended and enveloped the entire area. Both Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan had nowhere to hide. Under the extreme shock, the innate talent of a martial artist showed itself. The 2 of them instantly calmed down, not panicking in the face of danger. Luo Qingyun's pupils constricted, and with a loud roar, dragon might surged. Hexa break spear technique, void break. A roar came from the spear, piercing the heavens. Qin Chuan raised his long sword in front of him and circles of sword talismans flew out, transforming into a whirlpool that filled the sky. Great sword control art, Jiutian 10 Earth's technique. A huge sword shadow appeared and fiercely slashed towards the seal. The 2 forces were both mighty and domineering. They chased after each other and rushed into the seal. Boom! The floating dream seal shattered instantly, and 2 streams of energy shot towards Li Yunxiao. Humph! A cold smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He clenched his fists and his entire body turned into a golden light as he took a step forward. Ha! With a loud roar, he punched out with both fists. The air exploded layer by layer as his fists landed on the spear technique and sword light. Boom! Under the impact of the 2 forces, waves of energy surged out. Li Yunxiao's body shone with golden light in the sky, completely unharmed. That's, everyone was shocked. They stared at Li Yunxiao's current state, their eyes bulging like copper bells. Wei Qing cried out, "Tyrannical body refinement technique. Invincible golden body." This cry caused everyone's hearts to beat wildly, and they revealed looks of disbelief. These were the words that represented invincibility in the world. Qi Xingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Just how many more secrets does this kid have? Damn it all." In the distance, Chu Mujia was also shocked. His understanding of the physical body was number one in the world, and he could not help but look at Li Yunxiao a few more times. "Humph, you dare to be distracted when facing me," Nanfeng Xian said coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. The golden crescent wheel in her hand was like a scimitar, and she swung it in a strange posture. Chu Mujia was shocked, and he quickly regained his composure. He swung his padao to meet the attack. But that strange golden crescent wheel wrapped around the blade and flew up, making the sound of metal colliding as it slashed at Chu Mujia. "What?" Chu Mujia was shocked, and the horn on his forehead was knocked off. Bang! A golden light flew into the sky, and the horn was instantly cut off by the golden crescent wheel. Chu Mujia was shocked. He suddenly flapped his dark swamp feather, and a strange light shot out from his 1,000 eyes, stabbing at Nanfeng Xian's brain like a sharp knife. Then, he swung his long tail, and the scorpion needle stabbed down. Nanfeng Xian's face darkened, and she flipped in the air, dodging the attack. The golden crescent wheel in her hand spun and slashed at his neck. "Humph! Ha!" Chu Mujia's nostrils suddenly enlarged, and he let out a humph-ha, causing the air to spin, and the entire sky to explode. The sound wave attacked indiscriminately, and no matter how Nanfeng Xian dodged, she couldn't dodge it. With a cold snort, she shook her right hand, and the golden wheel released dozens of rays of light, splitting the sky. Those rays shot out from her body, and she disappeared on the spot. Chu Mujia was immediately on guard, and he didn't dare to be careless or distracted. As the head of the Sacred Region's Enforcement Division, Nanfeng Xian was publicly recognized as the strongest, and was basically the candidate for the next ruler. Although she looked like a little girl normally, this old woman was over 100 years old. He Yuhu and Che Yu stood in the sky, not moving at all. However, He Yuhu's expression was calm, and no emotions could be seen, while Che Yu had a cold smile on his lips, as if he was watching a show. Sigh. He Yuhu finally sighed. He had wanted to restrain Che Yu himself, and let Nanfeng Xian and Ling Baiyue clean up the battlefield. But at this moment, the two of them were being bitten by two monster-like existences, and Nanfeng Xian was in even more danger. She couldn't even protect herself, so it was impossible for her to come down. And after Li Yunxiao used the indestructible gold, he knew that it was impossible for Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan to defeat the other party together. He stretched out his hand, and a sharp murderous aura spread out. His 5 fingers clenched together, and his figure flashed, directly turning into 5 figures, each of them determined, forming a formation, and attacking together. In the distance, Ning Qiyun said in shock, "This is," Ning Kuei frowned, and said, "This is just an avatar, and it can't be compared to the 3 pure ones." Che Yu's expression froze, and with a wave of his right hand, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and a small mountain appeared, emitting a glazed light. It slowly descended, and suddenly spun, turning into a sharp sword, and slashed down. That's... Everyone was shocked in their hearts. The boundless might of the sharp sword made everyone's heart tremble. Long Qianmiao, who had been pale and empty eyes, also trembled, and almost jumped up from the ground. Looking at that sword in shock, he cried out, "Sumeru in Ata." Che Long snorted, "At least there's someone who knows what's good." He formed a hand seal with both hands, and directly slapped the air. Several hand seals entered the Sumeru in Ata sword, and tens of thousands of sword light shot out, slashing toward the 5 clones. Boom! As the two forces collided, space shattered, and heaven and earth collapsed. He Yuhu's 5 bodies suddenly merged as one, and he punched the air again. Che Yu laughed coldly, and directly grabbed the sword hilt with his hand, raising the sword's momentum and slashing out. Bang! A metallic luster appeared on He Yuhu's arm, and he actually took the sword head-on. With a heavy snort, the fist light in his right hand suppressed the Sumeru in Ata sword, and his left hand also punched out. Che Yu's pupils shrank, and he shouted. Zing! The Sumeru in Ata sword split into 2, and the second sword shadow slashed toward the left fist. Boom! With a single slash, the two of them separated. Che Yu's expression was cold, and his sword danced around him, emitting halos as he shouted, "Sword art, demon slaying." Ah! What? Everyone was shocked. Most of the people present had seen this sword art before, and they naturally knew how powerful it was. Light shot into the sky from the Sumeru in Ata sword, and countless halos spread out, and a green barrier appeared. It was Long Yu. Boom! That terrifying sword fell, and the entire sky was directly split in half. Countless spirit chi and clouds tumbled. The ground was directly torn apart by the spiritual pressure, and a ravine appeared, like a cliff. Boundless sword intent spread around He Yuhu, and it constantly eroded his righteous chi shield. Green Sun Martial Art. He Yuhu roared, and he suddenly raised both hands. Boundless power surged out from his body, spinning in front of him, and turned into a light that condensed on his fists, and he struck out. Boom! The sword intent that filled the sky was completely shattered by this one punch. Bang! Bang! He Yuhu's pupil shrank, and his face was full of shock. Although the power of the fist was vast, the armor on his arm and the helmet on his fingers had reached the limit of what they could bear, and they all exploded. How could the people in the surroundings withstand the impact of such a vast and mighty force? They all fled in an instant. Even Li Yunxiao was shocked. The power of Cheiyu's sword art was almost no less than his own back then. Humph, this sword is only SOSO. Cheiyu snorted disdainfully, and his gaze swept toward Li Yunxiao. Everyone was stunned. Who would say such things about one's own sword art? Xianxia and the others who knew Li Yunxiao's identity understood the meaning behind his words. He was deliberately mocking Li Yunxiao, and they could not help but smile bitterly. Oh? Do you have a sword art that's more powerful than Gu Feiyang's sword art? I'd like to see it. Although He Yuhu's helmet had been shattered, his fighting spirit was ignited. His eyes shone with brown light as he approached Cheiyu step by step. Humph, let me try my own sword art. Cheiyu suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword, and Sumeru trembled. Boundless weapon sounds reverberated, and sharp sounds shot out in all directions. In an instant, 8 sword silhouettes also appeared around the sword. All of them spun and hummed with the entire dragon sword. Cheiyu was focused on wielding the sword when he suddenly sensed something. He could not help but look down at Long Qianmiao. Their eyes met, and their hearts trembled slightly. Cheiyu was shocked. He saw that Long Qianmiao's body had also begun to ripple with sword intent. Heaven and earth suddenly flew out and spun in front of him, an azure dragon domain rippled out, as if it had become a world of its own. Ah? Cheiyu was shocked. The 2 true dragon swords resonated with each other, and their auras continued to rise. Cheiyu exclaimed, Heaven and earth unbreakable sword? His eyes shot out a sharp light, and he looked shocked and overjoyed. Suddenly, a pressure broke through his dragon might and headed for his heart. Boom! He Yuhu's fingers were like blades as he clenched down and shouted, You're distracted. Die. Bam! He clenched his fingers in the air and a force shot out, breaking through his protective dragon essence. In his shock, Cheiyu quickly dodged and unleashed his true dragon avatar. Bam! Although he avoided his heart, the force of the punch still landed on his chest and shattered his dragon scales. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He Yuhu snorted coldly and closed in. His body emitted a blinding light that made it difficult to discern his true form. Bam! Another punch landed on Cheiyu's sword and the power of the dragon realm was instantly shattered by his fist aura. Cheiyu was sent flying for another 1,000 feet. Enraged, he formed a sword seal and his entire body glowed with Sumeru. He and his sword became one as he slashed forward. He Yuhu's expression was solemn as he clenched his fists in front of him and shouted, Immovable mountain. A domineering shield of great ether burst out, and his whole body was placed in a barrier. Bam! Sumeru slashed down and the barrier shook. He Yuhu's body trembled and several beams of light shot out from his body. They turned into 4 figures behind him and struck out at the same time. Pa! The 4 of them passed their energy to each other and the last palm landed on He Yuhu's back. Surging energy flowed into his body. He Yuhu clenched his fists and struck out. Boom! Protective great ether burst out and blasted the sword aura away. He Yuhu struck out repeatedly and the 4 avatars merged into his body again. His fist turned into thousands of punches and chased after Cheiyu. Bam! 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 The powerful force continued to strike Cheiyu's body and the scales were flattened inch by inch. Rays of dragon essence appeared. A moment of distraction would result in him being repeatedly suppressed by the other party, and he would fall into a predicament where he had no ability to retaliate. True Dragon Avatar. Yu roared and instantly turned into an azure dragon, soaring into the sky. As he flickered, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The real dragon Dharmakaya was surrounded by the green light of the dragon energy. The Sumeruinata sword suddenly enlarged and slashed across the sky. The essence energy in front of Heiyu's body surged violently, and he fiercely formed a fist to strike. Boom! A horrifying shockwave spread out, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters turned chaotic. Li Yunxiao and the others were also affected. All the cultivators who were recuperating below fled in all directions. Li Yunxiao's face froze, revealing a shocked expression. Yu seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position. He shifted his gaze and looked at Long Qianmiao in the distance. His body suddenly flickered, and a sword intent surged out from his hand, slashing directly at Long Qianmiao. Boom! The sword chi slashed into the ground, and Long Qianmiao dodged it. With a gloomy expression, he said angrily, "What are you doing?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Mr. Longda, I see that your fighting spirit has diminished, as if you don't want to live anymore. Why don't you give me the sword in your hand?" Long Qianmiao's pupils shrank, and he said, "You want this true dragon sword?" It looks very handsome. I really want it." Li Yunxiao chuckled, but his eyes were cold. Long Qianmiao said, "I can have this sword, but return the dragon energy and phoenix light to me, and I will offer this sword with both hands." Li Yunxiao said, "Mr. Longda, are you dreaming? The dragon energy and phoenix light have already been absorbed by me and Fei and I. How can it be returned?" Long Qianmiao's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget about the sword in your possession. As long as you give Fei and I to me, I will offer this sword with both hands." Li Yunxiao said angrily, "Do you think that's possible?" Long Qianmiao snorted and said, "If you can't do it, then forget it. Your current strength is indeed very strong, but if you want to snatch the sword from my hand, you are still a notch lower." Wei Qing's eyes lit up, and he said, "Mr. Longda, capture Li Yunxiao, and I can think of a way to help you recover your strength." Long Qianmiao frowned and said, "Wei Qing, in this world, besides the dragon energy and phoenix light, there is no other power that can help me." Wei Qing said, "I can even create 10th grade dragon blood, so what if it's the dragon energy and phoenix light? Besides, if you want the dragon energy and phoenix light, you have to capture Li Yunxiao first." A strange look flashed in Long Qianmiao's eyes, and he said, "Fine. My strength is greatly weakened now, so I will disregard my status and join hands with these two juniors." Wei Qing was overjoyed, and he said, "Good, capture him quickly. In the whole heavenly martial realm, the only person that can help you is me, Wei Qing." Long Qianmiao was a hero of the present age, and he was not careless at all. After making up his mind, he slashed with his sword, and the whole ground cracked. Li Yunxiao's face became gloomy, and he instantly turned into lightning and fled. But the sword turned into a dragon in the sky, and it roared as it chased after him. No matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid it. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted angrily, and he stopped fleeing. Instead, his body shone with a golden light, and he clenched his fists. A berserk power gushed out of his body, and he tried to grab the dragon sword chi. Suddenly, a flame soared into the sky, and it turned into the image of a phoenix. A graceful and beautiful woman appeared in the sky, and she raised her hand, and a colorful butterfly fluttered on her fingertip. It flapped its wings, and it became bigger and bigger as it flew toward the sword chi. Rumble! When the colorful butterfly collided, the sword chi instantly exploded, and it shook the surroundings. But it seemed like there was a spiritual pressure in front of the beautiful woman, and it blocked all the airwaves. Li Yunxiao was pleasantly surprised, and he said, "Fei and I, you recovered?" Fei and I revealed a faint smile, and said craftily, "I made my husband worry." Even though she was smiling, there was a worried look on the tip of her brows. Long Qianmiao was startled, and he said coldly, "Fei and I, are you going to betray me, betray the Long family?" Fei and I raised her eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she said, "Lord Sect Leader, it's not that I want to betray the Long family, but you want to take my life." Long Qianmiao frowned, and he said, "I had no choice in this situation just now. You should understand my painstaking efforts. painstaking efforts? Hee hee. Fei and I smiled bitterly, and said sadly, when I was unconscious just now, I only needed a little true dragon energy to activate my heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, and it would not affect Lord Sect Leader's strength at all. As a true dragon bloodline, it's impossible that you don't know this, but you directly extracted my heavenly phoenix vital light, and put me in a state of eternal damnation. Everyone was shocked, and a strange look appeared on their faces. In the distance, Odd Ghost was also aghast, and he murmured, Fei and I. Long Qianmiao's face darkened, and he said, I was in a hurry, and I didn't think it through. Fei and I, return to my side, and you will still be the Long family's young master, and I will definitely pass the Long family's position to you. From today onwards, you will be one of the 7 sect leaders. 7 sect leaders? Ha ha ha. Fei and I suddenly laughed, and said, so what if I'm one of the 7 sect leaders? Fei and I doesn't want to be one of the 7 sect leaders. Her eyes were filled with sadness, and she chuckled, I like strong people, and I like fighting with strong people even more. My husband will definitely be the strongest under the heavens, and being the wife of the strongest under the heavens is better than countless sect leaders. Long Qianmiao said coldly, if that's the case, then I will personally kill you, a traitor, and extract all the true dragon and phoenix vital light in your body. He raised the lawless heaven and earth sword in his hand, and countless sword intents revolved around it, and a dragon domain unfolded, slashing down from the sky. Li Yunxiao was startled, and just as he was about to make a move, Fei and I said, husband, let me do it. This is the grudge between me and Lord Sect Leader, let me end it with my own hands. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, your strength. Fei and I turned around with a surprised smile, and said, don't underestimate me. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, all right, be careful. Fei and I raised her hand, and her whole body turned into a demonic phoenix. A ray of light flickered at the tip of her finger, and like the light of a firefly, she suddenly pointed. Boom! That finger fell, and with her as the center, it suddenly erupted with endless power, and turned into halos that shook the heavens and earth, and shook the world in all directions. Boom! The two forces collided, and waves of air blasted out, and countless ripples surged in the sky. It was like the two's current mood, and they couldn't calm down. The sword in Long Qianmiao's hand danced, and he gritted his teeth, and said, Fei and I, you really are my Long family's most outstanding young master. How can I bear to kill you with my own hands? Fei and I also felt 100 emotions, and the past flashed in her mind, and she seemed to soften, and said, Lord Sect Leader, put down the true dragon sword and leave. Fei and I doesn't want to hurt you. Humph, hurt me? Fei and I, your confidence is too much. Long Qianmiao shouted angrily, and instantly appeared in front of Fei and I. His long sword swept out, and the sword light split the sky. Fei Ni's figure blurred, and the afterimage was cut into pieces by the sword light. Her real body leaned back, and she raised her leg to kick forward. Long Qianmiao's sword did not succeed, and she instantly retreated, and then raised her sword again, and stabbed down from the sky. Fei and I raised her right hand, and with 2 fingers, she gently caught the sword. Bang! The sword trembled, and circles of light rippled out, but it could not hurt her in the slightest. What? Long Qianmiao was shocked, and her face immediately darkened. Especially when she thought about the power that Fei and I and Li Yunxiao were using, and it was the power that extracted the dragon essence and phoenix light from her body. Her heart burned with anger, and her whole person was about to explode. You dare to look down on me? Heaven and earth cannot do anything, and all living beings shall be punished. Bang! Fei Ni's 2 fingers shook, and a smear of fresh blood sprayed in the air. The sword chi that cut her palm gathered boundless power, and slashed down again. Boom! The afterimage was sent flying, and Fei Ni's real body suddenly appeared in the sky. She swept her 2 fingers, and stained it with her own blood. She placed it in front of her eyes, and said solemnly, this drop of blood is to repay Lord Sect Master's kindness in nurturing me. Humph, if you are truly grateful to me, then help me take down Li Yunxiao, and you will still be the future Sect Master of the Long family. Long Qianmiao was extremely shocked. Fei Ni's strength seemed to be above his, but his face did not change, and he snorted coldly. Fei and I laughed lightly, and said, unfortunately, our paths are different, and Fei and I can no longer return to the past. I also don't want to be the Long family's young master. Mr. Longda, let's settle this grudge today. She formed a hand seal with one hand, and a red light flashed from between her eyebrows. The sky was filled with flames, and a huge phoenix shadow condensed behind her, dancing Jiutian. Long Qianmiao's expression changed drastically, and he said coldly, since you refuse to come to your senses, then our friendship shall be parted forever. You are no longer a member of the Long family. Fei and I frowned, but soon relaxed, and said indifferently, as you wish. Die. Long Qianmiao was enraged, and he raised his sword and slashed down from the sky. Fei and I soared into the sky and soared above Jiutian. Phoenix feathers appeared behind her, and she was surrounded by phoenix radiance as she dove down. Bang, the sword intent slashed on the phoenix radiance, and countless halos appeared. Fei Ni's true form was revealed, and boundless flames followed, swallowing Long Qianmiao with a loud bang. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The two used their strongest moves right from the start, and it was extremely dangerous, but it wouldn't be long before the victor was decided. He was also surprised by Fei Ni's improvement, but the other party had the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique, and with the power of dragon essence, it would be difficult for her not to evolve. Just as he was carefully watching the battle, Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan also rushed over. Both were top talents of the current generation, and how could they be willing to be suppressed by Li Yunxiao, and they attacked fiercely. Spear radiance and sword chi traversed the sky, and each move was extremely dangerous. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with anger, and he said coldly, since you two are seeking death, I will send you to the afterlife first. Sharp cold light flashed on his body, and suddenly, it turned into the shape of swords, and spread out around him. 36 northern cold star swords danced in the air under the sword art, forming a large formation that fell on the two. The swords shone with cold light, and a cold aura enveloped the two, and they felt cold all over, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped. Not only that, but the two felt the space suddenly change, and countless sword rules surged from all directions. The position of the 36 swords directly locked down the power of heaven and earth, and everyone's rules were at their mercy. Li Yunxiao sneered, both of you are rare talents of the current generation, and I admire both of you very much. But today, it is very likely that both of you will die here. I am very curious, who will die first? His expression went cold as countless sword images appeared around him, and the myriad sword diagram formations suddenly started circulating. Dense and interwoven sword lights fluttered about in the air as they shot towards the two people within the formation. In the distance, Han Junting's body shook violently. Feeling the sword might that filled the sky, a feeling of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Even the experts in the surroundings looked at each other in shock. Qin Chuan's expression changed greatly, and the 1,000 shadow swords dispersed as he shouted, Spirit Shadow 1,000 Blades. Azure Sword Chi rose up and instantly condensed into a barrier that protected him within, blocking the rain of swords that filled the sky. Bang! 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 Countless rays of light slashed down, and in an instant, the sword barrier was shattered. Qin Chuan was greatly startled. Previously, when he fought against Li Yunxiao, it was also under the same sword diagram and the same move. When he used the 1,000 Phantom Spirit Blades art, his opponent was completely unable to break through it. This time, however, he was only able to hold on for a few breaths. The gap between the two of them was growing larger and larger. He did not have time to think anymore, and his eyes flashed with determination. Li Yunxiao frowned as he saw Qin Chuan's sword suddenly shooting out rays of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Li Yunxiao's heart could not help but tremble. He knew that Qin Chuan had a sword technique, and his pupils constricted as he carefully observed. In the moonlit ancient tree, there is 1,000 sword shadows, like a person, like jade, 10,000 miles of Qin Chuan. The 9 mysteries are forgotten, the 9 realms are absolute. May I ask what color, what taste, what shadow, what sound, what interest, and what realm? The 9 rays of light merged into one, and a white light burst forth. Within the myriad sword diagram, there seemed to be a ray of moonlight, and everything became hazy. The experts in the surroundings were all shocked. The power of the divine technique was unparalleled since ancient times. It was just that to cultivate a divine technique, other than talent and strength, one also needed great opportunities. There were countless of experts on the scene, but the number of people who truly grasped the divine technique did not exceed 5, and they did not dare to use it carelessly. Once the sword was unleashed, the power of the 10,000 swords was immediately blocked. Even the person who set up the formation for Li Yunxiao could feel the pressure coming from the diagram. His face changed, and he sneered as he raised 2 of his fingers up high. A ray of white light flickered between his 2 fingers. He leisurely drew seals in the air, and a millstone-sized seal formed in the air, and fiercely dropped down. Clang clang clang. The 36 swords immediately trembled unceasingly, the cold light seemed to disperse in all directions, and reflected off each other, as though it was a cold world of swords. The sword shadows that filled the sky continued to fly, and exploded on top of Qin Chuan's divine technique. Pung 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 sounds were heard, and then they all collapsed. Qin Chuan's sword force finally reached its peak, and with a loud roar, he slashed down. Rumble. A ray of white light appeared in the sky, and slashed apart the sword shadows that filled the sky. At this moment, Luo Qingyun also gathered all his strength on the body of his spear. The spear suddenly emitted a vast amount of power, and transformed into a giant spirit that stood up. The countless sword wills crashed onto the body of the giant spirit, and a patch of golden light flashed. However, it was unable to hurt the giant spirit in the slightest. Luo Qingyun himself transformed into a dragon, and both of his hands flashed in front of his body as he fiercely struck out. The Xian weapon giant spirit also struck out a fist. Dragon spear, brilliant night. The power of the 4 fists exploded, and transformed into a whirlwind, with him as the center, and rushed out. Rumble. 2 shocking forces exploded within the sword diagram, and the 36 swords trembled violently. The entire sky was filled with sword shadows and vibrating sounds. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He didn't think that when the 2 of them joined forces, their power would be far beyond his imagination. He knew that it would be difficult for him to hold on any longer, and he hurriedly formed a hand seal, and the 36 swords flew back. Under the cooperation of Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan, the 2 forces were like wild beasts that were released from their cage, and rushed out, roaring towards him. Ha! Li Yunxiao shouted. The strength of the 2 forces had reached the pinnacle of 9 stars, and even he didn't dare to face them head-on. The Tushita heavenly mountain in his hand slowly rose up, and he smashed it towards the 2 forces. Rumble. The 4-colored light smashed down, and the 2 forces were instantly destroyed. The rebounding force directly passed through the Tushita heavenly mountain, and Li Yunxiao's blood and qi surged. He formed a hand seal, and countless incantation seals flew into the mountain. The Tushita heavenly mountain didn't lose its momentum, and continued to fly forward. Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and the Xian weapon giant spirit hastily transformed back into a spear. He had seen the power of the Tushita heavenly mountain before, and even the Ghost King couldn't withstand it. With his cultivation and strength, he was afraid that he would be turned into minced meat if he came into contact with it. Rumble. The Tushita heavenly mountain spun in the sky, and although it wasn't very fast, it caused the space around it to rumble continuously. Qin Chuan's expression changed, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Just as he was about to slash with his sword, he heard Wei Qin shout, "Dodge!" Qin Chuan didn't seem to mind, but he still didn't dare to defy Wei Qing's orders. In a flash, his figure disappeared in the sky. The Tushita heavenly mountain rumbled as it rolled over the afterimage he left behind. What a pity, Li Yunxiao thought to himself. Then he formed a hand seal, and the mountain retracted in a flash. At this moment, the battle between Fei Ni and Long Qianmiao had also reached its climax. Long Qianmiao's attacks were ruthless, and the sky had long since been smashed to pieces. His origin energy was declining rapidly. Wei Qing's eyes revealed a look of worry. With his experience, he could naturally see that although Fei Ni was at a disadvantage, he wasn't defeated. Moreover, his advantage was getting smaller and smaller, and if nothing changed, he would undoubtedly lose. How could Long Qianmiao not know that after several sword strikes, his mood became incomparably violent, and his movements became even more chaotic? Fei Ni's figure continued to weave under the sword, and suddenly, he clapped his hands together and slammed them out. Countless colorful butterflies flew up, and in an instant, the sky was filled with butterflies. It was as if they were shuttling through a field of flowers, and they stuck close to Long Qianmiao. Long Qianmiao was shocked, and he raised his sword, and a dragon domain spread out, wanting to shatter the butterflies that filled the sky. Fei and I leaped back, formed a hand seal with one hand, and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! A fiery light soared into the sky, and dense flames rushed to the horizon. The flames suddenly formed a formation around them, and like shackles, it trapped Long Qianmiao inside. Long Qianmiao's expression changed greatly. The flames around him were actually directly burning his dragon essence. He hurriedly held his sword in front of him, and a dragon domain spread out to resist the burning divine flames. A cold glint flashed in Fei Ni's eyes, and her hands danced like a large bird. Her entire body shone brightly like a colorful phoenix. A green light slowly gathered in the sky above her, and it took the shape of a dragon. The dragon and phoenix roared together, and they flew around the towering pillar of fire, like the two eyes of a formation. Suddenly, the binding power multiplied. Long Qianmiao's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. In the end, he withdrew all the sword energy, and he held his sword without moving. Fei Ni's heart trembled, and she seemed to have a premonition of something. She suddenly retreated 300 meters, and she stared at him with vigilance. Long Qianmiao stared at her for a long time, and then slowly said, "You are really strong, far stronger than I was in the past. Perhaps you are the strongest young master of the Long family in many years." Fei and I frowned, and said, "Mr. Long is overpraising me. I am no longer the young master of the Long family." Long Qianmiao smiled bitterly, and said, "Removing the position of young master is not something that can be done with just my words alone. Fei and I am very pleased that you have such achievements today." Fei and I was startled, and said, What do you mean by that?" Long Qianmiao raised one hand, and the lawless heaven and earth sword flew out. Then, he slapped it, and a green light shot out. Fei and I was shocked, and she grabbed the air. The sky turned into a large hand, and it immediately grabbed the two items. Aside from the sword, there was also a jade pendant. Fei and I was shocked, and said, "The sect master's order." Ha 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 ha. Long Qianmiao suddenly laughed loudly, and the origin energy around him completely dissipated. He did not resist at all, and he allowed the flames to burn into his body. His eyes were filled with relief, and he directly sat down cross-legged, and his figure slowly became blurry. "Lord Sect Master." Fei and I was shocked, and she wanted to disperse the flames that filled the sky. Li Yunxiao said, "Let him go, this is what he wants." Fei and I said anxiously, but Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn, and he said, "His heart has already died, and it is impossible for him to recover his strength. Living like this is worse than death, and dying in the divine fire might be his best ending." Fei and I held the token, and the light of the flames shone on her face, and she looked indescribably sorrowful. All the experts were moved, and their expressions were solemn. The sect master of a generation had actually self-immolated and died in front of them just like that. That kind of deep sorrow spread in everyone's heart, and there was a feeling of a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Although Long Qianmiao's death was regrettable and sad, the fierce battle in the sky did not stop. Instead, it became even more tragic. The battle between Chu Mujia and Nanfeng Xian was earth-shattering. Terrifying airwaves were rolling everywhere. Their momentum was not inferior to that of divine transcendence. Nanfeng Xian's figure was almost invisible. Only rays of golden halos were spreading in the sky, like countless planes shooting into the distance. Chu Mujia, who was known as the #1 person below divine transcendence, was almost unable to fight back. Many of his limbs were broken, and his two hairy golden ape arms were also full of blood. Only the battle between Ling Baiyue and Bei Chunnan was very relaxed. They fought back and forth, one move against another. Their fight was very gentle. Several rays of sword light danced in front of Bei Chunnan, cutting off all his opponent's attacks. Then, he stood up with his sword and said coldly, "Are you playing with me?" Ling Baiyue smiled and said, "Playing? I'm very serious in my fight." Bei Chunnan said, "I don't know what you're thinking, but there's no need to play like this." Ling Baiyue smiled and said, "As long as you don't attack and watch from the side, we really don't have to fight." Bei Chunnan glanced at Chu Mujia in the distance. His pupils shrank slightly and he said, "What a powerful woman. Her battle is so fierce." Ling Baiyue's eyes were smiling. The feather fan that was used to attack was now used to fan. He nodded and said, Lady Nanfeng Xian is recognized as the most powerful among the many division chiefs in the sanctuary. Even if a divine transcendence met her, it would be a headache. Seeing that Bei Chunnan was about to move, he patted the feather fan in his hand and blocked him in the air. He said, let's just watch like this. Why don't we both take a break? Bei Chunnan snorted and said, if you want to rest, you can get lost. The sword momentum in his hand soared into the sky. Countless sword talismans appeared around him and merged into one in front of him. Then, he slashed at Nanfeng Xian. Chi. The sword momentum was like a meteor with infinite power. Ling Baiyue frowned and sighed helplessly. He flapped the feather fan in his hand and flew into the air, fleeing into the distance. Initially, he wanted to restrain Bei Chunnan and did not want to participate in this battle. After all, the final battle depended on the battle between He Yuhu and Che Yu. Even if he won against Bei Chunnan, it would be meaningless if He Yuhu lost. Who knew that? Bei Chunnan would not appreciate it. After fighting for a while, Bei Chunnan found it boring. Suddenly, the sword chi rose and forced him to stop. He had no choice but to deal with it with all his might. Suddenly, Chu Mujia let out a loud roar. His eyes bulged out of their sockets as he roared, damned old hag, I'll kill your entire family. He seemed to be completely enraged. His body was riddled with wounds. Although they weren't fatal, they were becoming more and more sullen. Bang bang. With a loud roar, he grabbed the air in front of him and a row of small balls appeared. Some were red, some were green, some were big, some were small, but without exception, all of them emitted an extremely powerful demonic energy. The small balls danced under his hand seals and circled around his body. The demonic aura on them crackled and flickered like lightning. Demonic cores? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand why he took out so many demonic cores. Some of them saw him feeding the warship fish with primordial cores during the battle to maintain his demonic state. They thought that he was using the demonic cores to eat as well. What did you say? Nanfeng Xian's cold voice came from the void. The golden half-moon hoop turned into a rainbow bridge and descended from the sky, pressing down on the sky above Chu Mujia. A graceful figure appeared on the golden hoop. It was Nanfeng Xian. She looked furious and said coldly, what did you call me? Chu Mujia roared, old hag. You bastard old hag. Li Yunxiao was the one who called you great-grandmother. How dare you vent your anger on me? Do you have any integrity? Then I won't hold back anymore. Old hag, great-grandmother, oh you bong. Die. Nanfeng Xian's shrill voice cut through the sky. The golden half-moon hoop made a clanging sound and turned into a crescent blade in her hand. She slashed it down. Rumble. The sky was split open. The huge crescent blade slashed towards Chu Mujia. The entire area was shrouded in a murderous aura. Humph, you're the one who's going to die. Chu Mujia roared. He kept making hand seals and imprinted all kinds of seals into the demonic cores. Nebulae appeared around each of the demonic cores. They spun and emitted a terrifying aura. Everyone was confused. They did not know what kind of technique this was. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Previously, when Qi Xingfeng placed a restriction on Chu Mujia's dantian, he exploded his dantian and replaced it with a demonic core. In other words, he had the ability to transform the demonic cores into a sea of qi in his dantian. The state of the demonic cores in front of him was a sea of qi. He's going to explode those demonic cores. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of this possibility and was shocked. With so many 9th-level demonic cores exploding at the same time, even Chu Mujia himself might not be able to withstand it. 11 demonic cores, Qi transformation whirlpool. Just as Li Yunxiao had thought, Chu Mujia clenched his hands in front of him. The 11 9th-level demonic cores suddenly spun and a terrifying aura rushed out. This is, the demonic cores transforming into a sea of Qi? How is this possible? All the experts were shocked. In their shock, the 11 demonic cores exploded one by one. Boom. 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 The terrifying Qi transformation whirlpool spread out and formed a whirlpool in front of Chumujia. The whirlpool then shot towards the crescent golden wheel. Chumujia himself was swallowed by the power of the Sea of Qi. Rumble. Nanfeng Xian's face contorted as the slash was destroyed. She turned around and tried to escape. But it was too late. She was swallowed by the wave of Qi. Rumble. A huge explosion was still reverberating in the sky, spreading far and wide. The two figures could not be seen at all. He Yuhu and Wei Qing's expressions darkened and became extremely ugly. The power of this move was comparable to a transcendent and saintly expert's attack. Since Chumujia dared to use it, he naturally could control the damage to himself. Nanfeng Xian was most likely going to be heavily injured. The situation was getting more and more unfavorable. He Yuhu knew that the key was to suppress the expert in front of him. But with the opponent's strength, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He might not be able to control the situation. He was vexed. Why didn't he bring more people with him? He originally thought that he, Nanfeng Xian, and Ling Baiyue would be enough to deal with all the problems. He didn't expect the severity of the situation to far exceed his expectations. Li Yunxiao suddenly took the lawless heaven and earth sword from Fei Ni's hands. He formed a hand seal and pointed at the sword. Sword talismans appeared on the sword and he threw it toward the battlefield. He shouted, "Old dragon, take this." Cheiyu was overjoyed. He suddenly flew toward the true dragon sword and said, as expected of a companion who has been inseparable with me for so many years. "You know everything I'm thinking." When he said this, everyone looked at Li Yunxiao with a strange expression. Fei and I was also stunned. She pointed at Cheiyu and asked, "Husband, you have the same yang fetish?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said angrily, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Fei and I looked like she didn't believe him. She said embarrassedly, it's actually nothing." Everyone else didn't believe her either. Li Yunxiao wanted to kill Cheiyu. He looked around and saw that Luo Qingyun and Qin Chuan were still staring at him. He said coldly, "If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." The two of them looked at each other and retreated in tacit agreement. Fei and I was still at the side. She had the strength to kill even Long Qianmiao. With her here, they had no hope of killing Li Yunxiao. They could only give up. Wei Qing's expression was also extremely ugly. The situation was getting out of control. Their only chance of victory now was if He Yuhu could subdue Cheiyu and suppress everyone else. He Yuhu also understood the severity of the situation. He snorted coldly when he saw the lawless heaven and earth sword flying toward him. In a flash, he rushed forward and punched out repeatedly. Boom! A long line was blasted open in the sky. It headed straight for Cheiyu. Humph! What a joke! Cheiyu laughed coldly and kicked out. A dragon's roar rang out, and the green light morphed into the shape of a dragon, blasting toward the fist wind. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows, but their figures did not stop. They rushed straight for the lawless heaven and earth sword. He Yuhu shouted, three nun finger. Qi! 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 The finger force pierced through the air, leaving streaks in the air. The layers of air were torn apart, and a piercing sound rang out. What kind of shady thing is this? Cheiyu's expression changed. His body turned in the air, and the Sumeruinata sword glowed with colorful light. He slashed through the air. Boom! The finger force was destroyed, but the sword force did not diminish. It continued to slash forward. Qi! He Yuhu's afterimage was torn apart. His real body appeared in the air, and he was one step ahead of Cheiyu. He grabbed at the lawless heaven and earth sword. What? Cheiyu was shocked and enraged. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed over. My apologies, this sword is mine. He Yuhu grabbed at the long sword with one hand, and punched at Cheiyu's sword light with the other. Boom! The sword light shattered, and a shockwave spread out in all directions. The sky turned blurry for a moment. He Yuhu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the lawless heaven and earth sword. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He felt an inexplicable sense of great danger approaching. Although he did not know why, it was a martial artist's instinct. In an instant, he let out a loud cry. His vigor shield immediately opened up, and his body shone brightly. Only then did he feel at ease and grabbed at the sword. Suddenly, the sword glowed with 4 different colors. He Yuhu felt a huge pressure coming at him, as if a mountain was crashing down on him. The space above the lawless heaven and earth sword suddenly distorted. The long sword disappeared and turned into a 4-colored mountain, crashing down. What? He was startled and overwhelmed with shock. That treasured sword was actually an afterimage. He was not the only one. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their hearts skipped a beat. Not good. Get out of the way. Wei Qing roared hysterically, veins popping out on his face. Everyone knew the power of this thing. Even a divine transcendence would not be able to withstand it. He Yuhu already understood the power of this thing without Wei Qing's shout. He had felt the bones in his fingers shatter the moment he touched it with his finger. The immense pressure was unparalleled, and even his stellar energy shield was instantly shattered. Rumble. He Yuhu instantly retreated, but the mountain's momentum was already upon him. The earth rhythm of benevolence jolted into his body, causing his qi and blood to churn. He could not help but want to vomit blood. What a pity! Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. He stretched out his hand, and a rune appeared on his palm. The Tushita heavenly peak immediately began to spin, and like a clumsy bird, it returned to his palm at an extremely slow speed and disappeared. At the same time, a strange color flashed in his eyes, turning a strange blood-red color before turning black, and then back to normal. He Yuhu was shocked. Li Yunxiao's illusory art had fooled everyone. Qiuyu's lips curled up into a playful smile. Then, his expression turned cold as he stared at Li Yunxiao and said, "You even schemed against me. If I had been the first one to act just now, wouldn't I have been injured by you now?" Li Yunxiao laughed. "Hee, I have confidence in your strength. I knew that you would not be able to snatch it from Lord He Yuhu." Qiuyu's face was filled with black lines, and he was furious. He raised his hand, and a sword had appeared in his left hand. It was the sword Li Yunxiao had thrown at him when he killed He Yuhu. He examined it carefully for a moment, and an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He chuckled, "Hee, for the sake of this sword, I'll forget about your scheme against me. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily." He could not help but frown as he made his threat. Based on his understanding of Li Yunxiao, this was definitely not the last time, and he could not help but feel depressed. He Yuhu's expression was grim, and there seemed to be a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He swept his gaze over the crowd, then looked at Qiuyu. "You can take Li Yunxiao away, but the others must stay." "What?" Wei Qing was greatly alarmed and said, "Lord He Yuhu, Li Yunxiao is of utmost importance, we can't let him go." He Yu Protector said, "I understand as well, but the situation is beyond our control." Wei Qing also fell silent. From the looks of it, the sacred region had indeed lost control of the situation. It was almost impossible to keep Li Yunxiao here. Qiuyu turned his gaze to Li Yunxiao, as if he wanted to consult him. Li Yunxiao said, "Xianxia, Lu Fian, Chu Mujia, Fei and I, Narcissus, and Yi Fan, come with me. You can deal with the rest." Wei Qing's expression changed, and he said, "Chu Mujia and Yi Fan stay, the rest will come with you." The sky involuntarily trembled, and a bloodied Chu Mujia appeared out of thin air, looking at Li Yunxiao. The unruly Chu Mujia would naturally not ask for help, but the look in his eyes was obvious. Li Yunxiao said, "Crazy Jia contributed greatly just now. If he stays, he will definitely be killed by you, so he must come with me." Wei Qing's expression was dark and uncertain. Leaving someone like Chu Mujia alive would be a disaster sooner or later, but the situation was beyond his control. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Fine, I'll let him go this time. I don't believe he can escape to the ends of the earth. After bringing me back, I'll immediately deploy troops to hunt you down across the entire world." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Let's talk about the future in the future. Perhaps when Lord Wei Qing dies in the future, there won't be so much trouble in the world anymore." He Yuhu suddenly said, "Yi Fan can leave, but Noah's Ark." Qiuyu immediately cut him off, "You'd better speak less. There's no room for negotiation now." He gripped his sword with both hands, and 2 streams of dragon essence force spread out. His aura skyrocketed, and he was much more domineering than before. He Yuhu's expression was extremely ugly, and he snorted heavily before falling silent. Qi Xingfeng suddenly said, "Li Yunxiao, take me with you." Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled strangely and said, "Don't scare me, my lord. With your power, you can go anywhere, and you still need me to take you with me?" Anger flashed across Qi Xingfeng's face, and he said, "Don't be so full of yourself. Who doesn't have a time when a dragon is stranded in the shallows? Help me once today, and you'll definitely benefit from it." Seeing Li Yunxiao's hesitation, Wei Qing said angrily, "Don't go too far, Li Yunxiao. If you want to take everyone away, we might as well fight it out with you." A cold sneer flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said mockingly, "Oh? Lord Wei Qing is so spirited? Then why don't we give it a try? I'm very interested in the samsara wheel that Lord He Yuhu just took away." He Yuhu's expression changed. Although it was impossible for him to be robbed if they really fought, and he could always escape no matter what, the rest would undoubtedly die. Wei Qing, Zi Mingji, Nanfeng Xian, Ling Baiyue, Luo Xing, all of them were famous figures in the world, and there were also his beloved disciples. If the Holy Region lost so many people at once, those few in the divine capital would probably go completely mad and directly descend. "Alright, take whoever you want with you." He Yuhu waved his hand weakly. Wei Qing's expression was also livid. He knew that he would only be humiliating himself if he continued to act tough, so he simply kept quiet. He Yuhu said, "Ling Baiyue, immediately send the emotions here back to the Holy Region, and ask for reinforcements." "Yes." Ling Baiyue responded, and directly took out a profound level weapon in front of everyone, and began to work. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. If the Holy Region sent more people here, then the great advantage he had would be gone in the blink of an eye. He said, "Alright, since Lord Feng wants to give me benefits, then let's leave together." "Us too." Ning Qiyun also stood up, and said, "Li Yunxiao, bring us along." Li Yunxiao looked at them, and said, "You, Lord Kuei, and the three elders, follow me. As for Star Moon House's head shopkeeper and Grandma Sunflower, Lord Wei Qing won't make things difficult for you." Han Junting's expression immediately turned ugly. Although Li Yunxiao was right, she still felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped in front of everyone. "Humph." Wei Qing snorted, and looked at Ning Kuei. At this moment, Ning Kuei's cultivation was already crippled, and one of the three Red Moon City elders was also crippled, while the other two were also heavily injured. They probably wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. "Let's go." Li Yunxiao shouted, and said to Yi Fan, "Can you drive Noah's Ark again?" Yi Fan said, "If it's just normal flight, then it's fine, but I'm afraid I can't do anything else." Li Yunxiao said, "Then we'll fly normally. With Noah's Ark speed, we should be able to leave this place before the Holy Region sends reinforcements." "Alright." Yi Fan made a hand seal in front of him, and suddenly a golden light flew out from between his brows, turning into a huge warship in the air. He Yuhu was extremely regretful at this moment. How good would it be if he didn't care about his reputation and directly snatched this warship? Li Yunxiao and the others leaped up, and flew into the warship. Qi Xingfeng pointed at the crowd, and said, "You come with me." That person's face was slightly pale, and he sighed, but he had no choice but to step out and follow behind him. It was Luo Tian, a level 9 soul formation Sea Realm alchemist who had a restriction placed on him by Qi Xingfeng. "Let's go." He, Bo Yuqing, and Luo Tian flew onto the warship, and carefully sized up this legendary saint artifact, their eyes flashing. Li Yunxiao saw his expression, and said, "Lord Luo better not have any ideas, or it will be very dangerous." Qi Xingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he snorted softly, then sat on the warship without saying a word, and directly meditated. Yi Fan made a hand seal, and the warship's array immediately activated. With a rumble, the warship turned into a streak of light, and with a loud rumble, it suddenly flew into the distance. All that was left behind was a pile of trash, and countless heavily injured cultivators, all of them had ugly expressions. But slowly, everyone became happy. After all, to be able to escape this disaster, and not die in this kind of environment, they could be considered lucky. Wei Qing said, "Lord He Yuhu, let's return to the Holy Region immediately." This time, the incident at Crimson Moon City is too important, and many things are beyond our imagination. We must immediately come up with a countermeasure. He Yuhu frowned, and after thinking for a while, he said, bring everyone back first, and discuss it with Gong Xianxia. I still have other matters to attend to, so I will wait in Crimson Moon City for Nangong Buhai's rendezvous. Wei Qing was shocked, and said, Nangong Buhai? Could it be? He Yuhu said, it's about that Tsutsumi. Nangong Buhai has already gathered the Murong family's experts, and they will arrive soon. Regarding what happened at Crimson Moon City, as well as the arrest warrant for Li Yunxiao and the others, I will have to trouble Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing couldn't help but sigh, and said, Lord is too polite, these really are troubled times. At this moment, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky, it was the golden half-moon ring, and Nanfeng Xian's figure appeared. Her face was pale, without a trace of blood, and the moment she appeared, she directly vomited a mouthful of blood. Ling Baiwei hurriedly went forward to support her, and said, Are you all right? Nanfeng Xian shook her head, as if her injuries were extremely severe, and she didn't want to speak at all. Wei Qing said coldly, that Chu Mujia's methods are unparalleled, what a troublesome person. Ling Baiwei sighed, and said, Sigh, it feels like everything is suddenly coming together, and we don't have enough manpower at all. Wei Qing's expression was gloomy, and he said, Chu Mujia is still fine, we only need to inform the Divine Transformation Sea Realm, and they will naturally worry about it. Right now, the only one we have to deal with as soon as possible is Li Yunxiao, not only because he has too many secrets, but also because there are two transcendent-grade profound artifacts, the World Deity Steel and Noah's Arkansas. Our sanctuary is determined to obtain them. He Yuhu took out an elixir, and passed it to Nanfeng Xian, and said, Take it. Nanfeng Xian's eyes were filled with shock, as if she recognized the origin of the elixir. She immediately swallowed it without hesitation, and the expression on her face immediately recovered quite a bit. Only then did a light flash in He Yuhu's hand, and the samsara wheel appeared. He passed it to her, and said, Bring this item back as well, and hand it to Lord Gong Xianxia personally. Wei Qing and Ling Baiyue's expressions changed slightly, and at the same time, they revealed extremely dissatisfied and sullen expressions. He Yuhu's behavior clearly showed that he didn't trust them. Although they were dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. Nanfeng Xian took the samsara wheel, and carefully kept it, and said, Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely not let you down. He Yuhu nodded, and said, Then I can rest assured. After Li Yunxiao and the others left, Noah's Ark sped through the sky as fast as lightning. Everyone on the warship looked at each other. Yifan formed a few hand seals, and the entire space changed. Everyone was sitting above a huge formation. Endless spiritual energy turned into wisps of smoke and surged up from below, directly invading everyone's limbs and bones. It was indescribably comfortable. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, It's all thanks to everyone's hard work that I survived the disaster. Do you want to have a drink or something? Xian Hua's eyes flickered, and he said excitedly, You really are. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and interrupted him. It's fine as long as you understand. There are outsiders here, so it's not good to say it clearly. Xian Hua's heart settled. He was 100% sure now. He chuckled and said, You think I can't guess it? Li Yunxiao sighed. We can hide it for as long as we can. Many people looked puzzled. Xian Hua's gaze swept around the battlefield, and he chuckled a few times. He immediately understood. He was afraid that Ning Qiyun would know that the other party was an elder of Divine Firmament Palace. Ning Kuei said, This old one is also very curious about young Master Yun's identity. I wonder if the outsiders that young Master Yun mentioned include this old one? Li Yunxiao said, Outside Crimson Moon City, I risked my life to fight Wei Qing for my lord. Although I had my own selfish motives, the reason was also because of me. This one can't thank you enough. As for my identity, I'm afraid I can't hide it for long. However, I'll drag it out for as long as I can. Ning Kuei frowned slightly and said, All right, this old one is really curious. But no matter what, I hope that young Master Yun will always be a friend of Crimson Moon City. Crimson Moon City? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, After this battle, Crimson Moon City will probably only exist in name. The others also had rueful expressions. Such a great city, a giant of a region, was gone just like that, collapsing in the blink of an eye. The impermanence of life was evident. On the contrary, Ning Kuei seemed to be very open-minded. He said indifferently, "There is no eternal ruler in the world. The tide rises and falls, and clouds gather and disperse. This is a very normal thing. However, there is no need to be so pessimistic. As long as Hongyu City's name remains, there is hope for it to recover one day." Li Yunxiao said, "It's rare for the old city master to be so open-minded." "That's great. Nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their minds to it." Ning Kuei sighed, "It's a pity that I'm already old. There's no one in the younger generation of Hongyu City who can take on this responsibility, and my daughter, Kiyue, is missing. In the future, Scarlet Moon City will need to rely on everyone's support." Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, "Well said, well said." As for Kuyu, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Ning Kuei was shocked. "Young Master Yun knows where my daughter is?" Li Yunxiao flipped his hand and said, "Last time, when we parted at Red Moon City, Kiyue left me this jade pendant. She told me to break it if I was in trouble, and she would rush over to save me immediately." Ning Kuei was shocked. He hurriedly picked up the jade pendant and examined it. "It is indeed my daughter's aura." He was quite surprised. "Since my daughter made such a heavy promise, her relationship with young Master Yun must be extraordinary, right?" Li Yunxiao sighed. "She is indeed extraordinary. Now that she is by Tianxi's side, I wonder how she's doing." "Tianxi?" Ning Kuei was shocked and asked, "Isn't the thing attached to Murongzhu's body the moon gaze? Is it the ethereal Tianxi?" He was once the city master of Hongyu City, so he naturally knew about the existence of Tianxi. Ning Qiyun was also shocked. "What exactly is Tianxi?" Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. "It's hard to say for sure. I only know that it has been residing in the Tong clan for a long time, and it is a body of intelligence created by the first Tsutsumi when he returned to the void. Its power is not inferior to a normal Tsutsumi." Ning Kuei was stunned. "Created by the first Tsutsumi when he returned to the void? In the records of Hongyu City, if you want to restrain the power of Tsutsumi, you must obtain Tianxi." Li Yunxiao said, "Those records are mostly misleading and wrong. Xianxia, Fian, come with me. I want to see if I can rescue Kiyue." Lu Fian said, "Sure, but we came out on a mission this time. We never expected to meet you. How about we meet you after we return to the deity transformation sea?" Qi Xingfeng's face changed. He said coldly, "The mission you mentioned, is it to bring me back?" Lu Fian said, "My original idea was to bring Master Bo Yuqing back. Since Master Qi Xingfeng is also here, it is naturally best to go back together." Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "Humph, dream on." Bo Yuqing was also nervous. He held the hilt of his sword with both hands, his face gloomy. Lu Fian said, "In fact, the two of you don't need to worry about anything. Foster father is just worried about you." Qi Xingfeng sneered, "Haha, worried? What he is worried about is our lives and other things." Xianxia said angrily, "Why are you talking so much to them? Just bring them back. Whether they go or not, it is not up to them." Lu Fian frowned and said, "Fian does not agree with Master's wild guesses." Qi Xingfeng sneered, "How can you guess Lu Congzi's thoughts? I will naturally go back to the deity transformation sea, but unfortunately not now." Xianxia said, "At this moment, do you have a choice?" The light in Qi Xingfeng's eyes slightly condensed. He snorted and ignored him. Instead, he said to Li Yunxiao, "I want to make a deal with young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "A deal? Master Yun clearly said that he would give me benefits. How did it become a deal?" "Even if it is a deal, I have already paid for taking you away from Red Moon City. Now, it is time for you to give me the goods." "Haha, this bit of money is far from enough." Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "My bargaining chip is enough to help you step into divine transcendence." Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and everyone else also showed a look of shock. Divine transcendence had already transcended the shackles of the martial path and drifted between the martial path and the divine path. No one dared to say that they could help someone step into this level. Otherwise, there would be as many divine transcendents as dogs. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, this young master has the transcendent grade profound artifact realm divine steel, and I cultivate both technique path and physical body. It is only a matter of time before I step into divine transcendence. Qi Xingfeng praised, I am afraid that there is no one else in the world who can be so confident. However, are you really 100% sure? Have you considered the time factor? Do you need 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, you mean to say that you can speed up the process of stepping into divine transcendence? Qi Xingfeng's eyes lit up and he said, yes. Not only will you step into divine transcendence, but it may also be a great opportunity that will shake the world. A great opportunity that will shake the world? Li Yunxiao understood the meaning of each word and said thoughtfully, it is most likely related to that demon lord? Everyone's body trembled. When they thought of the demon lord's might, their expressions changed. Qi Xingfeng said solemnly, yes, the power of the demon lord can overturn a boat, but it can also carry it. If the deal is successful, I will tell you some things about the demon lord. I am afraid that no one in the current realm of heaven martial arts knows more than me about these secrets. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows. He didn't believe Qi Xingfeng's words. He also had the northern region king, who had led the great demon sealing war, in the realm god monument, so he definitely knew more. However, when it came to the use of demonic origin power, there was no one in this world who could surpass him. Xianxia said, don't believe him. If that demon lord comes back to life, I am afraid that no one in this world can suppress him. Li Yunxiao was also hesitant. He said, tell me the specifics. I will think about it. Qi Xingfeng said, there are many people here, so it is inconvenient to say it clearly. Please set up a barrier. His power was very weak at the moment, so the barrier he set up might not be able to defend against so many experts. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and a wave of lightning spread out and directly appeared on himself and Qi Xingfeng. The barrier separated them from the outside world, and the sound waves couldn't be transmitted outside. They were completely relying on the lightning energy of the electric field to transmit the sound waves. A strange look appeared in Qi Xingfeng's eyes. He looked at the weak electricity evenly distributed on his skin and was obviously very satisfied with this method. He said, how much does young Master Yun know about the demon lord? Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, are you going to tell me the secret, or am I going to tell you the secret? If this conversation is going to be like this, then there is no need for further discussion. Qi Xingfeng smiled embarrassedly and said, all right, then I will speak frankly. Young Master Yun, you have also heard of many experts searching for lost spaces, right? Even if those so-called lost spaces truly exist, it is very difficult to become a god. However, I know of a few places where there is a chance to become a god. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He said, which places? Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, the other places are too difficult. Even I do not dare to go recklessly, but there is one place where the risk is extremely low. It is just that no one has been able to find that place for countless years. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, then isn't what you have said useless? Qi Xingfeng laughed and said, young Master Yun, don't be impatient. But things are different now because the demon lord Pu has descended once through your body. With your ability, you should be able to sense the demon lord Pu's coordinates, right? Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, the place you are talking about, could it be the place where the demon lord Pu is sealed? Yes. Qi Xingfeng's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, the place where Lord Pu is sealed is the best place to become a god in this world. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Qi Xingfeng, you are the descendant of the demon servants. I really have to think about whether or not you are trying to harm me. Your real goal is to use me to open the seal, right? Everyone saw their lips move slightly and their expressions change rapidly. They had a strange look on their faces. They did not know what they were talking about, but they were certain that it was something extremely secretive. Qi Xingfeng hurriedly said, young Master Yun, please do not misunderstand. I am the descendant of the Monogatari's demon servants, and the Arch and Lord Pu have always been sworn enemies. I will never destroy Lord Pu's seal. Li Yunxiao said with a strange expression, I heard the Arch say that Pu and he used to be one. What is going on? Qi Xingfeng's expression changed several times. He was considering if he should say it, but when he saw Li Yunxiao's cold gaze, he sighed and said, although this matter is extremely secretive, it's not something important. There's no harm in saying it. There's only one true eternal demon master, and that's the Arch. However, over the long years, the Thearcha's mind changed. She began to have some conflicts with her will. Later on, this conflict became greater and greater, almost to the point of being incompatible. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Personality dissociation?" Qi Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, "You can put it that way. One of them is evil, while the other is good." As his personality continued to split, Lord Pu was finally born from the Thearcha's body and separated. He took away the Thearcha's good thoughts. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "How could such a thing happen? That Monogatari is the embodiment of evil, and the demon master Pu is the embodiment of good? But I didn't see how kind he was just now." Qi Xingfeng said, "I don't know the details. Lord Pu took away a small portion of the Thearcha's power. Although he's also a demon master, his strength is far inferior to the Arch." Later on, the two lords were suppressed. Li Yunxiao said, "Monogatari was dismembered and suppressed in various places in the heavenly martial arts realm. What about the demon master Pu? Could it be that he was dismembered too?" Qi Xingfeng said, "Lord Pu's power is too different from the Thearcha's. It doesn't seem like he was suppressed separately. He should be preserved completely somewhere in the heavenly martial arts realm." Li Yunxiao said, "Your demon servant lineage hasn't found the place where Pu is sealed all these years?" Qi Xingfeng said, "There's a very suspicious place. We've done a lot of investigation, but we haven't found anything. So, all these years, we unanimously believe that Lord Pu is most likely sealed in the sea forest." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "The forest of the sea?" He muttered to himself and scanned the world divine monument with his divine consciousness. Narcissus seemed to still be in a deep sleep. The lotus throne had an extremely strong healing ability. Guang Yuan had relied on it to recover from his serious injuries. Since Braun was at ease leaving Narcissus behind, there shouldn't be any problems, so he wasn't too worried. Qi Xingfeng continued, "Moreover, Lord Pu has indeed been to the Four Seas and spent quite some time there. Today, you have been stained with the blood of the Sea Emperor's bloodline, and Lord Pu has borrowed your body to descend here, which further confirms my thoughts." Li Yunxiao said, "If the place where the demon lord is sealed is in the forest of the sea, and the sealed place is a place where it is very easy to become a god, then," Qi Xingfeng said seriously, "that's right. This was the key to confirming my suspicions. The Sea Emperor Braun had borrowed a body to descend and was actually able to open the eye of the heavenly Tao. This kind of divine ability was unheard of since ancient times. Would you believe that the Sea King was not a god-state expert? In any case, I don't believe it." Li Yunxiao was lost in thought. Although Qi Xingfeng's guess was very reasonable, he had been to the forest of the sea. He didn't know how the Sea Emperor Braun was in the past, but he was sure that he was not a god-state expert now. As for the Eye of the Heavenly Tao and the Chain of Law, they were indeed a bit strange. He didn't believe that Braun had such strength. This strangeness was most likely due to the divine tool, just like me. The forest of the sea. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself. Qi Xingfeng said, "Exactly. With your strength, after Lord Pu borrowed your body to descend, you should be able to sense something, right? Moreover, did you notice that the Sea Emperor's bloodline is not a member of the sea race, whether it is in terms of bloodline or appearance?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He had already noticed this, and he had asked Narcissus, but he didn't get any results. That girl seemed to know nothing. Seeing that he was silent, Qi Xingfeng suddenly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't sense it. I can teach you a magical power that can trace back that strand of connection." Li Yunxiao was surprised, "There is such a magical power?" Qi Xingfeng smiled and said, "You are still young. The world is vast and immeasurable. Just watch carefully." He didn't say anything else and immediately made a hand sign with both hands. 3 fingers on his left hand were vertical, and 2 fingers on his right hand were pinched into a circle. A wisp of golden light rippled out from between his eyebrows and turned into flashes of halos. The others were shocked and didn't understand what was going on. However, in this Noah's Ark, Qi Xingfeng couldn't do anything. After the shock, everyone frowned and thought about the hand sign just now. However, no matter how they thought about it, they felt that it was unfamiliar, and they couldn't understand what it meant. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. After thinking carefully for a while, he also put his left hand together with 3 fingers pointing to the sky, and drew a circle with his right hand. A halo bloomed from between his eyebrows. All of a sudden, specks of golden light appeared in the halo and spread out. His eyes instantly turned into a blood moon, then black, then golden, and flashed with cold light. Ning Kuei's body trembled as if he was shocked. He looked at Li Yunxiao with a face full of shock, and he couldn't believe it. Ning Qian said in shock, "Father, what's wrong with you?" Ning Kuei seemed to have thought of something, and a monstrous wave surged in his heart. What he saw just now was definitely Tsutsumi. Although it had turned into a golden color, he couldn't be mistaken with that strange light in his eyes. He finally understood Li Yunxiao's identity, but it was difficult for him to accept it for a while. "Father, are you okay?" Ning Qian grabbed his arm with some worry. Ning Kuei shook his head, and his face was full of solemnity. He glanced at his daughter and finally understood why Li Yunxiao didn't want to reveal his identity. The matter between Gu Feiyang and Chu Hongyan was known to the whole world. If his daughter saw through his identity, Chu Hongyan would soon come out of seclusion, and the Divine Firmament Palace would also come out. No wonder he said that he could stall for as long as he could. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Ning Qian frowned, and asked with some doubt, "Is it because father's injuries are acting up?" Ning Kuei said, "A little." His face was full of solemnity and contemplation. No wonder Qiua's relationship with him was so good. He didn't expect that this person was actually Gu Feiyang. A strange feeling surged in his heart. Originally, he was the biggest enemy of the Red Moon City, but now he seemed to have become a friend, and a friend that he hoped to rely on in the future. At this moment, a golden light shone out from between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows, and his eyes were golden. Strange symbols appeared in his pupils. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from those strange pupils, and he cried out involuntarily, "What?" His body trembled, and the seals in his hands dispersed. The golden light that filled the sky disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Qi Xingfeng's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly said, "Did you see it? Was it the sea forest?" Li Yunxiao's face was full of shock, and he frowned deeply, but he didn't answer. The place he saw just now wasn't the sea forest, but the southern region's Aqua Sky Nation. A look of displeasure flashed across Qi Xingfeng's face, and he said, "Young Master Yun, I passed this technique to you in order to obtain information about the sealed land. You won't be so despicable as to not say it after seeing it, right?" Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. He really didn't want to say it, and a bitter expression immediately appeared on his face. Qi Xingfeng's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, "You really don't want to say it?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and he said, "This place is very unexpected. Let me think about it." He struggled for a while, and he felt that he couldn't say it no matter what, but if he didn't say it, it would be too immoral. He could only say embarrassedly, "It's just that it's too strange, and I can't accept it at the moment. Let me think about it first." Qi Xingfeng's face was covered with a layer of ice, and he said angrily, "Aren't you too shameless?" Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming on, and he said, "How about this? I owe you for this matter, and I'll cancel out the favor of rescuing you." "Rescued? Haha, do you think that I'll be captured by them?" Qi Xingfeng's face was full of anger, and then his face darkened, and he said, "Since you're such a despicable person, then let's not do the deal." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and he said, "It's just that that place is too unexpected. How about this? I promise you, if I go to find the place where the Devil Lord Pu is sealed, I'll definitely bring you along. How about that?" Qi Xingfeng's face became slightly better, and he said, "Humph, with this kind of attitude, how can I believe you?" Li Yunxiao said seriously, "I have my own difficulties, and when the time is right, I'll tell you. The place I saw was not the forest of the sea." "What? Not the forest of the sea?" Qi Xingfeng was shocked, and he seemed to be in disbelief. Li Yunxiao said, "Of course, I have no need to lie to you." Qi Xingfeng said, "All right, I'll believe you this once. After all, without my help, you can't break through to become a god. You must remember, if I lose, I lose, and if I prosper, I'll prosper together. I believe that you're a smart person." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry, I still have this bit of integrity." Qi Xingfeng nodded, and said, I still want to make a deal with you, and it's about your rainbow stone. His eyes were shining with excitement, and he seemed to be unable to suppress his excitement. Li Yunxiao made a prompt decision, and said, the rainbow stone is not for sale. Qi Xingfeng frowned, and said, you can think about it, as long as the conditions are not too excessive, I can accept them. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, do you know anything about the extreme yang body? Extreme yang body? Qi Xingfeng's eyes shone, and he said in surprise, who in the world has the extreme yang body? Could it be the Divine Cloud Palace's successor? Li Yunxiao said, it is the Divine Nine Yang body. Qi Xingfeng was stunned, and he murmured, I didn't expect the Divine Nine Yang body to reappear in the world. Li Yunxiao said doubtfully, is it really okay to fuse with the rainbow stone? Will there be any side effects? Qi Xingfeng frowned, and he suddenly fell into deep thought, and said, originally, only my bloodline knew the method of fusing with the rainbow stone, but a few thousand years ago, Divine Cloud Palace's Gu Qingqing actually fused with the rainbow stone, and she was almost invincible in the world. This shocked the patriarch back then, and he wanted to find out the method of fusing with the rainbow stone. In the end, he was heavily injured, and he passed away not long after. Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he said, since you can also fuse with the rainbow stone, you all have the divine two extreme bodies, and your strength should be equal. Even if you can't win, you won't be killed, right? Qi Xingfeng's face flashed with shame, and he said embarrassedly, it's hard to tell the truth, but actually, the method of fusing with the rainbow stone is flawed. Flaw? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Looking at Qi Xingfeng's gloomy expression, he couldn't help but size him up and said, could it be that the remnant soul of Yu Yixian in your body was produced by that so-called flaw? Qi Xingfeng's eyes flashed with great hatred, he snorted heavily and said, that's not it. But if it wasn't for that flaw, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to seize Yu Yixian's body. Because of this, we attach great importance to the matter of Divine Cloud Palace's Nine Yang divine physique fusing with the rainbow stone. And the ancestor that was killed by Gu Qingqing back then was Yu Yixian's master. Li Yunxiao's mouth opened wide in shock, he said embarrassedly, so there's such a connection, Qi Xingfeng said, after all, after the demon sealing war 100,000 years ago, the people in the world who understood the demon masters the most were from our lineage. Someone could seamlessly fuse with the rainbow stone, how could we not be surprised? Later, Yu Yixian tried everything to go to Divine Cloud Palace to investigate this matter and found some clues. The fusion of the rainbow stone also had a flaw. Li Yunxiao was shocked, he said, what flaw? Qi Xingfeng said, actually, this sentence is reversed. It should be the flaw in the fusion of the rainbow stone that led to the flaw in the fusion of the agarine. Because the fusion method that Yu Yixian perfected was based on Gu Qingqing's secret technique. Li Yunxiao's mind suddenly flashed, he said in shock, what kind of flaw is it? If a nine-yang divine physique appeared to fuse with the rainbow stone, what would happen? Qi Xingfeng revealed a playful expression, he said with a mischievous smile, hey, young Master Yun seems to be very anxious about this matter. Then we can have a good talk. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. His heart was filled with anger, but he tried his best to suppress it. He said, Qi Xingfeng, this matter is extremely important to me. I hope you can tell me everything without holding anything back. Qi Xingfeng snorted and said, from the beginning when I started talking to you, not a single thing was not extremely important. You made me angry for quite a while. This rainbow stone fusion technique is a secret technique of my sect that is not passed on to others. How can I speak of it so easily? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, raising the price on the spot, what do I have to do for you to say it? Qi Xingfeng's eyes flickered, give me the rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao said, it's not that I can't give you the rainbow stone, although it's peculiar, it's not very useful to me. But is the information you gave me worth a rainbow stone? Qi Xingfeng said, that depends on who I'm talking to. To others, it might not be worth a penny, but to you, it might be worth a rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao said, then tell me first, I'll see if it's worth a rainbow stone. Ha ha ha. Qi Xingfeng laughed loudly, then his face darkened as he angrily said, Li Yunxiao, are you playing dumb, or do you take me for a fool? Everyone was confused. They only saw that they seemed to be arguing, but they didn't know what they were talking about. They could only lower their heads and watch while healing their wounds. Li Yunxiao pondered, as if he couldn't make a decision. He didn't dare to take out the rainbow stone for no reason, but since it was related to Luo Yunsheng, he couldn't care less, so he said, "Fine. I can give you the rainbow stone, but you must ensure that my friend is safe." He briefly explained the matter of Luo Yunsheng. Qi Xingfeng frowned. "If I'm not wrong, it's most likely a trap set by Gu Qingqing, just like that old dog Yue Xin." Li Yunxiao was shocked. He couldn't stay calm anymore. He stood up and shouted, "Then what should we do? If she's taken over by Gu Qingqing, can she still recover?" Qi Xingfeng said, "It's hard to say, but the sooner we find her, the safer it will be, otherwise, hee." Li Yunxiao's mind was in a mess. He could no longer care about the Devil Lord. His mind was in a mess as he paced back and forth in the cabin. Everyone looked at his upset look, but for some reason, it seemed inconvenient to ask. Lu Fian said softly, "What could make you so anxious? This is not like you." Sigh. Li Yunxiao heaved a long sigh and said, "Fian, I have indeed changed a lot over the years. I'm not as spirited as I was in the past." Ning Qiyun didn't know his identity, but hearing him talking to Lu Fian like this, they were all stunned, revealing a strange expression. Lu Fian smiled lightly, "Although your appearance has become childish, your temperament has matured, but nothing can be rushed, more haste, less speed." Li Yunxiao said, "You're right." He turned around and said, "Master Qiyun, I have something to ask." Ning Qiyun was startled, and asked subconsciously, "What is it?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and said, "Where is Luo Yunsheng's 9-yang divine body to inherit Gu Qingqing's inheritance?" Ning Qiyun was stunned. She didn't expect this question. She frowned and said, "I don't know much about this. I'm afraid only Palace Master knows." Li Yunxiao frowned, thinking of going to see Chu Hongyan. He couldn't help but feel a headache. Ning Qiyun said, "Luo Yunsheng's acceptance of the inheritance is a big matter of Divine Firmament Palace. It is said that many elders have already secretly gone to protect her, and the news is also very confidential. I know you have a good relationship with Luo Yunsheng, but at this time, you must not disturb her." Li Yunxiao's eyes gradually condensed a cold light, and he said word by word, "I want to see your palace master." "What?" Ning Qiyun was shocked. Not only her, but the others also revealed surprised expressions. After all, most of them knew Li Yunxiao's identity. Xianxia was stunned. "Did I hear wrong? You want to see Chu Hongyan?" Ning Qiyun frowned and said, "Palace Master is in seclusion. I'm afraid she won't see anyone. Moreover, I don't have the right to agree on your behalf." Li Yunxiao knew that Divine Firmament Palace was a great sect with 10,000 years of history. There were many rules, it was very troublesome to do things. He said, "Then how can I see Chu Hongyan?" Ning Qiyun said, "You have to notify the higher-ups. If you don't have a good reason, the higher-ups will not notify you at all. If this matter is done by Junting, it will be much easier than me. After all, she is Palace Master's direct disciple, she has the right to directly notify." Li Yunxiao immediately regretted not bringing Han Junting along. Ning Qiyun saw through his thoughts, and immediately said, "If you really want to see Palace Master, you can tell me, I can help you pass on the message." Li Yunxiao sighed, "You only need to tell her that the person who was forever separated from her on Snowfall Peak has returned." Ning Qiyun was stunned, and suddenly his whole body trembled, his expression changed greatly, and he retreated in shock. You, because he was too shocked, he could not speak anymore. Li Yunxiao said, "I am that person." He really did not want to admit his identity in front of Divine Firmament Palace, but he really had no other choice. Every moment he delayed now, it would be more dangerous for Luo Yunsheng. Luo Tian was also shocked. He said, "You, don't tell me you are." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Luo Tian, it is me." Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. "Haha, the first time I saw you in skyscraping giant city, I felt that you were very familiar, didn't expect it to be you, haha." Li Yunxiao sighed, "My rebirth is a long story, if not for Luo Yunsheng being in danger, I am not willing to see her at all." "Danger?" Ning Qiyun was shocked, and immediately said, "Although I don't understand, I will immediately arrange everything." Li Yunxiao said, "Thank you, Lord Qiyun." Ning Qiyun quickly returned the greeting, "Lord Pijuan is too serious, this is what I should do." She suddenly became reserved, thinking of how she treated this person as a junior, she could not help but feel all sorts of emotions. Ning Kuei also sighed, "Gu Feiyang, it really is you." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "Lord Kuei, long time no see, Please forgive me for not being able to recognize you before. Ning Kuei waved his hand and said, since when did you become so polite? This is not like the unrestrained and unrestrained you. Li Yunxiao said, in the past, I always thought that my strength was superior, there was nothing in the world that I could not do. Only after these years did I understand how weak I am, living like a mayfly in the world, a grain in the vast sea, pathetic and laughable. Ning Kuei said, when you realize that you are weak, that is when you are at your strongest. Li Yunxiao said seriously, I will remember Lord's teachings. Ning Kuei smiled bitterly and shook his head, I am old, this world is already your world, I am very happy that you are not dead. With you here, I am much more at ease about saving Kiyue. Li Yunxiao said, killing Xianxia to save Kiyue has always been my top priority, but it is not a good idea to be too hasty. If you help me, I am very confident. Xianxia said, how strong is Xianxia? As long as there is no abnormal ghost king or demon lord, we can easily kill him with our strength. Lu Fian also said, our task can be delayed, we can help you deal with Xianxia first. Ning Qian also hurriedly said, yes, let's save my sister first. To see the palace master, we have to go through the various levels, it will not be that fast. I will let Genting handle this matter, with your identity, there should be no problem. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, then said, okay, regarding Luo Yunsheng, please arrange it as soon as possible, Lord Qian. As for Xianxia, as long as we find his location, with everyone's strength, we will definitely kill him. Qi Xingfeng frowned, Li Yunxiao, I did not agree to kill Xianxia for you. After you rescue Luo Yunsheng, you must give me the rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao said, of course, this young master has always been a man of his word. Humph. Qi Xingfeng snorted and said no more. Li Yunxiao said, with Xianhua and Fian helping me, together with Che Yu and Lord Kuei, killing Xianxia is a sure thing. Ning Qian said, let's find a place to stay first, I will contact Genting, she should have some information about Xianxia. Li Yunxiao regretted not bringing Han Genting with him again, could only nod and said, I hope she will not hold a grudge for what happened just now. Ning Qian said, don't worry, Genting has always been a sensible child, although sometimes she has a little personality, she can still distinguish between right and wrong. Li Yunxiao frowned. He had never had a good impression of Han Genting, but it was not convenient for him to say anything at this time, only saying, that's good. After receiving the order, Yifan quickly flew towards the nearest city. Everyone stopped talking and began to meditate and adjust their breathing. Everyone had all sorts of treasures and elixirs on them. After they were infused into their bodies, the entire cabin was filled with strong spiritual power. It was completely silent. Li Yunxiao's body flashed and he disappeared from his original spot. He entered the Universe God Monument. His gaze turned serious and he weaved a seal with one hand. A white hazy aura appeared on his body and a colorful light was released from his body. Images of true dragons and phoenixes appeared in the sky, dancing in the 9 heavens, creating a majestic atmosphere. Then, a bright moon appeared from the sky and a vision of the 24 moonlit night divine body appeared. The 8 gates on his body gave off a divine body light. The light started from the first gate and spread downwards. The second gate was opened, the third gate, the fourth gate, and the fifth gate was opened without any obstruction. The power of his divine body suddenly became stronger and it surged towards the 6th gate. It slowly gathered into a whirlpool and kept scouring his body. After the demon master took over his body, he used the origin dragon and phoenix light to cleanse his body. Not only did his body become a 9-star martial emperor, but his body was also filled with power, allowing him to reach the next level of cultivation. However, the power was gathered on the 6th gate and it seemed difficult to open it. He was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged in the air and released the power in his body to his heart's content. He let the power surge and create a myriad of strange scenes. After an unknown period of time, the power of his physical body was almost released. The power that surged on the 6th gate started to weaken after reaching its peak. It continued to dissipate and it didn't break open in the end. Li Yunxiao frowned and thought for a while. He could feel that the 6th gate was loosening but he seemed to lack the opportunity and couldn't cross it. He retracted the power of his physical body and weaved a seal in the air. 2 nebulae appeared behind him. One was gold and the other was black. They slowly turned into a giant shadow. Two true magic image giant spirits stood between heaven and earth. As the hand seals continued to change, the two giant spirits gradually merged behind him, gradually becoming one. The entire body of the giant spirit flowed with two colors, and on its pitch-black body, golden runes constantly flashed. Li Yunxiao had a strange look on his face. The two powers were indeed very compatible. Just as Ji Xingfeng had said, they were originally of the same origin. It was just that the good and evil thoughts had caused the devil aura to mutate, and that was how the golden devil aura was born. He once again recalled his conversation with the Sea Emperor. The Bo family had always practiced the Sun Scripture, which was one of the 4 scriptures in the heavenly martial arts realm that were closest to the ancient Maha true art. Lin Ming suddenly thought that it was because the Monogatari had read the Sun Sutra that he had a split personality. Good and evil were like fire and water, and it was also the Sun Sutra that caused the power of demonic essence to turn into a golden color. If that was the case, then who was the sea god back then? Could it be Devil Lord Pu himself? If that was the case, then wouldn't the Bo clan be Pu's descendant, but from Devil Lord Pu's conversation with Braun, it didn't seem like it. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, but he couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Everything would eventually come to light. At this moment, he could feel that after the golden power fused into the devil aura, it had become even stronger. Although I haven't seen the Sun Sutra, I have the bloodline power of the Bo clan, so I can be considered the inheritance of this divine technique. Together with the Great Divine Evolution Technique and the Great World Divine Technique, I have already obtained 3 of the 4 Great Divine Techniques. The faintly discernible fate wouldn't want me to collect all 4 divine techniques, would it? He pondered for a while, then unbuttoned the front of his shirt. When he circulated his origin power, the 12 seals of the rule's light also appeared at the same time. It was like a formation was projected in the sky, and those exquisite words flashed one by one. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and looked carefully, but his eyes were stinging, and he couldn't recognize them. Is this the basic structure of the world's rules and the world's power lock? As expected, the power of a world isn't something that can be easily grasped. After trying several times, Li Yunxiao knew that with his strength, he couldn't comprehend the 12 chains of the rule's light, so he could only give up. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he directly teleported to a certain place in the sky. The Lawflower Lotus platform, which hadn't had any reaction until now, began to revolve, emitting rays of golden light that shot in all directions. All the lotus petals bloomed at the same time and the sky was filled with lotus shadows. The water deity sat quietly within the petals, meditating with a serene look on her face. Streaks of golden light flowed on her pure white body. At this moment, the golden light that emerged from the countless lotus petals began to squirm, and they gathered into ancient Maha characters, flashing in the sky. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he cried out in surprise, "Sun Sutra!" His eyes were filled with joy, and he hurriedly focused, trying to figure it out. Noah's Ark galloped across the vast and boundless eastern region. After a few days, it finally arrived in the sky above a huge city. Yifan kept Noah's Ark, and everyone suddenly appeared in the sky, and they flew down one by one. Everyone's complexion had improved. Although they might not have fully recovered, at least they had mostly recovered. Li Yunxiao had also come out from the Universe God Monument a long time ago, and he was deep in thought. He had already forcefully imprinted the Sun Sutra into his brain, but there were too many things that he couldn't understand, and it wasn't something that he could make a breakthrough in a short period of time. So, he could only put it aside for now. Yifan, it's been hard on you. Come to my Universe God Monument and rest for a while, Li Yunxiao said with concern. Although Yifan's face was a bit pale, he was in a good state of mind. He smiled, "It's just a simple flight, and it didn't take up much of my energy. To me, it's a form of cultivation. In the battle outside the Red Moon City, I have a better understanding of the sacred weapons control. Recently, I have benefited a lot, and I want to meditate in seclusion." As he smiled, he turned into a ray of light and was kept in between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. A ray of white light flickered between his eyebrows, and the Universe God Monument's shadow flickered, then disappeared in a flash. Everyone's faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they stared at him. Xianxia wailed, "In this era where sacred weapons are overflowing, when can I get my hands on one to play with?" Overflowing? Even if you're overflowing, sacred weapons won't be overflowing. Since ancient times, there have been countless God realm experts, but I've never heard of an innumerable number of sacred weapons. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him. Xianxia said worriedly, but why do I feel as if everyone has one? The others nodded one after another, as if they had the same feeling. Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder, and said, lad, work hard. You might really be able to get your hands on one day. Xianhua's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, you're not consoling me, are you? Li Yunxiao glared at him, and snorted, of course I'm consoling you. With your talent and strength, it's impossible for you to have a sacred weapon in this lifetime. It's just that saying the truth like this will blow you to death. Xianhua rushed forward angrily, and roared, I'm going to kill you. In terms of talent, I'm better than you, in terms of appearance, I'm better than you, and in terms of fate, I'm better than you. Why do you have a sacred weapon and I don't? The two immediately started fighting outside the city, both desperately clutching each other's necks, and directly punching each other in the face. Lu Fian frowned, and said, enough, stop fooling around, when can you be a little more serious? Xianhua, even if you have a sacred weapon, its power may not be comparable to the star-shattering bow. Li Yunxiao said, that's the truth. I've had the Universe God Monument for a long time, but I don't dare to say that I can completely control it. The demon race's Shang, with his extraordinary talent and peerless cultivation, also took tens of thousands of years to completely refine the armillary sphere. Without great perseverance, talent, and opportunity, even if you have a sacred weapon, it will be a disaster, not a blessing. His words were to the point, immediately extinguishing the jealousy in everyone's hearts, and their minds calmed down. Ning Kuei said, although this Yongxiang city is not the main city of the East region, it is also one of the big cities. The teleportation formation basically covers more than half of the main city and some nearby cities. Let's rest here and collect information about Tianxi. Ning Qiyun said, Tianxi caused a lot of trouble before, and killed many law enforcers of the sanctuary. This news is starting to spread to more and more people, and its whereabouts should be very easy to find. There is also a branch of the Star Moon House here. I'll first inquire about Junting's news, and let her immediately start investigating this matter. The group immediately entered the city in a mighty manner. Li Yunxiao, Xianhua, Lu Fian, Chu Mujia, Luo Tian, Qi Xingfeng, Ning Kuei, and the 3 elders of the Red Moon City, a total of 12 people. After Che Yu obtained the lawless sword of heaven and earth, he hid in the Universe God Monument to comprehend and cultivate, and seemed to be not concerned about Li Yunxiao's matter. After Fei Ni obtained the dragon essence, she displayed the dragon dance phenomenon and directly entered secluded meditation. Everyone retracted their auras, and there were no energy fluctuations on their bodies. They were like normal merchants as they entered the city. 2 guards' whispers spread out from behind. Although it was soft, it couldn't escape everyone's ears, and they all heard it. Brother Ren, why did you pull me just now? So many people entered at once, and if you don't collect money, how much will you lose? Collect money? Be careful that you don't die. What is the most important thing for people in our line of work? Our gaze. Are these people important people? That can't be right? I can sense that they don't have any energy fluctuations on their bodies, and they are definitely normal people. Normal people? They don't have any energy fluctuations on their bodies, and there are no transport ships or vehicles following them, so how did they get outside of Yongxiang City? Don't tell me that they are from the nearby villages. Brother Ren's words make sense. Did they purposely suppress their auras? That is impossible. We are both 5-element realm martial kings, so I don't believe that they can hide from us. Scoff, you are still too young. Don't think that a martial king is so amazing. If he was, he wouldn't have sent you to guard the gate. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the 2 guards. Ning Kuei smiled, this guard is not bad, his eyes are really good. If we have a chance, we can let him go to Red Moon City. Li Yunxiao felt a little emotional. The spiritual energy distribution in the Sky Martial continent was extremely uneven. The North region was at the top, followed by the East and West region. The South region seemed to be out of touch, as if it wasn't in the same world. A five-element realm martial artist could be respected by tens of thousands of people in any country in the South region, but in the other three regions, they could only guard the city gates. But for any cultivator with ambition, no one would be willing to stay in the southern territory. He suddenly thought about what he saw. If Qi Xingfeng's secret technique was correct, then Demon Lord Pu should be suppressed under the South region's Tianshui country. Maybe the huge change in the spiritual energy had something to do with Demon Lord Pu. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but be shocked. To be able to activate the seal of the entire heaven and earth spiritual energy, how strong was that? Ning Qiyun suddenly felt a little sour. Father has been worried about Scarlet Moon City for his whole life. Ning Kuei shook his head, that's not true. The decline of Scarlet Moon City started in my hands. I blame myself deeply, and it's hard for me to face everyone. Now, I just hope that I will do my best and die. City Lord. The three old men's faces were filled with grief and indignation. The other experts were also horrified. Witnessing the collapse of such a huge city and a super force, everyone had different feelings in their hearts. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Kuei, you don't have to blame yourself. Like what you said before, there is no superpower in the world that lasts forever. You just have to do your best. I, Li Yunxiao, will do my best to bring everyone back to Scarlet Moon City. Ku Yu, Ruobing, and everyone else. Ning Kuei smiled, with Emperor Wu Pejuan's words, I am at ease. Ning Qian also said softly, thank you. Li Yunxiao said, no need, I owe you all. His face was bleak, as if he was touched by something, and his expression became a little gloomy. Xianxia said, it's all that bastard Wei Qing's fault. Since we don't have any news about Tianxi, why don't we go to the sacred region and kill him first? Lu Fian frowned, okay, I will leave this mission to you. Go quickly. Remember to bring Wei Qing's head to us. If you don't see it, then don't come back. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly, I was just joking. Everyone was speechless. To think that he was a titled martial emperor, he was actually so nonsensical. Star Moon Temple rose up in a short period of time and became one of the 7 chambers of commerce. The Star Moon House rose up in a short period of time, and Tanyu became one of the 7 largest chambers of commerce. Although it had a lot of resources and a lot of support, it did not have a strong foundation, and its main business was in the northern region. Star Moon Temple in Yongxiang City. It was, but it had Chang of Temple. It was. It. Ning Qiyun couldn't help but frown. Once he entered the door, he called out their person in charge and threw a jade tablet over. The person in charge was not old, he was around 30 years old, but he was short and refined, and he seemed to be very shrewd. He was shocked as soon as he saw the badge, and he handed it back to Ouyang Ming with trembling hands. He answered with a trembling voice, so it's a sir from above. I'm Ji Jingda, please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. I'm Ji Jingda. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. He quickly invited them in, then he ordered the servants to serve all sorts of fragrant fruits and wine. Ji Jingda wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked carefully, Sir, why didn't you inform us beforehand that you're coming so that I could have made some preparations? These spiritual berries and fruits are considered top-notch items, but I wonder if they suit your tastes. The people were not interested in the snacks. They sat there and did not even bother to look at them. Ning Qian said, I'm not here to inspect, I just happened to pass by. I have something for you to do. Ji Jingda quickly responded, Sir, please give me your orders. I'm afraid that my ability is limited. He did not know who the people in front of him were, but the badge was indeed the Star Moon Temple's highest VIP badge. He dared not slack off. Ning Qian asked, Do you have any news about Red Moon City recently? Red Moon City? Ji Jingda was startled. He answered with respect, I heard something, but it's vague. I heard that the Crimson Moon City is in a state of chaos. A group of unknown experts suddenly appeared at young Master Tang Xian's wedding and caused a ruckus. These people are extremely strong, and the Crimson Moon City is still in chaos. Anger surged on Ning Qian's face as he shouted, Nonsense. That's just a rumor that's being spread on the streets. Don't you have any real news? Ji Jingda was shocked when he saw her getting mad. He quickly explained, "Sir, please calm down. I didn't pay much attention to this matter. I'll ask someone to find out about it." Ning Qian was furious. "Go now. Also, try your best to contact head shopkeeper gentleman Han for me." Head shopkeeper gentleman Han? Jijingde was shocked. He instantly thought highly of the people in front of him. He quickly responded, "Yes, I'll go now." After he left, Ning Qian apologized embarrassedly, "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Luo Tian said, "The Star Moon Temple has just been established. After all, it can't radiate to the whole world like the other old forces. However, it's already shocking to have such achievements in such a short time. Divine Cloud Palace is indeed a place with tens of thousands of years of history. Together with Palace Master Chu's ability, it's too terrifying." Ning Qian's expression became better. She said, "Master Luo Tian, you flatter me. The Star Moon Temple is still independent for now. After Divine Cloud Palace comes out of seclusion, it will be under the name of Divine Cloud Palace." Lu Fian said, "At first, I was curious about the rise of the Star Moon Temple. Later, I found out that Divine Cloud Palace is supporting it from behind. In such a chaotic world, Divine Cloud Palace coming out of seclusion will play a great role in the peace of the world. We're all looking forward to it." Ning Qian nodded slightly. She couldn't help but glance at Li Yunxiao. She thought, this is a headache. What will Palace Master Chu look like when he finds out that this person is still alive? Although she didn't want Li Yunxiao to die, it seemed like it was better for him to die back then. Jijingde returned very soon and reported, "I've already contacted them. I believe we'll be able to contact head shopkeeper Han Zhenzi very soon. As for the recent events in Red Moon City, I've also found someone to pass on the information. Sir, you can ask him about it." Ning Qian was extremely unhappy. A large part of the Star Moon Temple's business is selling information. Now that we're buying someone else's information, wouldn't it be shameful if it was spread out? Jijingde said bitterly, "Sir, you might not know this, but the Star Moon Temple has just been established in Xianxia City not long ago. The manpower and resources haven't been transferred here yet. Now, it's no different from an empty shell. It's very difficult for us to get things done. Unless we're extremely famous, it'll be even more difficult for us to gain a foothold." Ning Qian frowned. He didn't know about business, but after hearing what Jijingde said, he felt that it was quite rare, so he said, "All right, let that information pass to me." Soon enough, a person who looked like an old man entered the room with his small eyes squinted. It was obvious that he was a person who spent a lot of time in the marketplace. As soon as he saw all the people in the room, he shuddered and almost knelt on the spot. Although everyone's primordial energy was restrained and did not reveal any threatening aura, the informant sensed that something was off from their all-powerful attitudes, and he could not help but feel nervous. Ning Qian asked, "You're the informant?" The informant quickly answered, "That's me. No one in Yongxiang City is clearer than me about all the information channels." Ning Qian said, "All right, let me ask you, how much do you know about the major event that happened in Red Moon City a few days ago?" The informant pondered for a while before he answered, "A few days ago, Red Moon City was holding a grand wedding for the Tang family's young master, Tang Xian, to marry the Jiang family's second young mistress, Jiang Ruobing. Halfway through, Li Yunxiao appeared and disrupted the event, causing the entire Red Moon City to fall into chaos. It's said that this is just a rumor and may not be accurate." He said worriedly, "It's said that apart from the Red Moon City's inner circle, a large number of experts came to Red Moon City to participate in that tragic battle. There was no lack of divine domain and divine transformation C experts. Even the throne emperor Wu Tingguang was present. Many people even said that other titled Emperor Wu appeared, but I don't know if it's true or not." Ning Qian nodded slightly and thought that this information was somewhat reliable. He asked, "What's the situation in Red Moon City now?" The informant said, "In that chaos, various forces fought for their own interests. It was truly earth-shattering. It's said that Tang Qing and his two sons all died in that battle, and the Tang family's forces completely collapsed." He observed everyone's expressions and saw that there was no change in their expressions. He then heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "Now that Red Moon City is under the control of the divine domain, 2 city lords will appear." "Two?" Ning Kuei frowned and asked, "Do you know who they are?" The informant's body seemed to move a few times, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Ning Kuei said, "No matter what you know, just say it." The informant said, "This information has just been received, because the matter about the city lords appearing out of nowhere happened this morning. I don't know whether it's accurate or not. Both of them are young geniuses who keep a low profile. One of them is called Luo Qingyun, and he can be considered a famous person. As for the other deputy city lord, I've never heard of him, but he also has some background. His name is Li Yi." "What?" Li Yunxiao almost choked to death. He said in surprise, "Li Yi? Did I hear it correctly?" The others also frowned. Before going to Red Moon City, they'd never heard of such a person. It was only when Shang extracted the mother's power from his body that he fell into Li Yi's trap and swallowed a fragment of the fruit of the way. Only then did they know that there was such a person in the realm of heaven martial arts. They hadn't expected that Wei Qing would assign him with such a heavy responsibility. The informant chuckled and said, "That's right, it's Li Yi. It's normal that you haven't heard of him, but this Li Yi also has some background. It's just that his limelight was overshadowed by another person." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Oh? Tell me about it." The informant said, "This Li Yi and that Li Yunxiao are both from the heavenly water nation of the southern region. According to reliable sources, they are even a family. Li Yunxiao's strength has always been pretty good, but people's attention has always been on Li Yunxiao." A family, everyone revealed a strange look and looked at Li Yunxiao. Cold sweat broke out on Li Yunxiao's forehead. This question was really hard to explain. Although Li Yi was a spy sent by the enemy nation, he was indeed a relative of the Li family in the Aqua Sky Nation. He even controlled the Li family for a period of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a family member. Li Yunxiao could only wipe his sweat and said embarrassedly, "The details are very complicated. In short, I am not related to him by blood." The messenger was stunned for a moment and asked strangely, "My lord, how do you know this?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Continue talking. Don't ask me." Only then did the informant say, "Although this Li Yi doesn't reveal himself, his strength is also extremely powerful. It is said that during the incident in Crimson Moon City, a powerful figure of the demon clan appeared and wantonly slaughtered our people. It was also this Lord Li Yi who took action and defeated a group of demon clan powerhouses, turning the entire situation in Crimson Moon City around." Everyone looked at each other. How did such a filthy existence become a hero? Perhaps Wei Qing deliberately spread the news to create prestige and image for Li Yi so that he could smoothly become the deputy castellan of the Crimson Moon City. Li Yunxiao knocked his forehead and said, "Wei Qing made Li Yi the deputy castellan most likely to restrain Luo Qingyun so that he would not be able to control the city by himself. Although the rumor is a bit ridiculous, Li Yi's significance in this battle is indeed very great." Everyone nodded slightly. If he did not stop Shang, there would be another godly state powerhouse of the demonic clan in the world right now. The harm that would be indescribable. In this case, Li Yi's contribution was really great. Ning Keyun said, "Continue. Is there any other news?" The messenger thought for a while and said, "There is basically no news about the Crimson Moon City. Sigh, the Crimson Moon City is also full of twists and turns. Originally, after defeating the Sea Clan, we thought that we could settle down. Who knew that we would encounter such a big incident? Old Man Tang's family was also sacrificed. I don't know when we can settle down." Li Yunxiao said, "What about the Holy Land and the Deification Sea?" The messenger said, "I don't know about the Deification Sea, but the Holy Land did make a big move again. Does anyone know about Tsutsumi?" Everyone's hearts shook, and a cold light shot out from their eyes. Li Yunxiao said, "What happened to Tsutsumi?" He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect to ask the crucial question. The informant was given a fright by everyone's expressions, and it took him a while to recover. Just who were these people? How could a single expression or a single action cause people to tremble in fear? Trembling with fear, he said, "Some time ago, it was said that Tsutsumi possessed an expert's body and committed evil everywhere. The sanctuary has already sent experts to encircle and suppress him." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "The sanctum sent people to encircle Tsutsumi? Do you know who they sent, and where is that Tsutsumi?" The informant shook his head. "I don't know about that. Li Yunxiao asked a few more questions, but he couldn't get any answers. Only then did he let the messenger leave. Afterward, everyone fell into contemplation. Ning Qian said happily, if the sanctum takes action against Tsutsumi, we can save ourselves some trouble. Xianxia asked Li Yunxiao, what do you think? Li Yunxiao pondered and said, there are two big problems with the sanctum dealing with Tianxi. First, how much does the sanctum know about Tianxi, and can they take him down? Second, will it hurt Qiue? Ning Qian was shocked and said, I didn't think of this. If the sanctum doesn't care about anything and directly starts killing, my sister will be in danger. Li Yunxiao said, we must find Tianxi as soon as possible. He took out the jade pendant again, and looked at it, full of melancholy. Luo Tian said, if that's the case, we should mobilize all our forces. We shouldn't limit ourselves to the Star Moon House. We should mobilize the forces of the Merchant Union and the Technique Tower in Yongxiang City. Xianxia said, Luo Tian is right. I will go to the Merchant Union, and you go to the Alchemist Guild. Mobilize all forces to find Tianxi's location. Go there as soon as you find any clues. All right. Everyone came to an agreement. Only Qi Xingfeng and Chu Mujia remained indifferent and looked at everyone coldly. Ning Qian said, Ji Jingde, send a few people to lead the way for these lords. Ji Jingde was secretly shocked. He felt that these people were becoming more and more mysterious. He hurriedly said, actually, we don't need to split up. Basically, all the influential people in the city are in the Castellan's residence. There's a very important guest there, so everyone went to accompany him. A very important guest? Everyone was stunned. Ji Jingde said, it's the culprit who caused an uproar in Crimson Moon City, the rising star Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao, everyone, Li Yunxiao said, who did you say is in the Castellan's residence? Ji Jingde said respectfully, it's the Sir Li Yunxiao I mentioned before. Ning Qian asked, tell me in detail, what's going on? Ji Jingde quickly explained, Sir Li Yunxiao has been in Yongxiang City for a few days to marry Sir Castellan's two daughters. It's said that after the incident in Crimson Moon City, Sir Li Yunxiao happened to pass by Yongxiang City and happened to see Sir Castellan's two daughters on the street. He fell in love with them, so he offered betrothal gifts to them on the spot. Li Yunxiao, haha. Xianxia could not help but laugh so hard that he was crying. Didn't the Castellan's residents confirm it first and just believe it? Ji Jingde was startled. Why? Is there a problem? Of course it was confirmed, or Sir Castellan wouldn't have betrothed his only two daughters to him. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat and asked, how was it confirmed? Ji Jingde answered, I'm not sure about the details, but it said that Princess Jiang Ruobing of Red Moon City is also with him and agreed to let him take two concubines. Li Yunxiao widened his mouth and asked in embarrassment, even if Jiang Ruobing is with him, what does Li Yunxiao's taking concubines have to do with her? Ji Jingde was startled, then he chuckled. Sir, of course it's related. Li Yunxiao loved Jiang Ruobing so much that he disregarded everything. Otherwise, do you think he would risk becoming the world's enemy by barging into Red Moon City? Now that the Tang family's father and son are dead, of course, he's going home with the beauty. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia could not stop laughing. The rest of the people also wore smiles on their faces, revealing knowing expressions. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat and asked, since he loves her so much, why did he take a concubine? Hee hee. Ji Jingde smiled mysteriously. We're men after all. Everyone knows, haha, we understand, we all understand. Xianxia laughed out loud and patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder. Let's go and see how the world-famous Li Yunxiao takes a concubine. Ji Jingde quickly left to prepare to set off. Li Yunxiao looked gloomy. Qi Xingfeng stood up and said, it's just some boring things, so I won't play with you anymore. I'll take my leave now. Li Yunxiao, don't forget what you promised. Xianhua's face darkened, and he blocked Yangming's way. You want to leave? I'm afraid it's not up to you. Qi Xingfeng sneered. Who can stop me if I want to leave? Young fella, don't play tricks in front of me. You know very well that you can keep Bo Yuqing here at most, but you'll have to pay the price. Lu Fian asked unhurriedly, Sir Ji, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to see such an interesting thing? Qi Xingfeng sneered. Interesting? Why can't I see the slightest bit of interest? It's just a slippery kid pretending to be Li Yunxiao to cheat the canon. Pfft. Sir Ji's words are really unpleasant to hear. Lu Fian's face turned slightly red, and a hint of anger flashed across her face. Haha, brilliant. Xianxia laughed. But even if you don't want to see the canon, you can't leave. If you find it boring, then follow me back to the deity transformation sea. Qi Xingfeng said coldly, boy, if you want to take me away, let Lu Congzi come in person. The aura emanating from his body caused the whole hall to shake. The rubble on the ceiling kept jumping up, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Xianhua's face was cold, and a hint of ridicule flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, Lu Fian said, stop. Xianhua frowned, but still restrained his aura and stood there quietly. Qi Xingfeng also restrained his aura and said, little girl, what do you want to say? Lu Fian said, Sir Ji can leave, but at least leave us something so that we can report back to the deity transformation sea. Leave something? What do you want? Qi Xingfeng said coldly, could it be that you want an arm or a leg of mine? Lu Fian said with a smile, of course not. I want a word from Sir Ji, a promise. Sir, please choose a time to come to the deity transformation sea. Everyone frowned. With Qi Xingfeng's identity, going to the deity transformation sea, wasn't that sending himself to the door? Qi Xingfeng said coldly, you really dare to say such words? Lu Fian said with a smile, since Sir Qi Xingfeng plans to return to the world, sooner or later you will come to the deity transformation sea. Foster father just wants to meet with Sir, don't tell me that Sir doesn't even have this little courage? What a good provocation. I won't be provoked by you, but I can give you a promise. Qi Xingfeng muttered, in half a year, I will personally come to the deity transformation sea and find Lu Congzi to take back everything I have lost. Half a year? Xianhua said angrily, who can wait for you for half a year, half a month is more like it. Lu Fian said, okay, then let's make it half a year. I will tell foster father about today's matter. Half a year later, I will reach the deity transformation sea and await Sir's arrival. Xianhua said in shock, Fian, this matter is too important, you can't make a decision so easily. Lu Fian said with a smile, I did not make a decision so easily, it was after careful consideration. If the size of the deity transformation sea can't wait for Sir Qi for half a year, what's the use of bringing Sir Ji back now? Besides, what foster father wants is to have a long talk with Sir, not to fight. Haha, interesting, a bold little girl. Qi Xingfeng praised, it's Lu Congzi's good fortune to have an adopted daughter like you. He turned around and said, Bo Yuqing, let's go. Bo Yuqing hurriedly followed behind. End of chapter 1536. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.